Chapter 1. The drain is quite stubborn. Xiao Wu, your rod is thick, come give it a try. Lei Wu, how many times should I try? First, thrust 100 times. Lei Wu, how hard? Thrust it to the utmost. With a series of splashes, Lei Wu forcefully pressed the large plunger into the toilet. After a tumultuous poo-poo-poo-poo of flushing sounds, the long block drain was finally cleared. Surveying his surroundings, the restroom was littered with cigarette butts, a foul stream of sewage flowed through the cracks in the floor, tiles peeled from the walls, and graffiti marred the surfaces. Among the several squat toilets, only the last one remained usable, while the others were cluttered with debris, a scene of utter chaos. It was hard to imagine that this was the restroom of the Qingdong branch, one of the 4 major police stations in Jiangxing. I'll take a squat. Xiao Wu, wait for me outside. Lei Wen, slender and refined, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared diminutive next to the tall and robust Lei Wu. After speaking, he produced toilet paper and meticulously cleaned the toilet as if polishing a delicate instrument, ensuring there was not a speck of dirt before taking a seat. Meanwhile, Lei Wu returned to the office and looked around the police station, which should have been serious and quiet, resembled a smoky casino. Everyone was in a raucous uproar, shouting and gambling, with a fervor that suggested they yearned to upend the tables. Since the outbreak of the corpse tide a century ago, humanity had established numerous base cities. Over the years, Jiangxing's population had surged, corporations reigned supreme, and the strong held sway. The police station had long lost its authority, reduced to merely clearing small clusters of zombies and sweeping the floors after brawls. Survival in the apocalypse was arduous. Many took on the role of police officers merely to scrape by. Naturally, their training was lax, as they spent their days drinking and playing cards to pass the time. Wu Zi, care to join a game or two? Veteran officer Zhao Hong made a polite invitation, but quickly shook his head before Lei Wu could respond. You, my friend, are far too rigid, only knowing the same old routine. Better not. Lei Wu sat in a daze, unresponsive, seemingly accustomed to his colleagues' jests, quietly remaining at his desk. Ever since he was ambushed and knocked unconscious 6 months ago, his cognitive abilities had significantly declined, leaving him akin to a mindless zombie. Initially, Lei Wu struggled to accept this reality, but fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to glimpse a virtual panel in his hazy moments. Level 1 mutant zombie. Punch power, 907 kilograms. Speed, 13.6 milliseconds. Stamina, 9 hours 36 minutes. Mental state, 38. Cultivation points, 191, increases daily. Martial arts, none. Waving away the panel before him, Lei Wu was engulfed in confusion. He too possessed a golden finger, accumulating a fair number of cultivation points, yet regrettably, martial arts eluded him. The wealthy relied on technology, while the impoverished depended on mutation. In these times, without martial arts or the revival of spiritual energy, those wishing to grow stronger had no choice but to rely on mutations or purchase gene evolution serums. True martial arts, Lei Wu had only ever witnessed in television dramas. Perhaps my social standing is too low. After a good 10 minutes of stupor, that thought finally surfaced in his mind. As a zombie, his cognitive processes were agonizingly slow. It was only due to his outward appearance being indistinguishable from ordinary people that he had not been riddled with bullets. What are you daydreaming about, Xiao Wu? Lei Wen emerged from the restroom, fastening his belt, and upon noticing Lei Wu's usual dazed demeanor, he simply opened the computer and found a movie for him to watch. The two were not only brothers, but also twins. 10 years prior, their father had died in the line of duty, leaving their widowed mother to care for them alone. Unable to withstand the hardships of life, she soon contemplated remarrying. Lei Wen was reluctant to face a stepfather and did not wish for his brother to endure the same. On the day their mother remarried, he took Lei Wu to the wedding, and afterward, he began to take care of his brother alone. Over the years, Lei Wen had scavenged, washed dishes in restaurants, worked in sales, and even mingled with beggars, pretending to be disabled to earn alms. Yet, he had never let his brother suffer. Lei Wu's robust physique, with arms thicker than most men's legs, was a testament to Lei Wen's frugality and dedication. As long as he had even a penny, he would buy Lei Wu fresh food, never allowing him to eat synthetic meat or moldy bread, even if it meant he himself went hungry. Thus, the two persevered until they turned 18, inheriting their father's legacy, and life finally improved a bit. However, the police station was a dead end, with inaction from top to bottom, colleagues who were all gambling addicts, and salaries that had not been paid for 6 months. If this continued, the brothers would truly have to seek alternative livelihoods. Especially with Lei Wu's condition, his cognitive issues required regular rehabilitation and long-term medication, which were not insignificant expenses. With this thought, Lei Wen fell into deep contemplation about making money, entirely oblivious to Lei Wu, who was captivated by the flashing advertisement in the bottom right corner of the screen. Zombie Slayer Legend Game. 1 strike $99.99. Start with the destructive Heavenly Path Chaos Iron Sand Palm. Lei Wu's vacant gaze gradually sharpened, and he clicked the mouse on the enormous blood-red palm print in the advertisement. The screen flickered, and a web game popped up with a registration box displaying a description of the Iron Sand Palm, which read like an exaggerated Baidu entry. To practice the Iron Sand Palm, one must exhale from the dantian, channeling all strength into the palm, with the fist originating from the heart and power emanating from the palm. Fixated on the screen, Lei Wu quickly became engrossed, meticulously studying the practice requirements word by word. It was not until the virtual panel displayed the words Iron Sand Palm that he snapped back to reality. Is this really happening? Lei Wu's expression was one of bewilderment. Though it was merely the most ordinary iron sand palm in reality, requiring no prerequisites and accessible to anyone, it still filled him with immense joy. After all, he was not afraid of being inexperienced in martial arts. He feared the absence of martial arts points. Spending 1 cultivation point, he began to learn the iron sand palm, only to discover he was merely thrusting his fingers into the iron sand, causing his skin to peel and almost mutilating his hands. A burning sensation surged through his hands, causing Lei Wu's face to twitch in agonia pain that was truly heart-wrenching. Upon consuming the 3rd point, he learned to use medicinal aid, rendering his skin coarse from the iron sand. By the 10th point, through years of diligent practice, his fingers became robust, and he could effortlessly break bricks with his bare hands. At the 15th point, he grasped the fundamentals of hard qigong. The calluses on his hands faded. His skin became smooth and delicate, and under the right conditions, his hands swelled with blood, becoming visually impressive. By the 20th point, his iron sand palm finally reached a minor success, allowing him to infuse the poison of the iron sand into his palm, transforming it into a poisonous hand. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Wu's hands had become noticeably whiter, with veins clearly visible, though a hint of darkness lurked beneath a subtle aura of danger. At 25 points, he became obsessed with cultivation, yet due to his low intelligence, he struggled to find further advanced methods, unable to break through. At 35 points, the panel chastised him as a fool, highlighting his lack of progress and the waste of 10 cultivation points. The panel's reprimands left Lei Wu feeling both roasted and tenderized. Yet, his stubborn nature prevailed. He paid no heed to the insults and continued to allocate points. After adding a total of 41 cultivation points, the panel ceased its scolding, seemingly too lazy to continue. As a zombie, his heart and brain cells were controlled by the virus, leading to rigid thinking with an intelligence level of 0. To make him comprehend martial arts was akin to teaching a donkey to play the piano, especially since his mental score was negative. Since the cataclysm, data had been revised previously, an IQ of 100 was deemed normal for an adult. Nowadays, humanity's genes had undergone continuous optimization, adjusting the threshold for normal adult intelligence to 0, thereby initiating the path of evolution. For someone like Lei Wu, a robust 20-year-old with a mental score of 38, to cultivate the iron sand palm into a poisonous hand was merely a matter of perseverance. Normal individuals could achieve this without even thinking. However, Lei Wu was quite obstinate. He merely paused for a moment before preparing to allocate more points, curious if a miracle would occur. Let alone the remaining 150 cultivation points. Even if he had 15,000 points, he would unhesitatingly invest them. Yet, at that critical moment, he was abruptly interrupted. "Xiaowu, what's wrong with you?" Lei Wen finally snapped back to reality, noticing his brother's unusual behavior. and gave Lei Wu's shoulder a firm pat. After all, this fellow exhibited an array of expressions, grimacing one moment, pale the next, making it impossible to ignore. "I'm fine." Lei Wu hesitated slightly, refraining from mentioning the iron sandpalm. Just as he had kept his inexplicable transformation into a zombie hidden from Lei Wen to avoid causing worry. Moreover, to prevent revealing his identity in the details, he proposed to live separately from Lei Wen, opting for a dormitory room at the police station. Lei Wen readily accepted his brother's suggestion. He had more than just his job as a police officer. He worked part-time every night, making it inconvenient to have Lei Wu with him, and he was also uneasy leaving him alone at home. Staying in the police station dormitory ensured safety and security. Though some veteran officers enjoyed bullying others, often assigning Lei Wu menial tasks that left him covered in dirt, they were all colleagues and would not resort to extreme measures. "Are you really fine?" Lei Wen asked, puzzled. Seeing Lei Wu nod affirmatively, he decided not to press further. His thoughts were consumed with the urgent need to find ways to make money, as the immediate priority was to resolve their survival issues. The pace at which one earns money through labor is painfully slow, and generating income through conventional means proves exceedingly challenging to meet one's expenses, yet he is unwilling to engage in morally reprehensible activities. His colleagues indulge in a life of leisure and revelry, their days filled with comfort and devoid of financial concerns, all due to their clandestine sources of income. Previously, Lei Wen had resisted the allure of such corruption, but as he gazed upon the listless figure of Lei Wu, seated before the computer, a wave of melancholy washed over him. If only he were willing to compromise his principles and join the ranks of the morally ambiguous, he could easily secure a handsome supplemental income each month. Should he continue to stubbornly adhere to his integrity, he would face either voluntary resignation or, during a mission, be bitten from behind by a zombie, forcing his colleagues to take the grim decision to eliminate him to save him. In the aftermath, to avert any uproar from the deceased's family, a few months' wages would be compensated, and the matter would quietly dissipate. This is the predicament in which Lei Wen finds himself. Among the 9 teams dispatched by the extermination unit, each comprising 5 members, they coordinate their efforts with a degree of safety. However, his own team consists merely of 2 brothers and the veteran officer Zhao Hong. Old Zhao is willing to team up with the 2 of them solely because their fathers had once shielded him from a zombie's attack, sacrificing their lives to save him. It is precisely due to Zhao Hong's frequent vigilance over the brothers that those envious officers are kept at bay, allowing the duo to endure a stable existence within the department for the past 2 years. Regrettably, old Zhao has recently contemplated retirement. At 60 years of age, with graying hair, the peril of battling zombies is considerable, and he deems it far more prudent to retire and enjoy his twilight years. The pressures of survival weigh heavily on Lei Wen, and just as he contemplates succumbing to the prevailing tide and joining his colleagues in their morally ambiguous pursuits, the sudden blaring of the alarm within the precinct jolts everyone from their gambling reverie, only for them to resume their frivolity without a care. Team 6, it's your turn for a mission. The operations chief peered from his office, barking orders before slamming the door shut, consumed by his online gaming obsession. Zhao Hong, caught up in the revelry, erupted in frustration upon hearing of the mission, exclaiming, "Damn it, what bad luck." After venting his displeasure, he slammed the cards onto the table, hastily extracted a few bills from his pocket to settle the tab, and promptly set off to gear up. Before long, the 3 members of Team 6 were assembled, clad in tactical vests, military camo trousers, and armored combat boots, with flashbangs at their waists and an array of weaponry in hand including a shotgun, a submachine gun, and a heavy Gatling gun wielded by Lei Wu, its substantial magazine slung across his back, rendering him akin to a human artillery piece. On the electronic bulletin board, the details of their mission were displayed. In the Guangyuan community, at Villa 19 of Yijing Tianshan, a zombie presence was suspected. Any passerby outside could hear the frantic scratching against the door and walls from within. Yijing Tianshan community? Zhao Hong's eyelids fluttered, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Lei Wen also wore a grave expression, hesitating to find a reason to decline the mission. Yijing Tianshan is renowned as a luxurious district in Jiangsheng, inhabited by the affluent and elite in this era. Every wealthy individual has procured genetic evolution serum, striving to enhance their strength and survival capabilities. Should any of these individuals become infected and transform into zombies, their power would be formidable. The trio's capabilities are meager, with only Zhao Hong boasting the hard-earned Level 3 evolution serum awarded by his superiors, while the two brothers remain at square one, leaving their chances of survival against formidable zombies exceedingly slim. However, responding to a call in a wealthy area does present certain advantages. One could discreetly pilfer some valuable items from a villa to cover their expenses, a tacitly accepted practice. As long as one does not overstep boundaries and provoke the powerful families of the deceased, all would remain well. Yet, upon weighing the risks against the potential rewards, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, realizing that the dangers far outweighed any possible gains, subsequently turning their attention to the other officers engrossed in their gambling. In Yijing Tianchun, is there anyone willing to embark on a mission together, with profits to be shared equally? A palpable silence enveloped the room, as everyone turned to look in a wealthy district like Yijing. It would be best to refrain. After all, one's life is paramount. I have been there before, and the villas in Yijing are styled like doomsday fortresses, with walls as thick as those of a castle made of reinforced concrete. With our current firepower configuration, we wouldn't even be able to breach the walls. Engaging in close combat with zombies inside could easily lead to fatal consequences with just a moment's inattention. In my view, the three of you should merely take a cursory stroll around the villa's entrance, put on a show, and report directly to the City Defense Battalion to handle matter. The Jiangxing Bay City has regular military forces. Should there be a large-scale zombie outbreak or exceptionally powerful mutants, the extermination team would not be able to contain the situation, and the City Defense Battalion would be mobilized. However, the two parties belong to different systems, and in order to prevent the extermination team from shirking their responsibilities and simply reporting every incident, the City Defense Battalion has established exceedingly strict conditions for mobilization. For instance, if all members of a certain squad within the extermination team were to perish, it was evident that the colleague who prompted Raven and the others to report was relishing the prospect of seeing the 6 squad's downfall. Zhao Hong's expression darkened, and seeing that the others were unwilling to undertake the mission together, he had no choice but to approach the office of the operations chief. Shortly thereafter, a tense argument could be heard from within, and Zhao Hong emerged, his face ashen, shaking his head at his two companions that we must go on this mission, and we can only go alone. Operations Chief Sun Fei had long harbored intentions to disband the 6th squad. Firstly, he disdained Raven's self-righteousness. Secondly, he wished to install his inept nephew, Sun Dongliang, into the 6th squad. Lacking the audacity to request this from the director directly, he sought to have Raven, Lei Wu, and Zhao Hong voluntarily submit a report inviting his nephew to join. The three, of course, were adamantly opposed to this idea. Sun Dongliang frequently loitered around the bureau, his complexion pallid, having long been sapped of vitality by indulgence in drink and vice that it was rumored that 2 years prior. He had accumulated gambling debts, and in desperation, had sold his wife. How could they possibly entrust their lives to someone like him? Recently, Sun Fei had often targeted the 6th squad, but he lacked the authority to dismiss anyone. So he could only concoct petty schemes to create trouble for the trio. At the very least, the three of us could circle around the villa's entrance and return, claiming that we could not provoke the zombies inside. Let Sun Fei do as he pleases. The three exchanged glances, understanding that where there are policies, there are countermeasures, and promptly set off for Yijing Tianchun. Upon exiting the police station, they drove along the expansive elevated highway. Surrounded by buildings adorned with unevenly hung billboards, neon lights illuminating the streets and alleys, the lights dancing amidst the bustling traffic, infusing the entire Jiangxing with an unparalleled vibrancy in the darkness of night. That year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sun set and never rose again, plunging the land into darkness, save for a blood moon hanging high in the sky. With the absence of sunlight, humanity was compelled to construct cities that never slept, where light and shadow intertwined, and brilliant lights chased away the light-fearing zombies, ushering in an era of chaos. Before long, the three arrived at the villa's entrance. The perimeter had been established, with a security team surrounding the villa tightly. Snipers were stationed on the roof, and heavy machine guns were positioned below. Powerful floodlights pierced through every window of the villa, intended to subdue the zombies. The villa's grand entrance stood open, and several zombies clad in maid uniforms, drawn by sound and the scent of flesh, lunged out only to be reduced to a sieve in such affluent residential areas. Security personnel patrolled with firearms around the clock, often hiring formidable individuals as security consultants to deter any nefarious intentions. Indeed, many security teams possess strength and firepower that could rival entire extermination squads. Upon witnessing the scene, even the dim-witted Lei Wu understood that this group was more than capable of handling the situation themselves, rendering any call for assistance unnecessary. They were clearly attempting to use the extermination team as mere pawns. Zhao Hong, having served for over 40 years, was quite familiar with the security team leader, having undertaken missions in Yijing numerous times. After some negotiations, the already frustrated Zhao found himself increasingly irate. It had been confirmed that there were still zombies inside, possibly trapped in the basement. After receiving a phone call midway, Zhao returned with a grim expression, stating, "The director just called me, mentioning that the owner of Villa number 19 has some connections with him. It has been several days since he last appeared, and we must ensure to search for his whereabouts, alive or dead." Raven's expression grew grave. He was uncertain of the extent of the interest the owner of Villa number 19 had with those in higher positions. However, it was clear that the director was willing to overlook the lives of his 3 subordinates for this individual, indicating a relationship of considerable significance to enter or not to enter. A wave of hesitation washed over Raven and Zhao Hong, while Lei Wu remained blissfully ignorant, staring vacantly at the villa's entrance to others. This villa was akin to a chasm of death. Yet for him, now a mutated zombie, it appeared devoid of danger. Zombies do not bite other zombies. But it was still a perilous abyss. Should they encounter one another, the surprise and confusion displayed by the zombies would undoubtedly lead Zhao Hong to question his identity. And to that moment, should he survive the encounter without succumbing to the zombies, he might instead be met with a hail of bullets from his own comrades. Moreover, Lei Wu had to remain unscathed while battling these creatures. Any wound would manifest as cracks in his skin, exposing his identity. Throughout this period of transformation into a zombie, his mind had been somewhat dulled, yet his instinct for survival remained exceedingly strong. He often sat in a daze, minimizing movement to avoid injuring himself on protruding nails, sharp corners of walls, or scissors wielded by others. Even in a mission, he would wield a Gatling gun for long-range attacks, following closely behind Raven and Zhao Hong during indoor searches. Despite his caution, he had narrowly escaped numerous life-threatening situations. "Brother, let me try going in alone," he proposed. Not long ago, during a mission, Lei Wu had fallen behind the team and gotten separated from the two to be by the time Raven and Zhao Hong found him. He had already dealt with the zombies. Since then, he had insisted on going in solo for every mission that in truth, as long as no one was around, and he disabled the surrounding surveillance equipment. He could exploit a glitch, relying on the fact that zombies would not attack him, and dispatch them in an instant. However, Raven would not permit him to take such risks, retorting with irritation, "Do you think you're invincible, with zombies just standing there waiting for you to kill them?" Zhao Hong shot a sidelong glance at Lei Wu, his face stern as he added, "We are going on this mission as a trio. Do you think you're that important?" With the proposal dismissed, Zhao Hong fell silent. Raven and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, weighing the consequences of potentially losing their jobs, and promptly steeled themselves, heading towards the villa. As per their usual protocol, they would move in a staggered formation, while Xiao was to keep an eye on their rear. With a click, both men chambered their bullets. Lei Wu also set down his Gatling gun and hefty magazine, drawing out his gleaming Desert Eagle pistol from his waist, racking the slide as he followed behind. Upon entering the grand doors, the living room sprawled out before them, an expansive 200 square meters, adorned with a magnificent chandelier hanging from above, and a spiraling staircase leading to the 3rd floor, all opulently decorated like a palace. Yet, the aftermath of a frenzy, with someone having mutated and violently attacked, left the living room in utter disarray, with gruesome bloodstains dragged across the floor. The 3 stood back to back, forming a triangular formation, attentively surveying their surroundings and in accordance with their customary practice. They disabled all surveillance equipment to prevent being seen while collecting items. Let us head to the kitchen first. With a series of gunfire aimed at the door, they kicked it open to reveal a massive refrigerator embedded in the wall. Towering like a fortress, Raven commanded, "Xiao Wu, guard the door. Uncle Hong, you go in." Zhao Hong nodded, retrieving a grappling hook from his backpack, securing it to the refrigerator's handle, and pulling back to a distance of 5 meters. Murmuring in a low voice, 3, 2, 1, bang, 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 Raven frantically fired his weapon, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the open refrigerator, sending vegetables flying and meat splattering until he confirmed there were no zombies within. Such caution stemmed from bloody lessons learned. Many had succumbed to the virus, and their loved ones, unable to bear the thought of ending their kin's lives, resorted to sealing them inside refrigerators. They displayed a certain mercy. But it was the extermination squad that truly suffered. Several team members had met their end when they unwittingly opened a refrigerator and were bitten by the zombies that lunged out. Gazing at the delectable cakes, fresh vegetables, and various meats inside, Zhao Hong wasted no time. He retrieved an oversized nylon bag from his backpack and swiftly began to fill it with food. He thought little of potential zombies lurking nearby. Prioritizing the spoils first. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, fresh meat and vegetables had become more precious than gold, and everyone was thoroughly fed up with the taste of synthetic meat, which made them want to retch at just the scent. After a thorough looting, the three returned to the living room, the bulging nylon bag in tow, and cautiously made their way to the basement. The villa had 3 stories, and allowed gunfire from the security team that had just taken down several zombies would surely draw the attention of others on the upper floors. There was no need to search further. The only place that could muffle the gunfire was the fortified underground. Arriving safely at the basement entrance, their hearts raced as they looked down the staircase leading below. Damn it, after 20 years with the extermination squad, Zhao Hong had never felt this tensed. He swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fully aware that this descent might be their last. He immediately instructed, "If I get bitten, don't hesitate. Just shoot me in the head and let me go out with dignity." "Understood." Lei Wu saluted sharply, his expression serious, akin to bidding farewell to a heroic comrade. "You bastard!" Zhao Hong choked, his face flushing with indignation, unable to suppress his ire. "If I get bitten, are you really going to shoot me instead of the zombie?" Lei Wu, puzzled, asked, "But didn't you say to shoot you in the head?" "I'll shoot you." Zhao Hong was so incensed he nearly slapped the back of Wu's head, but Wu was too robust for him to reach, so he merely gestured angrily at the air, admonishing, "If a zombie bites my arm, you chop off my arm. If it bites my leg, you sever my leg. Just don't blow my head off. What if I can still be saved?" Lei Wu fell into deep contemplation. This was rather complicated. Beside him, Lei Wen wore a smile. After such banter, the tense atmosphere had lightened considerably. "Uncle Hong, you know little Wu isn't the brightest. When the time comes, if you call for his help, he'll undoubtedly rush to your aid without hesitation. That I still believe that." Zhao Hong's expression softened, trusting Lei Wu immensely. There were merits to his straightforwardness, and their recent missions had proven Wu's reliability. "That I'll go down first. No one stop me." "Got it." Lei Wu's voice rang out again, prompting Zhao Hong to shoot him a glare before he discharged several rounds into the basement. While it appeared to be an outburst of frustration, it was, in fact, an attempt to lure out any lurking zombies. 3 minutes passed with no response from below, and after a moment of steeling himself, Zhao Hong was the first to descend the staircase. Though there were only 20 steps, it felt as if they had traversed an eternity. Before them lay a narrow corridor stretching at least 50 meters, flanked by metallic walls that gleamed under the lights. At the end of the passage stood a massive steel door, resembling a bank vault. Even in the apocalypse, as long as this door remained securely shut, whatever transpired outside would be unlikely to affect those within. No wonder the gunfire had gone unnoticed. Zhao Hong sighed in relief. If the steel door was locked from the inside, they could only open it from there, marking the end of their mission. Lei Wen reassured himself. "It's not that we were ineffective, it's just that this steel door can't be opened from the outside. When the chief inquires, we'll have something to say. Let us see if this door can be opened." The three approached the steel door, eyeing the ship's wheel-like rotating mechanism with unwavering vigilance. "Little Wu, you try opening it. Turn it slowly first and see if it budges." Lei Wen readied his submachine gun, positioning himself to the left of the door, while Zhao Hong stood a meter behind him, aiming his shotgun at the seam, prepared to provide cover. With utmost caution, Lei Wu turned the switch slightly. It loosened just enough to surprise him, prompting a shift in expression from Lei Wen and Zhao Hong. The door was not securely locked? That made sense. The homeowner likely just came down to check or store something in the basement. Then let's keep going. Regardless of whether it's a human or a zombie, let's give it a few rounds to taste. Lei Wen fixated on the door seam, and as Lei Wu slowly turned the switch, the steel door emitted a low hum of opening. Without a second thought, Lei Wen pulled the trigger, unleashing a furious spray of bullets into the interior. The rapid fire echoed, bang, 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 with hot casings clattering to the floor, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, Lei Wen's pupils contracted, his resolute face etched with shock that a particularly robust zombie emerged from the crack in the door. Though its body had begun to decay, its skin pallid and cracked, reeking of rot, its muscles remained remarkably intact. The most terrifying aspect was that the bullets ricocheted off the zombie's body without a trace of blood, the projectiles becoming lodged within its flesh. Bang, bang. Zhao Hong fired 2 rounds at the zombie's head. The shotgun's close-range power was formidable, yet the creature merely staggered back a step, the steel shot embedding itself in its skull, igniting its ferocity as it lunged violently toward the door. "Little Wu, shut the door," Lei Wen bellowed. Panic etched across his features as he watched the zombie's arm burst through the door, clawing wildly, its body forcing its way out with the strength of a tank. "Run," Zhao Hong shouted, drawing his alloy combat knife and slashing down without hesitation. Contrary to his expectations, the blade did not sever the arm. It felt as if he had struck metal, the knife wedged helplessly within the zombie's limb. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao Hong lost all desire to fight and turned to flee. This zombie had likely consumed a level 5 gene evolution serum in life, capable of feats that defied comprehension. And now, as a zombie, its physical prowess was inhuman, impervious to bullets. Only a Barrett sniper rifle could pierce its skull. "Little Wu, hurry!" Lei Wen tugged at Lei Wu, fleeing frantically. Facing such a formidable zombie, there was no need for cover fire. Lagging behind would mean certain death. Lei Wu ran, but as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the protruding zombie, its gaze momentarily locking onto him with an expression of confusion. Not let it catch up. Desperation surged within him. Not only did he fear the zombie would expose his identity by biting him, but he also worried for Lei Wen's life. Yet the insatiable hunger for flesh drove the zombie into a frenzy, pursuing them with alarming speed, a relentless gust of wind closing in. "Little Wu, go on ahead," Lei Wen shouted, turning back to fire his weapon, knowing full well it would be futile, but he couldn't allow his brother to be the last one left. He understood that the last person was as good as dead. Tears welled in Lei Wu's eyes. For the first time since becoming a zombie, he did not heed Lei Wen's words, sensing the ominous wind behind him. Images of his brother being brought down flooded his mind, and he roared in anger. "Iron sand palm, fill me up." He expended 150 cultivation points, with a surge of fierce rage and courage. He shattered the shackles of comprehension, elevating the iron sand palm to its utmost form, transforming it into the diamond-shattering palm. Bang! Lei Wu pivoted, the zombie lunging at him, and with a single slap, he shattered its skull like a watermelon. The force of Lei Wu's blow not only produced a deafening sound of rupturing air, but also unleashed a resounding explosion, akin to a cannonball striking the ground. Lei Wen was momentarily dazed, a hot spray splattering across his face, the nauseating stench of decay nearly overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong, positioned at the front, turned back to provide cover for his brothers, witnessing the entire spectacle of the zombie's head exploding. Overwhelmed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Only those 2 words could encapsulate the shock coursing through him, that a zombie impervious to bullets had been obliterated by Lei Wu's single strike, that Tio Zhao Hong. This was akin to an ordinary human shattering a tank with a mere slap. What an exaggerated and incredible situation this is. After many years of service in the police force, Zhao Hong has encountered a share of formidable individuals. Yet, those individuals were always aloof, looking down from their lofty perches, rarely deigning to acknowledge those beneath them. They moved like phantoms, seldom gracing the public eye, and would never reveal their prowess in front of mere officers like Zhao. It can be said that they existed in entirely different realms, requiring Zhao to gaze up in admiration. Now, Lei Wu has personally demonstrated what it means to embody a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, coexisting with Zhao day in and day out. Often appearing like a fool, perpetually ordered about to serve tea and clean up, the sudden obliteration of a divine zombie left Zhao in a state of shock, grappling with the stark contrast and visual impact. Thud! The headless zombie collapsed, blood gushing forth from its neck, instantly staining the ground crimson. Zhao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the corpse, unable to collect his thoughts. How did you accomplish this? Wu Zi, he inquired, bewildered. I'm not quite sure, Lei Wu muttered, momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps in a moment of urgency, my potential surged. Afterward, he hurriedly wiped the blood from Lei Wen's face. Are you all right? Brother, I'm fine, don't panic. Lei Wen shook his head vigorously, dispelling the explosive sounds echoing in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately taken aback. The zombie-esque body was riddled with numerous tiny black pockmarks, merely embedded in the skin's surface, incapable of breaching its defenses. Yet its head had been shattered. Lei Wen's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to comprehend what he saw, glancing at Lei Wu's right hand. Is your hand unscathed? It's nothing, just a bit numb in the palm. He rubbed his palm against his combat vest to clean off the blood, ensuring there were no wounds, which brought a sigh of relief from Lei Wu. The Vajra-shattering palm proved to be quite formidable that a panel appeared before him, revealing significant changes in his stats. Level 1 Mutated Zombie Punch Power, 2,060 kg speed, 15.9 ms stamina, 5 hours 21 minutes mental state, minus 31 cultivation points, 0, increasing by 1 daily. Martial Arts, Vajra-shattering palm beginner. Lei Wu was certain that such a technique as the Vajra-shattering palm did not exist in reality. The internet was replete with a myriad of martial arts, yet he had never encountered this name before, whether in films or novels. Now, however, he possessed something that transcended reality. Not only did it elevate his level, but it also significantly enhanced his physical attributes, granting him palm strikes that could rival those of a sniper rifle. It was as if he had been reborn, instantaneously transcending to a divine state. Even his speed and mental acuity had visibly improved. After all, having consumed 150 cultivation points was akin to years of arduous training, resulting in comprehensive physical enhancement, alongside a natural progression in his temperament and agility. Nevertheless, there was no time for celebration. He looked at the dwindling 5 hours of stamina with growing anxiety. The metabolic rate of zombies was alarmingly rapid. They needed to continuously consume flesh and blood to maintain their alertness and energy, or else they would succumb to slumber. Lei Wu had never exhausted his stamina nor experienced slumber. He dared not take the risk that a deep sleep was one thing, but the true fear lay in completely losing his rationality. Becoming a mindless creature driven solely by the urge to consume human flesh. If that were to happen, he would become a genuine zombie, devoid of self-awareness, and anyone nearby would become prey, ultimately leading to his demise. Wu Zi, stop daydreaming. Zhao Hong gestured towards the opened alloy steel door. Our mission is not yet complete. You can ponder later. Regaining his focus, Lei Wu and the others continued to provide mutual cover as they cautiously crossed the steel door. A glance revealed a brightly lit space, akin to daylight, with shipping containers lining the walls, resembling a vast supermarket, where all manner of daily necessities were available. After a thorough search, confirming the absence of any zombies, the trio deactivated their action recorders and dispersed to gather their preferred items. In an inconspicuous corner, a square table was meticulously stacked with cash, approximately 1 million, covered by a piece of cloth, yet not entirely obscured, boldly displayed for all to see. Lei Wu merely cast a glance before following the scent of beef in the refrigerator, intent on bringing it home to replenish his strength. His mind, rather simplistic, was unacquainted with the importance of money, a fact that Lei Wen had never conveyed to him after his transformation into a zombie. I could see that moment. To him, a pile of paper held no significance compared to the value of flesh and blood. After voraciously devouring the meat and filling a large bag, he passed by the table again, noticing that the money remained untouched, but a mysterious black blade had appeared atop it, intricately engraved with golden runes. Exuding a sense of immense worth, Lei Wu's heart raced. The love for blades and swords is etched into the very essence of every man, and even in his zombie state, he was no exception. Just as he was about to seize the knife, Lei Wen suddenly emerged, whispering urgently, "Don't touch those items. Someone will assist us in retrieving them." Lei Wu, perplexed, obeyed and refrained from reaching for the black blade. Yet he remained rooted in place, reluctant to depart. With no other option, Lei Wen took his brother by the arm, leading him to search for other valuable items. The two dawdled for quite some time, and when they finally returned, the money and the black blade had mysteriously vanished. Zhao Hong appeared to have visited the upper lounge, having wasted considerable time, and when he returned, the nylon bag in his hand was scarcely filled. Upon noticing the brothers observing him, he maintained an unflinching demeanor and remarked, "You two must be cautious when taking items. Don't grab anything too valuable. The security team outside is not to be trifled with. If the owner is deceased, the belongings within this villa belong to their property management, that we can take some inexpensive items, but anything precious will be difficult to carry away, that I know my limits." Lei Wen nodded in affirmation. Xiao Wu only collected various frozen meats. That's good to hear. Zhao Hong pretended to gather some daily necessities before signaling for the brothers to leave, and as the three emerged from the villa, their bodies unscathed, the crowd outside was taken aback, the security team leader Han Yang bearing a look of incredulity. There was one detail he intentionally omitted. The owner's strength had reached level 5, further enhanced by mutation, rendering him a formidable beast, impervious to blades and bullets, with immense strength and swiftness. Given the trio's capabilities, facing such a high-level zombie, survival was out of the question. Their sole purpose was to open the basement door, lure the zombie out, and then eliminate it with heavy sniper fire. Now, with their spoils in tow, Han Yang couldn't help but question, "You three didn't merely enter, scavenge for a bit, and then leave without encountering the owner, did you?" "Don't spout nonsense," Zhao Hong retorted, his expression darkening. Had it not been for Lei Wu's desperate act to save his brother, swiftly dispatching the zombie, they would not have exited the villa alive. Han Yang's malicious intent was clear. He was practically sending them to their deaths. The mutated owner has been eliminated. If you don't believe me, feel free to inspect the basement. Furthermore, I have something to inform you. "Oh, what is it you wish to convey?" Han Yang signaled to a subordinate beside him, who took the hint and hurried into the villa. Zhao Hong set down his nylon bag, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked down upon the crowd. "In the future, if you need assistance, feel free to reach out to our East City Division 6 team, that we will handle matters in areas where your security team dares not tread. And we will take care of zombies you are reluctant to confront. It is our duty to maintain order in Jiang City and protect you helpless individuals. We, the 6th team, are obligated to do so." The villa's exterior fell into a profound silence, all present wearing expressions of shock as they stared at Zhao Hong, the gentle breeze rustling his clothing, imbuing him with an air of authority. This unexpected display of bravado left everyone astounded. Lei Wen and Lei Wu exchanged awkward glances, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Nonetheless, it must be said that Zhao's ill-timed display of bravado held a degree of merit. In these chaotic times, where order has crumbled and human life holds little value, being a police officer is hardly a glorious endeavor, as they battle zombies day after day, living under constant oppression. Zhao, in this rare moment of glory, grasped the opportunity to vent the frustrations he had long harbored, as if clinging to a lifeline, needing to release the pent-up emotions within him. Unfortunately, it only elicited Han Yang's bemusement. "The strength of your extermination team is well known to the citizens of Jiang City. Everyone here is acutely aware that with your small 6 team, consisting of merely 3 members, what significant impact can you truly have? You underestimate us." Zhao Hongang raised his head and calmly remarked, "Even with just 3 of us, we have annihilated the zombies that your security team dares not approach." Han Yang scoffed, "Words alone hold no weight. Let my men ascertain the situation inside the villa before we discuss further." Zhao Hong, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, called to his 2 companions and prepared to make a hasty retreat with their spoils. "Hold on." Han Yang immediately raised his hand in objection, stating, setting aside whether or not you've truly eliminated the zombies. The sheer volume of your loot suggests you were not on a mission, but rather perpetrating a robbery. The belongings within the villa are the private property of the owners. How can you presume to take them at will? Zhao Hong, with a stern expression, replied, Is it so outrageous for us to claim a modest reward for our efforts in cleansing the zombies? Not outrageous, Han Yang conceded, but you must allow for a bag inspection to ensure you're not carrying away items that do not belong to you. On what grounds? Zhao Hong's anger flared. Though he recognized that he lacked the upper hand, he was acutely aware of the importance of face in their line of work, especially since the three of them bore the title of police. If they permitted a bag inspection today, the prestige of the zombie extermination team would be utterly diminished, and his own dignity would be trampled upon, rendering any future interactions with this security team untenable. However, despite his thoughts, the security personnel, under Han Yang's direction, had already begun to encircle them. A young security guard, brimming with arrogance, attempted to seize the two large nylon bags from Lei Wu without further discussion. Unfortunately for him, Wu Zi held onto the bags with an iron grip, rendering the young man's efforts futile. Let go. After a struggle, the young guard's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and in a fit of anger, he brandished his weapon threateningly. Will you release it or not? Throughout this altercation, Lei Wen had remained silent, allowing Zhao Hong to negotiate. However, upon witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, he finally interjected, Kick him. Kick where? Lei Wu inquired. His knee, Lei Wen instructed. How hard? Enough to make him kneel. Without hesitation, as the surrounding guards watched in astonishment, Lei Wu delivered a swift kick, causing the young guard to cry out in pain as he fell to one knee with a thud. Observing this, Lei Wen commanded, Now make the other leg kneel. With the speed of lightning, Lei Wu complied, delivering another kick that resulted in a sickening crack as the young guard's knee buckled, sending him crashing to the ground. Ignoring the shock on the faces of the onlookers, Lei Wu focused intently on the guard's knees for a couple of seconds before turning to Lei Wen and stating, Both legs are down now. At that moment, security personnel from all directions raised their weapons, aiming them at the three, the dark muzzles exuding an air of intimidation. Han Yang's face turned ashen as he barked, Do you wish to die? Lei Wen, maintaining his composure, replied, While it is true that the world has descended into chaos and our roles as police officers have diminished in value, we are still public servants. If we were to fall to the zombies, it would elicit little more than a shrug. However, should you execute us in public, the ones who come to collect our bodies would not be fellow officers, but rather the counterterrorism unit of the City Defense Battalion. Han Yang's expression stiffened, and the other security guards exchanged glances, lowering their weapons slightly. The brutality and ruthless methods of the City Defense Battalion were well known. They did not merely suppress zombie hordes, but also quelled various uprisings. The fate of officers slain in the line of duty had been demonstrated years prior, when a security team from a high-end residential area had lost over 100 members, including a formidable Level 7 powerhouse in the face of a verbal altercation leading to the deaths of 4 officers. The repercussions had been dire. The line between gang violence and terrorism was razor-thin. In broad daylight, gunning down a squad of police officers was no longer merely criminality, but an act of terror. Yet, Han Yang was not easily intimidated, fixing Lei Wen with a steely glare and asserting, Who says our security team intends to kill? We merely wish to inspect what your bags contain. Besides, I have acquaintances in the City Defense Battalion and am well versed in their regulations as long as we do not kill you. Even if we were to incapacitate you, they would not intervene. Feel free to test that theory, Lei Wen replied, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with an air of calm, devoid of tension, which only served to heighten Han Yang's suspicion. Was it possible this young man had connections? But upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely. If he had any significant background, their chief would surely be aware, and it was improbable that he would approve of Lei when leading a death squad to exterminate zombies in a villa. What was this young man's source of confidence? Han Yang could not fathom that. At this moment, Lei Wen was merely putting on a facade of bravado. However, he was keenly aware of the timing. Harboring his own support, if on cue, one of the junior members who had entered the villa came rushing out. The mutated owner has been slain, he shouted, disregarding the collective astonishment of the crowd. He leaned in to whisper something in Han Yang's ear, causing the latter's expression to shift erratically before he finally said, stiffly, "You three may leave, given that these individuals possess the strength to dispatch zombies with mere physical prowess." Han Yang recognized that one among them must be a wolf in sheep's clothing to offend such formidable beings over a bag inspection, especially when he could not afford to take their lives. Was was far better to act sensibly and let them go. Unexpectedly, however, Lei Wen expressed a desire to remain. "Since you will not inspect our bags, we are not unreasonable. Let us open them for your perusal." Following his lead, Lei Wu and Zhao Hong complied, unzipping their nylon bags and emptying their contents. At last, Han Yang found himself at a loss for words, forcing a strained smile as he declared, "A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Let us hope you truly believe it is a misunderstanding." Having quelled Han Yang's arrogance, the three promptly gathered their spoils and departed. On the way, Zhao Hong, feeling guilty, remarked, "When I was posturing back there, I was truly on the verge of breaking character. Wenzi, you were even more impressive than I had that junior member not appeared in time. We might have met our end there." Lei Wen shrugged nonchalantly. "They were not going to let us leave anyway, so I thought it best to put on a grand act. If it worked, I would regain some dignity. If not, I would simply endure a beating." "Your mental fortitude is indeed remarkable," Zhao Hong praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Little did he know that Lei Wen had risen from humble beginnings, having once been a beggar, and had long since come to terms with the harsh realities of life. Relinquishing his pride, before long, the trio returned to the station, where most of the officers had already clocked out for the day. Zhao Hong carried the nylon bags home, while the other two returned to their respective quarters. Once inside, and after locking the door, Lei Wu could no longer suppress his primal hunger, devouring frozen beef with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. The tough meat, under the force of his powerful jaws, was reduced to shreds, chewed, swallowed, and transformed into sustenance for his body. After consuming nearly half a bag, equivalent to the flesh of a substantial portion of a human, his rationality began to return. Looking at the time, Lei Wu shook his head in dismay. Since his transformation into a zombie, life had become exceedingly arduous. It was one thing to hide his identity, but replenishing his strength was a near impossible task. For some time now, he had relied on stealing blood from hospitals to survive, and he had already been spotted once. Luckily, he had managed to escape unscathed due to his mask. The expensive beef, long frozen in the refrigerator, had lost its freshness, providing only minimal sustenance. After washing the remnants of meat from his face in the bathroom, he filled a rice cooker with water, preparing to cook the beef. Having consumed nearly half a nylon bag of food, he needed to concoct a reasonable explanation to avoid raising suspicions with Lei Wen. Cooking the meat would release its aroma, making it evident to everyone that they were indeed eating meat. Furthermore, he could justify his ravenous consumption by explaining that a tall man like him could easily devour half a bag in a single evening. Such a process of eliminating food should be perfectly reasonable. Right? Settling on a stool before the pot, Lei Wu held a thumb-sized whetstone in his mouth, enduring the discomfort as he sharpened his teeth while simultaneously trimming his nails. Despite appearing like an ordinary human, he was ultimately a zombie, and many details betrayed his true nature. His teeth harbored a lethal virus, necessitating that he filed down his sharp canines to resemble those of an average person. His nails also grew rapidly and required daily maintenance. Otherwise, they would discolor. Additionally, he needed to bathe frequently to absorb sufficient moisture, lest the skin take on the pallid, desiccated appearance of a zombie. After a flurry of activity, he carefully swept the trimmed nail clippings into the drain, washing them away with a basin of water, finally feeling a sense of relief, just as he was about to indulge in a bath. Lei Wen's voice drifted in from outside the door. "Xiao Wu, I'm heading out for a part-time job. Don't go out tonight, ditto." Lei Wu responded with a grunt, listening as the footsteps outside gradually receded. He hastily finished his bath and, without a second thought, rummaged through his wardrobe to retrieve a voluminous black robe. He stuffed a bag of seasonings into his pocket and grabbed a small propane torch before exiting the dormitory. Continuously resorting to thievery for fresh blood or undertaking missions to pilfer frozen meat was hardly a sustainable strategy to replenish his strength. He must adhere to a 3-year hiatus. followed by 3 years of indulgence, ensuring he would never succumb to eternal slumber. The Yijing Tianshan residential complex was ablaze with lights, ceaselessly vibrant day and night. The gate of Villa number 19 had been locked, and the headless corpse of the owner was removed. Prepared first for dissection and heart extraction, before being sent for incineration in the boiler room. The zombies operated solely on their hearts and brains, under the control of the virus, sustaining their movements. Higher-tier zombies possessed hearts of significant research value. Besides that, the security personnel refrained from disturbing the contents within the villa, waiting for the right moment to claim them as their own. All of this was orchestrated by someone's cunning design. Despite the presence of numerous patrolling security guards within the complex, they could not deter the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. Zhao Hong effortlessly scaled the wall from the alley, weaving through the blind spots of the surveillance cameras until he arrived at the rear of Villa number 19. He then retrieved a grappling hook from his backpack, timing his throw perfectly as he cast it into the shadows. When he landed, he had already stashed the hidden million in cash and a black knife, neatly packed into a nylon bag. At long last, he had secured a nest egg for his retirement. During his years as a police officer, his salary was substantial, yet he indulged in vices of every kind, squandering it all. Now, with graying hair and a body succumbing to age, he relied solely on a meager pension that could hardly cover his expenses. Fortunately, fate favored the diligent. A desperate gamble within the villa had yielded overnight wealth. As he merrily made his way back with the nylon bag, safely scaling the wall out of the residential complex. Zhao Hong finally exhaled a sigh of relief that by the roadside sat the vehicle he had borrowed. After ensuring no one was tailing him, Lao Zhao climbed in with the bag. The engine roared to life, accompanied by the ominous click of a bullet being chambered. The dark muzzle pressed against the back of his head sent Zhao Hong into a cold sweat, prompting him to instinctively raise his hands. "Who dares to be so bold? Your grandfather is here." Kang Yang. A familiar voice caught Zhao Hong off guard. "Indeed." Captain Han from the back seat chuckled. "Did you expect to find me waiting in your car?" "Certainly not." Zhao Hong's face paled as he queried. "How did you know I would return?" "Quite simple." Han Yang nudged the gun's barrel forward, forcing Zhao Hong's body to tense rigidly, afraid to make any sudden moves. Before he continued, "Because there's nothing of value in those nylon bags you've got, yet the basement was stripped of an entire table of cash and a knife of immeasurable worth. You didn't take them with you, so they must still be in the villa. Why would you leave such treasures behind? How do you know there's a table of cash and a knife in the basement?" Zhao Hong was baffled. Han Yang replied candidly, "Because last month, the owner of Villa number 19 invited me to inspect his underground refuge." Lao Zhao was rendered speechless, remaining silent for a moment before asking again. "You knew we had hidden something. Why didn't you just take it yourself?" Han Yang chuckled. "The complex is filled with prying eyes. As the security captain, I'm always under scrutiny. If I were to take it myself and were spotted, everything would have to be surrendered. But if you retrieve it for me, then I can dispose of you, and everything will rightfully belong to me." Pausing, Han Yang seized the nylon bag and opened it, revealing the very knife and cash he sought. "Don't be indignant. Zhao Hong. I'll ensure your success in retrieving the items. I deliberately disabled a few cameras and adjusted the patrol timings. Did you really think our security team was incompetent? Skill surpasses mine. I concede." Lao Zhao's face turned ashen. "If all the spoils belong to you, can you spare my life?" Han Yang smirked. "Do you genuinely expect such kindness?" Zhao Hong forced a smile. "With my life in your hands. If you're not a bit merciful, you might as well shoot me dead. You certainly have a pragmatic outlook." Han Yang produced 5 stacks of cash and tossed them onto the passenger seat. In Zhao Hong's astonishment, he declared, "I've deliberated this matter. Whether I kill you or let you go, neither option is ideal. Instead, I offer you 50,000 as a token of hard work. This way, we become accomplices in theft. You take the money, and, if I get exposed, neither of us will have a peaceful existence." Zhao Hong replied, 100,000. Han Yang's expression shifted, completely taken aback that Lao Zhao dared to negotiate while the gun was trained on his head. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and repeated, 100,000. Han Yang's expression fluctuated, weighing the pain of parting with money against the potential consequences. After much deliberation, he reluctantly produced another 5 stacks of cash. Though the police force had seen better days, it still housed many capable individuals. Zhao Hong was a notable figure at the Dongchang precinct. There were few who could retire safely from the corpse extermination team, and he was one of them. Killing him would have significant repercussions, likely leading to the arrival of detectives who could easily trace the incident back to him. I've given you the money. I hope you can keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, Zhao Hong promised, if I speak of this, may my son have no descendants. Han Yang's face twitched as he warned. Even if the matter comes to light and I am found guilty of stealing from the villa, the worst I would face is losing my position as security captain. I am still a Tier 5 powerhouse, capable of murder. You would do well to be cautious. I understand the stakes. Zhao Hong had resigned himself to reality. Receiving 100,000 was far better than leaving empty-handed. Seeing Han Yang open the door to exit the vehicle, he swiftly pressed the accelerator to flee the scene, eager to evade any change of heart from Han Yang that could lead to his demise. As Zhao Hong disappeared from sight, Han Yang breathed a sigh of relief. A smile crept across his face as he strolled toward his motorcycle in the distance. With 900,000, combined with his savings over the years, he could easily procure the funds for a Tier 6 gene evolution serum on the black market. At that point, his strength would not only undergo a qualitative leap, but his lifespan would also see a significant extension. After years of stagnant salary increases, they had underestimated him for being a Tier 5. Once he ascended to Tier 6, he would see whether the homeowners committee dared to suppress him any longer. With a cold chuckle echoing in his mind, Han Yang prudently circled his motorcycle, lifting the seat to inspect for any hidden explosives. Once assured there were none, he hung the nylon bag on the handlebars and prepared to head home. Yes, he hummed a tune and settled onto the motorcycle. His expression abruptly changed. A sharp, piercing pain shot through him from beneath, prompting him to leap up and investigate. A slender needle, as fine as a strand of hair, was embedded deep within the seat. The dim lighting of the alley rendered the tiny puncture nearly invisible. Is it poison? In the next moment, Han Yang's vision blurred, the world spinning around him until darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Despite his meticulous planning, he had failed to anticipate that while the mantis stalked the cicada, there was a hidden oriole ready to pounce, one capable of breaching his cautionary defenses and quietly bringing him down. 30 seconds later, a figure clad in a high-collared black outfit emerged from the shadows of the alley. The streetlights elongated his silhouette, rendering him an ethereal specter of the night. This figure wore alloy combat boots, tactical gloves, a duckbill cap, black-framed sunglasses, and a mask, concealing every inch of skin. The figure did not approach Han Yang recklessly, wary of falling for a feigned feint. Instead, they halted 5 meters away, casting out a grappling hook to retrieve the nylon bag. After counting out 200,000 and tossing back a bullet casing, they took the bag and departed. Han Yang was indeed a figure of some significance. Eliminating him could easily stir up considerable trouble if everything is taken away and no money is left for him. Upon waking, he will undoubtedly pursue the matter with fervor, determined to unearth the true mastermind behind it all. And one can commit the perfect crime, especially in the aftermath of a great catastrophe. When extraordinary individuals emerge, unless one can truly eradicate all traces, eliminating friends, family, and every connection, it is wise to avoid provoking others too severely. Why offering this 200,000? Allow Han Yang to gain something, while conveniently leaving a bullet casing as a warning, both to dissuade him from investigation and to convey that I spared his life. He should not be ungrateful. This way, peace may be restored. Meanwhile, everything the man in black did was observed by Lei Wu, who was surveying the area from a nearby high-rise. He had initially planned to enter the community to replenish his strength, but was unexpectedly treated to a grand spectacle. However, his simple mind could not fathom why the man in black, having successfully executed his plan, would leave behind 200,000, nor could he grasp the significance of the bullet casing. That moment, a singular thought consumed him: share half. This way, Lei Wu would no longer need to toil for a living, and he would have enough for his medical expenses from his elevated vantage point. He surveyed the entire terrain, the neon lights illuminating the streets and alleys. The man in black had to traverse a considerable distance at the end of the alley to circumvent the residential area. and reached the spacious highway. Lei Wu, with his bear-like bulk, moved with the agility of a nimble tabby cat, first ascending the staircase of the towering building and then scaling the rooftops, leaping and sprinting with fervor, his black cloak billowing in the wind, until he swiftly landed on the road. Concealed at the corner of the alley, his dark robe blended perfectly with the shadows cast by the streetlight, as if he had merged with the very fabric of the earth. At that moment, the high-collared figure in black gripped a dark blade in one hand, ready for defense. Though unaware of being watched, his skills were profound, and he conducted himself with utmost caution. His alloy combat boots shielded him from nails, needles, and various hidden weapons on the ground, while his tactical gloves prevented his hands from coming into contact with any nylon bags that might have been laced with incapacitating agents. Even as he traversed the alley, he kept to one side of the wall, walking sideways to maintain visibility ahead while minimizing vulnerability from behind. Yet despite his vigilance, as one foot stepped out of the alley, a familiar voice echoed unexpectedly, rendering him momentarily stunned. "Stop!" With a thud, the high-collared figure crumpled to the ground. The iron sand palm, mastered to perfection, could unleash a hidden force capable of penetrating the human body, not to mention the formidable diamond-shattering palm. A swift strike to the back of the head merely rendered him unconscious rather than fatal, a testament to Lei Wu's mercy and reluctance to inflict harm. Retrieving a black plastic bag, he poured half of the cash inside, glancing at the familiar dark blade. Instinctively, he reached for it, only to find the man in black gripping it tightly. Despite the absence of sunlight in this post-apocalyptic world, the old rhythms of life persisted, and though the streets were relatively empty at night, vehicles still passed by. Lei Wu had no time for lingering. Tugging at the black blade proved futile, as his opponent's grip was unyielding. With the plastic bag in hand, he swiftly climbed back onto the rooftop and vanished into the darkness. The man in black regained consciousness just 2 minutes later, staring at the diminished cash in his possession. The dark blade still firmly in hand. Engulfed in a haze of confusion, he was perplexed by the identity of his assailant, whose voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Lei Wu's, and equally baffled as to why this individual had not seized all the money in the blade, leaving him with half instead. It was critical to note that he was neither Han Yang, with formidable strength and powerful connections, nor Zhao Hong, renowned within the Eastern District Precinct, as a mere foot soldier. His life was expendable, and it was absurd to think that the thief would only rob him of his unjust gains. In the depths of self-doubt, the man in black dared not linger, avoiding taxis for fear of leaving traces, and instead walked the streets, making his way home with a nylon bag in hand. Meanwhile, Lei Wu raced against time, needing to return to his dormitory before anyone noticed his absence. However, before heading back, he resolved to infiltrate Yijing Tianshan first. Fortunately, Zhao Hong had already scouted the area, and Han Yang remained unconscious. To facilitate the wealthy residents of the Villa District, the boiler room was conveniently located near Villa No. 19. Following the route previously taken by Zhao, Lei Wu moved like a colossal shadow through the darkness. After waiting a moment outside the boiler room, he soon spotted a doctor exiting with a box, within which a heart throbbed with vigor, demonstrating the resilience of advanced zombies. Lei Wu refrained from acting recklessly. The community was unsafe. He retraced his steps, scaling the wall to crouch at the community's entrance. For the average person, a zombie's heart was of little use, typically collected by personnel from medical groups. The journey would be lengthy, often stretching into the dead of night. A large community, even at night. Many individuals came and went. Lei Wu feigned casualness. Timing his approach with the doctor's departure, he struck with a swift blow. Robbery. The scream reverberated through the by the time a throng of security rushed from the community. Lei Wu had already vanished from sight. In these chaotic times, disorder reigned supreme. Looting and pillaging had become commonplace, and law enforcement lacked the resources to respond, while security personnel would not pursue, as events beyond the gates were no concern of theirs, especially since the payment for the heart had already been received. Upon returning to the high-rise adjacent to the alley, Lei Wu surveyed the street. Confirming there were no pursuers, he promptly opened the box, retrieving a small gas canister and portable grill, and began roasting the fresh heart. Only when the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air did he sprinkle it with cumin, opening his mouth wide to devour it in 3 bites. Health increased by 11 months and 16 days. Health increased by 11 months and 29 days. Health increased by 11 months and 11 days. That a level 5 owner, after mutation, equated to level 6. The heart contained immense energy in the zombie virus. For Lei Wu, it was akin to the heart of a deity, an unparalleled elixir that significantly altered his data. Level 1 mutated zombie. Punching power, 2,660 kg. Speed, 17.3 ms. Stamina, 2 years and 10 months and 28 days. Mental state, -44. Training points, 1 increased daily. Martial arts, diamond shattering palm, beginner. Considering Lei Wu's punching power, he could easily qualify for level 4. Regrettably, his other metrics fell short. Following the Great Catastrophe, the official standards for physical fitness classification were stringent. To be deemed a level 4 powerhouse, one must possess punching power exceeding 2,000 kilograms, a speed of at least 40 meters per second, and a mental state of 100 points. All 3 criteria must be met. Lei Wu, a severe underachiever, could not even be classified as level 2. Moreover, his mental state had not improved after consuming the heart. Rather, the intensification of the zombie virus within him led to a regression of self-awareness, dulling his gaze. This was precisely why he refrained from consuming zombie hearts whenever possible. An increase in physical stamina could be achieved through gradual training, but losing one's intellect rendered a person a mere fool. With no time for contemplation, he cast a fleeting glance at his stats and raced downstairs. Leaping across the rooftops of the residential buildings, he landed on the broad highway and hailed taxi, scarcely taking the time to secure the cash in the plastic bag, urging the driver to speed back. Fortunately, everything remained as it should. Lei Wen had not yet returned from his part-time job, and no one was idly knocking on Lei Wu's door in the dead of night. Upon entering the dormitory, he quickly lit a fire to cook the meat, allowing the savory aroma to waft through the air, and concealed the money in the wardrobe, covering it with a pile of clothes. Removing his oversized black robe, Lei Wu sat before the pot, savoring the beef. Before long, the distinct sound of footsteps approached in the corridor, and Lei Wen's deep voice resonated after a knock on the door. "Xiao Wu, it's me. Brother, you're back from work?" In an instant, Lei Wu opened the door, only to be left utterly bewildered. In his haste to rob, he had not unmasked the man in black, nor had he glimpsed his appearance. Yet, the nylon bag in Lei Wen's hand, along with the dark blade inscribed with golden runes and the more than 30,000 in cash, were all too familiar. Had he robbed his own brother? And had he nearly struck him dead? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, leaving Lei Wu frozen in place, his mind momentarily paralyzed. Xiao Wu, we struck it rich. With a gleam of joy illuminating his features, Lei Wen embraced his younger brother tightly, attributing Lei Wu's stunned silence to the overwhelming amount of money before them. Releasing his brother, Lei Wen seamlessly slipped into the room, casting a swift glance around. The pot on the stove bubbled contentedly. The beef simmered to tender perfection, and droplets of water splattered onto the table, leaving behind traces of evaporation that hinted at a prolonged cooking time. The nylon bag on the floor, once brimming with frozen beef, now contained only half its original contents, with remnants of ice clinging to several chunks. Confirming that some of the meat had indeed been consumed, but a cursory inspection of the surroundings revealed no further discrepancies. "Xiao Wu, have you been eating beef all night? You didn't go out?" After a brief internal struggle that lasted less than a second, Lei Wu maintained his vacant expression and nodded lightly that he felt utterly ashamed to confess that he had pilfered money from his own brother. Despite his mental shortcomings, he instinctively grasped the principles of honor and integrity. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Lei Wen furrowed his brow and mused, "It appears that the individual who ambushed me tonight is indeed quite formidable and possesses an unsettling familiarity with us brothers. In my years traversing the underworld, I have mastered the art of survival. Since turning 18, I have never been bested. Yet this person managed to exploit my weakness by mimicking your voice to distract me. If not for that, with only his juvenile tactics, how could he have possibly brought me down?" Lei Wu felt an urge to cough discreetly to mask his embarrassment, yet he knew his brother was sharper than a monkey, and any subtle change in demeanor could raise suspicion. Therefore, he opted to maintain his vacant expression. After pondering for a while, Lei Wen still could not deduce the identity of his assailant. There were only 4 individuals aware of the 1 million cash and the black gold. Zhao Hong had taken a portion, Han Yang another, and he himself had claimed a share. The remaining party was undoubtedly someone familiar. However, Lei Wen had no leads to pursue and decided to keep this matter to himself. "Damn it. Don't let me discover who you are," he muttered under his breath. The tension of evening had left him famished, and he pulled his brother to the table to indulge in the rare beef. "Brother, you eat." Lei Wu, filled with guilt, was more considerate than usual, offering meat to Lei Wen, who chuckled. "Xiao Wu, eat your fill. This beef is hard to come by. We rarely get to enjoy it, even once a year. Tonight, let us savor it, and I'll give you something special." "Something special?" Lei Wu asked, bewildered, as Lei Wen presented him with a black knife. "That you've seen this knife in the basement of the villa. I took the time to retrieve it for you. Now you have a capable weapon." Observing his brother's flushed cheeks, Lei Wen assumed he was merely excited and continued. "However, this knife has a questionable origin. It's best not to brandish it openly, that we wouldn't want Han Yang to come looking, and given its considerable value, others might covet it. Ensure you hide it well, and only bring it out in a critical moment." Upon receiving the black knife, Lei Wu felt a surge of emotions beyond mere shame. A profound sense of guilt nearly compelled him to confess everything. Yet before he could speak, Lei Wen placed 17 stacks of cash on the table and solemnly instructed. "There's still 340,000 in the bag. We'll split it evenly. Keep this 70,000 safe for your future medical needs. As for the remaining, I plan to purchase a bottle of level 2 evolution liquid and set aside 2,000 for emergencies." This, Lei Wu's eyes moistened, overwhelmed by a wave of unexpressed gratitude. Even in his zombie-like state, he understood the warmth of human connections. Lei Wen not only shared everything without reservation, but had also gifted him the most valuable knife. And even after being robbed, he still offered to share the remaining money. Such selflessness was a rarity, even among blood relatives. Seeing his brother visibly moved, Lei Wen felt a lump in his throat. Wishing to shed tears, he waved his hand, chuckling. "Xiao Wu, you're 20 now. Stop with the tears. Go wash your face quickly. The meat is best enjoyed hot. Once it cools, it becomes tough to chew." With that, he lifted the plate, sprinkled it with cumin powder, and began to feast heartily. Following his brother's advice, Lei Wu went to the bathroom, wiped his face with a towel, and silently resolved to make a change. The following morning, while Lei Wen indulged in his slumber, the ever-alert Lei Wu had already risen, using a backpack to carry a substantial amount of cash, depositing 17,000 and 36,000 into 2 separate bank cards. The gene evolution liquid must be consumed in levels, with each level requiring a year to properly assimilate the substance to prevent genetic chaos. In other words, even the wealthiest tycoon would need a minimum of 9 years to reach level 9. Lei Wen was scheduled to consume the level 2 evolution liquid soon, and buying the level 3 liquid now would be futile, as he could not store the bottle safely in the dormitory, leaving Lei Wu to wait a year before making the purchase. Upon returning to the precinct, officers were trickling in for their shifts. The safe return of the 3-member team from Group 6 drew curiosity, prompting others to surround them with questions. Zhao Hong seized the opportunity to boast, standing on a table to recount the harrowing tales from the villa. The revelation that the trio had collectively vanquished a level 6 zombie elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Squad leader Sun Fei, having caught wind of the commotion, arrived to witness Zhao's tall tales with a degree of skepticism. Despite being a level 6 squad leader himself, he knew that in confined spaces, the odds of survival against a zombie of the same level were a mere 50%, even when fully equipped and avoiding close combat. Engaging in direct struggle with a zombie inevitably led to injuries and the risk of infection. As for the trio, Sun Fei had prepared to disband Group 6, even informing his nephew son Dong Liang to prepare for joining, so their unscathed return was a slap in the face. After listening for a while, Sun Fei, his expression darkening, retreated to his office, feeling irritated, channeling his frustration into gaming instead. Meanwhile, Lei Wu sat at his desk, his gaze vacant yet observant of everyone's reactions. He soon withdrew his gaze, resuming his usual state of stupor, careful not to move too much to avoid revealing any signs of his inner turmoil. As noon approached, The precinct's cafeteria was ready for service. Lei Wen was still asleep, and Lei Wu had no appetite. However, he needed to maintain appearances, so he joined the others for lunch. Zhao Hong was the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of admirers, while Lei Wu quietly occupied a corner, chewing on the unappetizing synthetic meat, forcing down the nutritionally void greenhouse vegetables. Brother Wu, isn't the food you're liking? A younger officer, only 18 and named Li Zimu, took a seat beside him. He had only recently joined Group 9, inheriting his father's position. Tragically, last month his father had been injured during a mission, and in a desperate bid to avoid transforming into a grotesque creature, he had begged a fellow officer to end his life, leaving Li Zimu deeply affected. Now, he was a shadow of his former self, lacking the vibrant spirit of youth. Only Lei Wu, equally reticent and detached, could coax him into conversation that it's not edible. Lei Wu admitted with a hint of distaste, pushing the untouched portion towards Li Zimu. You try it. Due to the financial constraints faced by the East City precinct, salaries had not been paid, and the cafeteria had resorted to rationing, allowing each person only one meal. Li Zimu picked up his chopsticks, sampling a piece of potato, nodding in agreement. It's really not great. Adopting a tone reminiscent of Lei Wen's elder authority, Lei Wu remarked, though the food is unpalatable, you're still growing. Eat a bit more. After a moment of silence, Li Zimu poured the food onto his own plate and devoured it ravenously. Brother Wu, I wish to transfer to your group 6. I asked old Zhao, but he refused. Why? Lei Wu inquired, puzzled that Li Zimu lowered his voice. He said my dad spent 10 years in Group 9, that if I take over his position and then switch groups, it would reflect poorly on my father, and I would likely offend the other members. Li Zimu's interactions with the members of Team 9 were far from pleasant. The other 5 would dine together, engaging in lively conversations, playing cards, and indulging in merriment. In stark contrast, Li Zimu often found himself dining alone, merely tagging along on missions as a mere formality, unable to integrate into the group. Lei Wu remembered Lei when mentioning that society resembled a vast dye vat, a grand circle filled with intricate webs of relationships, where small circles were composed of complex human emotions. Only those who were astute and adept at navigating such dynamics could thrive within these small circles. Earning the affection and protection of their peers, Li Zimu was still quite young and lacked extensive social experience, making his struggles to fit understandable. Furthermore, he was disillusioned by the others' constant revelry and could not shake off the psychological scars and resentment stemming from his father's death at his own hands. Zhao Hong had once recounted to the brothers that the 5 members of Team 9 could have easily stormed the building to rescue Li Zimu's father, yet no one was willing to take the risk, leading to his father's solitary struggle against the zombies that ultimately resulted in tragedy. The rightness or wrongness of the situation could not be judged, nor could one blame the other team members for their inaction. After all, every life matters. Without a bond forged in life and death experiences, and considering the known shortcomings of Li Zimu's father, who had a reputation for being unscrupulous, often engaging in petty theft and gambling, Team 9's reluctance to assist during a critical moment was somewhat justifiable. Lei Wu, not particularly adept at offering consolation, pondered for several seconds before uttering, "Alas, my brother," and could not find the words to say more. "Thank you, Wugu." Li Zimu managed a strained smile, lowering his head to devour his meal. Just like that, the matter of Li Zimu's transfer to Team 6 slipped by in the blink of an eye, a full year passing in the interim. During this time, Lei Wu occasionally undertook missions, all of which were fraught with tension but ultimately safe, while in his leisure he practiced martial arts, refining his skills in the King Kong shattering palm. Naturally, he had discussed this matter with Lei Wen, only to find that Lei Wen was also unwilling to accept Li Zimu into the team. This young lad had been in the bureau for too short time, his reclusive nature making him difficult to gauge. No one could ascertain his character, reliability, or the potential for betrayal. For now, it was best for him to remain in Team 9 and see how things developed. Lei Wen's perspective was astute. Unless someone was forcibly assigned from above, it was imperative to choose trustworthy teammates, as this was a matter of self-preservation. Most members of the zombie extermination teams inherited their roles within familial ties, as generations of camaraderie and mutual interests allowed them to entrust their backs to one another. Until absolute trust was established, Suspicion and wariness would prevail. Wu Go, is there no chance for me to transfer to Team 6? My brother has already approached Lao Zhao, who is the captain, and this matter is indeed complicated. Adhering to the reasoning instilled by Lei Wen, Lei Wu once again declined Li Zimu's request. Recently, his thoughts have been consumed by the accumulation of 366 training points and how best to utilize them. A considerable dilemma. Before him lay two paths. One was to continue investing in the King Kong shattering palm, pursuing its evolution to the utmost limits. The other was to learn a new martial art. Lei Wu leaned towards defensive techniques, which would enhance his physical constitution, making his skin tougher and thereby reducing the likelihood of revealing his identity. Simultaneously, he was envious of the exquisite footwork depicted in television dramas. A few days prior, Lei Wen had shown him the classic series Demigods and Semi-Devils, and the Lingbo Weibo footwork had left Lei Wu utterly captivated. And no matter how tough his skin became, if his legs were not nimble, he would still be an easy target in combat. To achieve an unscathed experience while battling monsters, extraordinary agility was essential. Of course, Lei Wu could also choose to learn both martial arts simultaneously, diversifying his skills to expedite his advancement to level 2. However, considering his limited aptitude and talent, it was likely that exhausting those 300 training points would yield no extraordinary martial arts beyond the mundane. The previous evolution of the King Kong shattering palm had been a matter of life and death, a result of an explosive release of potential. Without such stimulation, training mindlessly like a mindless zombie would be equivalent to playing a lute to a cow, utterly futile. As Lei Wu contemplated this, Li Zimu, seated across from him, suddenly called out, "Wen Go." Lei Wen nodded, taking a seat with his tray, casually inquiring, "How have you been? Have you become more familiar with your comrades in Team 9? "It's all right. I've gotten to know them quite a bit," Li Zimu replied. Unaware of the underlying implications, he hastily finished his meal and, sensing the moment, excused himself to let the brothers have their conversation. "This kid," Lei Wen mused, shaking his head slightly as he watched Li Zimu depart. Despite his youth, Li Zimu possessed a certain depth that made him difficult to read. Lei Wen's inquiry stemmed from the belief that if Li Zimu could integrate into Team 9, there would be no need for him to transfer to Team 6. That if, after more than a year, he still struggled to bond with the members of Team 9, how could he possibly expect to thrive in Team 6? Although Zhao Hong was older, he acted rather frivolously, and his penchant for gambling and boasting surpassed even that of the members of Team 9. Old Zhao had a tendency to wield his seniority to direct others. And this morning, he had even asked Lei Wu to help him clean the table and dispose of the trash, a demand Li Zimu would surely find intolerable. Furthermore, old Zhao had initially intended to retire, but after tasting the sweetness of wealth in the villa, he suddenly harbored dreams of becoming rich overnight and planned to accumulate enough before finally stepping back. In the past year, officers had developed a palpable apprehension towards missions in wealthy districts, while Zhao Hong was the sole exception, exuberantly charging ahead as if his life depended on it. Lei Wen, aware of the situation, understood old Zhao's impulsive nature. Lei Wu, lacking initiative and never overthinking, was pliable to whatever circumstances arose. However, Li Zimu's thoughts and personal aspirations would prove challenging to align with those of the three members of Team 6. Contemplating this, Lei Wen turned to his brother and asked, "Xiao Wu, how has your training been lately?" "I can now proficiently unleash my hidden strength," Lei Wu replied. Over the past year, he had become enamored with various martial arts films and television series, self-studying the Iron Sand Palm, demonstrating remarkable power and ferocity that had even drawn the attention of the chief, who personally witnessed his hidden strength in action. With a casual slap, he struck a sow, leaving no mark, yet 3 minutes later, it was found dead, blood gushing from its mouth. Upon inspecting its abdomen, the internal organs were utterly pulverized. Such prowess left witnesses awestruck, and it was hard to fathom the consequences if Lei Wu were to direct his malice towards someone. Consequently, aside from Zhao Hong, no one within the entire East City precinct, including Sun Fei, dared to give Lei Wu orders lightly. Given his brother's martial talent, Lei Wen had previously taken him to several martial arts schools in search of a renowned master to teach him. However, in both sparring and real combat, those so-called masters could not withstand even a single punch from Lei Wu. Only one individual, who had consumed the level 3 evolution liquid, could trade blows with Lei Wu. Relying on physical prowess rather than martial arts skills, disillusioned with the prospect of mentorship and seeing that his brother's iron sandpalm had reached human limits, Lei Wen had to redirect his thoughts elsewhere. Xiao Wu, how much money do you have left in your account? Lei Wu counted on his fingers and quietly replied, after accounting for the expenses of medical care and purchases over the past year. I still have 150,000. Why not buy a bottle of level 2 evolution liquid and give it a try? By evolution liquid, Lei Wu was taken aback. The physical standard for level 1 was a punch force of 200 kilograms and a speed of 10 meters per second, which represented the limits of what an ordinary person could achieve through training. Many opted not to consume level 1 evolution liquid, preferring to rely solely on their own efforts, including Lei Wu. To reach level 2, however, one needed a punch force of 500 kilograms and a speed of 15 meters per second, exceeding human capabilities. Even Olympic champions could not attain such strength and speed. Breaking through these limits could only be achieved through genetic enhancements. A flicker of confusion crossed Lei Wu's face. As a zombie, he was uncertain if the genetic evolution liquid would even be effective for him. Most importantly, he could never drink it in front of Lei Wen. If it proved ineffective, it would inevitably raise suspicions that I'll practice a bit longer and see. If not, I'll consider buying it. That sounds reasonable. Raven nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing on his face. During this period, Lei Wu had shown remarkable growth. Previously, he had been entirely compliant, devoid of independent thought. Now, however, his mind had become noticeably agile, and he had begun to consider his own interests. Little did he know, this transformation was a testament to the benefits of his rigorous training. Ultimately, all martial arts and techniques aim to cultivate strength and wisdom. The diamond-shattering palm does not belong to the realm of ordinary martial arts. It inherently embodies the essence of the diamond, capable of fortifying the mind and unlocking the intellect. When mastered to its pinnacle, it can grant one extraordinary agility and transcendent wisdom and T present. Lei Wu's mental state had shifted to -9. A mere stone's throw away from the standard value of 0 for a normal person. Suddenly, the shrill alarm echoed throughout the cafeteria, causing the officers who were dining to look up in unison. Sun Fei quickly rushed over, exclaiming, "Team 9, it's your turn for a mission. Hurry up. Over 30 zombies have appeared in Lijuan community, and the situation is spiraling out of control." Over 30. Nearly everyone furrowed their brows simultaneously. Glancing at the 5 members of Team 9 hastily discarding their trays into the wash basin, followed by the unhurried Li Zimu. Although Lijuan community was a slum, characterized by dilapidated housing and a predominance of left-behind children and elderly residents, it was rife with gangs and chaos, reminiscent of the bygone era's Kowloon-walled city, teeming with ruthless individuals. Zhao Hong, familiar with everyone, immediately expressed concern. Lu Lao, be careful. Other officers echoed similar sentiments, urging Zhang Mazi to retreat if the situation became dire and advising Tai Dan to return for a drink on them, all while emphasizing the importance of safety. Lei Wu wanted to shout out and show concern for Li Zimu, but despite his lips moving, he ultimately refrained, instead quietly inquiring of Raven, "Brother, since there are so many zombies, why don't we send in more teams? Do you think everyone is genuinely enthusiastic?" Raven asked, and Lei Wu sheepishly nodded. "Let me impart a lesson today." Raven patiently explained, "The enthusiasm you perceive is both genuine and feigned, built upon the foundation of self-interest. Though they shout and cheer, should it come to extending a helping hand, not a single soul present would risk their life for another's mission, especially in a place like Lijuan community, which is impoverished and offers no tangible benefits. If something goes awry, it is only oneself who suffers." Seeing that Lei Wu still seemed perplexed, Raven lowered his voice further to avoid being overheard. "You must remember, we live in a chaotic era where lives are undervalued. IT is already a challenge to survive. Kind-heartedness and a sense of justice cannot thrive in these times. To pity others is to neglect oneself. If you do not regard your own life, how can you expect others to value it?" Lei Wu felt a pang of discomfort at this harsh reality. Wasn't this a bit too cold-hearted? This isn't about being cold. It's about the survival instinct. I am not teaching you to be indifferent or ruthless. Raven replied earnestly, "You possess a simple and kind nature, and I have shielded you from the darker aspects of life. However, I must tell you that standing up for others comes at a cost. Before assisting anyone, ensure you have the capacity to safeguard yourself. You cannot let passion drive you to jeopardize your life. If you go to help Li Zimu, can you guarantee that you will not encounter danger or injury?" Raven's words were clear and resonated with Lei Wu, who finally grasped their meaning. However, he still asked, since Captain Sun is aware of the danger for Team 9, why doesn't he send another team? Raven scoffed. As long as the veteran members are alive, how can he assign his own people to the extermination squad? How can he profit from the arrangements? Without financial gain, how can he afford the evolution serum? Lei Wu fell silent. Raven cleared his plate and stood up, stating, "The extermination teams of the 4 major divisions in Jiangcheng have been declining in strength over the years, all due to the collusion from top to bottom. With everyone solely focused on monetary gain and acquiring gene evolution serums, devoid of any humanity, if even the ruling class is so, how cold-blooded and numb must those ordinary citizens who are suffering be? This is the age of catastrophe." The entire afternoon was a flurry of activity for the extermination team. Shortly after Team 9 had embarked on their mission, another report came in. Zombies had also appeared in Xinghe community. The alarm rang intermittently, and the number of people in the office dwindled. Lei Wu, feeling idle, counted and realized that 5 teams had already been dispatched. With fewer people around, the office felt unusually quiet, and no one was in the mood for games. Zhao Hong remarked, "Looks like the 3 of us will be on night duty tonight." The extermination team did not have a fixed schedule. They would leave 2 teams on night duty, and it would be whoever's turn it was. It was likely that teams 5 and 6 would be on duty that night, that if Team 5 was also assigned a mission, they would call Team 7 to be on standby, ensuring that there were always 2 teams available. Raven had made a little profit last time, but remained true to his nature, working part-time every night. He reluctantly called his boss to request leave. Expressing concern, the frequency of zombie appearances has been alarmingly high lately. Last year, we could go days without dispatching a single team, but now, we're sending out several teams a day. The virus is spreading too rapidly. Zhao Hong yawned, nonchalantly stating, "Given the current situation, it seems a top-tier zombie has infiltrated the city. The virus it emits can spread through the air, infecting others invisibly. Otherwise, how could there be so many mutations?" After a pause, Zhao added, "Of course, it's also possible that some individuals are deliberately spreading the virus to create chaos. There are always those with ulterior motives in the world." Now, Jiangcheng is jointly governed by several major conglomerates and families, controlling various industries, including the 4 major divisions, where key positions are occupied by these families. Zhao Hong quietly analyzed, the other 3 divisions rarely encounter zombies. Yet our eastern district is rather chaotic. It is possible someone is targeting us, seeking to drag our superiors down with them. Sure, we can't speak of this carelessly. Raven glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and whispered, "We just need to focus on our missions and seize any opportunities that arise. The power struggles of the influential are beyond our purview." "That is just idle speculation," Zhao Hong said as he took a sip from his thermos. He noticed Lei Wu engrossed in an old movie, The Flying Guillotine, where the protagonist wielded nunchaku with impressive flair, and couldn't help but daydream. If I could master that technique, not even a level 5 zombie would stand a chance against me. Let alone a level 9, Raven replied incredulously. "This is a movie. In reality, such exaggerated techniques don't exist. But ISNTWZ's Iron Sand Palm, quite over the top," Zhao Hong asked with a grin. Leaning closer, "By the way, Wu Zi, how did you train? Care to share your secrets with your uncle?" "I can't teach you," Lei Wu replied honestly, which left Zhao Hong infuriated. He had learned through trial and error and genuinely did not know how to teach. At most, he could pull up a Baidu search for Iron Sand Palm and point Zhao Hong to the screen, saying, "Practice according to this. You should be able to learn it. You little rascal." Zhao Hong was beside himself with rage. If I could master that, wouldn't the ground be littered with fire cloud, evil gods? Besides, if I had a choice, I wouldn't practice Iron Sand Palm. I'd much rather learn the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Claw Shirt to make my skin tough as nails, impervious to zombie bites. Before Zhao Hong could finish a sentence, the earnest Lei Wu had already opened the Baidu entry for the Golden Bell Shield. leaving Zhao Hong feeling utterly drained, unwilling to utter another word. Seeing Zhao Hong at a loss, Raven smiled, pleased that his brother had not come out worse for wear, and continued to rest his head on the table for a nap. Meanwhile, Lei Wu was captivated by the methods of practicing the Golden Bell Shield, losing himself in the details. Eventually, after reading through the entire entry, the virtual panel displayed changes. Martial Arts, Golden Bell Shield. Diamond Shattering Palm. Without a second thought, Lei Wu invested 200 points right away. He hoped, like with the Iron Sand Palm, to boldly invest 150 points and achieve a transcendent form of martial art. 200 cultivation points consumed. Although you possess an indomitable spirit, your quest for martial enlightenment is lacking. Thus, your anger does not rise sufficiently to break through the threshold and elevate your martial arts, resulting only in the Golden Bell Shield reaching perfection, rendering your skin as resilient as pigskin. Pigskin, Lei Wu was momentarily taken aback, feeling an intense heat enveloping his body, as if doused in boiling water, leaving him flushed and breathless, with a sensation akin to wearing 10 layers of thick clothing. Raven, sensing something amiss, opened his eyes and quickly inquired, Wu, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. The flush on Lei Wu's face quickly faded as he concocted a clumsy excuse for himself. I was practicing my skills online and nearly lost my breath. But I'm fine now. Really nothing? Lei Wen remained skeptical, feeling that his younger brother, who had always been by his side, had suddenly taken on an air of mystery. I truly am fine, Lei Wu asserted with a nod, his previously somewhat vacant gaze now sparkling with the vitality of a normal person. With a furrowed brow, Lei Wen observed his brother's insistence and chose not to press further, merely keeping a watchful eye as he leaned on the table to continue his nap. Meanwhile, the virtual panel before Lei Wu had undergone a significant transformation. Level 1 mutant zombie punching power, 3011 kilogram speed, 25 millisecond stamina, 1 year, 10 months, 26 days mental state, 0 cultivation points, 166, increased by 1 daily. Martial Arts, Golden Bell Shield, mastered. Diamond Shattering Palm, beginner. Although the Golden Bell Shield is a martial art focused on defense, it significantly enhances physical fitness as well. Should I allocate the remaining cultivation points as well? Lei Wu, accustomed to his single-minded ways, found it challenging to change his nature, even after regaining the intellect of an adult. However, reason advised him to conserve the remaining 166 points to be used all at once in times of danger, thereby ensuring survival and elevating his martial arts. After some contemplation, Lei Wu resisted the urge to allocate points and opened Baidu to search for practical lightness techniques, only to discover that viable options were exceedingly scarce. Techniques like the 8 steps to catch Zen and cloud leaping were mere figments of martial arts novels. The only practical techniques available were the 9 Palace 8 trigram steps inherent to Baguazhang, the bumping fist footwork from Xing Yiquan, and the body movements of Tai Chi. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, Lei Wu settled on learning the flying leg technique, a traditional lightness skill from the legendary Shaolin's 72 unique techniques, also known as the land flight technique. However, he did not allocate any points nor pursue any other martial arts. Greed could lead to ruin. These realistic martial arts would yield no benefit unless fully mastered, and merely adding extra words to the panel would be futile. Thus, after a flurry of activity, he looked up to find it was already 6 in the evening. The other officers were preparing to clock out, exchanging farewells while the 9th team, which had gone out at noon, had finally returned. Yet, only 5 members returned, accompanied by a chilling body bag. The high mortality rate of the extermination team is a well-known fact. Those who chose this line of work were generally mentally prepared for such eventualities. However, witnessing a once vibrant person who had been sharing laughter in the cafeteria just hours ago, transformed into a lifeless corpse, silenced all the officers. The deceased was Zhang Matzi, 35 years old, with 12 years of service, supporting an elderly parent and a young child of just 6. His meager salary was the family's sole livelihood. Unlike many who followed in their family's footsteps, he had been lured by rumors that slaying zombies could lead to overnight wealth by claiming the possessions of the rich. He borrowed from relatives and friends, even going into debt to bribe the former head of operations. thereby joining the extermination team. As a newcomer to the ninth team, he faced rejection similar to that of Li Zimu. Fortunately, Zhang Mozi's vibrant social spirit and camaraderie soon won him acceptance, and within half a year, he had fully integrated into the group. After years of camaraderie, losing a brother-in-arms due to a sudden tragedy felt akin to the grief of losing a beloved pet to another's attack. Damn it, even Zhao Hong, accustomed to the cycle of life and death after 40 years of witnessing teammates come and go, felt a heavy heart and could not help but express his frustration. Yet, all he could do was curse, venting his own agitation and helplessness, for in the face of death, regardless of rank or power, one could only experience a profound sense of powerlessness. Zhang Mozi's body bore numerous bite marks. His flesh mangled, clothing torn to shreds, and his chest brutally ripped open, an obvious sign of death by a zombie attack, leaving no chance for transformation. Lei Wen also felt a sense of heaviness in the office. He usually takes pleasure in wood carving, often whittling away at little trinkets in his spare time. Yet today, with the carving knife in hand, he found himself devoid of inspiration. Lei Wen nodded, donned his coat, and felt the 2 bank cards in his pocket before striding out of the precinct. The abrupt death of Zhang Mozi made him acutely aware of the significance of strength, instilling within him a sense of urgency. With a physical constitution rated at only level 1 and a long-standing habit of heavy drinking, Zhang Mozi stood no chance against the hordes of zombies. However, had his physique been at level 5. With a speed of 60 meters per second and a punch weighing 4 tons, even the most ordinary of zombies would have been unable to touch him. With a pair of alloy gloves, he could have dispatched them with a single, watermelon-splitting blow. Today, it was Zhang Mozi who perished. Tomorrow, it could very well be Zhao Hong or his brother Lei Wen. Upon exiting the police station, Lei Wu raced toward the nearby Gene pharmacy. Armed private security stood guard at the entrance, with an imposing presence. The level 3 evolution fluid was priced at 300,000, while the level 2 version was 150,000. Lei Wu immediately tore apart the exquisite packaging of the level 2 evolution fluid, stashing the green elixir in his pocket before making a hasty exit. He did not return directly to the precinct. Instead, he sought refuge atop a tall building, sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, gazing down at the city aglow with countless lights, and began to meditate in silence. Once his mind was tranquil and his breath steady, the negative emotions stemming from Zhang Mozi's death dissipated. Only then did Lei Wu twist open the cap of the evolution fluid and consume it in one swift motion. The taste was tolerable. Reminiscent of the energy drinks from a bygone era, he resumed his meditative state, striving to digest the potion. An hour later, Lei Wu glanced skeptically at the empty bottle in his hand, deeply doubting the authenticity of his purchase. There was no discernible change in his body, and even the stamina displayed on the panel had only increased by a mere 2 days, far less beneficial than simply consuming a few more pieces of meat. Is this it? Despite having anticipated this outcome, after all, gene evolution fluid was designed for humans. He couldn't help but feel disheartened, especially after having spent a hefty sum of 150,000. The hardship of his upbringing weighed heavily on him. Seated on the rooftop, Lei Wu took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. It was only after striking it rich at Yijing Tianchen that he had a small amount of capital to squander on such potions. Had he been in need before joining the extermination team, he would have considered anything, even excrement, a luxury, as the 2 brothers would have been reduced to begging from door to door, pleading with every passerby for their pity. Turning his gaze toward the level 3 evolution fluid before him, he realized that handing it directly to Lei Wen would be impossible without an explanation for its origin. The challenge lay in devising a plausible scenario that would allow the evolution fluid to fall into Lei Wen's hands without arousing suspicion, while also convincing him to consume it. After much contemplation, he could only devise one plan: dismantle the large packaging, conceal the potion within his coat pocket, and when out on a mission in the affluent district, fabricate a reason to act alone. Stowing the potion in a cabinet as if it were a discovery of his own, and discreetly summon Lei Wen to retrieve it, ensuring Zhao Hong would not catch wind of it. However, this plan had a significant flaw. Given Lei Wen's cautious nature, he would undoubtedly refuse to consume anything of unknown origin. Without the decorative, disposable packaging, The bottle alone would raise questions about whether it had been tampered with or contained poison. Only fate would know. Yet the packaging was at least the size of an 8-inch cake, and there was simply no place to hide it on his person. Each time he went on a mission, Lei Wu had to carry the ammunition for a Gatling gun, serving as the heavy artillery, leaving no room for a backpack. For a moment, despair gnawed at his thoughts as he gazed at the bustling city illuminated by countless lights. A sudden stroke of inspiration struck him that if he could learn the mission location in advance, he could place the evolution fluid there first, then guide his brother to retrieve it without raising any suspicions. With the thought solidified in his mind, Lei Wu swiftly pocketed the evolution fluid and dashed downstairs, searching for a suitable spot to hail a taxi. Indeed, tonight was a sleepless night. Before long, a call from Lei Wen came through. Team 5 has already set out on a mission. Xiao Wu, hurry back to standby. I understand. Brother, I just need to finish a few bites of food, Lei Wu replied, chewing as if he were consuming a meal at lightning speed. Lei Wen, none the wiser, simply responded with a curt, okay, before hanging up. Throughout his life, Lei Wu had always been simple-hearted, never having told a lie. After his mind began to falter, he became even more robotic, requiring Lei Wen to instruct him on every little task. Now, crouched by the roadside, attempting to exploit a glitch, even Lei Wen, with a sharp wit, would never suspect that Lei Wu would deceive him over something as trivial as a meal. Yet, alas, fate had other plans. Lei Wu squatted by the roadside for 2 hours, with no one from the precinct making any further calls, only receiving reminders from Lei Wen to hurry back after inquiring if he had finished eating. Reluctantly, Lei Wu decided to return to the dormitory, hide the evolution fluid, and then report back to the office. Thus, in the days that followed, Lei Wu found excuses to wander outside every now and then, for he had no desire to remain in the office. During this time, there were 2 instances when he was out and Lei Wen called him to go on a mission. Lei Wu initially intended to hide the potion first, but upon hearing the locations, he felt disheartened. Point 1 was the Liz Huang community. Such a rarity as level 3 evolution fluid would typically never be found in a slum. Although it was the era of the Great Catastrophe, and society was in disarray, the purchasing power of money remained formidable, tenfold stronger than in the year 2025. An ordinary person could never amass 300,000 in their lifetime. The sudden appearance of level 3 evolution fluid in the poorest of areas would undoubtedly raise Lei Wen's suspicions regarding its origin. Moreover, the Liz Huang community consisted solely of residential buildings, akin to urban villages, with only modest 2 or 3-story structures. There was no place to conceal anything, let alone figure out how to shake off Zhao Hong while ensuring Lei Wen could obtain the evolution fluid. Truly a technical conundrum. The other mission location, Heilong Bay Community, was equally challenging. It was a place renowned alongside Yijing Tianshan, with security teams guarding it fiercely, and surveillance cameras were plentiful. Lei Wu's attempts to sneak in and out would be futile given the time constraints. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and on this day, the opportunity finally presented itself. Xiao Wu, where are you? Hurry back. There's zombies at Landing Street, number 1 compound. Landing Street? Lei Wu's heart leaped with joy. This street was not far from the precinct. In number 1 compound, located at the alley's entrance, was a villa built by its owners, surrounded by residential houses. The villa's owner was somewhat well known in the vicinity and had previously visited the precinct to seek assistance from Sun Fei. I'm very close to Landing Street now. How about you bring my gear, and I'll head straight there? That's not possible. Lei Wen flatly refused, concerned that Lei Wu might act impulsively, until Lei Wu added, I won't go in. I'll just wait at the alley. After a brief silence, Lei Wen instructed Lei Wu to return to the precinct, acknowledging that it would take some time to gather the team, as every second was crucial in emergencies. All right, but you mustn't go inside. Wait for us outside, I understand. After hanging up, Lei Wu dashed toward a nearby taxi, his large frame crashing through the window and landing heavily in the back seat. The driver felt the earth shake and was about to unleash a torrent of curses when $300 bills were thrust into his view. Landing Street number 1. Go to catch someone in the act. Catch someone in the act. The driver, now silent, slammed the accelerator, the tires screeching against the pavement as he raced down the long street, shifting gears like a boxer, pushing the car to its limits. Buddy, I don't need your money. Can I come along to film? Lei Wu's lips twitched. Let's talk about that once we arrive. Covering a distance of 10 kilometers, the driver arrived at Lanting Street in just 7 minutes. The street, usually bustling with life, was now eerily deserted, the silence palpable to avoid attracting the zombies by making noise. The driver sensed something was amiss and couldn't help but express his doubts. "Are you sure we're here to catch someone in the act? I'm here to kill zombies. You better leave quickly." Lei Wu tossed aside the money, not waiting for the vehicle to come to a halt. He flung open the door and rolled out, using the momentum to climb onto the edge of a nearby building. From the rooftop, he sprinted towards the grand villa 100 meters away. The windows on the second floor were tightly shut. Lei Wu smashed through the glass with a single punch, violently dismantling the entire windowsill. The cacophony stirred the zombies outside, who began to thrash about in a frenzy, scratching at the door and walls, their ferocity terrifying. Upon entering the room, Lei Wu kicked the door open with a resounding bang and bellowed outside, "Get lost!" In an instant, the villa fell silent. All the zombies displayed a hint of confusion, their pallid eyes staring blankly at him, utterly unable to comprehend this peculiar fellow of their own kind. "Step aside. Do not block the way." Lei Wu waved away the obstructing zombies, surveying his surroundings. He retrieved an evolution serum from his pack and, disregarding the chaos, walked into the secondary bedroom. By the time Lei Wen and Zhao Hong arrived, he had already been waiting at the alley's entrance. "How's the situation?" Zhao Hong inquired immediately after alighting from the vehicle, while Lei Wen first tossed a Desert Eagle to Lei Wu for self-defense, preempting any unforeseen circumstances. "I'm not entirely sure, but the zombies haven't surged out, and the situation remains under control." "That's good. It shouldn't be a major issue." With the assistance of the two, Lei Wu donned alloy combat boots, strapped on a tactical vest, and slung a hefty ammunition magazine across his back. Wielding a Gatling gun, he resembled a humanoid cannon once more. "As per our usual protocol, we shall first scout the terrain," Zhao Hong spoke. The three men provided cross cover and cautiously circled around the perimeter of the villa to observe. Upon noticing that one of the second-floor windows had been removed, both Lei Wen and Zhao Hong's expressions flickered. "This is bad." The window had excellent soundproofing, capable of muffling most street noises and preventing the zombies from breaking through. They would undoubtedly need to enter through the front door. Once gunfire erupted, if any zombies did not head towards the main entrance, but instead leapt out from here, it would inevitably endanger the residents of the nearby buildings. After circling around, they confirmed that only one room lacked a window. Zhao Hong devised a plan. "I'll go through the front door with Wu, using gunfire to attract the zombies. Lei Wen, you will crouch on the rooftop of the nearby house, guarding this window to prevent any zombies from bursting forth." "Understood," Lei Wen nodded. However, Lei Wu unexpectedly voiced his opinion. "Since this room has no window, why don't the three of us enter from here together?" Zhao Hong was taken aback. Lei Wen was also surprised for a moment, but a smile soon spread across his face, pleased with his younger brother's growth. Lei Wu continued, "This second floor serves as a vantage point. It is certainly better than entering through the front door. What if there's zombies above us that drop down?" Not long ago, Zhang Matzi had encountered an incident. His police recording device was made public because a room on the second floor housed 7 or 8 zombies. Prior to their mutation, they had congregated together, gambling, and consequently, all were infected. When Zhang Matzi's team opened fire on the first floor, attempting to lure the zombies to their demise, the zombies on the second floor broke through the door and descended upon them, catching everyone off guard and resulting in a tragic outcome for Zhang Matzi. After some contemplation, Lei Wen voices agreement. "This plan proposed by Xiao Wu is excellent." Although Zhao Hong was older and somewhat stubborn, he nodded in acceptance as well. "Let us proceed with Wu's method." With that, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong ascended the rooftop of the nearby house, weapons at the ready, aiming at the window, while Lei Wu, burdened with heavy equipment, made considerable noise while climbing, requiring the two to cover him to prevent any zombies from charging out. Before they approached the window, the frenzied sounds of zombies crashing and clawing at the door and walls echoed forth. A shiver ran down Lei Wu's spine. Fortunately, he had remembered to shut the door behind him earlier. Go. The three exchanged glances, and Zhao Hong unleashed a barrage from his shotgun, while Lei Wen opened fire with full force. They quickly advanced toward the window, shooting into the room. When Lei Wu stood on the windowsill, he pulled the trigger, and the mechanical whir of the 6 rotating barrels reverberated ominously. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire roared like a dragon. Spent casings cascading down like rain, the deafening sound mingling with the swirling smoke, engulfing the entire room. In an instant, the door was riddled with holes, wood splintering and blood bursting forth from behind. Countless holes perforated the walls, and within mere seconds, the structure collapsed, revealing the interior of the villa amidst the dust. As for the zombies behind the door, shattered bones and flesh flew in all directions, leaving only a gruesome array of dismembered limbs. This moment, having emptied their magazines, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong swiftly reloaded, pointing their weapons into the room. Only when Lei Wu removed the bulky iron ammunition box from it was a box wrapped in colorful paper, adorned with a ribbon tied in a bow. Lei Wu, fearing that Zhao Hong might come looking for them, hastily tore off the colorful wrapping, revealing an exquisite box inside. This. A level 3 evolution liquid? Both brothers gasped in astonishment. Lei Wu took the initiative to explain it must be a birthday gift prepared by the parents of the villa for their child. Just then, Zhao Hong's voice echoed from the hall on the first floor. Have you two finished searching? We need to leave quickly. They're coming. Lei Wu responded, swiftly opening the box, uncapping the bottle, and without further ado, forced Lei Wen to drink. In the living room on the first floor, Lei Wen's complexion turned crimson. His body ablaze as if engulfed in flames, he felt a surge of searing energy coursing through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Lei Wu was surprisingly ruthless. Fearing that his own brother might hesitate to drink, he resorted to forceful methods. Given Lei Wen's frail constitution, how could he withstand such a brutal administration? The evolution liquid was consumed too hastily, leaving Lei Wen dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet it was Lei Wu who supported him down to the first floor. Zhao Hong furrowed his brow and inquired, Wenzi, what's wrong with you? Anything amiss? Nothing, Lei Wen stammered, his teeth chattering, struggling to articulate. Lei Wu interjected, my brother found a packaging box for a level 3 evolution liquid under the bed. There was an empty bottle inside, and he poured some water into it to see if any liquid remained. Unfortunately, after drinking it, he ended up like this. Zhao Hong, believing the explanation, nodded in understanding. Many people collect empty bottles of evolution liquid. They do the same thing, and no matter how thoroughly they drink, there's always a bit left behind. So, this was the norm? Lei Wu feigned surprise, exchanging a glance with Lei Wen, both feeling a sense of relief. If Zhao Hong had probed deeper, it would have been challenging to explain the situation. When embarking on missions together, any gains should be shared to avoid harboring grudges. Selfishness and a penchant for cheap gains have been exemplified by Li Zimu's father. After discussing the matter of the compound bow, Lei Wu intended to hand Zhao Hong 20,000, but the latter waved it off, refusing. You two keep this money. I have enough on hand, and there are some valuable items in my safe worth tens of thousands. So I won't be sharing with you. Valuable items? Lei Wu was taken aback as he watched Zhao Hong pull out a vibrant blue bottle from his pocket, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. I also found an empty bottle for a level 4 evolution liquid in the safe. I just poured some water into it and was about to taste it. Lei Wu, what the hell? In that moment, Lei Wu felt his defenses crumble, his face flushing with envy. This was undoubtedly a concoction prepared by the villa's owner, securely locked in the safe, likely too precious to consume. After all, a single bottle cost 600,000. It was exorbitantly expensive. Perhaps he had refrained from drinking it for nearly a year after consuming the level 2 evolution liquid, intending to save it for later. Endless regret consumed Lei Wu. The child's forehead throbbed with veins, and his eyes reddened. After all the effort put into planning, spending his own money for Lei went to drink the level 3. He found the level 4 liquid had fallen into someone else's hands. This was no mere loss of a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was akin to losing 600,000 in cash right in front of him. How could he be so blind? Yet, the situation had been urgent. The taxi driver's speed was swift, and Zhao Hong's response was equally prompt, leaving only a matter of minutes. Lei Wu had no time to search the villa. What was more frustrating was that his cleverness had backfired. His and Lei Wen's desire for a quick gain had inadvertently provided Zhao Hong with an opportunity. Now, all he could do was swallow his bitterness. It was a complete loss. Gulp. Old Zhao downed the evolution liquid in one go, causing both brothers to tremble in sympathy. Lei Wen was already shivering, and this act shattered him physically and mentally. His entire being shook like a sieve, yet he could only suppress his urge to curse. Feeling as if he were about to lose his mind, Lei Wu's face turned a deep shade of red, frustration boiling within him like flames, and wisps of steam seemed to rise from his head. His hair nearly standing on end, he vowed that in the future, if there were any bargains to be had, he would seize them. Yet before doing so, he must first find the substantial gains to pocket. Only then would he share the minor benefits with others, that if such a situation were to arise again, he would endure the same torment. After all, it was his own cleverness that led to this predicament. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Hong coughed violently a few times, having consumed too much too quickly. Struggling to stand up, he chose to sit cross-legged on the carpet, saying, "Wu Zi, do me a favor and burn the packaging for the evolution liquid from the basement, lest the owner's relatives come looking for us." Lei Wu suppressed his inner turmoil, helping Lei Wen sit down, his expression dark as he made his way to the basement. He returned to the second-floor guest room and incinerated the packaging for the Level 3 liquid as well. By the time the two had digested the events, it was already evening. Both Lei Wu and Zhao Hong appeared flushed, their eyes sparkling, their spirits greatly rejuvenated. Zhao Hong cheerfully tidied up the equipment. Teasing, "Wenzi, that bottle of yours is quite the treasure. When I have money tomorrow, I'll stop doing anything else and just collect bottles of evolution liquid from the market. Your bottle is even more impressive. Level 4 evolution liquid. I can hardly dare to dream of it." Lei Wen licked his parched lips, completely unaware that his bottle of evolution liquid had been purchased by Lei Wu, believing he had not lost out on this venture. Feeling he had earned just as much as old Zhao, Lei Wu bore his unspoken grievances silently, maintaining a stern facade during the journey back to the precinct, not affording Zhao Hong a pleasant expression. Old Zhao, aware that he had taken a significant advantage, understood that if it weren't for this fortunate turn of events, he would have struggled to keep the evolution liquid for himself. Driving amicably, he sought to appease. "Next time there is something good, you can pick first. Wu Zi, I want to compete with you for anything under 50,000, just as Lei Wu was about to retort with sarcasm. Lei Wen turned and shot him a warning glance, gesturing with his mouth in a knife shape. Last time, when he acquired the black knife and a substantial sum of cash, although it was due to his own prowess, he had also benefited from Zhao Hong's generosity, for that knife alone was worth over $1 million. Now that the black knife was in Lei Wu's possession, Zhao Hong had only received a mere 10,000 from the 100,000 cash, leaving him feeling as though he had lost his shirt. Today, this incident could be seen as a way to repay that favor, ensuring that he would not feel indebted for over a year. Recalling that magnificent black knife brought a sense of relief to Lei Wu. Once he elevated the Golden Bell shield and the flying whirlwind to a surreal martial art, he was determined to master a blade technique, infusing pure, potent inner energy into the black knife, likely enabling him to achieve the legendary sword Qi that could cleave rivers asunder, reminiscent of the formidable Niefeng. With a single sweep, the blade could stretch for 10 zhong, commanding the heavens and the earth. Now that would be truly invincible. Feeling elated, Lei Wu discarded his earlier displeasure, calmly stating, "Then it's settled. Next time, all items under 50,000 will be mine." Agreed. Zhao Hong readily accepted. Feeling a weight lift from his chest, thought, in truth, compared to the level 4 evolution liquid, he valued the harmony of their team more and the brothers' opinions of him. Over the years, he had come to regard Lei Wen and Lei Wu as his own children. While not his biological sons, they were certainly akin to adopted ones, as long as matters did not pertain to life and death. He was more than willing to make concessions. When they visited the Yijing villa, he had already devised a distribution plan before acquiring the black knife and cash. The black knife was non-negotiable. He would not part with it for anyone. To possess such a legendary blade was a dream every man harbored. However, he had never considered hoarding the 1 million in cash for himself, planning to keep 200,000 and distribute the remaining 800,000 to the brothers. Old Zhao understood that his survival to this day was entirely due to the life-saving grace of their fathers. While he projected an image of carefree nonchalance, seemingly ungrateful, he secretly cherished the kindness from years past. Lacking the means or opportunity to repay, he held this debt close to his heart, valuing the bond they shared. He certainly did not wish for a mere bottle of evolution liquid to sever ties with the brothers. Upon returning to the precinct and returning the equipment, Zhao Hong headed straight home. Lei Wen, too fatigued to continue with his part-time job, accompanied Lei Wu back to their dormitory and collapsed in a bed. The frequency of missions had been overwhelming lately, and the entire team was feeling the strain. Just recently, an officer had expressed a desire to resign, unwilling to continue living a life on the edge of danger. Sun Fei had delayed the approval, stating that if anyone wished to resign, they must first recommend a suitable successor. Times had changed in the past 2 years. Being a police officer was a coveted position, with many vying for the opportunity to serve in public office. Now, with daily missions, they had become akin to a band of death-seeking warriors, their welfare and treatment woefully inadequate, scaring away even the boldest among them in essence, everyone who became a police officer did so to make a living. Undertaking a mission every 10 days or so, slaying a few zombies for thrills, had its charm. Yet if they were to engage in actual combat daily, it felt as if they were perpetually on the battlefield. Aside from the 3 individuals in Team 6, the morale of the other teams has long since dissipated. As for those 3 in Team 6, one is a zombie who can cheat death, treating missions as mere child's play and merely stepping out for amusement. Another has succumbed to the intoxicating allure of wealth, becoming overly exhilarated at the mention of a mission, eagerly anticipating chaos in the affluent districts so he can reap the benefits. The last one, however, remains enigmatic, secretly honing his skills and viewing each mission as a rigorous trial, relentlessly pushing his limits. As long as he survives, he will exert himself to the utmost. Thus, days pass monotonously. Lei Wu's life is regimented, soaking in baths, trimming his nails, grinding his teeth, undertaking missions, and watching martial arts dramas in an endless cycle. Until one day, a sensational piece of news shattered the already fragile spirits of the extermination team. It has been confirmed that the recent widespread viral outbreak originated from an 8th-level zombie that somehow breached the protective barrier and infiltrated the city. Each Bay City is encircled by towering walls, standing 100 meters high, fortified by electrified fences and massive spiral axes bristling with iron spikes, operating incessantly like a meat grinder. Should an army of zombies attack, these spiral axes will roll against the walls, cleansing the undead like a brush. Furthermore, powerful patrols from the city defense camp and formidable laser weaponry enhance the city's defenses, aptly referred to as the Heaven's Curtain. While no one knows how the 8th-level zombie managed to enter, they all recognize that encountering such a creature during missions is merely a matter of time. I quit. An officer threw his combat vest onto the table, prompting Lei Wu to look up and see Zhengge, the captain of Team 4. Last month, Team 4 had ventured into the affluent district for a mission, only to confront a mutated 5th-level homeowner, resulting in the loss of 2 members. The subsequent release of the recorded footage revealed the harrowing scene. Those 2 team members held onto the legs of the zombie, sacrificing themselves to ensure the retreat of their comrades. Even as they were torn apart, exposing their shattered bones, they did not relent. The brutality of that moment left everyone in stunned silence. Ultimately, it was the security team that intervened, using an anti-material sniper rifle to eliminate the zombie that had lunged from the villa, allowing 4 team members to survive. However, they found no joy in their survival, only profound guilt and remorse. Destined to live in anguish for the rest of their days, in the ensuing month, the morale of Team 4 plummeted, rendering them unable to undertake missions. Sun Fei, exasperated, had no choice but to grant them a month-long leave. Just 2 days back at work, and with the specter of the 8th-level zombie looming, how could these officers continue? We quit too. With Zhengge leading the charge, the remaining 3 team members stripped off their gear and slammed it down on the table to express their stance. The officers from other teams averted their gazes to the floor, unable to persuade or even dare to intervene, contemplating whether they should continue in this line of work. Hearing the commotion, Sun Fei emerged from his office, his expression dark as he surveyed the scene. You 4, come to my office. Let us have a calm discussion. If, after our conversation, you still wish to resign, I won't stand in your way. There's nothing to discuss. Zhengge flatly rejected. I'm done. and you're no longer my superior. Sunday, given my age and experience, I've shown you enough respect by not calling you little son. The veteran officers held little respect for Sun Fei's conduct. He engaged in nepotism, misappropriated funds, falsified officer lists, devised schemes to pocket salaries, and even deducted their wages, essentially skinning them alive week after week. Team 6 was down to just 3 members, and after the death of Zhang Matzi, Team 9 also dwindled to 5.to this day. Replacements had yet to be made, with Sun Fei negotiating with 4 retired veterans from the city defense camp to secure positions for them, allowing them to collect a third of their salary while doing nothing. The remaining 2/3 naturally lined Sun Fei's pockets. He indulged in excess while his team members suffered. How could he still have the audacity to speak with them? Talk about what? Jing muttered under his breath as he began to gather his belongings, intent on leaving. Sun Fei's expression darkened, contemplating a threat against the 4, but merely moved his lips. You think you can just quit without filing a report? You hold the Eastern Division in contempt. The entire Jiang City is dominated by the 4 major divisions. With just a word from me, you 4 won't just struggle to find new jobs. Even begging on the streets will see you shunned. However, he could only harbor these thoughts to avoid exacerbating the situation and prompting other team members to resign as well. Zhang, I advise you not to act impulsively. Are you unaware of the 8th level zombie? I certainly am well informed. The city defense camp has already dispatched powerful forces to hunt down that zombie, and several major corporations are involved in maintaining order in the city. This is a matter beyond our extermination team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gui paused in his packing, the oppressive atmosphere in the office easing slightly. Seizing the moment, Sun Fei continued, I understand that everyone has been under immense strain lately. The higher-ups are aware of your hardships. They've decided to raise all salaries by 500 and implement a more reasonable system. As he noticed all eyes turning towards him, Sun Fei spoke with confidence. Previously, everyone received a fixed salary with no rewards for additional missions. Starting next month, in addition to your base salary, there will be performance bonuses linked to the frequency of missions and the difficulty of exterminating zombies. The harder you work, the more you earn. The brave will prosper first. The office, once steeped in despair, suddenly buzzed with energy. Point one officer could not contain his curiosity. How is the performance bonus calculated? Last month, our team took down a 5th level zombie. How much will that yield? We go on missions every day. It's as if we're being worked like nuclear-powered pack animals. Surely we should earn a few thousand more. Right? Everyone, quiet. Sun Fei was pleased with their reactions, raising his hands to silence them. He turned to Jingui and said, I'll discuss the specifics with old Zhang, who will represent you. Afterward, you can inquire with him. With that, Sun Fei strode into his office, secretly relishing his triumph. You think I can't manage you? Sun Fei's maneuver left Zhang Gui in a precarious position, robbing him of his anger. Reluctantly, he entered the office with the other 3 team members. The office of the department head was quite close to Lei Wu's workspace, the door slightly ajar, allowing intermittent sounds to filter out. Sun Fei began by discussing the performance bonuses, successfully stirring interest in the 4. Ensuring they were unlikely to leave, he then shifted gears, reprimanding Zhang Jiyu, I'd over 50. You still act so impulsively. It's utterly reckless. Don't you have a family to support? Aren't you considering your son as future? If you shed this uniform and switch jobs in such chaotic times, how can you guarantee your family won't be victimized? Zhang Gui's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he remained silent, unwilling to retort. After his reprimand, Sun Fei went on to inspire them, conducting a thorough brainwashing session. The current welfare in the department is excellent. That's why you should stay if the conditions were poor. Would you truly abandon your posts? He continued, remember, you are police officers. You took an oath before joining. You owe it to the citizens and to the badge on your chest. You bear the responsibility of maintaining order in Jiang City. If you leave, the public will face the threat of zombies, living, breathing lives that include your friends and family. Even if you are receiving a salary, does that mean you lack the will to act heroically? The 4 listened attentively, not daring to interject. It wasn't until Sun Fei's voice grew hoarse that he glanced at his watch and gestured for them to leave, and only then did Jingui and the others exit the office with their tails between their legs. Lei Wu found it amusing, even without witnessing Sun Fei's performance. The image of Sun Fei reprimanding others was vividly etched in his mind. Tob Fair Sun, the section chief, possessed a modicum of leadership acumen. He knew how to wield a stick and offer a reward, a skill not to be underestimated. At least he didn't merely discuss salaries while they spoke of ideals. He balanced the two, making it clear that while money was scarce, sentiments were plentiful. Before long, Sun Fei, briefcase in hand, head held high, strolled out of the office with the swagger of a victorious general. The moment he left, the office descended into chaos. Zhao Hong rushed forward, inquiring, "Old Zheng, tell us how the performance bonus is calculated." For each mission, there's an additional 100 for every first-level zombie killed, another 100, 500 for second level, 1,000 for third level, 2,000 for fourth level, 5,000 for fifth level, and so forth. That I asked at it. The crowd fell into a state of stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that the performance bonuses were so meager. Zhao Hong's face was a mask of disappointment, and he lost all desire to continue listening. The team members had harbored great hopes for this reform, eagerly anticipating substantial rewards, and just moments ago, some had even quietly speculated that each member should receive at least 50,000 for the formidable fifth-level zombie taken down by Team 4, with the fallen comrades deserving a doubled compensation of 100,000. Instead, the rewards amounted to a mere tenth of those expectations, leaving everyone disillusioned and feeling that the performance bonus was utterly meaningless. Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, crossing his arms as he remarked, "Having something is better than nothing. This treatment is already a significant improvement for us. While it may not rival the salaries of those high-earning white-collar workers making over 10,000 a month, it certainly surpasses that of the city defense camp." The mortality rate of the zombie extermination team was high, and the city defense camp was hardly better off, as they faced waves of zombie hordes assaulting the city regularly. An onslaught that the heavens themselves could not fend off. The infection did not solely afflict humans. Animals and birds were also carriers, moving in swarms that posed an even greater threat than the zombies themselves. A few years ago, a massive swarm of mutated bats darkened the sky, prompting all soldiers of the city defense camp to mount a defense. They hardly engaged in combat. The mere passage of the bat swarm resulted in the immediate deaths of over 1,000 men. Their bodies gnawed to the bone, with countless others infected by the virus. That scene was truly harrowing. Team 4 had only lost 2 members, yet they were already reluctant to continue. Their resolve was so fragile that had they been in the city defense camp, they would have fled long ago. The group contemplated their circumstances, realizing that while this compensation was inadequate, it would suffice to support their families, making it a relatively high income within Jiangcheng, which gradually eased their discontent and instead sparked gossip. "I heard the bureau is strapped for cash. Sun Fei hasn't received his salary in months. How could they suddenly afford to increase our compensation?" One voiced, "Why relative works in the finance department and hasn't mentioned any funding from above." Another added, "Is Sun Fei trying to pull a fast one on us?" The murmurs of suspicion regarding the pay raise circulated among the group. Only a few from Team 4's side, feeling somewhat disheartened. Zhang Gui shook his head and sighed. "Sun Fei isn't deceiving us. The performance bonus is indeed real, and it's not funded by the bureau." Zhao Hong asked in confusion, "Then where does this money come from?" Old Zheng replied, "The wool comes from a sheep." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. Zhang Gui clarified, "Our performance bonuses come from the reporters." Upon hearing this, many team members suddenly understood. But a few still asked in disbelief, "Is it really possible for the reporters to pay us? What's impossible about that?" Zhao Hong, quick-witted, replied coolly, "Previously the bureau covered our mission expenses, but now the rules have changed. If the property management of a community calls the police, then the management will bear the cost. If it's a civilian report, then the civilians will need to pay. In short, everything will be priced transparently. Whoever reports pays." The crowd fell silent, stunned by the notion. Li Zimu quietly inquired, "So, does that mean that the impoverished citizens won't even be able to afford to slay zombies?" Zhao Hong, with a stern expression, nodded. "That is indeed the logic. Henceforth, the people in the slums are not entitled to report." A heavy silence enveloped the group, their emotions a tangled mess that up until today, they had all been public servants, and while their enthusiasm for missions had waned, Their roles as police officers had endowed them with a sense of social responsibility, a duty to exterminate zombies and protect the populace, for how could they wear this uniform otherwise? However, the introduction of this performance bonus seemed to extinguish their sense of mission and fervor, converting their noble intentions into a mere pursuit of monetary gain, eroding their remaining sense of social justice. From now on, it was only those with money who would be saved, while the destitute would be left to perish. Damn it! Zhao Hong's frustration boiled over, and he cursed vehemently, feeling that earning money in this way was truly shameful and disgraceful in a time when society was already in decline and chaos reigned. Even as the police force struggled to maintain order amidst rampant violence and theft, being an officer still held an element of honor. Yet now, the badge on their chests felt more like a decorative trinket devoid of significance. If I can't claim this performance bonus, I'd rather stick to my meager salary. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth, casting a hopeful glance at his comrades, wishing for their solidarity in abolishing Sun Fei's performance bonus. Unfortunately, as he scanned the room, only Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Li Zimu echoed his sentiments, while the rest remained unresponsive. The atmosphere in the office grew stifling. The members were caught in a bind, neither here nor there, compelled to maintain silence. Everyone had dependents, parents above and children below, and they needed to earn a living. Relying solely on their meager salaries barely sufficed for themselves, let alone for their families. In contrast, Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Li Zimu were all young, in their early 20s, their youthful passion and sense of justice still intact. For them, the performance bonus held little importance, but for the others, ideals wouldn't put food on the table. Zhao Hong surveyed the room, feeling a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Forget it. Let us just say I didn't say anything. Old Zhao is getting old, my mind overheated, and I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, brothers. He clasped his fists in apology to the group and offered a grateful glance to Lei Wen and Lei Wu, before giving a slight nod to Li Zimu to TO him. It seemed that the two brothers were merely trying to spare him embarrassment. After all, they were a team, and in critical moments, unity was essential. Even if the brothers were struggling financially, the performance bonus was significant to them. As for Li Zimu, Zhao Hong assumed he was merely caught up in the moment, his sense of justice flaring up briefly. Yet, it was also possible that he had simply followed Lei Wu's lead. Regardless, Zhao Hong's impression of Li Zimu had shifted slightly to it was then that Zheng Gui spoke up. Zhao Gu, your perspective is understood by everyone that we joined the zombie extermination team, not just for the title, but also because this uniform, albeit shiny, still carries a semblance of mission. The sudden absence of that sense will be difficult for us all to adjust to. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. From now on, we'll be no different than those who bow for a meager wage. Akin to those security companies, whoever pays, we served at in the future. We won't dare to claim we are from the zombie extermination team. We are no longer deserving of the respect of the common people. And we shall keep our mouths shut. Starting tomorrow, I'll be just another worker, blending in at the factory, not serving the public but only myself, Liu Er declared. The officers engaged in self-deprecation, their remaining sense of benevolence and duty to protect the citizens gradually eroded by their collective resignation to their new reality. That night, with the exception of the two teams on duty, the remaining members drank themselves into a stupor, as if bidding farewell to their past. Under the encouragement of the crowd, Lei Wu, despite his discomfort, consumed a significant amount and ultimately could no longer hold back, raising his glass and exclaiming, "What the hell is the difference between this and horse piss?" The crowd erupted into hearty laughter, swaying as they reveled in the rare sight of an honest man losing his temper, delighting in the spectacle. Yet, only Lei Wu was aware that the alcohol in his mouth tasted no different from urine. It was truly a harsh assault on his throat. Moreover, the aftereffects were intense, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented. Ultimately, it was Lei Wen who assisted him back to the dormitory, in a haze of semi-consciousness. Lei Wu lay on his bed, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, yet his spirit was exuberant, as if he had transformed into the protagonist of a martial arts drama. 3 parts of his vitality were drawn from the essence of life, while 7 parts depended on the mastery of truth and the agility of his legs to evade reality. Witness my performance as I expend a point of cultivation. You, a novice in the art of swift movement. Follow the chaotic methods found online, yet make no progress. Having consumed the 10th point, you adhere to online prescriptions, soaking in medicinal baths each night, only to find your skin nearly rotting to tea the 20th point. Use self-study pharmacology, continuously refining your formulas and techniques, only to be poisoned, leaving your legs crippled. Waves of excruciating pain surged through Lei Wu, causing his body to convulse as fine cracks appeared on his legs. Spreading like a spider's web. At the 30th point, your ailment becomes incurable, with symptoms worsening. By the 50th point, your heart feels extinguished. You should not have trusted the internet and can only cling to a final glimmer of hope. Frantically accumulating points, consuming 100 points, you find yourself in dire straits. Yet you persist in your training. The agony torments your body, but cannot shake your spirit of seeking the path. Point one day. While soaking in a medicinal bath, a sudden epiphany strikes you, prompting an improvement in one of the herbs, granting you unparalleled comfort, akin to drinking from a divine spring, expending another 100 points, with the aid of the secret formula. All toxins dissipate from your body, healing your ravaged form, allowing you to practice the swift movement as if aided by divine intervention. Before long, you could traverse mountains and valleys with the ease of walking on flat ground, bounding lightly as a nimble feline. Ding! You no longer possess 100 cultivation points. What a farce! The following day, Lei Wu awoke with a splitting headache, clutching his head as he sat up. In the next moment, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to throw off the blanket and glance at his legs. Upon confirming they were intact, without a single crack, he let out a sigh of relief that it was all a dream. However, as he shook his head and fully regained consciousness, he discovered that the virtual panel before him had indeed changed. Level 2 mutated zombie. Punching power 3508 kg. Speed 41 ms. Stamina 1 year for months 11 days. Spirit 26. Cultivation points 98, increased by 1 daily. Martial arts, golden bell shield, mastered. Swift movement, mastered. Diamond crushing palm, beginner. Did I really level up to 2 after a single night's sleep? A glance at the panel elicited a bitter smile from Lei Wu. Last night was not a dream. In a drunken stupor, he had squandered 250 cultivation points, yet failed to elevate the swift movement into a super reality martial art, a thought that made him want to spit blood. Fortunately, the toxins had strengthened his will and solidified his beliefs, significantly enhancing his spirit, just enough to surpass the 25-point threshold required for level 2, making all those cultivation points not entirely in vain. To this day, he had ways to increase his punching power, speed, and even stamina. Yet, when it came to enhancing his spirit, he found himself at a loss. He had already scoured the internet for methods to cultivate the spirit, all of which were super reality martial arts. The most reliable ways to improve are meditation, studying, and self-cultivation, none of which contributed to accumulating points. Let me, if a zombie, engage in such activities, Lei Wu scoffed, promptly purchasing over 100 books online. From this day forth, he vowed to become a diligent scholar and a devoted meditator, believing that one day, even a zombie could ascend to immortality. With his hopeful vision in mind, Lei Wu began trimming his nails, soaking in the bath, and grinding his teeth. Finally, he spritzed himself with men's cologne to mask the barely perceptible odor emanating from him. This habit was born from a recent mission, where a wealthy individual S-dog had recoiled in terror at his presence, its legs trembling with fear. The crowd assumed it was his imposing figure and the bloodshed he had witnessed in his line of work that instilled such dread. Yet, only Lei Wu understood that the dog's keen nose had detected the faint scent of decay on him. From that moment on, he chewed gum perpetually, developed a fondness for tea, adored cologne, and even added spices to his bath, treating himself as if he were a delicacy, hoping to obscure his scent. Thus, Lei Wu became increasingly meticulous in his habits. Until this day, on this day, nothing unusual transpired. He reported to work as usual. Wuzi, good morning. Uncle Zheng, good morning. They exchanged greetings, settled into their respective workstations, and soon commenced another day of exchanging banter, playing cards, and engaging in games of chance. Since Sun Fei had altered the rules, imposing a fee for the zombie extermination team as services, the frequency of their missions had sharply declined. The upside was that the property management in the neighborhood rarely exploited them as free labor, as they were now capable of handling zombies on their own. The downside was that the impoverished populace had lost their last line of defense, leading to public disdain for the extermination team, with some daring individuals even splattering paint on their vehicles and vandalizing the precinct's walls. Being a police officer without serving the people was less appealing than returning home to sell sweet potatoes. Last night's large characters on the wall weighed heavily on the team's hearts, yet they could only endure in silence, lamenting the trials of earning their wages. However, the team soon acclimated to this new reality. Many members shed their previous lethargy, becoming particularly proactive in their missions, eager to earn more to improve their families' living conditions. As for the hardships faced by the populace, they resigned themselves to suffering. Everyone was just an ordinary person, without any background or support, struggling at the brink of poverty, their own lives in disarray, leaving no energy to concern themselves with the plight of the masses. With a collective sense of self-comfort, they accepted the reality. Since the last time Zhao Hong acted impulsively and Lei Zimu sided with him, their relationship had suddenly grown close, often sharing a table in the cafeteria. Just after finishing lunch, Zhao Hong plopped down beside Lei Wu, toothpick in mouth, feigning interest in a movie they were watching, but casually asked Wuzi, "What do you think of Lei Zimu?" Lei Wu was taken aback. Was this akin to asking about the aroma of fried dough sticks when one already knew the answer? If he thought poorly of Lei Zimu, would he still want to spend every day with him? "He's all right," Lei Wu replied ambiguously, prompting Zhao to roll his eyes in frustration, thinking, "When did you become so cunning? Weren't you just eager to invite him to join the team? Why the sudden vagueness?" "My opinion doesn't matter." Lei Wu shook his head, stating, "Uncle Hong, you're the team leader. It's your call." Zhao Hong gritted his teeth in irritation, finding this lad increasingly difficult to deal with, as if he had transformed into a seasoned trickster. Yet, considering the situation, it made sense. One brother had consumed a level 3 evolution liquid, while the other had somehow procured money to drink a level 2 potion. Not only would their physical attributes strengthen, but their minds would also develop to some extent. It was only natural they would become more astute, particularly since Lei Wu had been regularly taking expensive mental medications to treat dementia. Spending all his savings and salary on these drugs, there had to be some effect. Seeing he could not elicit a satisfactory response, Zhao Hong directly laid his cards on the table. "I'll ask you plainly. Do you agree to let Lei Zimu join the team? Does my brother agree?" His reply mirrored yours, letting me decide. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Now I agree to let Lei Zimu join the team." "Do you concur?" Lei Wu, showing courtesy, nodded. "Since Uncle Hong agrees, then I agree as well." "Good. You haven't disappointed me." Zhao Hong gleefully patted Lei Wu on the shoulder, then suddenly shifted the conversation. "Unfortunately, even though we agreed, I also spoke with the captain of Group 9, Lu Er, and Lei Zimu is unwilling to come." Lei Wu was left bewildered. "Why not?" Zhao Hong, equally perplexed, furrowed his brows. He said he has grown accustomed to staying in Group 9. During missions, he just needs to follow behind and blend in, receiving performance rewards without exerting effort, living quite comfortably. He doesn't wish to change teams. Lei Wu was speechless that, if it were selfish, lazy old rogue nearing retirement, such behavior wouldn't be surprising. Yet, at just 20 years of age, who wouldn't aspire to achieve something significant and earn the respect of those around them? To lie down and waste the days away is certainly not his style. Moreover, as Lei Wu is aware, Lei Zimu has been in Group 9 for nearly 2 years and has yet to integrate into the small collective. While El and the others go out to sing, dance, and socialize, indulging in card games and idle chatter, they never invite Lei Zimu, lest he disrupts the atmosphere. Being ostracized yet still willing to remain in Group 9 defies all logic. Perhaps this is the solution. Zhao Hong pondered for a moment and suggested, "Wu Zi, you have a good rapport with Lei Zimu, and you often converse with him. Please try to persuade him for me." Not long ago, during a mission, a zombie had been hiding in a wardrobe, and when Zhao Hong burst through the door, he nearly got injured. It was Lei Wen's quick reflexes that saved the day, as he shot the zombie in the head. Since that day, Zhao Hong has come to appreciate the advantages of having a larger group, with 6 individuals and 6 pairs of eyes to cover each other. Regardless of which direction the zombies emerge from, they can respond with composure. Even if the others are not particularly skilled or quick to react, having more people to support one another is always beneficial. Nowadays, the tasks of breaching and storming the doors are primarily handled by him and Lei Wen. Should an unexpected situation arise, his risk of death skyrockets to 50%. However, if it were a group of 6, Zhao Hong would feel far more secure. He considers himself fortunate and believes that such misfortune could not possibly befall him. As for why Lei Wu does not lead the charge, it can only be said that having a brother like Lei Wen is a treasure. As long as Lei Wen is around, Lei Wu will never have the chance to be on the front lines. Gradually, they developed a tacit understanding. Whenever spoils were distributed, Zhao Hong would take a bit more while the brothers feigned ignorance. And old Zhao ceased to concern himself with who had charged ahead more often, as it was typically he and Lei Wen who alternated. After some contemplation, Lei Wu agreed. All right, I will speak with Li Zimu shortly. But Hong Shu, do not harbor too much hope. Why not? This time, it was Zhao Hong who was puzzled. Lei Wu slowly replied, my brother has remarked that Li Zimu is rather enigmatic. He is difficult to see through. Individuals like him often possess extreme personalities and stubborn minds, making communication challenging and altering their views even more so. This, Zhao Hong was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized Lei Wen's words held considerable truth. Li Zimu did indeed exude a rather unwelcoming aura. This was also the reason he initially rejected Li Zimu's entry into the team. However, times have changed, regardless of whether he is warm or aloof. As long as he can get along with him, be trusted, and not betray his comrades, that suffices, and no one is perfect. Everyone is flawed in one way or another. If one were to nitpick, they would find themselves friendless for life. Wu Zi, please have a conversation with him, but if, after your discussion, he remains unwilling to join Group 6, then I, old Zhao, will have done my utmost, and I shall honor this bond. Hong Shu, your righteousness is commendable. Lei Wu raised his thumb, feeling a newfound respect for old Zhao's approach to relationships. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks before Lei Wu turned to see Li Zimu sitting alone in the far corner of the smoke-filled office. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Hong and then made his way towards Li Zimu. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Li Zimu looked up and smiled at him. Just as the alarm in the office suddenly blared. Group 9, it's your turn for a mission. Sun Fei called out from the office of the department head. Group 6, 7, and 8 prepare for reinforcement. Having been in the zombie extermination team for nearly 4 years and having gone on countless missions, Lei Wu had never witnessed Sun Fei simultaneously dispatch multiple groups. After a shout, the entire office fell silent. The card player stood up, turning to look. Lei Wen had been dozing with his head on the table. And upon seeing the commotion, Zhao Hong quickly patted his shoulder. We have a mission. Wake up! Revitalized, Lei Wen sprang to his feet, only to see Sun Fei, who usually focused solely on assigning tasks without inquiring about specific actions. Now, wearing a serious expression that a collective infection event has occurred at Xingham Middle School, and Jiangcheng Television is preparing for live coverage. The school initially wanted to mobilize the city defense camp. But I have secured this opportunity for all of you. Sun Fei scanned the crowd, his voice low. I know you have been feeling down lately. While performance bonuses are appealing, the money feels rather unethical, as officers have become a profit-driven group, degrading the moral standards of society. Therefore, this mission is of a public welfare nature, and there will be no attendance rewards. However, I still hope you will participate, and we must showcase the prowess of our zombie extermination team, emphasizing our professionalism, sense of duty, top-tier capabilities, and exceptional teamwork, so that the citizens of Jiangcheng can witness our team's grandeur. Is there anyone unwilling to go? After Sun Fei's inquiry, everyone for groups 6, 7, 8, and 9 shouted in unison, no. Their voices were resolute, nearly shaking the roof off. Sun Fei nodded with satisfaction. This time, I will personally take charge as the overall commander. And I hope each of you can display your most courageous side on camera. Upon hearing they would be on television, even Lei Wu felt a twinge of excitement. However, Lei Wen nudged him with his elbow. Remember to wear your mask during the mission. Don't show your face. Understood. Lei Wu nodded as always, never questioning. Lei Wen whispered an explanation. Showing your face is not a good idea. If others recognize you, it could lead to complications in the future. Lei Wu paused, somewhat understanding, and committed the advice to memory. Wealth that comes easily is often ill-gotten. It may stem from robbery or theft, and to avoid future repercussions, one must ensure that others do not recognize them, as the saying goes. Secrecy leads to success, while words can betray. It is essential to enter quietly, avoid drawing attention, and maintain discretion in both speech and appearance. As Lei Wu pondered these thoughts, he heard Sun Fei muttering a few more words before the crowd dispersed to don their gear. Before long, a convoy of police vehicles roared out of the precinct, careening down the bustling highway towards Xinghe Middle School. The front vehicle was packed with people, while Li Zimu, perceptively, chose to sit in the back with members of Group 6. Zhao Hong was at the wheel, and Lei Wen sat in the passenger seat, meticulously cleaning his submachine gun and checking his equipment. Meanwhile, Lei Wu and Li Zimu engaged in casual conversation. Muz, how much did you earn last month? Not much, 5,800. Since the introduction of performance bonuses, the department had not delayed salaries. They speculated that with each mission, the department took a significant cut, leaving the team with less than a third of the total earnings. A public institution turned into a profit-driven intermediary seemed absurd. You only earned 5,008? That's not right. I received 6,001. Lei Wu queried in confusion. Your group ranked second in zombie eliminations among the 9 groups last month. How could your pay be less than ours in Group 6? Air deducted our pay. What do you mean? Lei Wu sat up straight, and Zhao Hong and Lei Wen perked up their ears. Li Zimu explained, he intends to deduct 1,000 from us each month to establish some kind of Group 9 fund that in the future, if any team member becomes disabled or dies, this fund will provide compensation. This, Lei Wu was taken aback. Wasn't this akin to old-fashioned accident insurance? Jiangcheng had seen financial groups dabble in insurance, but in these chaotic times, trust among individuals was scarce. Even major financial groups lacked credibility in the eyes of the public, making insurance difficult to develop. Times have changed. Placing one's money in the hands of others, hoping they would cover one's losses in case of an accident, is sheer folly. Li Zimu sighed. Honestly, I don't want to contribute to this fund. My mother passed away early, and my father's gone too. I'm all alone. That if something happens to me, who would this money go to? Lei Wu's intellect had returned to a mature level, yet his straightforward nature remained unchanged as he replied bluntly. Then just ask him for your money back. Forget it. If I were to demand it back, I truly wouldn't be able to stay in Group 9. Li Zimu shook his head. Actually, for the past 2 years, my salary has come from merely tagging along with others. Contributing to the team is only fair. Besides, I don't have many expenses. I don't need to support a family. Your awareness is commendable. After listening for a while, Zhao Hong finally spoke up, contemplating the possibility of establishing a Group 6 insurance. While no one wishes for accidents to occur, misfortune is often beyond one's control. IT may be wise to set aside some funds now, just in case disaster strikes in the future. IT is fortunate to possess such a sum of money. In truth, LV Air exhibits considerable foresight and embodies the sense of responsibility expected of a leader. Zhao Hong spoke slowly. Over the years, he has accumulated a substantial fortune and consumed level 4 evolution liquid, placing him firmly at the pinnacle of strength within your Group 9. That the likelihood of him encountering misfortune is significantly lower than that of you level 1 and level 2 team members. Moreover, in a few years, he will be able to retire safely. Why deducting this 1,000 each month? He is effectively subsidizing you, providing a safety net for your team. Li Zimu remained silent, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Noticing the lack of response, Zhao Hong refrained from elaborating further and continued to drive in silence. Having spent time together, he had grown accustomed to Li Zimu's reclusive nature. Today was already a rarity. As the boy had shared a couple of sincere thoughts, the siren blared incessantly, and soon they approached Xinghe Community, adjacent to the renowned Xinghe Middle School. Just as they were about to disembark, Li Zimu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Brother Wu, may I ask you a favor?" "What favor?" "In the event of my unfortunate demise, should I contract the virus, would you grant me a swift end, allowing me to depart with dignity?" Lei Wu halted, incredulous that Li Zimu would broach such a topic. My father met a pitiful end, captured by zombies with no one willing to alleviate his suffering. I do not wish to follow in his footsteps. This Before Lei Wu could respond, Sun Fei had already called the group to line up. The two could not afford to continue their conversation and hurried forward. The weight of the matter left Lei Wu's mind in disarray, struggling to concentrate. Observing his brother's heavy heart, Lei Wen cast a questioning glance and elbowed Lei Wu, prompting him to straighten up and attentively listen to Sun Fei's briefing. The virus-infected zones were primarily located in classrooms 101 and 102, while classroom 103 was also suspected of having mutated students. However, this room was a chemistry lab, 5 times larger than a typical classroom, with a storage room inside. The surveillance equipment had fallen into disrepair over the years, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether any students had mutated or how many individuals remained in the lab. The school had a security team, whose firepower was not inferior to that of the extermination team. However, due to the large number of students, they could only strive to maintain order, eliminating zombies that broke free to prevent the situation from escalating. As for rescue missions and assault operations, the school preferred to rely on the specialized extermination team. After all, these children were the school's benefactors, and any incidents, even minor ones, would prompt parents to demand explanations. Should any student miraculously survive, only to be accidentally killed by the security team, the parents would surely raise a ruckus. While Sun Fei spoke, a camera from Jiangshan TV focused on him, capturing his profile at a precise 45-degree angle, rendering him exceptionally handsome and imposing, leaving one to wonder if he had slipped some funds to the station in advance. "I am formulating the action plan," Sun Fei declared, his voice resonant and authoritative. "Group 7 will handle classroom 101. Group 8 will take on classroom 102, and Group 9 has the heaviest task, to assault the 103 chemistry lab. Additionally, Group 6 will secure the corridors outside the classrooms, remaining on standby to reinforce the other 3 groups." After a brief pause, Sun Fei emphasized, "When you undertake missions, you must prioritize your own safety before breaching doors, often firing a volley without even glancing first. However, this time you must refrain from indiscriminate gunfire, especially Group 9. Ensure the safety of the students." "Understood." LV Air and the others felt the weight of the responsibility, but with the camera rolling, they could only muster the courage to comply. "Check your gear, earpieces, await my command, and swiftly eliminate all zombies." With that, Sun Fei, shouldering an anti-material sniper rifle, surged forth like a charging tiger to the base of the library opposite room 103. Under the watchful lens, he displayed agility reminiscent of a monkey, effortlessly climbing up the stairs to the 3rd floor, positioning his sniper rifle to aim at the 3 classrooms below. The onlookers were left speechless. And Zhao Hong, in frustration, turned off his earpiece and muttered, "Only you can show off your skills." What was intended to be a collective rescue operation had turned into a solo hero's performance, with the camera fixated solely on Sun Fei, leaving little room for the contributions of the other team members. "All teams, swiftly take your positions," came Sun Fei's voice through the earpiece, and the group stifled their dissatisfaction, covering each other with their weapons as they advanced towards the 3 classrooms. Zhao Hong and Lei Wen provided support on either side of the classrooms. Lei Wu stood 10 meters away on the playground, bearing a hefty magazine and wielding a Gatling gun, poised to prevent any groups from losing control over the zombies that might surge forth en masse. With a large number of people, even the lightest of steps or the rustling of clothes against weapons could create a significant commotion. As the groups approached the classrooms, the previously tranquil school erupted into chaos. The sounds of zombies relentlessly smashing against walls and clawing at doors reverberated through the air like a pack of wild beasts driven to madness, intent on tearing everything apart. Upon witnessing this, the 3 groups immediately surrounded the doors and windows of the classrooms, reporting in, "Classroom 101, confirmed zombies present. Classroom 102, at least 10 zombies are battering the door. The door to the 103 lab is too thick, made of alloy, perfectly sealed, and soundproof. In addition, there's only one window, which is covered by curtains. It seems the soundproofing is effective, as we have not heard any zombie activity." The earpiece fell silent for a moment as Sun Fei appeared to contemplate the situation. After a second, he issued a command. "All teams, listen up. I will fire to shatter the window of the 103 lab. As soon as the gunshot rings out, break down the door collectively." "Understood." The team responded, tension palpable as they prepared for the gunfire. Among the 5 members of Group 9, Li Zimu, who had initially stood at the back, suddenly spoke up. May I be the one to breach the door this time? LV Air, Tai Dan, and the others turned to look at him, surprised, but exchanged glances and tacitly made way for him. Had it been any other team member, LV Air might have hesitated, but given that Li Zimu had been more of a bystander and had not connected well with the others, his willingness to step forward was welcomed by all. Thus, Li Zimu took the lead, preparing to kick down the door, flanked by 2 teammates for cover. Behind him were LV Air and Tai Dan, followed by a reporter wielding a camera. The group held their breath, listening to Sun Fei's countdown through the earpiece. 3.2.1. The deafening gunshot shattered the silence of the campus. The window of room 103 exploding into fragments as the 3 groups simultaneously kicked down the doors. Groups 7 and 8 unleashed a torrent of fire, sending the zombies within the classroom sprawling like harvested wheat. Only Group 9 remained silent, as the alloy door proved too heavy. Li Zimu kicked it multiple times, reddening his face in pain before managing to push it open halfway. A zombie's head protruded from the door. It exploded as if struck by a shell, a display of power only an anti-material sniper rifle could achieve. Sun Fei's expression remained impassive as he chambered another round. The camera captured the moment perfectly, stirring the hearts of countless female viewers at home. Li Zimu was splattered with blood, but having grown accustomed to the hail of bullets over the past 2 years, he unleashed a barrage with his submachine gun long as there was a single zombie present. Those in the same room could not possibly escape unscathed. However, after the initial onslaught, the spacious laboratory revealed only one remaining zombie. The 5 of them frowned as they entered, searching every corner until their gaze fell upon the storage room at the far end of the lab. This room's security door was tightly shut, equally soundproof, with no windows. Li Zimu took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. Let me handle this. At that moment, the entire audience watching the live broadcast in Jiangcheng remembered the slender figure of the boy, armed with an alloy combat knife. LVR's lips moved as if he wanted to suggest someone else take the lead, but ultimately he held his tongue. The 5 maintained their previous formation, with Li Zimu in front and the others behind, guns aimed at the storage room. The difference this time was that the lab's alloy door opened inward, allowing Li Zimu to kick it down. However, the storage room's security door opened outward. Li Zimu tugged at it vigorously. But the door did not budge, yet there was movement from within. There are zombies inside. Step aside. Air took a step forward, leveling the Barrett at the door lock and firing several shots. In the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire security door was sent flying as if struck by an ancient beast. It was as though Air had opened the gates of hell, unleashing a horde of clawing zombies that surged forth, overwhelming the 2 team members in an instant. Li Zimu was also scratched on the arm, unable to suppress the onslaught of firepower. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, as the 2 team members struggled desperately against the relentless bites of the undead. Air's eyes blazed with fury as he shot several zombies in the head, but still, more mutated creatures poured out from the door, swiftly engulfing the 2 team members, with a large number rushing toward them. Captain, retreat quickly! Tai Dan yelled, his eyes reddened with rage, as he emptied his magazine without time to reload, only able to dash toward the door. Li Zimu, having also expended a full clip, dragged his injured arm and turned to flee. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Air felt a deep sorrow but could only run to avoid being surrounded by the horde. Lei Wu had been attentively monitoring the commotion through his earpiece. Upon hearing the chaos from Team 9, he charged in with the Gatling gun, covering the 10-meter distance to the door in just 2 strides. Everyone, get out of the way! His deep voice resonated like the backbone of a mountain, instantly bolstering the morale of Li Zimu and his companions. The mechanical whir of the Gatling's 6 barrels erupted into a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down upon a laboratory, limbs and severed arms flying amidst the smoke and dust, blood splattering like a hellish scene. In this moment, under the camera's gaze, Lei Wu appeared as towering as a mountain, transforming into a true human-shaped cannon, akin to a war god defending the realm. Meanwhile, another reporter focused the camera on Li Zimu's injured arm, raising the tension in everyone's hearts. At that moment, Whether they had grievances against Li Zimu or were close friends, all fell into a profound silence that a zombie scratch would soon lead to mutation, unless, with a metallic clang, the alloy combat knife gleamed ominously as Li Zimu severed his own left arm with a swift motion. Zimu? Zhao Hong was taken aback, while the others were equally astonished. It was unimaginable for a 20-year-old youth to inflict such harm upon himself. A.S.'s severed arm fell to the ground. Pain coursed through Li Zimu, causing his entire body to convulse, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his legs buckled as he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Hong hurriedly removed his backpack and produced bandages to staunch the bleeding. Just as ambulances arrived outside the school, with a swarm of medical personnel rushing in, Lei Wu barricaded the laboratory door, continuing to fire until the wall crumbled, exposing the entire storage room. Utilizing his sense of smell, akin to that of a zombie, he confirmed that no more mutants remained before gradually ceasing fire with the Gatling. Lei Wen approached to take over the door duty and said, "You should check on Li Zimu. He's in trouble." "What?" Lei Wu quickly turned to see Li Zimu soaked in sweat, blood streaming from the severed end of his arm, his sleeve stained crimson, despite having witnessed gruesome scenes before. Seeing his friend, who had just entrusted his life to him, now missing an arm, left a profound impact on his heart. When he saw Lei Wu approach, filled with concern, Li Zimu managed a pained smile and said, "Wu go, I'm fine. Just a minor setback. That's good to hear." Lei Wu forced a smile, unsure of how to offer comfort. The resilient side of Li Zimu was fully on display before the television audience, captivating countless viewers with the bravery of this young man. Of course, Lei Wu, shrouded in a mask, with a physique as imposing as a mountain, wielding the machine gun, left an indelible impression on every viewer, significantly altering their perception of the zombie extermination team. It seemed the team was not as inept as rumored. Though there had been an unexpected incident, the professionalism of these team members was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary security companies. In the future, it would be prudent to call the police for assistance. Despite the fees, at least the responders would be elite. The medical personnel carefully lifted Li Zimu onto a stretcher, accompanied by Zhao Hong, and hurried to the hospital. Sun Fei arrived at the entrance of Laboratory 103, gazing at the horrific scene within, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction that he had personally commanded this operation, which had only deployed 20 team members. Yet 2 had perished and 1 was severely injured, an unacceptably high casualty rate. Not only was this an untenable explanation to the Bureau, but it also severely tarnished his image in the eyes of the public, especially since the 2 team members had been so viciously mangled by the zombies that they were unrecognizable, and now, with their bodies shredded by the heavy machine gun fire, how could he explain this to their families? Air, what on earth happened? Sun Fei's expression turned grave, unreservedly questioning Air in front of the camera. With a downcast expression, Air replied, "The door opens outward. We couldn't kick it down." He recounted the outbreak of the zombies. Analyzing, "I suspect that a student in the outer laboratory mutated, and the alloy door is too heavy to open easily. The students must have rushed into the storage room to evade danger. However, I didn't anticipate that some among them would get scratched, leading to a collective mutation within the storage room." Sun Fei nodded, finding this explanation somewhat reasonable, before pressing on with his inquiry. "Did you know there were zombies inside before shooting the door lock?" "I was aware. Li Zimu had warned us, but I didn't expect there to be so many mutants inside. That means this casualty incident is a shared responsibility between you and Li Zimu." Sun Fei reprimanded coldly. "Although he heard the commotion inside, he did not adequately warn you all of the numerous zombies present. And, as the team leader, you were also negligent, failing to assess the situation correctly before indiscriminately firing at the lock, thereby releasing a horde of zombies, which led to this disaster." Air lowered his head in silence, tears welling in his eyes, his face a mask of pain and despair. "That I'll deal with you when I return." Sun Fei glared fiercely at him before turning to leave. Their exchange clarified the events for the viewers at home. Throughout this ordeal, Lei Wen had remained a bystander, witnessing the unfolding chaos. It was only after Sun Fei departed that he re-entered the laboratory, crouching down to inspect the bodies of the 2 team members. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh. Team 9 had lost 3 members in just a year. Now, aside from Li Zimu, only Air and Tai Dan remained. The question of right and wrong was beyond Lei Wen's judgment. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs as long as he was not implicated. The conflicts within Team 9 were of no concern to him. Soon, everyone conducted a thorough search of the nearby classrooms, confirming that no further danger lurked. Sun Fei ordered the team to regroup on the way back to the precinct, with only the two brothers in the vehicle. Lei Wen, while driving, cautioned, "You need to keep your distance from Li Zimu. If Zhao Hong tries to pull him into Team 6 again, you must express your disapproval." "Why?" Lei Wu asked, confusion etched on his face. The first time he had questioned Lei Wen's words since transforming into a zombie. "Xiao Wu, your thinking is simplistic, lacking a comprehensive view. Li Zimu is cunning. He does not wish to leave Team 9. Harboring resentment and seeking retribution for his father's death." Ignoring the surprise in his brother's eyes, Lei Wen continued, "Given your relationship, if he truly considered you a friend, he would never drag you into his troubles. However, one must always be wary. You're too naive. Xiao Wt would be wise to limit your interactions with him." Seeing Lei Wu's reluctance, Lei Wen sighed in resignation. "Li Zimu just lost his arm. If you sever ties with him now, it will inevitably appear heartless. You may visit him in the hospital, but keep the conversation focused on friendship, avoiding discussions about his family matters, and gradually create distance thereafter." After a moment of silence, Lei Wu understood that his brother meant well and nodded in agreement. Yet, deep down, he still desired to be friends with Li Zimu as for the affairs of Team 9. Lei Wu felt a profound confusion. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to counsel Li Zimu, especially since Lei Wen had taught him that advising others to be magnanimous often invites misfortune. Each person has their own stance and thoughts. Unless one is involved, it is impossible to empathize fully. In truth, Li Zimu's father was a figure of unimaginable tragedy. In ancient times, even a tiger would not consume its cubs. Today, a son shot his own father. Although Li Zimu had fired the gun to free his father from suffering, yet to take the life of his own father with his own hands. Only heaven knows the depths of anguish he must bear. It is likely that Li Zimu awakens each night from nightmares, the image of his father pleading with his comrades to end his life. Their despair and helplessness in refusing to pull the trigger haunting him. In the end, the barely adult Li Zimu arrives, his face imbued with youthful innocence, gazing at his father as he gradually loses his sanity. His desperate eyes fixed on him, trembling uncontrollably as he pulls the trigger, bloodshot eyes filled with torment. After that fateful shot, Li Zimu's world is forever shrouded in darkness, a shadow cast over his entire existence. Were he to envision a scenario where the infected were replaced by Raven, forcing Lei Wu to pull the trigger, he could scarcely fathom the extremes to which he might resort. The following morning, Lei Wu, representing the corpse extermination team, arrived at the hospital bearing a fruit basket and gifts from the team for Li Zimu. The severed arm was beyond repair, but with sufficient funds, a mechanical limb could be affixed. For those with poor physical condition, it might even serve as an enhancement. Alas, Li Zimu lacked the means. His only asset was the old house his family owned, providing him with a roof over his head. Much like Raven and Lei Wu, preventing him from descending into homelessness in this era of cataclysm, where the population has sharply declined, property holds little value, aside from the central areas of Jiangsheng, where luxurious fortress-like villas stand. The outskirts and slums offer houses that no one would want even if given away for free. Since joining the corpse extermination team, both Raven and Lei Wu had not returned home for quite some time, and neither had Li Zimu. Opinions within the bureau regarding his future were divided. Sun Fei suggested that once he recovered, he should rejoin the team, even planning to award him the title of combat hero in the bureau's name. And inviting the media for an interview to publicize the glorious deeds of the Eastern Branch as for Li Zimu's mistakes during the mission, Sun Fei argued. The child was only 20. We must not be too harsh on the youth. Otherwise, the audience who were moved by Li Zimu's bravery would not let the bureau off easily. However, Air and Tai Dan were adamant about dismissing Li Zimu. How could a person with only one arm perform missions or fight? It would be a mockery of the lives of the members of Team 9. Faced with the zombies was already taxing enough without having to divert attention to care for a disabled teammate. It would be better to recruit new members. Among Team 9, the lack of empathy towards Li Zimu who was still in hospital, sparked discontent among other officers, even if they did not voice it. In a world where personal connections and social niceties matter, the scrutiny of their colleagues loomed large. If one could be so heartless towards a teammate, how could they treat others with any degree of kindness? The intricacies of Team 9's internal dynamics, whether Air sensed something amiss and sought to expel Lei Wu, were unclear to everyone, including Lei Wu. He was unaware of the Bureau's decision as he left early that day. Upon hearing these matters, Lei Wu remained calm as he stated, "As long as the corpse extermination team still needs me, I will return to the team after I am discharged. You should focus on resting. I will notify you immediately if there are any updates." Lei Wu reassured him, adding, "In my opinion, the arm cannot win against the leg. Sun Fei has absolute authority in our team, as long as he wishes for your return. Air's objections will be in vain. You should recover quickly and rejoin the team before more complications arise. Rest assured, Brother Wu, I will be discharged in a couple of days," Lei Wu replied. His gaze, deep and mature, bearing the lines of worry on his forehead, devoid of youthful exuberance. With a sigh, Lei Wu reminded him, "Even if you do return, Team 9 may not want you back. You should consider your options." Deep down, Lei Wu hoped Lei Wu would find a different team, avoiding further conflict with Air and Taidan, yet he did not want him to leave the corpse extermination team. In this era, the tolerance for the disabled is nearly non-existent. Without social welfare or government support, losing one source of income means waiting for death. Reflecting on it now, Lei Wu's irreversible path also bore some blame from Team 6. From the outset, this child struggled with whether to unleash his pent-up resentment, hesitating and thinking of seeking refuge in Team 6 if he'd switched teams and not undertaken missions with Air and the others. Even harboring ill intentions, he would have lacked the opportunity to act on them. Yet Team 6 had delayed in accepting him for over a year. It wasn't until the tragedy involving Zhang Matzi occurred that Lei Wu found himself without a way back. Lei Wu was uncertain how Lei Wu had orchestrated Zhang Matzi's misfortune without raising Air's suspicions. However, this time he was closest to the door, having heard the commotion inside, intentionally concealing the number of zombies. His methods far from sophisticated. If he had not also been scratched and lost an arm, Air and Taidan would undoubtedly have grown suspicious of him. Yet even with Lei Wu's meticulous planning, his intentions did not escape the keen perception of Raven. While Lei Wu had previously been oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, now that he knew everything, he naturally wished to prevent Lei Wu from being blinded by hatred and to avert conflict among colleagues. Humanity tends towards benevolence. It is better to dissuade than to wait until tragedy strikes, regretting the lack of intervention. After pondering for a moment, Lei Wu shook his head in resignation, saying, "I am now a disabled person. It is only natural that no one wants me. I will go wherever I am accepted." "That is for the best," Lei Wu replied, his face lighting up with a smile as he busily peeled an apple for Lei Wu. Encouraging him, "You are only 20, and there are many days ahead, that we should strive to live until we are 70 or 80, not to mention aiming for level 9 and witnessing the pinnacle of the world. At the very least, we should aim for level 5 or above, living disease-free until retirement. As for those unpleasant details, let them go, if possible. At your dream to become a level 9 powerhouse." Brother Wu, despite their frequent exchanges, they had primarily discussed work-related matters, both being men of few words, refraining from sharing their inner thoughts. Now, with Lei Wu expressing his aspirations, Lei Wu became intrigued. "I have heard that several prominent families and corporations in Jiangcheng have level 9 powerhouses backing them, allowing them to stand strong in the world. Beyond level 9, there are even more formidable beings who can shatter mountains with a single punch, outrunning sound, their skin as hard as diamond, impervious to sniper bullets, and capable of easily slaughtering an army in a fit of rage. Such beings exist?" Raven exclaimed, a surge of yearning rising within him. He possessed a panel that could grant him extraordinary abilities as a zombie. As long as he lived long enough and accumulated enough training points, surpassing level 9 would merely be a matter of time, while others feared the limitations of lifespan and the inevitable decline of their bodies. As a zombie, as long as he had sufficient nourishment and did not fall into a dormant state, this body, governed by the virus over his brain and heart, was theoretically immortal, even if he did enter dormancy. As long as someone passed by, he would instinctively consume carbon-based life forms to replenish his strength, thus reviving once more. However, to live in this world, aside from aging, illness, and death, there are countless unpredictable accidents. To survive indefinitely, one must rely on both the favor of fate and their own cunning to be present. Lei Wu did not consider himself particularly cunning. He primarily acted on instinct and reflex, the one truly meticulous. Cautious and formidable in their survival skills was none other than Raven. I still have a long road ahead of me. Lei Wu resolved internally, determined to learn from his brother's caution, that he smiled as he handed the apple to Li Zimu, saying, "If we ever meet at the pinnacle, we can share our experiences and ambitions. How exhilarating that would be. Let us strive together." Li Zimu's spirit ignited as he enthusiastically clasped Lei Wu's hand in a show of camaraderie before taking a hearty bite of the apple. By the time Lei Wu returned to the bureau, it was already afternoon. The team members, having eaten lunch, were drowsy, resting their heads on their desks. Team 9 had lost 2 more comrades, which deeply affected Air and Tai Dan. Sun Fei proposed a break for Team 9, but the two were unwilling, insisting on coming to work. Zhao Hong was playing solitaire on the computer when Lei Wu quietly inquired, "Uncle Hong, how are things?" "Take a guess," old Zhao replied, his expression devoid of emotion, yet betraying a hint of reluctant relief. After contemplating, Lei Wu ventured, Air agreed to Li Zimu's return to the team. He disagrees, yet Li Zimu is returning. How could this be? As Lei Wu puzzled over Air's willingness to reinstate Li Zimu in Team 9, Zhao Hong suddenly remarked, "However, he is not returning to Team 9, but rather to our Team 6. "What?" Lei Wu was taken aback, and, recalling Lei Wen's admonition, quickly inquired, "Does my brother know about this?" He certainly did, and he was vehemently opposed, yet it was of no consequence. Neither he nor Lei Wu could make decisions regarding the matter. "Why?" Zhao Hong sighed helplessly, "Because Sun Fei has made it clear that there are only 3 members in Team 6 and 3 in Team 9 that starting tomorrow. The 2 teams will merge under Team 6, with me as the captain and Air as the vice-captain. Once Li Zimu recovers, he will also become a member of Team 6." Lei Wu was left speechless, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Zhao continued, "As for the vacancies in Team 9, a squad from the City Defense Battalion is disbanding and will be joining the Corpse Extermination Team. This not only fills Team 9, but also addresses personnel shortages in other teams." Is it really possible? Lei Wu found himself at a loss for words, finally grasping the complexity of Zhao Hong's expression. The merger of the 2 teams was undoubtedly unwelcome to him. Air had served as captain of Team 9 for many years. And while he had made efforts to pave the way for his team members, creating a fund for Team 9, he was also headstrong and resistant to advice. His extensive experience would make it difficult for Zhao Hong to command him in Team 6. Despite their camaraderie during leisure activities, the distinction between personal and professional life remained. The fact that they enjoyed each other's company did not mean Zhao Hong was willing to work alongside him, especially considering that Air had a devoted follower, Tai Dan, who would undoubtedly side with him in any disagreement. Should conflicts arise regarding missions, Zhao Hong would find himself in a precarious position. Furthermore, Air's stubbornness, coupled with his age, made it challenging for Zhao Hong to lead effectively. Rather than risk placing himself in a precarious situation with 2 insubordinate captains, it would be wiser to recruit 3 new members who would follow orders without question, thus ensuring the safety of Zhao Hong and his brothers. However, at this juncture, it was too late. The relief evident on Zhao Hong's face mirrored Lei Wu's desire to retain Li Zimu, albeit with the unexpected twist of him remaining in Team 6. What a troublesome season! Zhao Hong sighed deeply, sensing that the stability of Team 6, which had persisted for several years, was on the verge of upheaval. Suddenly, he found himself contemplating retirement once more. It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. Recognizing turmoil, one must retreat swiftly to preserve oneself. Woozy, do you think that now that I'm a level 4 powerhouse, I will be left without sustenance after retirement? Of course, you will have sustenance. Lei Wu replied with certainty. The difference between level 3 and level 4 is like 2 separate worlds. Uncle Hong, even if you retire, you could apply for a position as a security captain at a property management firm, where the salary would be higher than that of the Corpse Extermination Team. Indeed, Zhao Hong nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Zi. Just the other day, a property management company approached me, offering a monthly salary of 10,000. I turned them down. After all, I can't bear to leave you two behind. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Lei Wu admitted, "We truly have been a burden to you, uncle. Yet you are not staying behind just to become wealthy overnight. Becoming a security captain won't provide that opportunity. With members from Team 9 joining us, do I still have a chance to grow wealthy?" Zhao Hong muttered under his breath. What nonsense! Previously, it had been just the three of them, Zhao Hong and the two brothers, who had established an unspoken understanding regarding the distribution of spoils. Even when Zhao Hong obtained the level 4 evolution liquid, the brothers were able to tolerate it. However, with Elvier and Tai Dan joining, the dynamics of profit sharing would inevitably change, making it far less favorable for him. After some contemplation, Lei Wu proposed a scheme. Why not ask Uncle Hong to speak with Sun Fei? Let the three members of Team 9 take a long break. We will handle the missions and bear the risks. Yet they will continue to receive their salaries without needing to show up for work. You think too highly of yourself. Zhao Hong rolled his eyes. Once I become the department head, I would ensure that you're the first one to enjoy a salary without work, just so you can experience the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. Perhaps not, Lei Wu replied bashfully, scratching his head as he opened his computer to watch martial arts dramas. Zhao Hong, caught up in the conversation, leaned closer with a conspiratorial air. I suspect Sun Fei's intention in merging Team 9 is to take revenge on us. What makes you think that? Do you remember Sun Fei's nephew? Sun Dongliang? Zhao Hong's mention of the name triggered a memory for Lei Wu, the man who had sold his wife to pay off gambling debts. In an earlier attempt to have the three of them invite Sun Dongliang to join their team, the department head had resorted to various petty acts of retaliation. That it was only after the trio had eliminated a level 6 zombie that Sun Fei had grown wary and refrained from further antics. I heard from Elvier that Sun Fei had approached him as well, trying to persuade him to invite Sun Dongliang to join the team. When he refused, it led to the merger of Teams 9 and 6. Effectively stripping Elvier of his captaincy and ensuring that both our teams would suffer together, wouldn't you consider that a form of revenge? Lei Wu found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to assess the situation. In truth, he had thought Sun Fei had been performing quite well lately. Whether it was taking 2,000 out of his own pocket to support the family of Zhang Matzi, who had died, or securing performance bonuses, it revealed a man who, though tough on the outside, had a kind heart and commendable abilities. Yet he had not anticipated that some traits would be difficult to change, revealing a deeply ingrained nature. Zhao Hong continued, "We in Team 6 did not acquiesce, and neither did Team 9. Guess what happened next?" Lei Wu, not being the best at engaging in banter, remained silent. Zhao Hong, left to his own devices, exclaimed, "Ha!" The members of Team 3 caved in, collectively inviting Sun Dongliang to join. The higher-ups, unable to disregard Sun Fei's face, had no choice but to approve it. Now, Sun Dongliang is officially a member of Team 3. Lei Wu's mouth twitched slightly, a sigh escaping him as he lamented the reality that rank and authority often trampled upon the individual. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Hong speculated, "However, I suspect Sun Fei will not assign his nephew any missions. That guy can't even handle a heavy machine gun. He is so fragile that even a gust of wind could blow him away. Sending him on a mission would be tantamount to courting death. He might as well just enjoy his salary without work." That a hint of envy flickered across Lei Wu's face. How fortunate to have an uncle like that. "Uncle Hong, you have a heavy burden ahead of you and must strive harder. We can discuss retirement later. If wealth eludes us, we might consider setting different life goals." With a grin, Lei Wu suggested, "Becoming an official is a fine choice." Just over 60, Zhao Hong remained a mere squad leader. With little hope of advancing further in his career, he was well aware that Lei Wu was teasing him, chuckling as he retorted, "You little rascal, always using me for your amusement." Hearing someone call him to play cards, he eagerly joined the table, ready to recoup his losses from the previous days. Meanwhile, Lei Wu, having watched a film and relaxed, began perusing books, delving into the teachings of sages, focusing on self-cultivation and personal development. He sought not extraordinary talent, but merely a few additional points of spirit. "Reading brings me joy," he mused, Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had recited this mantra for 9 months. On that day, Lei Wu, who spent his mornings reading and afternoons watching martial arts dramas, glanced at his attribute panel, feeling that something was amiss. Level 2 mutated zombie punching power, 3,611 kilogram speed, 43 ms stamina, 5 months and 9 days spirit, 35 cultivation points, 400, increased by 1 each day. Martial arts. Golden Bell Shield, mastered. Fleet-footed, mastered. Diamond-shattering palm, beginner. Despite enduring the past 6 months diligently studying and researching methods to enhance his spirit, the rate of growth remained frustratingly slow. The monthly increment was unyielding. At this pace, reaching the 200 points of spirit required for level 5 physical fitness would take nearly 14 years. His panel seemed utterly useless, in those years, even if he resorted to thievery or other dubious means. Lei Wu could amass enough for the level 5 evolution liquid. Even if luck were not on his side and his schemes fell short, his brother Lei Wen would certainly assist him in obtaining it. Last month, Lei Wen had taken on a part-time job, returning to inform Lei Wu that he had secretly consumed the level 4 evolution liquid. However, he insisted on keeping this a secret, revealing it to no one. He followed this by advising Lei Wu on the complexities of society and the unpredictability of human nature, emphasizing the importance of discretion in revealing one's capabilities and trump cards. This is a matter of respecting one's own life. Take Lei Wu as an example. At just over 20 years of age, he has mastered the iron sand palm to an astonishing degree, truly a prodigious talent. However, he should never publicly showcase this extraordinary skill. Nor should he allow others to know that he possesses Anjin, the ability to kill without a trace at a fleeting moment of glory, accompanied by the audience's adulation, may illuminate his face for an instant. But when it comes to life-and-death battles, the knowledge of his prowess will deter others from engaging him in close combat. This would be akin to rendering one's most potent weapon ineffective. Akin to the foolishness of a simpleton, Lei Wen advised his brother that since he had succeeded in mastering the iron sand palm, he should undoubtedly excel in other disciplines as well. He must secretly cultivate another extraordinary skill, keeping it hidden from everyone, to ensure his own survival. Inspired, Lei Wu has been contemplating what unique skill he should pursue, yet he remains at a loss. In truth, his golden bell shield and flying leg can be regarded as modest trump cards, by deliberately concealing his true capabilities. He could catch opponents off guard when it matters most, providing him with a slight advantage. However, in this era, hand-to-hand combat is rare. Whether facing zombies or humans, people are accustomed to engaging in gunfire. His 2 martial arts are as fragile as paper against bullets, easily obliterated that a true trump card should possess the lethal power of a high-caliber sniper rifle. Defense is an impossible endeavor. It is merely a choice made under duress, with a firearm in hand. Who would dare to withstand bullets with flesh and blood? A single shot can end an adversary. What kind of trump card could rival the power of a bullet? With his brow furrowed in concern, Lei Wu sighed, feeling the weight of Lei Wen's worries. An impulse surged within him. He considered closing his eyes, gritting his teeth, and investing all his training points into mastering the flying leg. If he could evolve a surreal martial art, evading bullets should be within reach. Yet the gamble seemed excessively risky. What if it failed? Those 400 training points would be squandered. Wu Ge. What are you thinking about? Li Zimu plopped down beside Lei Wu, his demeanor noticeably more lively since they left the hospital. His severed arm had not significantly hindered him. He could manage his daily needs independently and still wield a firearm during missions. Moreover, he had mastered the legendary one-handed magazine change technique, earning the admiration of those around him. The burdens in Lei Wu's heart were too heavy to articulate. So he ambiguously inquired, "Musi, do you think those level 8 or 9 powerhouses possess martial arts skills?" "I believe they all do." "Why?" Lei Wu turned to face Li Zimu. "Think about it, Wu Ge. They have attained such high levels through evolution fluids, not through gradual training. They are akin to products manufactured on an assembly line, with little variation in strength and speed. So, what differentiates the strong from the weak among peers?" Li Zimu analyzed. Aside from inherent physical differences and personal training, it ultimately boils down to combat techniques. For instance, some can unleash several times the power in a single punch, while others rely solely on brute force. The best way to master the art of exertion is through studying martial arts, such as Xing Yi Quan's explosive punches, Ba Ji Quan, and the iron sandpalm. Since Lei Wu's demonstration of the iron sandpalm, Li Zimu had sought his guidance. Now, nearly 3 years later, he could split 7 or 8 solid bricks with a single palm strike, achieving a modest level of success. You make a valid point. Lei Wu nodded slowly, finally affirming that his martial arts journey was on the right path. Alas, no matter how formidable a martial art, it ultimately relies on one's fists and feet. There is no method that can rival the power of a bullet. Is there? Isn't that simple? Li Zimu casually picked up a wooden carving from Lei Wen's desk and asked, "What is this? A wooden sword?" "Incorrect." Li Zimu chuckled. "This is clearly a flying knife." "Flying knife?" Lei Wu was taken aback, then felt a rush of excitement as joy flooded his face. The frustrations of recent days had found resolution. Indeed, this must be a flying knife. Zimu toyed with the palm-sized wooden knife, saying, "Look at its design. The blade is so short, and there are red tassels on the handle. This is undoubtedly a miniature version of Xiao Li Fei Dao." After a pause, he pointed at a row of wooden carvings on Lei Wen's desk, speculating, "Wu Ge, look at this. Flying knives, throwing darts, steel needles. Wen Ge has carved them all. He must be quite fascinated with concealed weapons lately." Disappearing from the office during the day, shrouded in mystery, he might even be lurking in some corner practicing his skills. Lei Wu was momentarily stunned, then recalled that during previous missions, Lei Wen indeed had a toothpick pouch at his waist, cleverly concealed within a wide belt, unbeknownst to outsiders that M.Y. brother probably isn't too interested in these concealed weapons. He likely just enjoys carving them. Lei Wu attempted to downplay Izimu shrugged, indifferent. Whether Lei Wen practiced or not was of no concern to him. The two continued to engage in idle chatter before Li Zimu turned to insert iron sand into the iron basin behind the office. Meanwhile, Lei Wu swiftly opened Baidu, searching for information on concealed weapons, quickly discovering the techniques for practicing flying knives. With diligent practice of the flying knife, upon expending your 5th training point, you will achieve a 100% accuracy rate on the target. If you continue to diligently train and expend 20 training points, you will hit the bullseye from 10 meters away. Upon spending 30 points, your flying knife technique will reach mastery. Even a rapidly moving target, with a bullseye the size of thumbtack, will succumb to your strike. After exhausting 50 points, having achieved mastery, you remain enamored with flying knives, persistently honing your skills for years, ultimately attaining a glimpse of enlightenment in martial arts. But lacking clarity, you fail to succeed. The previous scenario unfolded once more. Lei Wu incessantly allocated points, only to be met with derision from the interface. Mediocre talent, insufficient aptitude. The messages mocked, leaving him perpetually just shy of success, despite understanding that surreal martial arts could not be easily mastered. Otherwise, they would lose their value. Watching his painstakingly earned training points dwindle was akin to a knife to the heart. "Let the bleeding commence," he bitterly mused, his determination surging. He disregarded everything else and relentlessly poured points into deep blue enhancements. What are those 400 points? Once they're gone, they're gone. Consider it an experiment. Let us see if I can evolve a surreal martial art without facing life-threatening dangers. Life is about experience, and even more so about exploring the unknown. He must uncover the interface's tendencies to navigate it adeptly in the future, minimizing detours and wastage of training points. Upon consuming 100 training points, your understanding of the evolved martial arts deepens significantly, yet it remains merely profound. After years of relentless refinement, you continuously adjust your techniques for concealed weapons. The 200-point mark. The explosive power of your wrist can easily unleash nearly 4 tons of force. At 250 points, as usual, you practice the flying knife, employing a technique that relies on sheer strength to embed the knife deeply into rock. Yet disappointment lingers, as you feel this does not represent a surreal flying knife technique. At 300 points, you grow accustomed to the disappointment in your heart and no longer cling to the idea of transcending martial arts. However, the world beyond reality slowly begins to unveil its mysteries. One day, as night gives way to dawn, you find that after exhausting all your training points, you no longer harbor expectations for evolving the flying knife technique. Yet, as always, you glance at the interface. And the martial arts section naturally displays the name of the surreal technique, but within you, there is no joy, only a placid emptiness. Has this truly come to fruition? Lei Wu calmly regarded the interface. During the process of allocating points, his temperament underwent considerable tempering, and his spirit made significant strides. Level: Second tier mutated zombie punching power, 3,966 kilogram speed, 45 millisecond stamina, 5 months and 9 days spirit. 49 training points. 0. Increases by 1 daily. Martial arts. Light kill, beginner. Golden bell shield, mastery. Flying leg, mastery. Diamond shattering palm, beginner. Light kill. The flying knife strikes with the swiftness of light, imperceptible to the naked eye. The power of light is boundless, and Lei Wu himself cannot fathom the magnitude of destruction a single throw would unleash. Nonetheless, this does not deter him from persevering for over 4 months, accumulating over 100 training points, and directly advancing light kill to mastery. Now, he simply lacks a suitable flying knife. Wuga, you seem somewhat different lately. As everyone spent their days in the office, the transformation of Lei Wu's disposition became apparent, his demeanor suddenly turning rather bland, which did not escape the notice of Li Zimu and Zhao Hong. Wu Zi, have you become foolish from reading too much? Lately, you resemble an ancient monk, so composed and detached, devoid of any youthful vigor. Zhao Hong remarked. No worries, I'll be fine in a few days, Lei Wu replied with a smile. The moon has its phases, the tides ebb and flow. There are days when one feels unwell each month. Just give me a moment to recuperate, and I shall return to normal. You think you're in confinement after giving birth. Both were left speechless by his response. Suddenly, Lei Wu adopted a more eloquent tone, delving into philosophical musings, leaving Zhao Hong and Li Zimu feeling quite unaccustomed, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. However, this did not hinder their collective efforts on the mission. Since the capture of that level 8 zombie by several major corporations and families 6 months ago, the number of virus-infected individuals in Jiangcheng had significantly diminished, allowing the extermination team to enjoy a period of relative leisure. Last month, each group had only undertaken 2 missions, leading the high-performing team members to lament the loss of their prosperous days. Particularly, the extermination team had begun charging for their services, which inadvertently gave rise to a new profession: bounty zombie hunters, comprised of desperate individuals unable to make ends meet, charging less than 1/10 of the extermination team's fees, and seizing their opportunities. However, these individuals were notoriously unprofessional, lacking organization and discipline, leading to a high mortality rate. They frequently lost control of the zombies, often resulting in their own demise, leaving the extermination team to clean up the mess. Let us hurry and clean up after them, Lei Wu urged, as the members of Group 6 donned their gear and set off in 2 pickup police vehicles toward their destination, Yijing Street. Lei Wen rode with Lu Er and Tai Dan in one vehicle, not necessarily because of a close relationship, but rather to foster unity within the group. Had Lei Wen chosen to sit in the other vehicle with Lei Wu, Zhao Hong, and Li Zimu, it would have appeared as if he were favoring them, isolating the other two. That over time, such dynamics could lead to discord, jeopardizing their ability to work together on missions in the event of a life-threatening situation. Should someone find themselves surrounded by zombies, the story of Li Zimu's father could very well repeat itself. To maintain internal harmony, Lei Wen made a conscious effort to stay close to Lu Er and Tai Dan, hoping to secure their loyalty and prevent any potential backstabbing. Especially, he could not allow Li Zimu to be undermined. Group 6 would not tolerate any internal strife. Zhao Hong and the brothers were all striving toward this goal. Yet the reality was that human emotions were complex and relationships were gradually distancing. Zimu whispered, "Uncle Hong, what should we do this time? Should we still split into 2 teams after the merger of the 2 groups?" To avoid internal conflicts and disagreements, Lu Er proposed separate actions and a 3-person tactical approach. 3 members per group would tackle the mission independently and then regroup after eliminating the zombies. Lu Er's group was short 1 member. Picking Zhao Hong was out of the question, and selecting Li Zimu was even less viable, as it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Lei Wu, not the brightest, was also deemed unsuitable. In the end, Lü Er had no choice but to opt for Lei Wen. Despite his slender frame and unassuming appearance, no one in the extermination team, not even Sun Fei, dared to underestimate Lei Wen. That if one were to ask why, the only answer would be that it was simply a feeling. Lei Wen did not boast of extraordinary achievements, nor possessed Lei Wu's formidable skills. Yet he always exuded an aura of understated profundity. He neither instigated trouble nor feared it, treating others with calmness and never displaying anger. Even during the years when Lei Wu had first become a fool, and some team members would tease him excessively, Lei Wen merely observed quietly, never showing any sign of anger. Yet everyone understood that Lei Wu was Lei Wen's Achilles heel. Provoking him was tantamount to challenging the leader of the Lei family. Despite this, Lei Wen maintained his composure, watching his brother being bullied without any visible reaction, which required immense psychological fortitude and depth that a snake does not strike unless provoked, often avoiding humans altogether. However, when it does become serious, it will strike with lethal intent. And no one knew where Lei Wen's limits lay, nor when he might erupt in violence. Yet it was universally acknowledged that this bespectacled gentleman was not to be trifled with. Perhaps it is best to split into two teams. It would be for the greater good. Zhao Hong replied to Li Zimu in a calm tone, as if he had come to terms with the situation. Yet, it also seemed to convey his underlying dissatisfaction that he was the team leader, yet due to interpersonal dynamics, he found himself unable to command his own team. Even Lei Wen had been taken away. With only himself, Lei Wu, and the one-armed Li Zimu remaining, the risk of their mission skyrocketed, endangering his own life, which left Zhao Hong feeling anything but pleased at times. He wished he could act selfishly. What was a little face-saving? If it came to that, he would simply call Lei Wen back and include Li Zimu, forming a four-person team that would suffice for the mission as for Lü Er and his companion. They could fend for themselves. However, Zhao Hong ultimately could not bring himself to do it. He and Lü Er had been colleagues for over 30 years, sharing countless moments of camaraderie and gossip. Now, working together again, it felt somewhat inappropriate to let their relationship deteriorate. Unfortunately, others did not share such reservations. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yijing Street, Lü Er stepped out and surveyed the surroundings. Habitually issuing commands, Yijing Street is flanked by residential buildings. The number of zombies is unknown. That we will split into two groups. I will advance from the east, while Zhao Lao and your team will take the western route. We will meet in the middle of the street. Is there any objection? None. Tai Dan responded loudly. Though his voice did little to alleviate the awkward silence that enveloped the others, the atmosphere grew tense. Lei Wen sighed inwardly, striving to maintain unity within the group, yet they had arrived at this impasse. He had previously spoken with Lü Er, emphasizing that while they could be boisterous during casual moments, it was crucial to respect the chain of command during missions. Zhao Hong was the leader, and while suggestions were welcome, they must not overshadow his authority. Lü Er had agreed, yet upon disembarking, he fell back into his old habits, failing to recognize his proper place. After 20 years as the leader of Group 9, it was ingrained in him. Even if he was no longer the leader, relinquishing his position was more difficult than being killed. Thus, everyone stood frozen, leaving Lü Er visibly distressed and seething with frustration, until Zhao Hong, with an impassive expression, finally spoke. Let us proceed according to Lü Er's plan. With that, Zhao Hong climbed into the vehicle, waiting for Lei Wu and Li Zimu to settle in before accelerating toward West Yijing Street, the dust and exhaust swirling behind them as if to vent his emotions, engulfing Lü Er in the process. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Dan covered his mouth, still choking from the fumes, and did not address Lü Er's blunder, but instead turned to Lei Wen, demanding, "Why didn't you speak up when Lü Ge was formulating the action plan?" Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "I'd already reminded everyone that creating plans is the leader's responsibility. That we, as team members, can provide input, but we must not overstep our bounds." "You little." Tai Dan erupted, his bluntness evident as he disregarded Lei Wen's sincere intentions over the past year. Lü Er's face flushed with anger, for Lei Wen's words were akin to accusing him of ignorance. However, admitting fault was out of the question, and he retorted, "As the vice captain, is it not permissible for me to express my thoughts on the operation?" Of course, Lei Wen nodded calmly. "But as you can see, It has resulted in an unpleasant atmosphere for everyone. If you wish, I will accompany you to complete this final mission. If not, please feel free to leave me out of it. Lu's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Unable to contain his rage, Tai Dan raised his weapon, aiming it at Lei Wen. Don't think that without you, we can't complete the mission. The world will keep turning without anyone. Feel free to do as you wish. Raven stepped back cautiously, his gun barrel pointed downward, yet his left hand instinctively moved towards his waist, appearing nonchalant while his full attention remained fixated on Tai Dan at a level 4 against a level 2. With a velocity of 40 meters per second and the insight and reflexes granted by 100 points of mental acuity, the gun was steadfastly aimed at Tai Dan, allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the shot. Should Tai Dan dare to make a move, a single misfire would result in a fatal consequence. Fortunately, he was not blinded by rage. Raven quickly retreated to 20 meters away, disappearing into an alley. Their bond had reached its conclusion, and their fates were left to chance that moment. Raven was exceptionally rational. He had done all he could, exhausted the camaraderie of his colleague, and drained his compassion. From this point onward, there would be no further entanglement between the two. Meanwhile, the trio swiftly arrived at the western end of Yijing Street, commencing their sweep of the zombies along the street. Previously, it had been Raven and Zhao Hong leading the way. Now, it was Lei Wu in the front, with Li Zimu providing cover from behind. After dispatching several zombies drawn by the gunfire, the three felt little pressure, as if engaged in their routine training, as long as their firepower was sufficient and the zombies were not of a high level. Even swarms of them posed no threat in such an open area. They merely served as fodder for bullets. After dispatching another zombie with a headshot, Li Zimu absent-mindedly remarked, "This time, I fear Brother Raven will be quite upset." Zhao Hong echoed this sentiment, feeling troubled as he sighed. Eliminating zombies is easy. It's simply a matter of shooting them dead. The real challenge lies in human relations. Having severed ties, we still have to remain in the same team. It's truly exasperating. What will we do moving forward? Old Zhao was deeply worried, his frustration manifesting in his relentless onslaught against the zombies, blasting their heads only to continue kicking their corpses. The atmosphere was somber, and a hint of sorrow surfaced on Li Zimu's face. "I know my father's character is lacking, and he's not well liked, but he has endured 10 years in Team 9 that you've seen the nature of Lu Er and the others. I can hardly fathom how my father managed to withstand their exclusion and oppression over the years." Lei Wu and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, quickly shifting the topic. "Muzi, you're overthinking it. The past is behind us. We must look forward. Tell us, what do you want to eat tonight? Speaking of which, Muzi, you haven't found a partner yet, have you? How about Uncle takes you to Honglumen tonight for a taste? Those girls there are truly remarkable, with exquisite figures. Even at over 60, I could easily handle several in one night, thanks to those girls who know how to cater to men, their beauty and skills. Just splendid." At the mention of women, Li Zimu, unlike the thick-headed Lei Wu, showed genuine interest. "I still have a few months' salary left unspent. Tonight, Uncle Hong, you lead the way. Let us indulge in the finest cuisine. Drink the strongest liquor and enjoy the most beautiful women. I'll foot the bill. Deal." Zhao Hong exclaimed joyfully, his earlier gloom evaporating. His demeanor towards the zombies softened considerably. Only Lei Wu, while outwardly joining in the merriment, felt a heaviness in his heart. Izu's approach seemed reckless, as if he were ready to abandon all pretense of living. That evening, after completing their mission and returning to the precinct to drop off their gear, they followed Zhao Hong's lead and called Raven to join them at Honglumen. Lei Wu had initially resisted the idea. To him, women were no different than mere slabs of meat. He only distinguished between fresh and stale. With no regard for beauty, his heart was purer than Tang Seng's. Upon encountering a woman, he felt no stirring of desire. However, unable to withstand the group's persuasion and sensing his brother's intention to broaden his horizons, Lei Wu reluctantly complied. That night, the typically calm and inscrutable Raven, under the playful teasing of a group of hostess girls, displayed a rare fluster, prompting Zhao Hong to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you, having your moment." As for Lei Wu, he found it even harder to relax, afraid to drink, hesitant to eat the fruit platter. He felt as constrained as a bashful maiden, unable to make a sound into the microphone, wishing only to find a crack in the ground to escape. In contrast, Li Zimu was bold and unrestrained, as if he were a seasoned patron of such establishments, belting out songs without concern for pitch, eager to vent his excitement. Ultimately, under Zhao Hong's insistence, the four of them retreated to their respective rooms. Beautiful hostesses assisted with bathing, massages, and a full array of services, whether others indulged in the complete experience. Lei Wu was oblivious. He certainly abstained, instead engaging in conversation with one hostess throughout the night. If not for his substantial physique, which allowed him to resist her advances, she might have overpowered him. After all, with Wu Zi opting out of all activities, what if he needed to cancel the next day? The following morning, Li Zimu settled the bill. The four had reveled extravagantly throughout the night. Yet it had only cost him a little over 10,000 in this era. The purchasing power of money was remarkably strong, with salaries exceeding 7,000, as long as they refrained from purchasing equipment, evolution fluids, gambling, or drugs. They could easily indulge in food, drink, and entertainment with the money earned from their perilous work in the zombie extermination team. Observing the remaining balance in his account, Li Zimu began to ponder. How about another visit tonight? Can you handle it? Zhao Hong's legs trembled, his graying temples revealing his age. If this continued, he would soon meet his end on a woman's lap. Returning tonight is an option. Raven adjusted his glasses, feeling unfulfilled, entirely disregarding the strange glances from the hostess who had spent the night with him. This fellow had spent the entire night indulging in flirtation, exploring every inch of her body, yet resolutely refrained from crossing any further boundaries. When asked why, Raven would simply declare he was studying human anatomy. His earnest demeanor, complete with illustrations of over 100 vital acupuncture points, had convinced the hostess of his peculiar obsession. Lei Wu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, quipped, "You all can go ahead. I certainly won't be joining." His stamina dwindled to a mere 30 days. The less time remained, the stronger the allure of flesh and blood became. One more night spent in the company of fresh meat, and he feared he might lose control, devouring the hostess entirely, leaving nothing but bones behind. His disgruntled demeanor elicited laughter from three. Raven, rarely displaying such warmth, teased his younger brother. "Little Wu, you've always had abundant energy. Why do you turn into a timid shrimp in the presence of women? You ought to hone those skills of yours." "In truth, I'm not interested in women," Lei Wu quietly defended himself, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the trio. On their way back to the precinct, the atmosphere in the vehicle was exceptionally harmonious. The four had shared unique experiences. They had all indulged in carnal pleasures, wielded firearms together, and divided spoils. The only thing left was to share the same roof. Even Raven, who had always held reservations about Li Zimu, now opened his heart, finally accepting this one-armed youth. As the four discussed the amusing events of the previous night, their laughter resonated, and upon returning to the office, they all collapsed onto their desks, falling into a deep slumber. Clearly, these four had engaged in no virtuous deeds the night before. Sun Dongliang, with a carefree demeanor, found himself surrounded by members of Team 3, who eagerly critiqued Lei Wu and the others. As the heir of the zombie extermination team, Team 3 was capable of both bowing to Sun Fei and inviting him to join, as well as flattering him, centering their attention on Xiao Sunday. This situation was peculiar. Only 4 members from Team 6 had attended, yet Lu Er and Tai Dan were absent. Team 6 had undertaken a mission yesterday, returning half an hour prior to Zhao Hong and his team, indicating that these individuals had not acted in unison. Their gossip. What sort of gossip was this? Everyone knew of the discord between Lu Er and Zhao Hong, and it was common knowledge that Li Zimu and Lu Er regarded each other with disdain. They had all maintained a facade of peace, yet it seemed yesterday's events had ruptured that illusion. The group analyzed the situation, piecing together the details with remarkable accuracy. After all, spending each day together granted insight into each other's personalities and natures. Once their discussion concluded, Team 3's 6 members cast meaningful glances at Lu Er, leaving him blushing, though he could only feign calmness and busyness. With relationships frayed, Zhao Hong's team, being larger in number, would inevitably overpower the fewer members. Meanwhile, the 4 slumped over their desks. Lei Wu, who did not require sleep, meditated for a while before losing focus and returning to watch martial arts dramas. Izimu felt exhausted. Yet the excitement of the previous night had left him restless, forcing him to close his eyes for a moment before striking up a conversation with Lei Wu. Wugo, is there anything you wish to buy? Lei Wu scratched his head, replying, it seems there is nothing I particularly need. Zimu inquired again. Apart from your interest in martial arts, reading, and watching dramas, do you have any other hobbies? Lei Wu yearned to declare. I have a fascination for cannibalism. Yet he dared only to entertain such thoughts in the recesses of his mind. It appeared he had no particular hobbies either. Forget it. Consider my question unasked. With a sigh of resignation, Li Zimu reclined on the table and succumbed to sleep. Within a week, the funds in his possession had not diminished. He had also received his salary for the month. Reluctantly, Lei Duobi repeated the same question. Brother Wu, is there truly nothing you wish to purchase? None. Beyond aspiring to become a level 9 powerhouse, do you have any dreams that can be fulfilled with money? It seemed there were none. Izimu felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a hefty slap to this wooden block, eager to ascertain whether Lei Wu's mind was filled solely with mush. On that day, Zhao Hong took leave to attend to family matters. His wife was battling cancer and had yet to emerge from the operating room. Lei Wen suddenly fell gravely ill, suffering from a persistent high fever, and had been bedridden in the dormitory for an entire week. On the eve of the mission, the alarm blared at the bureau. With a resounding thud, Li Zimu slammed a meticulously packaged box onto the table, disregarding any objections from Lei Wu as he dashed out of the office. Once in the car, observing the driver, Elvier, along with the front passenger, Tai Dan, and beside him, Li Zimu, Lei Wu furrowed his brow, sensing an unusually oppressive atmosphere. Given this arrangement, it was hard to imagine that nothing untoward would occur. Uncle LV, may I propose something? Lei Wu employed the gentlest and most amiable tone he had ever mustered, adjusting the driver's seat backrest to lean forward. Elvier's voice was curt as he glanced sideways, replying, just get to the point. Musi and I have matters to attend to. My brother just fainted in the dormitory, and we need to take him to the hospital. Would it be possible for you to handle the mission alone this time? Lei Wu spoke untruthfully, and even the guise of being a simpleton was insufficient. Elvier saw through him in an instant, delivering a blunt retort. If your brother is unconscious, calling an ambulance is the priority. What good will you do by returning? Having someone around is always beneficial. Then you should return yourself. Elvier replied sternly. You should have experienced how ferocious the zombies in Yijing Tianqian are. You want me and Tai Dan to go to our deaths with just the two of us? Lei Wu fell silent, obediently settling back into the rear seat. Witnessing his defeat, Li Zimu cast a sidelong glance at the two of them, then turned his gaze out the window, where the bustling traffic and flickering lights created a dreamlike illusion. Lei Wu felt a surge of anxiety, wishing to pull Li Zimu from the vehicle and abandon the mission altogether, prioritizing safety above all else. Yet he understood deeply that while he might evade danger today, he could not escape it tomorrow. Many things were fated, and human effort was in vain. With his current strength, he could not bridge the chasm between the three of them, nor alter the hatred festering within Li Zimu. All he could do was strive to alleviate the tense atmosphere in the car, preventing Li Zimu from feeling melancholy or dwelling on thoughts of his father. Musi, what is inside that box you gave me? Brother Wu, guessed that Li Zimu smiled. Delightful surprises always brought joy, momentarily dispelling his sadness. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wu tentatively inquired, a book? A dictionary? A martial arts novel? Certainly not. Li Zimu shook his head repeatedly. The box I have is smaller than A4 paper. It cannot contain a dictionary or such a thick novel. Frustrated, Lei Wu scratched his head and asked, then perhaps it's a shopping cart or a bank card? Neither. Seeing that Brother Wu genuinely could not guess, Li Zimu straightforwardly revealed, inside is a starfall flying knife. Lei Wu was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a thoughtful gift. Something he truly needed, Li Zimu explained with a smile. Last year, you asked me if there was anything that could rival the power of a bullet. My answer was a flying knife. Since you can master the iron sand palm, learning to wield hidden weapons should not be difficult. With a few years of diligent practice and a sufficiently sturdy concealed weapon, your flying knife will surely rival a bullet, providing you with an added layer of security in times of crisis. Lei Wu's lips trembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of gratitude, and he pulled out his phone to transfer funds. Muzi, how much did you spend? I'll reimburse you. Izimu quickly pressed down on his phone, smiling. Brother Wu, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. Once again, Lei Wu was stunned. Throughout his life, aside from his brother Lei Wen, no one had remembered that his birthday fell on February 15th each year, nor had anyone other than Lei Wen ever given him a birthday gift. Yet here was Izimu, typically reticent. A colleague who had lost an arm at such a young age, remembering his birthday and presenting him with such a precious gift. All the emotions swelling within Lei Wu could only be expressed in a soft, heartfelt, "Thank you, Dada." There's no need for thanks. Li Zimu feigned nonchalance. We're brothers. There's no need for such formality. When my birthday comes around, you can gift me something as well. All right, it's a promise. Lei Wu joyfully extended his large hand, firmly clasping Li Zimu's remaining right hand, though his heart ached with an overwhelming sense of bittersweetness. Meanwhile, Elvier and Tai Dan, overhearing the exchange between the two in the front, exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions reflecting their derision that I in their 20s and still engaging in such childish antics. How utterly pretentious. The police vehicle soon entered Yijing Tianshan, halting in the Villa district, confronted once more with an identical scene after several years. Lei Wu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The security team leader was still Han Yang. This fellow appeared to have benefited from a high-grade evolution serum, looking even younger than before, exuding vitality and an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of a master riding the winds. Elvier, having frequently come to Yijing Tianshan for missions, approached Han Yang with familiarity, only to find the latter's gaze fixated on the recently disembarked Lei Wu. Years prior, that 1 million in cash in the Black Blade had become a source of torment for Han, that he had scrutinized all possible scenarios and ultimately arrived at a conclusion. The only individuals who had seen the 1 million in cash in the Black Blade, with a chance of lurking behind to ambush him, were the 3 members of Team 6 at that time. Excluding Zhao Hong, who had already departed the scene after dividing the money, only the Lei brothers remained. For years, he had been investigating the backgrounds and experiences of the 2 brothers, hoping to uncover some leverage to restore his lost face, but he was neither a police officer nor engaged in solving cases. He required no evidence. Mere suspicion towards the 2 was sufficient, accompanied by a few clues. However, throughout these years, the Lei brothers had conducted themselves without a hitch, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. Moreover, as members of the Dongqing branch, their status as police officers hindered Han Yang from acting solely on suspicion, as for forcibly apprehending them and resorting to brutal interrogations. He had considered that option, even consulting with Sun Fei, only to find the latter dismissive of the idea. I can handle my men, but if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being impolite. Sun Fei was merely a minor section chief, lacking in strength. Yet, the Jiang city was dominated by a single family, all bearing the surname Sun, though Sun Fei was but a distant relative on the brink of being ousted from the family. Who could say whether any of the direct descendants were closely related to him? Given Sun Fei's 34 years of age and his 8-year tenure as a combat section chief, it was hard to believe he had no support behind him. Thus, Han Yang refrained from taking any rash actions, keeping a close watch on Lei Wu, his mind filled with schemes of hanging the man for punishment. Yet in reality, he could only huff coldly and address Elvier. The villa's owner is not home. There are expected to be 9 individuals inside. Once we open the door, 7 zombies will charge out, and the remaining 2 need to be searched by you. One of them is the owner's daughter. Regardless of whether she is transformed, you must not discharge her firearms. You must control her until the owner returns to see his daughter one last time. Cannot fire? Elvier's brows knitted tightly, and Lei Wu and Li Zimu exchanged glances of concern. Tai Dan, ever blunt, retorted, "When we undertake missions, we focus solely on exterminating zombies. We earn our pay for slaying zombies. This is an unreasonable demand. We cannot comply unless the remuneration is increased, correct?" Han Yang scoffed. "Rest assured, the owner has already announced that whoever retrieves his daughter without causing harm will receive a reward of 100,000. 100,000 was indeed a significant sum, yet none of the 4, Lei Wu included, uttered a word. While great rewards often summon brave souls, if the money were truly so easy to earn, Han Yang could simply lead a team in himself. So why enlist the zombie eradication team? He reported to the authorities only that there were zombies at Yijing Tianqin, without specifying the exact villa or its level. Had he known it was Villa number 7, even if he had decided to abandon his duties today and confront Sun Fei, risking a reprimand from the Bureau, the four of them would never have taken on this mission. The higher the rank of a villa in Yijing Tianqin, the greater the power and influence of its owner and their family. The owner must be at least a level 7 powerhouse. A notable figure in Jiangxin, the offspring of such elites receive top-tier education from a young age, mastering various firearms and combat techniques effortlessly, while also consuming evolution liquids and various genetic drugs since childhood, ensuring they easily surpass their peers, with some reaching level 5 by the age of 18. A few years ago, Han Yang was also at level 5, but now, judging by the circumstances, he has likely stepped into level 6. However, how could a grassroots individual like him possibly compare to the progeny of those fortified with top-tier resources? He had no confidence in emerging unscathed. For the four of them to enter was tantamount to handing over their lives. Lu'er was equally decisive, outright refusing. "I'm sorry, but we will not take on this mission. You may contact other security companies to see if they are willing to accept this sum of 100,000. Han Yang grinned and replied, "Your section chief, Sun Fei, just called, insisting that you must execute the mission. Otherwise, he will report to the higher-ups, leading to the dismissal of all four of you, and your bureau chief will certainly agree." "Why should we?" Iron Egg, in a fit of rage, glared wide-eyed. Han Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated, "Simply because the owner of Villa number 7 is surnamed Sun, from the Sun family of Jiangxin. Is that not sufficient?" Iron Egg's face turned crimson, blood nearly boiling, his mouth agape with curses that he could only swallow down as he observed the struggle on their faces, wavering between entering and not entering. Han Yang added fuel to the fire. Enough hesitation. In this day and age, having a job is not easy. Your benefits are quite high. If you throw away your meal ticket, life will not be easy thereafter. If you go in now and secure the target, we will provide an additional 100,000 as a reward for you. 200,000. Iron Egg gulped, his heart racing. This was the highest bonus he had seen in his 10 years with the corpse extermination team. Given the high mortality rate of this mission, sharing it among four seemed excessive. If all went well, he could take half. Sharing a knowing glance with Lu'er, they turned towards Li Zimu and Lei Wu. "Are you two going in?" "No," Lei Wu replied without hesitation, blocking Li Zimu and signaling for him to stay back. He prioritized Li Zimu's safety over this job. However, the one-armed Li held a different view, almost simultaneously declaring, with unwavering resolve, "I'm going in. Wu go. You wait for me outside." "Absolutely not," Lei Wu firmly rejected, his tall figure standing protectively in front of Li Zimu, casting a large shadow under the bright lights that obscured Li Zimu's form. Lu'er frowned, remarking, "Lei Wu, you're being overly controlling. Just because you don't need the money doesn't mean others don't." Iron Egg chimed in, "You're not the team leader. If they want to take the mission, what business is it of yours?" Han Yang observed the four with intrigue, his gaze lingering on Lu'er and Iron Egg before glancing at Li Zimu. After a moment of thought, he discerned their intentions. However, he was most eager to see Lei Wu enter the villa. It was an opportunity to test this young man's capabilities. You four are supposed to be a team, yet you can't even unite for a mission. With some willing to enter and others not, it seems the corpse extermination team has truly fallen on hard times. Ignoring Han Yang's sardonic remarks, Lei Wu noted Li Zimu's determination and relented. "I'll go in too." "Musi, we go together." Lu'er furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed, meaningfully advising, "I hope this mission will see everyone working in unison, without any underhanded tricks." Lei Wu and Li Zimu exchanged no words, focusing instead on preparing their gear. One hefted a large magazine while holding a Gatling gun, and the other wielded a submachine gun with a metal combat knife slung over his back. Lu'er outlined the strategy. "This time we have 4 people. We cannot use a 3-3 tactical formation, that we will switch to a 2-person setup. With you two leading the way. No, I will lead. Wugo goes last," Li Zimu asserted without room for discussion. Wu Ji's Gatling takes time to fire. "Being in front is of no use. That works. Lu Air hesitated momentarily before stepping aside to let Lei Wu fall behind the three. They cautiously entered the villa, adhering to protocol by disabling all surveillance equipment before searching the kitchen. Li Zimu approached the entrance, fired a shot into the air, and listened intently at the door to confirm there were no zombie sounds before kicking it open and surveying the kitchen. A large freezer, approximately 7 to 8 meters long, stood against the wall. Li Zimu took a couple of steps forward, peering through the glass atop the freezer, and immediately fired several shots at a pale-skinned zombie. Clad in a butler's outfit and bearing a grotesque visage, was trapped inside, clearly having been frozen before it could mutate. After dispatching the zombie, the four felt that today's mission was unusually smooth. Only the owner's daughter remained. After scavenging a bit of frozen meat from the freezer, the four ascended the staircase to search the rooms on the second floor. Li Zimu was particularly cautious. No one wished to meet their end, especially with Lei Wu present. Despite his desire to deal with Lu Air and Iron Egg, he needed to ensure Lei Wu's safety. They kicked open door after door. But the owner's daughter was nowhere to be found. Each room on the second floor had windows, and since the gunfire from the security team had been heard earlier, if there were zombies, they would have already broken through to, I don't think we need to search the first floor. The situation seems similar. Let's head straight to the basement. The four breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to head downstairs when, in an instant, they all froze in shock. From the winding staircase leading to the basement, a head peeked out, adorned in a princess dress, with empty white eyes and a body covered in cracks. Tilting its head as it gazed upstairs, seemingly intrigued by the newcomers, it fixed its bewildered gaze on Lei Wu. Yet, the female zombie snapped out of her stupor almost immediately, her ferocity igniting as she lunged toward the second floor. The four barely had time to react as the female zombie swiftly bypassed Lei Wu, sinking her teeth into Iron Egg's neck and tearing at him viciously. The sudden turn of events was staggering. The female zombie moved as if teleporting, covering dozens of meters in a single stride, leaving everyone astounded. What was even more shocking was that she did not attack Lei Wu before they could ponder the reasoning behind this. Iron Egg screams echoed through the villa, abruptly silenced amidst the intense gunfire. Li Zimu and Lu Air opened fire, but the bullets merely left shallow dents on the female zombie's skin. Run, Lu Air said nothing further, abandoning Iron Egg in the face of life and death, fleeing without a second thought. This was reminiscent of the time when Li Zimu's father was besieged by zombies, with a 9-man team only caring for their own safety, watching helplessly as their comrade was wounded, resulting in a tragic scene. But as Lu Air took his first step, he suddenly stumbled and fell. He turned back in shock to see Li Zimu gripping his leg with his only arm. Shouting, "Wu, go run! What are you doing?" Lu Air exclaimed in anger, unable to believe it, and raised his other leg to kick Li Zimu's head, attempting to dislodge him. Their scuffle immediately drew the attention of the female zombie. In just a second or two, Iron Egg's neck had been bitten through, his body severed, and silence fell, his face frozen in terror. In the next moment, the female zombie prepared to pounce on Lu Air and Li Zimu, but, as if sensing danger, quickly ducked to avoid the massive hand that came crashing from behind. Lei Wu's towering figure stood in front, blocking her line of sight. The female zombie appeared momentarily confused, as if contemplating why this particular kindred was so distinct, but she was quickly drawn back by the ruckus of the two behind her, revealing her vicious fangs as she opened her gaping maw towards Lei Wu, unleashing a silent yet terrifying roar. Diamond fragmentation palm. Lei Wu channeled his energy, his right hand swelling with blood, resembling a vivid, dripping meat fan, and struck fiercely at the female zombie's head. In all his years with the team, he had never encountered a zombie that could evade. Zombies were devoid of consciousness, mere shells of their former selves. Yet today, he witnessed one that did. The female zombie instinctively ducked and evaded, as if trained in the art of combat, her muscle memory kicking in. Even in the face of becoming a zombie, that primal instinct remains intact. When Lei Wu turned to look back, he saw Lu Air already bitten on the neck, struggling desperately while emitting terrified screams. Li Zimu also bore a deep scratch on his neck, blood gushing forth. "Musi!" Lei Wu shouted in panic. An uncontrollable wave of fury surged within him. Yet reason dictated that the ambush tactic against the female zombie would be ineffective, perhaps even counterproductive. Lei Wu cautiously approached the female zombie, his right hand gently resting on her head as if caressing a child. With fingers like claws, he dug in with great force. Bang! His massive palm crushed the female zombie's skull in an instant. Lu Er's neck was half devoured, and with the last remnants of his strength, he widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing weakly at Lei Wu. In the next moment, his fingers slipped away, and he breathed his last. Lei Wu had no time to attend to this unfortunate soul, that he hurriedly retrieved some gauze from Lu Er's bag, lifting Li Zimu gently to lean against him, tending to the gaping wound on his neck. "Brother Wu, I never expected you to hide so deeply," Li Zimu said with a smile. Teasingly, in our East City branch, the most professional zombie extermination team in the entire Jiangsheng, there was actually a zombie among us. Coexisting for so many years, what a surprise. Lei Wu remained silent, focused solely on bandaging the wound. "Brother Wu, don't bother. It's futile." Izum managed a sorrowful smile, raising a hand to wave dismissively. "I anticipated this day long ago. My father passed away 4 years ago, and I've been tormented in dreams for 4 years, grappling with the question of vengeance, whether to seek a reckoning. Today, with the entire 9th team wiped out, I can finally find relief." Cough, cough, coughed out Li Zimu, could not suppress a fit of coughing, the wound on his neck causing an itch in his throat, with each cough staining the gauze a deeper red. "Brother Wu, you must destroy the action recorders of Lu Er and Tai Dan, or else your identity will be exposed." With that, Li Zimu pried the recorder from his chest, smashing its casing on the ground with the butt of his gun, shattering the internal chip and circuit board, then handed the gun to Lei Wu. Using the same method, Lei Wu destroyed both recorders, although this would certainly raise suspicion for individuals set out on a mission, 3 of whom had perished, with no recorders to account for their absence. It was a far better alternative than exposing his identity. This moment, Li Zimu's complexion had turned ashen, his body involuntarily twitching, and his consciousness gradually fading. The higher the level of the zombie, the stronger the virus, and the quicker the mutation after infection. Li Zimu's father had achieved a physical condition of level 3, enduring an hour after being scratched by an ordinary zombie of no level, until Li Zimu arrived. This female zombie had been at least level 5 in life, while Li Zimu was only level 2. He could last at most 10 minutes at "Oh, this is how the process of mutation unfolds." Li Zimu grimaced, saying, "My body feels a bit itchy, so hot, like having high fever, utterly exhausted to the point of being unable to muster any strength." "Brother Wu, did you feel this way when you became a zombie?" "I don't know." Lei Wu sorrowfully shook his head. "I was knocked unconscious, and when I awoke, this was what I had become." "Well," Li Zimu's mouth began to betray him, his speech becoming slurred. "Then, that's not too bad. It means you didn't suffer too much." Lei Wu nodded in response, his nose growing heavy and his eyes reddening as he watched Li Zimu's convulsions intensify, unable to stifle the grief surging within him. "Musy, brother Wu, don't be upset. We've been on so many missions together. I've grown accustomed to life and death. Shedding tears would only invite ridicule." Li Zimu's breath was weak, vitality ebbing away, the sensation in his body fading, his voice becoming softer and more stuttered. "These past few years, thank you for keeping me company, Brother Wu. Otherwise, in the zombie extermination team, I wouldn't have had a single person to talk to." Lei Wu's lips trembled as he grasped Li Zimu's hand tightly, as if to impart some strength to revive him. "Brother Wu, I'm here. Thank you for accompanying me on my final journey." Li Zimu summoned all his strength to maintain a semblance of a smile. However, his entire body had slipped beyond his control, his voice faint and indistinct, sounding almost like a whisper of ha. "Brother Wu, please, that I beg you, give me a bullet." Li Zimu's once black pupils were fading, gradually replaced by a gray pallor, his nails turning blue, his body shaking violently like a machine, limbs twisting at unnatural angles, ready to mutate and rise at any moment. "Musy!" Lei Wu cried out in despair, desperately trying to hold the other's body down, but it was utterly futile. He could only seize the submachine gun beside him, hands trembling, aiming it at Li Zimu. In that moment, the submachine gun, which usually felt like a toy, felt heavier than a mountain in Lei Wu's hands. His fingers lost all strength, trembling uncontrollably, unable to pull the trigger as he could not bring himself to fire that shot. Memories flooded his mind, making him tremble all over. Lei Zimu had once said, "Brother Wu, I want to join the 6th team. I don't get along with the 9th team. Can you help me?" Lei Zimu had said, "Even if I lose an arm, it doesn't matter. We can work hard together, just like you said, meeting at the peak and sharing our tales of rivers and mountains." That Lei Zimu had said, "What if I get infected by the virus? Brother Wu, can you give me a bullet to let me go painlessly, so I won't end up like my father?" Lei Zimu had said. Endless sorrow enveloped Lei Wu, prompting him to roar in rage, firing 3 shots into the air. But when it came to Lei Zimu, he could not pull the trigger. "I'll do it." Lei Wen arrived in a rush, snatching the submachine gun away and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the head, blood erupting forth. Thus, Lei Zimu was no more. The entire villa fell into an eerie silence. Lei Wu stared blankly at Lei Zimu's lifeless body, his mind flooded with memories of the years they shared, flashing by like scenes from a film. But in that fleeting moment, Lei Zimu had forever departed from this world. Heartbroken, powerless, and grief-stricken, in an instant, the connection had ended, the dream had shattered. "Musi," Lei Wu murmured, his face a mask of sorrow. Beside him, Lei Wen gazed at the 3 corpses on the ground, unable to restrain a mournful sigh. He had long anticipated this outcome. During the days of recovery in the dormitory, plagued by a high fever and in a daze, he had not forgotten to inquire about his teammates. Upon hearing Jingui mention that the 6th team had gone on a mission, with only Lei Wu, Lu Er, Tai Dan, and Lei Zimu remaining, Lei Wen had driven through the night to pursue them. Despite his illness, but he was not concerned for Lu Er and Tai Dan. Their bonds had long since frayed, but he could not bear the thought of Lei Zimu sacrificing himself and losing his life. Even less did he wish for any harm to befall his brother. Yet he arrived too late. The scene before him could not merely be described as tragic. It was a complete human tragedy. Suddenly, Lei Wen noticed the 3 recorders on the ground, smashed to pieces, and he froze. This tragic event harbored untold secrets. All 3 had perished, yet Lei Wu remained alive. This meant that destroying the recorders was most beneficial for Xiao Wu. Casting a discreet glance at his brother, Lei Wen remarked, "Their recorders are all destroyed, yet how is it that your recorder is still intact?" Xiao Wu. Before the grief-stricken Lei Wu could respond, Lei Wen yanked the recorder from his chest, smashing on the ground with the submachine gun until it was utterly obliterated. Then he crouched down, collecting the chips and circuit board from the 4 recorders, surveying the area before heading toward the nearest bathroom to flush them down the toilet. This was to prevent any tech-savvy individual from reconstructing the content. But that was not enough. Lei Wen retrieved special tools from his backpack, searching the 2nd floor and the entire living room for any surveillance devices, ensuring that Lei Wu and the others had not left behind any incriminating evidence. After a thorough search, Lei Wen indeed found 2 well-hidden pinhole cameras. Fortunately, they only utilized memory cards and were not connected to a network. Otherwise, regardless of the strength of the owner of Villa Number 7, Lei Wen would have been compelled to silence his brother's witnesses, shattering 2 cameras and a memory card, which subsequently plunged into the toilet. Raven returned to the scene, meticulously scrutinizing the myriad details of the confrontation. Most striking, of course, was the head of the female zombie. The upper half of the skull had exploded, while the lower half bore faint impressions resembling fingers, sufficient to elucidate the cause of her demise. Raven inhaled sharply. No wonder there was a need to destroy the recorder. What kind of force, what explosive power could obliterate the head of a zombie impervious to bullets? It is understood that the density of a zombie-esque skull and the hardness of their outer skin are entirely different realms. Bullets from a submachine gun could barely penetrate their skin, leaving only a myriad of black dots. Striking a zombie's head would merely tickle it, leaving no marks at all. The last time, Raven witnessed his brother Lei Wu shatter a homeowner's skull with a single slap, a feat born of desperation and latent potential. Moreover, that was executed with an open hand, concentrating all his strength into one blow. Yet this time, in vanquishing the female zombie, he utilized all 5 fingers, each exerting force, multiplying the difficulty several-fold. The instantaneous explosive force of his 5 fingers likely exceeded 10 tons. If a mere finger could wield such power, A slap could easily shatter a boulder the height of a man. Terrifying, Raven's eyelids trembled, pondering that he could never match the intensity of Lei Wu. However, a wave of solace washed over him. His brother had finally matured, possessing capabilities beyond imagination, and he even knew how to conceal his prowess, thus securing a means of survival in this chaotic world. Nevertheless, how to eliminate evidence and obscure Lei Wu's strength posed a significant challenge. After some contemplation, Raven retrieved a small green vial from his backpack and dripped a few drops of black liquid onto the lower half of the female zombie's skull. In an instant, the skull began to dissolve rapidly, emitting a hissing sound and releasing a foul odor into the air. He then located the blood splattered on the ground from the explosion of the zombie's head and carefully dripped a bit more black liquid onto those stains. Subsequently, he produced a white cloth to wipe his fingerprints off the green vial, dabbed it against the blood on Lu Er's body, and placed it firmly in his hand, nodding in satisfaction, after surveying the surroundings thoroughly to ensure there were no flaws. Raven went to the car to retrieve 3 body bags, signaling Lei Wu to stop dawdling and hastily pack the 3 corpses for their escape. The homeowner had insisted that his daughter remain unscathed for a final farewell. Yet with her head exploded, this had effectively transformed a rescue mission into a cover-up operation. Harboring resentment would be only natural. Unfortunately for Raven, what he feared came to pass. The figure frequently seen on television burst into the villa in a state of agitation. Sun Jiangang, the director of Jiangshang Television, that he had interviewed level 9 powerhouses and various level 8 elites, boasting an extensive network and considerable influence. Sun Fei's remarkable performance during a mission at Xinghe Middle School was due to his acquaintance with director Sunday. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, Sun Jiangang's expression shifted dramatically. Nyo, the potency of the corpse-dissolving liquid was formidable. In mere moments, it had completely eroded the female zombie's head and was creeping down her neck. Raven and Lei Wu had deliberately collected the bodies of Li Zimu and Tai Dan first, leaving Lu Er for last. Sun Jiangang, upon noticing the vial in Raven's hand, quickly deduced the cause of his daughter's demise. Picking up Li Zimu's alloy combat knife, he severed the corroded portion of his daughter's remains, leaving only the section below her shoulders. With a sorrowful expression, he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Er and coldly inquired, "Who is this man?" "Our deputy team leader from the corpse extermination team." "Lu Er," Raven replied. Sun Jiangang then fixed a steely gaze upon the 2 brothers, demanding, "If he is dead, why are both of you unharmed?" "I arrived last," Raven explained. "We did not undertake the mission together. By the time I arrived, the scene was already like this." Lei Wu, in a state of shock, added, "We searched the room. I was the last to exit. And before I could comprehend what was happening, Lu Er had already been bitten by your daughter. He could only pour the green liquid on her head." Sun Jiangang's brow furrowed deeply as he, like Raven, began to analyze the situation based on the bloodstains, signs of struggle, and the positioning of the bodies. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, revealing a glint of murderous intent. "You just said that the dissolving liquid was poured onto Nyo's head?" Lei Wu nodded. Sun Jiangang's eyes darkened further, pointing to several pools of foul black blood on the ground. "If it was poured on, why does Nyo's head show signs of explosion?" "That's quite simple." Raven interjected. "If someone bites your neck, it's only natural to attempt to push them away, and in a moment of desperation, one would instinctively strike at the head, causing blood to splatter." Sun Jiangang's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, seemingly accepting this explanation. However, after observing Lu Er for a moment, he quickly scowled and smirked coldly. "But on Lu Er, including the green vial he holds, there is only fresh red blood, with no traces of the corroded black blood. Don't tell me that before the black liquid could dissolve Nyo's head, he was somehow able to crush it open with his own strength." Raven was taken aback, yet maintained his composure, replying, "I was late to arrive and am not well versed in these details." Sun Jiangang turned his cold gaze to Lei Wu, who felt compelled to explain, "I didn't pay much attention to their struggle, because my brother Li Zimu had been injured, and my focus was solely on him." Han Yang, who had followed Sun Jiangang into the villa, had remained silent until now, suddenly speaking up, "Is it possible that Lu Er is a hidden talent, capable of developing the corpse-dissolving liquid? He must possess exceptional abilities, and it makes sense if he's concealing some strength." Both Raven and Lei Wu exchanged incredulous glances, surprised that this individual would come to their defense. Sun Jiangong's expression darkened, yet he found Han Yang's reasoning plausible. Just observing the potency of the black corrosive liquid, which could easily dissolve the skull of a level 6 powerhouse, indicated that Lu Er was indeed a prodigy with extraordinary means. In this world of chaos, who did not possess a few trump cards? Furthermore, with the individual deceased, it could be viewed as providing Niao with a burial companion, and all the doubts had explanations. Pursuing further would be futile. Sun Jianggang ceased speaking, opting instead to carry Niao's corpse. Upon witnessing this, Raven and Lei Wu hurriedly lifted the body bags and made their exit. The brothers placed the corpses of their 3 teammates in the vehicle, and after confirming that Sun Jianggang did not pursue them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Such a powerful figure, once set on vengeance, could not be deterred by their identities as officers. Were they to be slain on the spot? Sun Fei would not intervene on their behalf, nor would anyone seek retribution for them, for offending the direct descendants of the Sun family was a perilous endeavor. This was the allure of power. Han Yang emerged from the villa, teasing, "So, how does it feel to have narrowly escaped death?" The brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions complex, yet they humbly replied in unison, "Thank you." Han Yang, with a smirk, became increasingly certain that the individual who had robbed him of a fortune and a black blade was one of these 2 brothers. In contrast to the brawny Lei Wu, he was more inclined to believe that the one who had plotted against him was Raven. Today, he had intervened to help the brothers avoid a grim fate at the hands of Sun Jianggang. Otherwise, who would he turn to for recompense? This grudge he intended to settle personally. "I'll give you 3 days to handle your affairs, and then come find me so we can discuss the missing items from Villa 19. Han Yang said, draping an arm around the brothers' shoulders as they walked away. In a hushed tone, he threatened, "If you don't come, who knows what shadow might slip into your room one night, quietly relocating your heads." Lei Wu appeared bewildered, while Raven wore a look of confusion. "Though we don't even know where we have wronged you," he said. Raven pondered for a moment before helplessly stating, "Last time at Villa 19, we didn't intend to enter. You insisted that we undertake the mission, we completed it, and yet you seemed displeased. Surely, you wouldn't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter for years." Lei Wu nodded in agreement, nearly voicing that Han Yang was being overly petty. After a pause, Raven added, "As for the items you mentioned as missing, we truly have no knowledge of what was lost. We exited carrying several nylon bags, which you all inspected. They contained only frozen meat, nothing of value. What use is it to seek us out now? Stop pretending with me." Han Yang chuckled. "I used to doubt and suspect, but today's incident has confirmed my suspicions. You 2 are undoubtedly among the culprits." Raven shook his head. "I am not aware of what you are talking about." Lei Wu echoed, "I also do not know. You still want to play coy with me?" Han Yang let out a cold laugh and said, "Do not presume that I am unaware. It was you, Lei Wu, who crushed Niao's head. Last time at Villa number 19, you similarly smashed the skull of another level 6 mutant owner with a single slap. If I were to relay this information to Director Sun, what do you think his reaction would be?" The 2 brothers paled. Even the wisest can make mistakes, and Lei Wen had not anticipated this angle. Han Yang continued his analysis. "Since it was your Lei Wu who obliterated Niao's skull, why would Lu Er resort to using corpse-dissolving liquid? I have dealt with him for many years and am well aware of his character and exploits. He is merely a brash man with a modicum of cleverness, but nothing more. What grounds does he have to concoct this black corrosive fluid? Moreover, with half of his neck bitten off, judging by the marks. It must have taken only 2 or 3 bites. He likely did not have time to resist and was bitten to death in mere seconds. How could he have had time to retrieve a bottle? Clearly, this corpse-dissolving liquid bears your signature, Lei Wen." Han Yang's gaze was piercing as he asserted, "To conceal the truth of your brother smashing Niao's head and to avoid offending Sun Jianggang. You used the corpse-dissolving liquid to dissolve Niao's skull and then place the blame on Lu Er, cleaning up the scene yourself. Only someone as meticulous as you, Lei Wen, could orchestrate such a scheme, leaving no significant flaws for Sun Jianggang to detect." Seeing the brothers' faces turn ashen, Han Yang smugly declared, "If it were not for my investigations over the years, where I have gained a profound understanding of the 2 of you, the extermination team would say that you, Lei Wen, are a master of concealment. Yet, still, I cannot discern the depth of your capabilities. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen for your ruse. Noticing other security personnel approaching, seemingly with inquiries, Han Yang gently patted the shoulders of the two brothers and whispered sternly, "Remember, I am giving you both 3 days to return the money and the knife to me. Otherwise, this matter will not conclude." With that, Han Yang turned and departed, leaving the two brothers in a state of despair. But on the drive back to the precinct, Lei Wu anxiously inquired, "Brother, what should we do?" Lei Wen replied, "Cool it." Lei Wu responded, "What does cool it mean?" Lei Wen explained, "Return the black knife to him first. Once we get past this hurdle, we shall find an opportunity to retrieve it later." Lei Wu was astonished, feeling as though he had discovered new territory. Could it be done this way? "What about the money?" "I have my methods." Under the flickering neon lights by the roadside, the golden-rimmed glasses of Lei Wen reflected a radiant spectrum of colors, resembling the halo of wisdom behind a deity's head. 3 days from now, I will negotiate with him, seeking to transform our adversary into an ally, so that Han Yang might become our support. At that moment, Lei Wu suddenly felt that his brother possessed a remarkable ability to turn circumstances to their advantage, akin to an ancient sage, seemingly unfazed by any challenge. Indeed, Han Yang was no simple character. Throughout the years of missions, Lei Wu had encountered a myriad of peculiar individuals, including formidable figures like Sun Jiangang. Yet among them all, Han Yang stood out remarkably, though he was merely a security team leader with no particularly impressive attributes. His intellect, analytical prowess, and cautious demeanor were formidable, displaying an astuteness akin to that of a clever monkey in critical moments. Lei Wen nodded and remarked, "While out in the world, it is wise to cultivate friendships. I perceive that Han Yang bears no malice towards us. Rather, he finds our brotherhood intriguing, believing we can add some amusement to his life. Let us allow him to enjoy himself." As the two brothers continued their idle chatter, Lei Wen suddenly recalled something and hesitated before asking, "Did Li Zimu send you a gift?" "Yes," Lei Wu affirmed, "a meteorite flying knife. This knife was valued at 100,000, a sum that Li Zimu had amassed by selling his possessions and even his house to procure it for Lei Wu." Lei Wen sighed, adding, "Moreover, Lu Er had previously arranged for 9 groups of insurance, and since Li Zimu had no relatives, he designated you as the beneficiary." Lei Wen's words plunged Lei Wu into a profound sorrow. In truth, he had not fully appreciated Li Zimu's sacrifices and concern. Their relationship had been somewhat distant due to their taciturn natures, leading to a gradual closeness over time. Eventually, out of friendship, he began to care for Li Zimu, who had long regarded him as a true brother, akin to the bond between him and his brother Lei Wen. Henceforth, that meteorite flying knife would symbolize Li Zimu. The next day, Lei Wu reported to work punctually. He was promptly summoned into the office of Section Chief Sun Fei, whose furious reprimands echoed throughout the entire office area. "What on earth happened? For members in your group, and only you survived. Are you conducting an operation akin to an aircraft? Even an aircraft wouldn't be handled this way. It is one thing to lose 3 members, but to have your mission executed so terribly. Did you think you were going to a villa for counterterrorism, killing anyone you see? How bizarre. A few years ago, your team killed a level 6 zombie at Yijing Tianshan, and I assumed it was mere luck. Yet here you are again, successfully slaying, and you, Lei Wu, have once more emerged unscathed. You are quite remarkable, are you not? Now, confess honestly, what exactly transpired?" Sun Fei's tirade served as a release for the frustration he had felt after being reprimanded by Sun Jiangang the previous night. Logically, he should have reported to his superiors and sought Lei Wu's dismissal, demonstrating his stance to Sun Jiangang regarding the incident. However, upon careful consideration, Sun Fei decided to impose a severe punishment on Lei Wu without resorting to dismissal. The reason was simple. This lad was exceptionally peculiar. He possessed immense potential, a promising future, and hidden abilities. No leader wishes for a lack of talent among their subordinates. The extermination team had been in decline for far too long. Aside from himself, the strongest among the 9 group members was merely level 5, rendering them weaker than the security team at Yijing Tianshan. How could he take pride in that? Though Sun Fei was not particularly suited for leadership, as long as he held this position, His primary wish was to have a team of strong individuals beneath him. He would have liked nothing more than to summon historical figures of great renown from the past, such as Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, and Hoi Tsubing, to serve under him. Wouldn't that be delightful? Unifying Jiangcheng would merely be a matter of thought, effortlessly sweeping away zombies as though plucking fruit from a tree. Now that he had finally encountered Lei Wu, who was even more adept at hiding his abilities than his brother Lei Wen, how could Sun Fei bring himself to dismiss him, with a team of inept individuals left at his disposal? Should he cease being a section chief, everyone would attribute the downfall of the extermination team to his leadership. Most importantly, Lei Wu was unlike Jingge and his ilk, who were forever shouting and scheming rebellion, ready to abandon their posts at the slightest hint of unfavorable treatment. Lei Wu was a straightforward individual, highly obedient, and capable of executing orders decisively. What leader would not appreciate such a soldier? Bang! Sun Fei slammed his desk, angrily inquiring, "Where's your mission recording device? Don't tell me all four of them were lost." Last night, Lei Wen had already devised a cover story for his brother. And with a calm demeanor, Lei Wu replied, "We initially intended to make a big score. However, upon entry, Lu Er instructed Tai Dan to collect all the recording devices to avoid leaving evidence. Later, while searching the restroom, the owner's daughter attacked us, destroying all four recording devices in my BAG. By the time the owner returned home, my brother and I were already cleaning up the scene. Seeing that the recording devices were entirely destroyed, we decided to flush them down the toilet rather than toss them into the owner's trash, lest we incur their displeasure. The truth of the matter was impossible to ascertain, and no one at the scene knew the specifics. Sun Fei was even less likely to summon forensic experts to investigate the villa based solely on a few recording devices, especially since Director Sun's residence was not accessible to just anyone. His explanation elicited a cold laugh from Sun Fei, who thought to himself that the story was well crafted, but could not deceive him. This excuse might fool a 3-year-old. The destruction of 4 recording devices likely concealed some unspeakable secret. Lei Wu remained silent, understanding that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, and instead feigned an air of helplessness, as if to say that if Sun Fei did not believe him, there was nothing he could do. This attitude of resignation only furrowed Sun Fei's brow in displeasure. Given the severity of this incident, I should have reported you for dismissal. However, I have heard that Lu Er possesses a type of corpse-dissolving liquid. I will grant you half a month for suspension and reflection. Obtain that substance for me, and I will share some with Director Sun to placate his anger. Otherwise, your job is likely to be in jeopardy." Corpse-dissolving liquid? Lei Wu was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Sun Fei's intentions regarding this item. In his possession were 3 small green vials, given to him by Lei Wen the previous night for self-defense, with strict instructions not to use them unless absolutely necessary, since they had already surfaced at Sun Jiangang's residence once, leading to the demise of the unfortunate Lu Er. Their reappearance would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon the 2 brothers. Now, both Sun Fei and Sun Jiangang desired this item, that if he were to part with 1 vial, both men would possess it, and should the corpse-dissolving liquid emerge again, with everyone having access to it, it would naturally divert suspicion from them. Lei Wu felt a flicker of amusement within, though his expression remained one of great distress. This substance was unique to Lu Er, who knew how he had acquired it. "Where am I supposed to find it for you? I don't care." Sun Fei slammed the table and glared. "If you can't find it, prepare to beg on the streets." With a single word from Director Sun, "There won't be a place for you in the whole of Jiang City." At this moment, Lei Wu was genuinely intimidated. Sun Jiangang was indeed no trifling matter. However, even if he were to part with the corpse-dissolving liquid, it must not pass through his hands, especially not as something he retrieved. This would only heighten Sun Fei's suspicion regarding the liquid's origins. Even outsiders like Han Yang knew what kind of fellow Lu Er was. Sun Fei's understanding of him was even deeper. If Lu Er could concoct the corpse-dissolving liquid, why would he still be with the corpse extermination team? He could simply align himself with a top-tier conglomerate, where any one of them would offer him a salary in the millions, treating him as a key asset. Reflecting on this, Lei Wu suddenly realized that his brother's presence in the corpse extermination team was indeed a waste of his talents. With his capabilities, whether he chose to operate independently, leading a band of robbers, or engaging in research and aligning with a prominent family, he could easily become a figure of distinction with a boundless future ahead. Furthermore, once he attained wealth and power, he could easily take Lei Wu with him, escaping from the perilous life of the corpse extermination team. So, why had Lei Wen chosen to stay? Lei Wu pondered, lowering his head. Firstly, it was a matter of inheriting the family business. He served as a police officer to keep his brother close for protection. Secondly, perhaps it was simply about maintaining a low profile. One does not necessarily find happiness or safety simply by attaining high status or wealth. Those who are well-known often attract trouble. The more prominent one becomes, the greater the risk to truly live well and ensure one's safety. There is but one way. I am a mighty dragon, yet I prefer to transform into an eel, concealed within the mud. The incident at Villa No. 7 of Yijing Tianqian culminated in Lei Wu being suspended for a month and receiving a significant demerit. The repercussions, while not insignificant, were not overly severe either. In future promotions within the department, those with demerits would undoubtedly be sidelined, making Lei Wu's ascent to higher ranks considerably challenging. However, neither punishment deducted from his salary. It was merely symbolic, allowing him a paid leave of absence for a month, after which he could return to work, which was quite pleasant indeed. The families of Lu Er and Tai Dan caused quite a scene at the precinct, lamenting and questioning Lei Wu about why he was the only survivor. Their grief was understandable, and thus, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong politely ushered them away, ensuring Lei Wu's name was no longer mentioned. In an effort to pacify the situation, Sun Fei arranged for 3 months' worth of salary as death compensation for the families, and the matter was soon forgotten. In times of chaos, human life holds little value. Who lives and who dies is often a matter of indifference. During these days, Lei Wu had been discreetly tracking Lu Er's family, gathering intel on their comings and goings. Finally, on the 3rd day, Lei Wu seized an opportunity, stealthily infiltrating their home and placing the small green vial under Lu Er's bed. He ensured to wear gloves and shoe covers throughout, erasing any fingerprint from the vial and leaving no trace of his presence. That same day, Lu Er's fastidious wife discovered the vial while cleaning, her body trembling with excitement. She had already inquired about her husband's death from Lei Wen. The small green vial had previously emerged during missions, capable of dissolving even level 6 zombies that bullets could not harm. If it were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly fetch a fortune. She called her son, Lu San, home, and after a discussion, they concluded that this item possessed immense power and could be a lifesaver in dire circumstances. However, for ordinary people, since they did not face zombies daily, holding onto this vial might prove impractical. It would be more sensible to exchange it for money. Thus, they secured the vial in a bag, and under the cover of night, Lu San cautiously left for a nearby, large auction house. Lei Wu trailed behind and dialed Sun Fei's number. "Chief, I have uncovered leads on the corpse-dissolving liquid." "You found it that quickly?" Sun Fei exclaimed in surprise. Lei Wu nodded and replied, "I have been monitoring Lu Er's family for the past few days and am currently tailing Lu San. He seems to be acting suspiciously, carrying a bag that looks like it contains a fortune. I suspect it holds the corpse-dissolving liquid, and he is preparing to dispose of it." Sun Fei abruptly stood up, asking, "Where are you?" "Changfeng Street, heading north. I believe your residence is nearby. Share your location. I'll head over." Suddenly, the phone line was filled with the sound of rushing wind, as if the phone had been thrust out a speeding car window. The noise relentless. With that, Sun Fei rushed to cover ground on foot. With his level 6 prowess, he could sprint at a speed of 90 meters per second, faster than a car. Lei Wu quickly moved his phone away to avoid damaging his ears. While his thoughts were already with his brother, who was also on Changfeng Street, that moment, it was precisely when Lei Wen had arranged to return the black knife and cash, under the blood moon. Amidst the rising haze, Lei Wen stood in front of the entrance of the luxurious building on Changfeng Street, bearing the black knife. After a brief wait, Han Yang finally arrived, albeit tardily. The reason they chose to conduct their transaction on the street was due to their shared understanding of the underworld. Open spaces offered a sense of security, making it difficult for the other to launch a surprise attack. Checking his watch, Lei Wen looked up and said, "You're 10 minutes late, and you spent 10 minutes observing me." scouring the area within 100 meters, setting up various tactics, such as the sniper on the rooftop of the luxurious building and that imposing presence behind me, suspected to be level 5, who aims to block my escape route. Han Yang, taken aback, remained unperturbed, clapping his hands and smiling. No wonder you were able to poison me. Your attention to detail is indeed commendable. But so what? Even if you've deduced my plans, the sniper is still in place. And you still have someone blocking your way. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you won't leave here unscathed. Here you go. Lei Wen tossed the black knife with the swiftness of lightning. But Han Yang easily caught it, performing a graceful flourish in the air before drawing the blade with a satisfying clang, admiring the golden inscriptions upon it, nodding in approval. Where's my money? The knife can be returned. But I've spent the money, and I have no intention of returning it. Han Yang's expression darkened as he sheathed the knife, displeased. Zhao Hong allocated 100,000. You left me 20,000. What about the remaining 70,000? Did you spend it all? Indeed, Lei Wen replied. My brother and I purchased evolution liquids to enhance our abilities, indirectly boosting yours as well. Han Yang raised an eyebrow. Enhance my abilities? Lei Wen calmly remarked, because my brother and I intend to befriend you. Not to speak of life and death camaraderie, at the very least, we wish to assist one another in the future. Should you encounter difficulties, just call upon us. And, as long as it doesn't involve life-threatening situations, we will certainly do our utmost to help you be friends with me. Han Yang laughed heartily. Your brother is only level 2, and you're merely level 3. Even with your status as police officers, you are still mere commoners, while I am already level 6. With this black knife, I'm further empowered, and my subordinates are a legion of loyal brothers. What grounds do you have to befriend me? Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Lei Wen replied, by the time we finish this conversation, the sniper on the rooftop of your luxurious building will have already been incapacitated. Han Yang's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly pressed his earpiece, calling out the sniper's name, but received no response. Ignoring him, Lei Wen continued, the level 5 expert behind me has also been neutralized, leaving my escape route unobstructed. As for you. Han Yang suddenly felt his legs weaken, unable to support his weight, and collapsed to the ground. He looked at his hands, both gloved in tactical gear, completely insulated from the knife handle, making it impossible for the poison to originate from there. Yet in such an open space, having touched nothing, how had he been affected? Han Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, how did you manage that? Raven refrained from offering an explanation, aware that doing so would betray his secret weapon. Instead, he concealed the remote control nestled between his fingers and popped a pill into his mouth, renewing its effects to counteract the toxic powder that could engulf him in the night mist. He had scouted this location a day in advance, having checked the weather forecast to accurately predict the wind direction and the time the fog would rise. He had strategically placed small balls disguised as litter at nearby vantage points and among the grasses surrounding the opulent building. With the press of a button on the remote, the powder within these orbs would disperse and scatter with the wind. To restore its industrial and manufacturing capabilities, Jiang City was filled with smoking factories, resulting in dismal air quality and a foul stench in the smog, which conveniently masked the odor of the poison. As for how he knew that Han Yang had been circling the area for 10 minutes, that there were snipers on the rooftop and ambushers lurking behind him, such secrets lay hidden behind his golden-rimmed glasses and in the tiny black dot hovering above. Do you wish to uncover my secret? I shall not divulge it. Han Yang, who had been anxiously awaiting Raven's explanation, was rendered nearly speechless by those words, his anger boiling over as he knelt on the ground, trembling, desperately battling the effects of the drug. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the crucial tactic for avoiding intoxication. Simply do not breathe. With his formidable level 6 physical prowess, capable of delivering an 8-ton punch and sprinting at nearly 100 meters per second, the poison had not directly penetrated his skin. Relying solely on inhaling the toxic powder made it exceedingly difficult to take him down. Now it was Raven's turn to chuckle and remark, Am I now worthy to be your friend? Not yet. Han Yang gritted his teeth and retorted, What you employ are merely underhanded tactics. If it came down to sheer strength, I could fell 8 of you with a single blow. If you dare, take my punch. If you survive, you won't merely be my friend. You'll be my superior, Take your punch? Raven was initially eager, but quickly regained his composure. After enduring a week of high fever that nearly claimed his life, he had fought tooth and nail to obtain a superlative trump card. With no immediate danger to his life, it would be foolish to expose his abilities over mere bravado. Indeed, my physical capabilities are not on par with yours. Raven conceded calmly. While physical strength is undoubtedly important in our line of work, wisdom holds even greater significance than a mere ordinary person wielding an anti-material sniper rifle, if sufficiently clever, could just as easily eliminate a level 6 powerhouse like you. Achieving the most improbable of feats. Pausing momentarily, Raven's gaze deepened as he continued. As long as I continue to create miracles and maintain them, they become an integral part of my strength in reality. During life-and-death battles, everyone exerts their utmost effort and employs every means at their disposal. No one would stand idly by the trade blows. Han Yang's face paled, yet his stubbornness persisted. Your miracles are solely reliant on your brother, who lurks in the shadows, assisting you in taking out snipers on rooftops and ambushers at your back. That hardly qualifies as a sophisticated strategy. He is not here, Raven replied, shaking his head. To deal with you. I need no assistance. Han Yang's skepticism was evident. He thought to himself, if no one was aiding him from behind, how could he incapacitate a sniper from afar? Raven chose not to elaborate further, instead stepping forward with deliberate strides, the sound of his footsteps echoing eerily on the quiet street, his voice becoming ethereal. Do you not feel a sudden chill at the crown of your head? As if ensnared by glue? Han Yang's body stiffened. He felt a liquid trickling down his scalp, binding his hair together. When he touched the back of his head, Captain Han was momentarily dumbfounded, gazing skyward, utterly bewildered as to how Raven had accomplished this. This is the first life I grant you, Han Yang. Raven continued nonchalantly. Otherwise, what drips down would not be glue but the molten black liquid of a level 6 zombie. Ignoring Han Yang's ashen expression, Raven took another step forward and inquired, do you not feel an itch in your knees, as if 1,000 ants were crawling within? As soon as he uttered those words, Han Yang's legs began to convulse violently, compelling him to claw at his kneecaps, wishing desperately for the claws of a zombie to relieve the unbearable itch. Raven tossed a small pill toward him, proclaiming, this is the second life I grant you. Han Yang's eyes nearly bulged with rage, his confidence crumbling at an alarming rate, his worldview undergoing a profound upheaval. In that fleeting moment, he even perceived Raven not as a three-dimensional being, but as a game developer capable of conjuring reality and manipulating everything within the game, dictating his every move with mere words. Reluctant to retrieve the pill, Han Yang was overwhelmed by the insatiable itch in his knees. Having already torn his pants and left his knees bloodied, if he did not consume the antidote soon, he risked losing the use of his legs in a matter of seconds, from despair to a face drained of color. Han Yang came to terms with his reality and, in a daze, picked up the pill and placed it in his mouth. Raven asked, now, am I worthy to be your friend? Han Yang remained silent. Yet his dazed appearance clearly indicated that he was now in awe of Raven's unfathomable abilities. However, out of a sense of lingering dignity and the fact that he was considerably older than Raven, he found it difficult to utter the term of respect. Yet none of that mattered, as long as he acknowledged Raven's prowess and understood that the two brothers were not to be trifled with. Recognizing that Raven, despite possessing only level 3 physical abilities, could easily dispatch level 6 powerhouses, was sufficient for parity. Raven, sensing the change, did not press further, choosing to withdraw gracefully. Now, I grant you your third life. He produced a dagger from his waist, launching it as a concealed weapon that whizzed past Han Yang's neck, signaling, I could easily eliminate you. He then advised, do not breathe the air. The sensation of weakness will dissipate. Air, Han Yang, with his head bowed and his face ashen, finally exhibited a glimmer of hope, slowly lifting his gaze. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom that the very air had been his undoing. He promptly held his breath, stifling the air within, and the sensation of weakness receded like a tide. Within 10 seconds, he stood upright, his resilience truly remarkable. Raven could not help but exclaim, indeed, a level 6 powerhouse possesses terrifying physical attributes. Leaping 10 meters high and landing unscathed from a 7-story fall is nothing short of superhuman in the bygone era. Han Yang regarded the genteel young man before him with a complex expression. His earlier dismissiveness completely evaporated, replaced by a fervent desire to cultivate a relationship. If he could recruit Raven into a security team, these extraordinary abilities would double their overall strength, even if he could not enlist him. Having him as a friend would be advantageous. In the world they inhabited, having more friends meant more pathways, even if they could not aid one another in dire straits. Simply lending a hand in times of need would suffice. Clenching his teeth, Han Yang conceded, "From now on, you shall be my superior." "Not necessary. We are of the same generation." Raven retrieved 3 metallic spheres and 3 small pills from behind his waist, tossing them along with the remote control to Han Yang. "These are the very tools that incapacitated you. Within the spheres lies the powder. If one calculates the wind direction correctly and allows the powder to disperse into the air, it will yield unexpectedly effective results. However, these are best employed at night or in areas with poor air quality to mask the powder's scent. Otherwise, they can only incapacitate an adversary momentarily, lacking any lasting effect." After a brief pause, Raven stood tall and proclaimed, "I am confident that before long, I shall develop a truly colorless and odorless powder, with effects surpassing those of the current formulation." Han Yang picked up the small spheres, astonished by Raven's ingenious ideas, even more so at the fact that he was willing to gift his trump card to him. "What do you expect me to do with this?" Raven replied with a smile. "We are not sworn enemies. Aside from that 700,000 in the Black Blade, we harbor no other grievances. Consider this toxic wind or a form of compensation. I have no interest in the Black Blade. I merely wish to befriend you." Han Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling ashamed as the small spheres grew warm in his hands. Yet, the thought of returning them was unbearable. Ultimately, all he could express was, "I will not take this toxic wind orb from you for free. From now on, as long as you, Raven, utter a single word, whether scaling mountains or traversing seas of fire, I, Han Yang, shall be there." The grace of sparing my life thrice, combined with the generous bestowal of treasures, is enough to rival Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua. Yet, Lei Wen's methods are even more exquisite after delivering a blow. He offers a sweet reward, cleverly balancing kindness and authority. Unless one encounters a soulless zombie, anyone with a sliver of conscience would inevitably yield to Han Yang, acknowledging Lei Wen as a true brother. Just then, a taxi approached from a distance, its exterior adorned with graffiti, coming to a sudden halt beside Lei Wen. Lei Wu's large head poked out of the window, inquiring, "Brother, are we done?" Lei Wen replied, "We are finished." Han Yang interjected, "What are you two up to?" Sun Fei also leaned out from the passenger seat, casting a suspicious glance at Han Yang and Lei Wen. His gaze lingered on the black knife in Han Yang's hand before he feigned nonchalance and averted his eyes. Moments prior, he and Lei Wu had stolen a modified car from a notorious street racing gang, donning black hoods and pretending to crash into El San, nearly frightening a child into submission, only to helplessly watch them take away the little green bottle. Sun Fei, having secured a treasure, wore a broad grin, thumping his chest in assurance that he would handle Sun Jiangang and would strive to promote the two brothers. Lei Wu dismissed Sun Keqiang's boastful claims as mere whimsy, not taking his words to heart. After their escapade, the two planned to return home when Lei Wu suggested picking up Lei Wen, unaware of the unfolding situation. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that Han Yang was seeking trouble with Lei Wen. Sun Keqiang wasted no time, directly warning Han Yang, "I won't interfere if you trouble others, but be cautious if you dare to confront my subordinates. I won't hold back." Han Yang, the head of security, felt a wave of embarrassment. He thought such words should have been directed at Lei Wen, who was the one being rude tonight, not him. "Sun Keqiang, you've misunderstood. Lei Wen and I were merely exchanging insights. Now that we've concluded our discussion, we're on amicable terms, ready to become steadfast brothers. You can ask Lei Wen if you don't believe me." When Sun Fei cast an inquisitive glance, Lei Wen nodded in affirmation, confirming the situation, although Sun Keqiang remained skeptical. With both parties insisting there was no issue, he refrained from probing further, ushering Lei Wen into the car and calling out to Han Yang, "Feel free to drop by the station for tea sometime." In the dormitory of the East City Branch Bureau, Lei Wu soaked in a wooden tub, humming a tune, feeling relaxed and content. While others toiled away at work, confined to their offices and less dispatched, he reveled in his freedom, inciting envy among his teammates. Even more enviable was the fact that his mental value had finally surpassed 50 points, quietly elevating his physical prowess to level 3. Level 3. Mutated Zombie Punching Power. 4,011 kilogram speed, 46 ms stamina, 8 days 21 hours mental, 51 training points, 27, increased by 1 daily. Martial Arts. Light Kill, Mastery. Golden Bell Shield, Mastery. Flying Legs, Mastery. Diamond Shattering Palm, Beginner. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lei Wu contemplated the threshold for level 4, which required a punching power of 2,000 kilograms, a speed of 40 meters per second, and a mental value of 100 points. While his punching power and speed were already adequate, he fell short on mental value by half, with no shortcuts in sight, leaving him utterly distressed. Yet this aligned with his zombie persona, immensely strong. A human bulldozer and reasonably swift, but with a mind consumed by the virus, leaving only an empty shell filled with mush. Point 3 of his martial arts were at mastery, while only the diamond shattering palm remained at the beginner level. Reflecting on the panel, Lei Wu hesitated momentarily. With so few training points, he decided to invest them all into the diamond shattering palm. Consuming 5 training points, he grasped that the term diamond symbolizes indomitable strength and wisdom. Enhancing his palm technique's essence and slightly increasing its power in an instant, Lei Wu felt an inexplicable force descend from a void, permeating his limbs and bones, creating an illusion that he had transformed into a colossal diamond figure. Suddenly, his punching power surged by 300 kilograms, and his mental value increased by 5 points. This was merely the effect of expending 5 training points. Astonished, Lei Wu realized that since he had elevated the iron sand palm to the diamond shattering palm, he had neglected this martial art for nearly 2 years, adding not a single training point. That he understood that this martial art could instill greater courage and resilience, yet he had not anticipated the ferocity of super-realistic martial arts. What he comprehended was not mere technique, but something profound in the realm of spirit, akin to the impenetrable path of Buddhism, unfathomable in depth. Each increment in mental strength represented a quest for enlightenment, self-discovery, and wisdom. The enhancement of physical prowess was merely a byproduct of spiritual elevation. Amazing, Lei Wu exclaimed, unable to resist adding another 10 training points. Through meditation, ascetic practices, contemplation, and the study of sage texts, he deepened his understanding of the diamond path, allowing the righteousness within his hands to intensify, while his spirit penetrated the mists of ignorance, reaching the realm of palm techniques that shatter souls. What level is this? Lei Wu felt a mix of understanding and confusion. He longed to find someone to test his newfound power, but he quickly suppressed that impulse. His brother Lei Wen's words echoed in his mind. Possessing a trump card is not for show. One must accumulate reserves, for 1 card is never too many, and 10,000 cards are never too few. This is a matter of respecting one's life. At this moment, Lei Wu's arsenal consisted solely of a flying knife technique, a super-realistic palm technique, and the corpse-dissolving liquid and poison ball gifted by Lei Wen. His means of self-preservation were woefully inadequate. It is essential to note that while Lei Wen's physical prowess was only at level 4, he could effortlessly suppress a level 6 powerhouse like Han Yang without lifting a finger, relying solely on external force. If it were Lei Wu, his only means to contend with Han Yang would be the light-kill flying knife, a desperate measure. Should Han Yang raise his chin defiantly, daring him to strike, even in death, he would remain unyielding. Taking a life is simple, but conquering a heart is the true challenge. In this regard, Lei Wu could not compare to his brother. After a moment's reflection, Lei Wu reined in his thoughts and allocated the final 12 training points. His comprehension of the diamond path grew ever deeper, gradually fostering the desire to obliterate all worries and obstacles. One day, in a fit of inspiration, with a fierce countenance, he recited Buddhist scriptures, igniting an impulse to embrace a philosophy of preferring to be shattered like jade rather than remain whole like clay. Yearning for the power to annihilate all. Fortunately, his dull aptitude and lack of ambition prevented him from succumbing to self-destruction, saving him from a reckless fate. As he soaked in a bath, Lei Wu suddenly found himself bleeding profusely, large bruises appearing on his skin, his face a patchwork of blue and purple, as if he had endured a beating from 100 assailants, causing him to convulse in pain. In that moment, Lei Wu contemplated the finality of life. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. One must be cautious when allocating points. Previously, his panel merely indicated mediocre talent, leading to some mild reproach. Now, however, it seemed he had ventured into the realm of madness. If he mismanaged his training, he risked catastrophic failure, potentially costing him his life. Cursed panel! With a surge of frustration coursing through him, Lei Wu wiped the blood from his body with a towel. Relieved to discover that the bleeding was merely the result of ruptured capillaries, and that his skin remained intact. After enduring such turmoil, his punching power had reached an impressive 5,166 kilograms, and his mental fortitude had risen to 66 points that he meticulously cleaned the room, disposing of the clipped nails by flushing them down the toilet. Spraying himself with a men's fragrance, he donned a fresh set of athletic wear, topped off with a hat and mask to conceal the bruises adorning his face and body, before setting out in his vehicle. It had been several years since he last returned home. Transformed into a zombie, he had died once, losing all sense of home. This time, his return was primarily prompted by Lei Wen's request for him to retrieve a certain item, a belated birthday gift to compensate for the 2 years that had passed. San Guan Miao Alley, named for the temple that once stood there, had regrettably succumbed to demolition during the old era, leaving only dilapidated houses in its wake. Nowadays, many of these homes had crumbled or been destroyed, with scarcely any remaining habitable. He pushed open the courtyard gate and surveyed the yard overrun with weeds. Lei Wu couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Time had flown by. In the blink of an eye, he and his brother were now in their 20s, having grown from the carefree children who once ran amok to the struggling lower-class citizens they were today. Rather than entering the house, he approached the wall. Following the method taught by Lei Wen, he walked 7 paces along the base of the wall, then leaped into the neighbor's yard. Gazing around, he beheld crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, which appeared devoid of danger. Yet Lei Wu dared not tread carelessly. He took 3 cautious steps forward, then shifted left, repeating the process thrice. Uncertain of the consequences of a misstep, he was acutely aware of his brother's capabilities. He might not even realize his demise until it was too late. Carefully reaching the designated spot, he crouched down to rummage through the thicket of weeds, upon brushing against a red brick hidden within. Lei Wen, miles away in his office, seemed to sense something, adjusting his glasses ever so slightly. In the next instant, a square opening erupted in the center of the yard, swiftly engulfing Lei Wu, with a jarring sensation akin to an elevator plummeting. The disoriented Lei Wu's surroundings brightened, as if he had traversed time and space into a futuristic realm. He found himself in an underground laboratory, with a cold metallic atmosphere enveloped him, filled with an array of sci-fi instruments. A blue virtual screen floated above the central control panel, resembling artificial intelligence, pivoting to face him as he moved, displaying a flurry of data codes that seemed to emanate from alien technology. After surveying the laboratory, Lei Wu's attention was swiftly captured by a row of glass test tubes on a table, each containing variously colored, peculiar liquids and powders, including a black substance labeled Successful Development. A glance revealed only 5 successes among many failures, indicating that Lei Wen was engaged in this research. Beyond the laboratory, a 10-meter-long assembly line sprawled out, lined with precision mechanical arms, seemingly capable of effortlessly assembling anything. The laboratory occupied approximately 300 square meters, having excavated the earth beneath several nearby yards, leaving Lei Wu astounded by the financial backing required to construct such a facility. After considering various possibilities, he could only conceive of one method: collaborating with a top-tier consortium in Jiangcheng, where they would provide funding while his brother conducted the research, sharing the results upon completion. Seek the tiger's skin. Lei Wu mused, a sense of urgency washing over him. He must hasten to enhance his own strength. Should Lei Wen fail to produce results in a timely manner, or if the consortium's collaboration was solely to develop his secret weapon, they would inevitably face peril at that juncture. There would be no refuge for the 2 brothers in Jiangcheng to survive. One must either possess the strength to resist and solidify their position or escape Jiangsheng to confront the endless horde of zombies. Lost in thought, Lei Wu returned to the laboratory entrance, where he found a note on the shoe rack left by Lei Wen in advance. Xiao Wu, happy birthday. A wave of warmth surged through him as he glanced at the shoebox beneath the note. Lifting the lid revealed a pair of silver-framed glasses, identical to those worn by Lei Wen, save for the color. Beside the glasses lay a fist-sized drone. What is this? A drone? Lei Wu gasped in astonishment. In the old era, drones had become commonplace, affordable to even the average citizen. However, since the cataclysm, the blood moon had cast a pall over the world, causing industrial regression that had nearly reverted civilization to primitive conditions. Jiangsheng, as it stood today, was technologically equivalent to the year 2000, with vehicles and phones left over from the old era. Advancing technology required a plethora of materials and metal ores, yet the surrounding lands were overrun by zombie hordes, and trade among major bases was nearly non-existent. Relying solely on Jiangsheng's resources, it was a daunting task to manufacture even a simple camera, let alone a drone. After trying on the silver-framed glasses, Lei Wu discovered two small electronic screens within the lenses, which could be controlled by his eye movements to maneuver the drone up, down, left, and right, all while displaying footage from a high-definition camera. Remarkably, this drone operated in complete silence. Beneath its body were four minuscule hooks, serving as both landing gear and a means to suspend test tubes below, akin to a grenade hanging in midair. Capable of releasing powders or toxic liquids from above, undetected by enemies. And that wasn't even the most impressive feature. Switched to combat mode, he commanded a S if responding. Razor-sharp blades extended from the drone's four propellers, and the hooks retracted, transforming the drone into a sleek, flat vessel that zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning. Cautiously, Lei Wu navigated the drone through 2 laps, fearful of crashing it into the walls. Finally satisfied, he stowed the glasses and drone in his backpack and took the elevator back up. The glasses had already performed an iris scan for authentication, ensuring that even if stolen, they would remain inoperable. With this extraordinary drone at his disposal, he now possessed an all-seeing eye, granting him unparalleled awareness of his surroundings, revealing enemy positions and hidden snipers with clarity. Upon returning to the surface, Lei Wu exited using the same method, and the square opening seamlessly closed behind him, restoring the yard to its overgrown state. Scaling the wall back into his home, he tidied up several rooms before noticing the evening sky darkening. He lit a stick of incense at his father's memorial and prepared to leave with his backpack. However, after taking only a few steps into the alley, he was confronted by a tall young man emerging from the shadows. You are Lei Wu, correct? And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Mingyu. Our Jiang Consortium has a partnership with your brother, Lei Wen. I have met him a few times. Do you need something? Lei Wu discerned the hostility emanating from the stranger, yet felt no fear. This individual seemed to overlook a crucial fact. They were in Sanguan Miao Alley, the territory of the two brothers. Who knew how many traps lay when it set up in the alley? There were dozens of hidden pinhole cameras scattered throughout, all visible through his newly acquired glasses. Lei Wu had only just obtained them, and had yet to explore their full capabilities. Nevertheless, he understood that if Jiang Mingyu had ventured into Sanguan Miao Alley, Lei Wen would certainly be aware and was likely monitoring the situation through the glasses at that very moment. With a crew cut, Jiang Mingyu exuded an aura of determination and straightforwardness as he extended his hand, demanding, I've been waiting here for several days, wanting to collect something from your brother, since he isn't here. You can give me your bag, and I'll let you leave at I see, Lei Wu replied, a realization dawning upon him. And oh wonder my brother asked me to return for something. He simply didn't want to see you. Furrowing his brow, Lei Wu retorted, but your Jiang Consortium should possess everything my brother has done. If you want it, go retrieve it from your family. Why come to him? Jiang Mingyu remained silent, slowly advancing toward Lei Wu. In that moment, Lei Wu grasped the truth. He was out of favor within the Jiang family, unable to acquire those resources, yet somehow had learned of his brother's whereabouts, resorting to stealing from outsiders when he couldn't claim what was his at home. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Mingyu's otherwise impassive face. I've heard rumors about you. People say you're foolish, but I see you as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Think what you will, but my bag will not be handed over to you. Lei Wu stood tall, his imposing physique reminiscent of an iron tower, exuding an aura of dominance. Jiang Mingyu, a notably towering figure himself, seemed dwarfed in the presence of Lei Wu's upright stature, reduced to a mere subject of scrutiny. In light of this, it was time to put strength to the test. Jiang Mingyu's eyes sparked with intensity as he suddenly unleashed a punch, the resounding whoosh cutting through the air, bearing down on Lei Wu with such force that it nearly stole his breath away. Should this punch connect, it would undoubtedly shatter his skull. Lei Wu was unaware of the exact level of Jiang Mingyu's physical prowess. Yet regardless of its classification, he felt an impulsive urge to test the resilience of his own fist. Palm intent shattering soul. With a surge of energy, Lei Wu raised his hand and struck, meeting the oncoming fist head dash on in an instant. Jiang Mingyu perceived Lei Wu's palm swelling with blood and energy, expanding until it obscured the sky and blotted out all sight. The world turned pitch black, devoid of sun and moon, as if a celestial guardian's hand sought to crush him into oblivion. This was no mere martial technique. It was a psychological assault, a transcendental skill beyond comprehension. Ah, Jiang Mingyu screamed, his voice laced with terror, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a watery abyss. Their hands and fists never made contact. It was in that fleeting moment of Lei Wu's strike that the overwhelming presence of his intent erupted, causing Jiang Mingyu to fall. When his vision returned, Lei Wu's figure had vanished from the alleyway. Terrifying, Jiang Mingyu remained seated in the alley for a full 10 minutes. Gradually regaining his composure, a gentle breeze swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. Leaving him feeling chilled to the bone in that brief moment, he genuinely felt as if he were ensnared beneath an immense mountain, descending from the heavens, surpassing even Kunlun in height, its every blade of grass and tree vividly alive. The sheer weight of that pressure rendered him utterly immobile, as if his very soul were on the brink of annihilation, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Even before the mountain could crash down upon him, he felt as though he had already been flattened into a mere pancake. Fortunately, in the final instant, the mountain abruptly vanished, sparing him from a fate of utter terror. This was no technique of lesser rank. Trembling, Jiang Mingyu struggled to rise, leaning against the wall for support, taking a deep breath to quell his inner fear as he slowly made his way out of the alley. Coming from a prominent consortium, he had encountered numerous formidable individuals, including a level 9 powerhouse from the Jiang family and a level 8 uncle who had once sparred with him. Although his uncle's strikes carried an intense pressure that could induce confusion and illusions, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence Lei Wu had exhibited. With a single strike, Lei Wu had left Jiang Mingyu in awe. There was no need for words or further actions. The dread instilled by that one blow would haunt Jiang Mingyu for life, forever binding him to the shadow of Lei Wu. If he had been slain by that blow, it would have been a merciful end. Death extinguishes the light of existence. Yet, Lei Wu had chosen to spare him that in the world they inhabited. One must acknowledge their faults, and Jiang Mingyu, having instigated the conflict, bore a certain guilt, despite being met with ruthless force. Lei Wu had opted for mercy, a commendable act of virtue in the face of his transgression. Whether this mercy stemmed from a fear of Jiang's name or a genuine kindness, Jiang Mingyu resolved to repay this debt. As his figure gradually faded into the shadows, he remained oblivious to the fact that every expression, movement, and reaction had been meticulously observed by Lei Wen, who was analyzing his psyche. Should Jiang Mingyu harbor any vengeful thoughts? The hidden arsenal of anti-material sniper rifles, the lethal needles embedded within the alley walls, and the poisonous traps concealed beneath the cobblestones would ensure he remained forever trapped in that alley. Denied any opportunity for retaliation, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, having witnessed the encounter, Lei Wen fell into deep contemplation after Jiang Mingyu departed. What manner of technique had Xiao Wu employed? He had analyzed various possibilities using artificial intelligence, but found no method that could allow a level 2 individual to strike with such force as to nearly terrify a level 5 powerhouse. Unless what he unleashed was not a palm strike, but a gunshot. Yet, even with a bullet, Jiang Mingyu's mental fortitude, with a spear value of at least 200 points, was too formidable to be easily shaken. It appeared that Xiao Wu was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Ever since Lei Wu's mind had faltered years ago, Lei Wen had sensed an air of mystery surrounding his younger brother. Leaving him perplexed, the years had only deepened this enigma, and Lei Wu's behavior had grown increasingly peculiar. Daily nail trimming was one thing, but he had also begun to dabble in fragrances. The extermination team was composed entirely of men, with no women in sight, and even when encountering female homeowners during missions, Lei Wu had never shown the slightest interest, no matter how alluring they appeared. Why the sudden penchant for perfume? Lei Wen had once suspected that his brother's character had twisted, leading him to prefer men over women. However, after Lei Wu's visit to the Red Romance with Li Zimu, he had discovered that, despite not engaging with the escort, his brother's orientation remained intact. Unable to fathom the changes, Lei Wen chose to let it be, prioritizing his brother's safety and health. After all, everyone had their secrets. Lei Wen. Zhao Hong, please come in. Sun Fei called from the office, poking his head out to summon them before retreating back inside. The two exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion as they pushed open the door to the office. Sun Fei got straight to the point. With Lei Wu on leave, there are only 2 of you left in Group 6, making it impossible to undertake missions. I now present you with 2 options. First, transfer Sun Dongliang to your group. Second, dissolve Group 6 and reassign you both to other teams. Afterward, he lowered his head to resume playing a game on his computer, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhao Hong and Lei Wen furrowed their brows. They could accept anyone in Group 6, but Sun Dongliang was a different matter entirely. That guy was a harbinger of misfortune, shortly after joining Group 3. A veteran team member had lost a limb due to a collapsing building beam, not even a zombie's attack. Another young team member had been overwhelmed by zombies while trying to protect him, resulting in his total annihilation, while Sun Dongliang remained unscathed. The surviving members of Group 3 now viewed Sun Dongliang as if he were a reaper, terrified to even utter a word in his presence. With no safe haven in Group 3, Sun Fei felt compelled to find a way to transfer his nephew. In his eyes, Group 6 was the luckiest of the 9 teams in the extermination squad. The 2 brothers were adept at hiding, and Zhao Hong, as the oldest member, had served in the police force for over 40 years without a single incident, making him the perfect counterbalance to Sun Dongliang's ill fortune. With a furrowed brow, Lei Wen inquired, "Is there any room for negotiation?" "None." Sun Fei's tone was resolute, his gaze never leaving the screen. Zhao Hong added, "While Sun Dongliang can join Group 6, the circumstances he faces may not be much better than in Group 3. We will not concern ourselves with his well-being during missions, nor will we protect him if anything goes awry. We hope you won't hold it against us." Director Sun Fei seemed equally exasperated with his nephew, resigned to the fact that no amount of support would change him. With a determined expression, he declared, "You are free to carry out your missions as you see fit. His life or death is his own responsibility." "Good. We appreciate your assurance." Lei Wen and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, preparing to leave the office when Sun Fei raised a warning finger, stating, "While you need not concern yourselves with his fate, I do not wish for him to die at your hands." Whether directly or indirectly, the 2 paused, and Zhao Hong, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "If you don't trust us, it's best to send Sun Dongliang to another team." Sun Fei's expression tightened, but he remained silent, engrossed in his game. Sun Dongliang was set to join Group 6. Hanging up the phone with Zhao Hong, Lei Wu was left in utter disbelief. He had just suffered a self-inflicted explosion, his body covered in bruises, and his face battered. There was no way he could return to the dormitory without facing Lei Wen's scrutiny. That moment, there was no way to explain. He didn't even dare to stay at home, fearing that if he removed his mask and hat, he would be captured by the omnipresent surveillance. Lying in bed, he gazed at the panel displaying only 5 days of stamina left, and a deep sense of anxiety enveloped Lei Wu. Having grown accustomed to a life of ease over the past few years, the heart of a level 6 zombie had granted him over 3 years of stamina, which he had yet to exhaust, an undeniably delightful experience. Now, as his stamina dwindled day by day, he was reluctant to spend money on meat, and sneaking into a hospital to draw blood seemed inappropriate. Venturing into the streets to bite someone was tantamount to courting death. The worries about the future gnawed at him, rendering him restless even in meditation. Not long ago, Sun Jian's daughter had passed away, and he had considered stealing a heart, but that very night, the body was cremated, with Director Sun present throughout, leaving him with no opportunity to act. He pondered endlessly, turning the thoughts over and over in his mind, feeling utterly at a loss. If all else failed, he might as well leave the city. As long as he could cross the sky curtain, his future would be boundless. Faced with the seemingly endless horde of zombies, others would undoubtedly perish, but for him, it was an ocean of experience. He could feast on hearts at will. His stamina boundless, able to venture wherever he pleased from then on. The sea would be wide for fish to leap, and the sky high for birds to fly. Yet, such thoughts are ones he could only dare to entertain. Setting aside the towering city walls, how could he climb over them under the watchful eyes of the city defense camp? Even if he disguised himself as a soldier from the camp and patrolled the walls. Looking for an opportunity to jump outside, he would still fall prey to the formidable laser weapons, most likely ending up as a lifeless husk. Even if everything went smoothly and he did manage to escape the city, he would undoubtedly be unable to return for decades. From then on, he would be separated from Lei Wen, with no chance of reuniting with his friends, forced to face throngs of dullards daily, with not a single soul to converse with. Moreover, he was uncertain whether there were any level 9 or above zombies outside the walls. According to Lei Wen's speculation, zombies exceeding level 9 would develop self-awareness and possess the reasoning of a normal human. If that were true, the environment outside would be 100 times more perilous than within the city. Intelligent zombies would carve out territories and rule the world, should he dare to reveal himself. It would not be he who extracted hearts, but rather they who would take his. Compared to his current comfortable existence, Lei Wu was not foolish enough to venture into the unknown world. He had not yet lived enough, nor was he powerful enough to act capriciously. For now, survival was paramount, and replenishing his stamina was the most crucial task. Simply waiting in the inn was not a viable solution. Lei Wu decided to don a loose black robe, put on silver-rimmed glasses, and control a drone to soar to a height of 100 meters, surveying the surroundings from the high-definition lens, aimlessly wandering the streets. This wandering lasted 3 days. He saw no zombies, but, in a fit of frustration, engaged in a few heroic rescues, indulging in some vigilante justice. Jiangcheng was exceedingly chaotic, akin to a primordial jungle where the strong could do as they pleased. Most citizens had no truth in their hands and could only endure oppression and exploitation, scraping by in this harsh world. Lei Wu had walked this path in his youth and was no stranger to it all. He initially harbored no desire for justice, yet some individuals seemed intent on throwing themselves into the line of fire. Indeed, he had just killed a human trafficker when a swarm descended upon him. He felled one after another, yet more kept coming. Eventually, he killed the vice leader of the trafficking organization, but they were resourceful and contacted numerous underground groups in Jiangcheng to hunt him down. Frustrated, Lei Wu charged into the den of traffickers. Several pitiful girls were confined in cages, scrubbed clean, and prized for selection by customers. "Dare you show your face?" The trafficker's leader widened his eyes, staring at the imposing figure clad in black, resembling a beast. Exclaiming in disbelief, "Is there no law left? You are utterly lawless. You are even more audacious than us, who sell little girls in broad daylight." They had never encountered someone so reckless, unaware that Lei Wu was no ordinary man. "Who are you, and what do you want?" 7 or 8 muscular men surrounded him, yet none dared to act rashly, for the behavior of this figure in black was indeed abnormal. Killing someone yet daring to invade their stronghold. Either he was exceptionally skilled and fearless, or he was somewhat deranged, seeking his own demise. Typically, such reckless individuals, according to television dramas, would be strapped with grenades, ready to stage a mutually destructive spectacle. "You need not know who I am. Just release them." Before the leader could respond, the dust from a toxic gas grenade had already wafted into the air, causing everyone to collapse as though harvested like wheat. This time, he had been somewhat reckless. Having lost his caution, he vowed never to act foolishly again. Lei Wu had intended to practice his martial arts with these men, testing his skills, yet the traffickers had played by unexpected rules, even bringing out a Barrett rifle. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Shaking his head, he surveyed the fallen traffickers, and a wicked thought suddenly emerged in his mind. In truth, he did not necessarily need to consume zombie hearts. Any carbon-based life form held a fatal allure for him. However, the challenge lay in erasing the traces afterward without exposing himself, a task of considerable difficulty. Moreover, Lei Wu feared that once he started down this path, he might become addicted, opening a door to evil. He had originally been human. It was only due to an accident that he had transformed into a zombie. Deep within his heart, he still believed he belonged to humanity. Even if the allure of fresh flesh and blood was strong, he found it difficult to cross that psychological barrier. Therefore, he decided to adopt a different approach. After some contemplation, Lei Wu released several girls, placed a cup of water on the table, then clipped his fingernails, ground them into powder, and mixed them into the cup, forcing the leader of the traffickers to drink it. With a physical quality of level 4 and a transformation to level 5, it should significantly enhance his stamina, right? 5 minutes later, Lei Wu aimed his Barrett sniper rifle at the mutated trafficker leader and fired, creating a gaping hole in his chest, effectively concealing the heart that had long since disappeared. He then dragged the body, grasped another trafficker by the neck, sealed the warehouse door, and turned to leave. Evil men have their own ways of dealing with evil. From now on, I shall be that evil man. He chuckled wickedly. Lei Wu attempted to sound sinister, but his voice was too earnest. Anyone who heard it would perceive him as a straightforward person. Thus, for several consecutive days, Lei Wu eradicated evil, dismantling numerous heartless organizations in Jiangxing, finally restoring his stamina to its peak. Level 3 mutated zombie. Punching power 5,233 kg. Speed 47 ms. Stamina 3 years, 8 months, and 21 days. Mental state 66. Training points 7, increasing by 1 each day. In the Jiangxing branch, the extermination team's office area was usually filled with the sounds of card games and reckless smoking, rendering the office a cloud of smoke. However, today was different. They were not gambling, but rather gossiping. Recently, it seemed that every mission led them to black dens, making it feel as though they were on a crusade against corruption. That I heard that a black robe powerhouse had been destroying dens left and right and even like to spread the zombie virus, ultimately leaving us to clean up the mess. This guy must be simply bored out of his mind. Everyone shook their heads that in this era of cataclysm, a sense of justice had become a pejorative. Merely surviving was a challenge, and stirring up trouble was tantamount to courting death. Strangely enough, there were always zombies with their chests blown apart by large-caliber weapons, which had nearly become a signature characteristic. Everyone instantly recognized it as the work of that black-robed powerhouse. Could he be a serial killer? Stop your nonsense. Zhao Hong raised a hand to silence the chatter. The serial killer targets the innocent, indifferent to right or wrong, killing whomever they please, this black-robed powerhouse. However, targets only the wicked. In recent days, the crime rate in Jiangxing has plummeted. Haven't you noticed the decrease in arson, murder, and pillaging on the streets? That was indeed the case. The officers contemplated for a moment, nodding in agreement, though a bitter feeling settled in their hearts. Maintaining order in Jiangxing was our duty, yet an outsider managed to bring down the crime rate. We are good people, only killing zombies and not humans. Those who commit crimes certainly do not fear us, but that black-robe powerhouse is different. He uses violence to quell violence, spreading toxins to turn those criminals into zombies who devour one another. I find it somewhat chilling, let alone those offenders. In short, this was a good thing. The crowd engaged in discussion throughout the morning, culminating in a summarizing address by Zhao Hong, after which they all flocked into the cafeteria for a meal. Lei Wu sat at his desk, appearing to read, yet his ears were perked up, anxiously listening to the chatter of others, fearful that someone astute might discern that the figure in the black robe was indeed him. Thank goodness, he thought, as he watched the crowd disperse, finally able to ease his anxious heart. Lei Wen was meticulously carving a small spacecraft with a sci-fi design when he observed his younger brother preparing to head for a meal. He stood up and, with a meaningful tone, remarked, "Xiao Wu, your abilities are still not robust. It would be wise to refrain from reckless endeavors in the future. A towering tree attracts the wind. The investigation team is already probing into the black-robed figure. You should refrain from venturing out for a while to avoid drawing unwanted attention." Lei Wu felt a pang of unease and said nothing, feeling no need to explain himself to his elder brother, merely responding with a weak, "Oh, Lei Wen," keenly observant, deduced from various subtle clues in Lei Wu's recent demeanor that his younger brother was indeed involved. Firstly, Lei Wu had not returned to the dormitory or home in days, opting instead to stay in a hotel, allowing ample time for whatever deeds he had undertaken. Moreover, the descriptions of the black-robed figure, tall and burly, resembling a bear, were strikingly consistent with Lei Wu. Additionally, the fact that the black-robed figure did not kill directly but released a zombie virus indicated prolonged contact with the undead, leading to the thought of such a method of punishment. Given all this, it was difficult for Lei Wen not to connect the dots, especially since Lei Wu had just exhibited a guilty expression. However, one aspect puzzled Lei Wen. Why had his brother chosen to shoot a zombie in the chest? And why did he use a large-caliber weapon to create a significant wound? Lei Wen was eager to know the answer, but refrained from asking, understanding that if Lei Wu could divulge it, he would. The very fact that he chose not to mint this secret was of paramount importance, and revealing it might jeopardize their brotherly bond. Everyone harbors secrets, and Lei Wen had many more than he could share. Anything he could disclose to Lei Wu, he certainly would, such as his clandestine laboratory. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wen quietly inquired, "What are your thoughts on Jiang Mingyu?" Without hesitation, Lei Wu responded, "A brainless fool." "Really?" Lei Wen replied, taken aback. His expression turned peculiar as he continued, "An 18-year-old level 5 powerhouse, subjected to the most grueling training from a young age. Though his father has fallen, he was once a level 9 heavyweight. In terms of genetic lineage and the influences he has been exposed to, Jiang Mingyu is undoubtedly a prodigy that I didn't expect you to regard him as so insignificant. His capabilities are indeed lacking." Lei Wu shrugged helplessly. He thought to himself, "During our match, you saw it too, brother. I barely struck, and he fell. What commendation could I possibly afford such a mediocre fighter?" After a moment of internal reflection, he remarked, "However, his character seems decent. At least he accepted defeat gracefully and did not trouble me afterward." "True, he did not trouble you, but he did come to find me. What did he want?" Lei Wu frowned. Feeling a twinge of irritation, he sought to understand your training methods and why your palm technique is so peculiar. Much like Li Zimu, he was impressed by your iron sand palm and wishes to try his hand at it. Lei Wu unreservedly rejected this notion, stating, "He will not succeed. I told him the same." Lei Wen replied slowly, "However, I sense he will not give up easily. Nevertheless, I don't believe he will resort to underhanded methods against you. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant." "Understood." Lei Wu nodded and softly voiced his curiosity. "Brother, what exactly is your relationship with the Jiang family?" Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and explained, "I only have a cooperative relationship with them. The Jiang family provides various materials and funding, while I am responsible for research and development. Each year, I must produce a new result, and the funds they provide cannot be spent frivolously. They are strictly for research purposes. Therefore, I must also strive for self-sufficiency, working hard to earn money for the evolution liquid." "That aligns closely with my thoughts," Lei Wu murmured as they both lifted the curtain and entered the cafeteria. Since the introduction of performance bonuses, the officers' meals had significantly improved, allowing them the occasional meat dish. Lei Wu no longer harbored aversions to consuming fresh meat, having become accustomed to it over time. Once you eat enough of something, you grow used to it. After all, once it's in your mouth, you simply swallow. What flavor is it? How would I know? Thus, Lei Wu settled into a more regular routine. Every day consisted of meals, missions, reading, and accumulating training points, and before he knew it, a year and a half had swiftly passed. During this time, Lei Wen had fallen ill again, enduring a fever that lasted longer than before. A relentless 10 days, during which he was admitted to the hospital's intensive care unit, narrowly escaping with his life. "Your brother seems a bit off. Why does he fall ill every year?" Zhao Hong speculated, guessing wildly but coming up empty. Meanwhile, Lei Wu focused on his meal, harboring a vague sense of the truth, feeling a mixture of concern and madness for his brother. Yet he understood that everyone has their own path. Once Lei Wen resolved to pursue something, no one could dissuade him. Rather than fret needlessly, it would be more prudent to fill his belly and grow stronger, thereby alleviating some of his brother's burdens. Until one day, while Lei Wu was eating, Sun Fei entered the cafeteria with a young man, his demeanor resembling that of a sycophant. Upon seeing this, Lei Wu was momentarily taken aback. "Let me introduce everyone," Chief Sun exclaimed enthusiastically. "This is the newly arrived Jiang Mingyu, who will henceforth be a member of Team 6. The arrival of Jiang Mingyu caught Lei Wu off guard. He had not anticipated that the esteemed young master of the Jiang family, despite being somewhat neglected, would lower himself to join the perilous life of battling zombies in such a grim environment. Furthermore, Team 6 already had a son Dongliang, who had caused the trio much worry over the past year. Although both Lei Wen and Zhao Hong had spoken harshly, and Sun Fei had promised to let son Dongliang fend for himself, the reality was that once son Dongliang joined Team 6, he became a comrade that, if he were chased by zombies, could Lei Wu and the others really stand by and do nothing? Now, with Jiang Mingyu's addition, this individual clearly seemed to be another insubordinate who would only complicate matters for Lei Wu and his companions, potentially turning them into caretakers. Unceremoniously, Jiang Mingyu greeted Sun Fei before walking directly toward Lei Wu under the gaze of the onlookers. Lei Wu did not offer a warm welcome and directly questioned, "What are you here for?" Jiang Mingyu sat down across the table, crossing his arms over his chest, and calmly replied, "I am here to learn your fist technique." "Learn from me." Lei Wu furrowed his brow and retorted, "Your Jiang family wields considerable influence, with countless martial arts schools and masters eager to align themselves with you. Why come to me? I have visited every martial arts school in Jiang City, including renowned masters of Xingyi, Tai Chi, Bagua, and others. Even level 8 powerhouses. To date, no one has been able to intimidate me solely through their fist techniques, nor has anyone encountered a bizarre palm technique that induces illusions." Jiang Ming scrutinized Lei Wu, stating thus, "I have come specifically to seek your guidance. You're merely in your 20s. How did you cultivate such mastery in your palm technique?" Pausing for a moment before Lei Wu could respond, Jiang Mingyu added, "Over the past year and a half, I have successfully cultivated dark strength that a few years ago, when you demonstrated at the bureau, striking a sow with a single palm, the exterior showed no injury. Yet the internal organs were devastated. Now, I can achieve the same. You have mastered it." Lei Wu was taken aback. Most ordinary individuals would take 20 years to attain dark strength, merging iron sand into their palms to create a toxic hand capable of inflicting penetrating damage that could shatter vital organs. This youth had done so in just over a year. Truly a prodigious talent. "Indeed, I have mastered it," Jiang Mingyu replied without a hint of arrogance, as if this achievement were trivial. "However, this dark strength is not the skill I seek. My goal is to master your palm intent that shatters souls. Although I cannot articulate your technique precisely, I believe those 4 words encapsulate it well. Therefore, could you teach me?" "I cannot," Lei Wu decisively rejected. "Having achieved dark strength, as you continue to train, you will realize that it represents the pinnacle of human martial arts. Even with 100 more years of practice, you will find no further advancement. Therefore, do not squander your time." Jiang Mingyu, undeterred, pressed, "Then how did you achieve it?" Lei Wu fabricated an explanation. "My brother has been hospitalized again. His illness is not solely due to health issues. He can also gain fortuitous encounters through this means. Once, I dreamt of an immortal, and upon waking, my iron sand palm possessed its current power. Why don't you return home, cover yourself with 3 layers of blankets, and try to dream for a few days?" Jiang Mingyu's face contorted as he found Wuzi's words to be utterly absurd, yet they seemed to carry an undeniable truth. His previous encounter at Singwanmiao Lane, where he attempted to confront Lei Wu, stemmed from having suffered several setbacks at the hands of Lei Wen. Unable to contend with the bespectacled man, he redirected his focus toward Lei Wu. Over the years, he had been investigating Lei Wen, eager to uncover the secrets behind his myriad of cunning methods, which appeared in number in the thousands, as if he possessed countless ways to kill, or perhaps resorted to self-destructive tactics, with Lei Wen recently hospitalized. Zhang's curiosity was piqued. His first thought was that this man was undoubtedly up to some trickery. To suggest that Lei Wen was merely ill and hospitalized was something Jiang Mingyu could not accept, no matter how hard one tried to convince him. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, the young master Jiang resolutely declared, "I shall return home to pull the covers over myself and dream. You had best pray that I encounter a deity, or I shall undoubtedly return to seek you out. Lei Wu, taken aback, could not suppress a chuckle as he watched Jiang Mingyu genuinely depart for home. As soon as the young master left, Sun Fei, quick-witted and nimble, slid into the seat across from Lei Wu with his meal tray, bypassing any small talk, and directly inquired, "What did he come to you for?" "He wishes to learn martial arts from me. Did I ask that all?" Sun Kachang responded, astonished. Lei Wu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is all." Sun Kachang's disbelief was palpable as he retorted, "Your hidden strength is formidable, yet it can only harm ordinary individuals. A master can withstand bullets. Their skin is as tough as leather, and their internal organs are as resilient as stone. Your hidden strength would have no effect on someone like Jiang Mingyu, who has already consumed a 6th-level evolution liquid and stands as a top contender among the younger generation. Your iron sandpalm would hardly catch his attention. Speak to me honestly." Sun Fei's gaze was piercing as he pressed Lei Wu. "What other martial skills do you possess that could compel a 6th-level powerhouse to lower himself and seek a teacher? You are overthinking it, Chief." Lei Wu felt a surge of astonishment at Jiang Mingyu's status as a 6th-level powerhouse at such a young age. And he also sensed a flicker of wariness towards Sun Fei. Although merely a junior official, Sun Fei was resourceful, adept at uncovering secrets and seizing opportunities at crucial moments. Furthermore, he was not as easily deceived as Jiang Mingyu. Lei Wu reluctantly revealed a fragment of his secret. "I have only crossed paths with Jiang Mingyu once, and we exchanged a single move each, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, he is somewhat curious about how I cultivate my martial arts. And that is all." "You too reached a stalemate?" Sun Kachang gasped, feeling as though the Queen Mother of the West had granted him a vision. "I have such a fierce general under my command?" His mind raced with excitement, but he suppressed his joy, asking nonchalantly, "So how did you manage such a feat? A 3rd level against a 6th level, and you held your own. Your prowess truly exceeds my comprehension. No wonder Jiang Mingyu takes an interest in you. That I possess exceptional talent." Lei Wu refrained from elaborating that their encounter was a year and a half prior, instead feigning modesty. "After all, I am rather tall and possess some knowledge of martial arts, capable of delivering punches with several times my own strength. It is not too extraordinary. Jiang Mingyu merely threw a casual punch without exerting himself fully, so it is only natural that we ended in a draw." "I see." Sun Fei did not inquire further, but cautioned, "Jiang Mingyu comes from an extraordinary lineage, far nobler than mine. Once he joins the 6th group, you must take good care of him and refrain from employing the same isolation tactics used against Li Zimu back in the day. If you treat Jiang Mingyu well, even if he does not remain in the extermination team, he could find a position within the Jiang Corporation, ensuring at least a path forward. Continue your meal." After concluding, Sun Kachang slid over to the adjacent table to chat with some retired soldiers from the 9th group. Lei Wu found Sun Fei's behavior erratic, as if he were caught in a whimsical frenzy. 3 days later, Jiang Mingyu returned to the extermination team with a dark expression, coldly staring at Lei Wu, his murderous intent palpable. He had indeed spent 3 days at home, cocooned under blankets, in an effort to induce more dreams. He had even taken hallucinogenic drugs to foster wild thoughts and vivid hallucinations, fearing that the divine beings would look down upon his sincerity. Yet after all that turmoil, he had gained nothing, and worse still, he had lost 10 pounds in 3 days, feeling mentally drained and physically weak, uncertain how long it would take to recuperate. "That I know you are deceiving me, unwilling to teach me the supreme technique of shattering soul palm." Gazing at Lei Wu, who was engrossed in reading at his desk, Jiang Mingyu committed the title to memory and presented his offer. "In truth, it is only natural for you not to teach me, as I have not provided you with any benefits. That we are but strangers, and you owe me nothing. How about this? I offer you 1 million, or you may state a condition, and I shall fulfill it, provided it is within my means. Could you lower your voice?" Lei Wu looked up, a hint of disdain crossing his features. He barely restrained himself from exclaiming that Jiang Mingyu was out of his mind, fearing that others might learn of his secret technique, especially Sun Fei. If he were to overhear, Lei Wu would find it difficult to maintain peace in the extermination team, and why ultimate technique is not something one can simply learn at will. It depends on talent and opportunity. Just as you were born into the Jiang family, cradled with a golden key, your starting point is unattainable for others. no matter how hard they strive over 10 lifetimes. My technique is similar. Without the innate talent, no amount of later effort will yield results. Jiang Mingyu remained undeterred. How can you know unless you try? With a sigh of resignation, Lei Wu stated, first, transfer the 1 million to me, and I will teach you the cultivation method. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyu took out his phone and initiated the transfer, fearful that Lei Wu might change his mind. Dinged at a message notification indicated the successful transfer. Staring at the neatly arranged digits, Lei Wu, who had endured hardship throughout his life, felt momentarily dazed, as though he were dreaming. Such easy money. Under Jiang Mingyu's expectant gaze, Lei Wu gathered his thoughts and shared his conjectures about the surreal martial arts. First, you must meditate frequently to enhance your mental capacity and indirectly elevate your spiritual realm. Additionally, you should practice your punches daily, aiming for at least 10,000 strikes. Focus on intention rather than brute strength. Concentrating your spirit with each punch, envisioning your fists as invincible, imagining yourself as a giant, delivering blows with the force to move mountains. Finally, Lei Wu pondered briefly before fabricating, you must venerate me, as if I were a deity. As long as you're a part of the sixth group, you must unconditionally obey my words. Only then will I bestow upon you my martial momentum, granting you hope of mastering the shattering soul palm. Jiang Mingyu's temples throbbed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You want me to obey you? Indeed, Lei Wu replied without room for negotiation. If you cannot comply, I will immediately refund your 1 million, and I ask that you do not pursue me further. The young master Jiang gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap the man before him into oblivion. Yet, contemplating the formidable power of the shattering soul palm, capable of overcoming 2 or 3 levels of opponents, he resolved to endure the indignity. From now on, I, Jiang Mingyu, shall revere you as a deity, he declared, each word laden with determination, suppressing his indignation at the humiliation. Excellent. A smile crept onto Lei Wu's face. Your resolve bodes well. Given time, you shall surely master the shattering soul palm. Now, go practice your punches. You must complete your 10,000 strikes before the end of the day. Understood, Jiang Mingyu replied in a low voice. Striding toward the back office, unperturbed as he began his punching routine, leaving the officers exchanging glances, speculating on the nature of their relationship. Before long, an alarm rang through the office, and Sun Fei called out. Fourth group mission, the officers stood in unison, adhering to tradition as they offered blessings to the team leader, Zheng Gui, before his final mission before retirement. Old Zheng, once this mission concludes, you shall enjoy a well-deserved rest. Do not forget to return and visit your brothers during your leisure. This mission, located in Lizuan community, posed no significant difficulty, and they wished him a safe return. Uncle Zheng, thank you for all your care over the years. Lei Wu also expressed his gratitude, and Zheng Ge, visibly moved by the camaraderie, lightly punched Lei Wu's shoulder before embracing his colleagues in farewell, in the blink of an eye, after 40 years of service. Zheng Gui had dedicated his life to the extermination team, averaging at least 50 missions annually, culminating in over 2,000 missions throughout his career. To emerge unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. Wiping his nose, Zheng Ge scrutinized each of his colleagues as if committing their faces to memory, then smiled. Rest assured, I shall return safely. Tomorrow, I will come looking for you to play cards. Very well. We shall await your return. A throng of people crowded around Zheng Gui as he exited, watching him disappear into the distance, each individual overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Mingyu, having just arrived, harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the corpse extermination team. The office was shrouded in a haze of smoke, with individuals indulging in drinking, gambling, smoking, boasting, and entertaining women, resembling an underground casino rather than a dignified public institution. Yet, observing the heartfelt farewells extended to old Zheng, Jiang Mingyu suddenly perceived that perhaps the corpse extermination team was not as dismal as he had initially thought. Having distanced himself from society for far too long, he realized that apart from his family, he had seldom interacted with outsiders throughout his life. This opportunity with the corpse extermination team would allow him to experience the warmth and coldness of human relationships while battling zombies. honing both his mind and courage. Even if he failed to master the art of heart-shattering, his journey would not be in vain. Jiang Mingyu's resolve to remain solidified, prompting him to practice his boxing in the open area behind the office. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on Lei Wen, for today marked his day of discharge from the hospital, as if summoned by thought. Not long after old Jiang had departed, Lei Wen appeared at the office. Upon noticing Jiang Mingyu's presence, he was momentarily taken aback before quietly confiding in his brother. "I managed to steal back the black blade." "What?" Lei Wu exclaimed, astonished, struggling to believe that his brother had truly retrieved the item, wondering how furious Han Yang would be upon discovering it. Besides, hadn't they reconciled and planned to become sworn brothers? If he found out, it would surely shatter his heart into pieces. Lei Wen whispered conspiratorially. "Rest assured, I've been in the ICU for so long. There was no opportunity or motive for me to commit the crime. He will never suspect it was me, only that it was the handiwork of Sun Fei." In truth, he and Sun Fei had already conspired to rob Lu San on that fateful day, intentionally leading Sun Fei to meet Han Yang, knowing that upon seeing the black blade, he would undoubtedly linger a moment longer than necessary. Those lingering glances would surely lead Han Yang to believe that Chief Sun was coveting the weapon. The brothers executed their plan flawlessly, yet Lei Wu couldn't shake the feeling that his brother was acting somewhat unscrupulously. Previously, when their relationship was strained, stealing from him was justified. Now that they had reconciled, it felt utterly shameless. Lei Wen glanced around cautiously, discreetly producing 2 starfall throwing knives from his pocket and passing them to Lei Wu beneath the table, urging, "Quickly hide them, don't let anyone see. Han Yang has quite a collection of fine items. I couldn't resist taking a few." Lei Wu's forehead was lined with worry, feeling his brother's actions were brazenly unscrupulous. However, despite his thoughts, he dutifully accepted the throwing knives and concealed them within his sleeve. Just now, Jiang Mingyu expressed a desire to learn martial arts and handed over $1 million as a tuition fee. "Brother, you've been stuck at level 4 for 3 years. Perhaps you should consider purchasing a level 5 evolution serum. The level 4 serum costs 600,000, while the level 5 one is 120,000. With Jiang Mingyu's contribution, along with the brothers' savings from their salaries over the past 2 years, they barely had enough to buy the level 5 serum. Lei Wen shook his head. "Save your money. I am in the hospital because of the evolution serum. The side effects were too severe. Let us take a break first. You've already taken it." Lei Wu feigned surprise, although inwardly he had already concluded that his brother was engaging in an exceedingly reckless endeavor. A slight misstep could lead to a genetic collapse, resulting in a grotesque demise far worse than becoming a zombie. After discussing briefly, the brothers, having just recovered from illness, were drawn to a game of cards at Zhao Hong's invitation. Lei Wu was aware that his brother disliked card games, yet social interaction was essential. One must share common interests to nurture relationships with others. In the world of the living, one is often compelled by circumstances, bound by the intricacies of human relations. Lei Wu shook his head internally, suddenly captivated by the frantic sounds emanating from the chief's office. Sun Fei, known for his temper, often resorted to foul language during gaming. Yet it was unusual for him to become so enraged over a mere game. However, at that moment, Sun Fei was cursing with unparalleled fervor, hurling insults at his ancestors, filled with a sense of grievance. As if he wished to dismember himself to vindicate his innocence. It was evident that the call must have been from Han Yang. Lei Wu secretly chuckled, feeling a twinge of pity for Sun Fei. Yet, as the saying goes, those who wrong you often understand your plight better than yourself. This burden could not be placed upon him and Lei Wen. It would have to rest squarely on Sun Fei's shoulders, transforming his innocence into guilt. The cacophony of curses from the chief's office persisted for a full hour, with Sun Fei unable to defend himself, swearing upon his ancestors that it had nothing to do with him, thereby solidifying a grudge with Han Yang. However, he was not a fool. His sharp mind quickly deduced that he had fallen into the brothers' trap, realizing that Lei Wu had deliberately orchestrated the meeting with Han Yang. With a loud bang, Sun Fei burst through the door, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Wu Zi, demanding, "Is Han Yang's black blade in your possession?" "What are you talking about?" Lei Wu replied, utterly bewildered, his mind in a state of shock, while the attention of the surrounding officers was drawn towards the confrontation. "Not you," Sun Fei frowned, scanning the office area until his gaze landed on Lei Wen, who was engaged in a game of cards. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from confronting him. Lei Wen's ability to subdue Han Yang, suppressing his opponent across 3 levels, had left the head of security utterly impotent. Such prowess commanded respect from all. Without evidence, confronting Lei Wen would only lead to a heated argument and further animosity between them. Sun Fei had no desire to alienate a young man with such boundless potential, despite his long-standing disdain for him. Most importantly, while Lei Wen appeared gentle and unassuming, he possessed an inner resilience that was far from the easygoing nature of Lei Wu. There were times when a minor provocation could lead to Lei Wu being unjustly scolded without consequence. Yet with Lei Wen, everyone maintained a serious demeanor, finding it difficult to jest with him. "Damn it, let me not find out who stole the black blade." Sun Fei cursed vehemently, begrudgingly swallowing his frustration as he retreated to the office. Seething in silence, before long, the oblivious Liu San pushed open the door to the chief's office, seeking a day off, only to be met with a torrent of insults from Sun Fei, effectively becoming a scapegoat for his frustrations. Ever since Liu Heir's demise, Liu San had taken up his father's mantle, joining the corpse extermination team. Initially slated for the 6th group, he had been relegated to the 9th group due to Lei Wu being the sole survivor of a particular mission. Harboring resentment towards Wu Zi and refusing to serve in the same group, as a result, Sun Fei had no choice but to assign Liu San to the 9th group, filling the ranks to 6. Soldiers typically possess straightforward personalities, and the veterans from the City Defense Battalion were no exception. They lacked the duplicitous nature of many that Liu San had integrated well into the 9th group within a few months. Forming close bonds with his teammates, after being denied his request for leave, Liu San exited with a grim expression, feeling as though Lei Wu had witnessed his humiliation, though Wu Zi appeared engrossed in his reading. Not once lifting his head, he was undoubtedly aware of the uproar emanating from the chief's office. With a disdainful huff, Liu San returned to his desk and shared tales of Lei Wu's shortcomings with his fellow 9th group members. Wu Zi, feeling the weight of his brother's actions, chose to ignore it. After all, words were free, and as long as there was no direct confrontation, he had no reason to retaliate against Liu San for a few disparaging remarks made behind his back. Anger accumulates over time, as do grievances. To retaliate against a few insults would be unreasonable. Lei Wu aspired to be a reasonable zombie, seeking enlightenment and mastery of martial arts, believing that trivial disputes were not worth his attention. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by, and the noise of card games in the office gradually diminished. The team members began to gather their belongings, and as the clock struck 6, the soothing sounds of the end-of-work music resonated throughout the loudspeakers. However, unusually, the officers who typically rushed home remained in the office, clustered around the entrance, silently gazing at the police station's door, seemingly anticipating someone's return. Why haven't Jingge and the others returned yet? At Lijuan community, the most formidable zombie would barely reach level 4, and with the 4th group fully staffed, each member seasoned by battle, they should have completed their mission by now that a sense of unease settled over the crowd. What if something had gone awry? Everyone turned their worried gazes towards Zhao Hong. Why don't you give old Zhao a call and inquire about the situation? The two individuals, of similar age, shared a remarkable rapport, having cultivated a camaraderie that spanned 4 decades. Among all, it was Zhao Hong who harbored the deepest desire for Zheng Gui's peaceful retirement. The tranquil retirement was a cherished aspiration for all police officers. Engaged in a perilous profession, where life hung by a thread, Zheng Gui's retirement symbolized hope, imbuing the rest with renewed conviction in their work. Moreover, Zhao Hong had long expressed his intention to retire, but had yet to do so. Finding himself still in service after several more years, increasingly feeling the weight of his responsibilities, and now contemplating retirement once again. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed Jingge, placing the call on speaker so that everyone could hear the ringing. Ding ling ling, ding ling ding. The number you have dialed is not answering. Please try again later. Zhao Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reassured the others. The 4th team might be encountering some difficulties and are unable to answer the call. I will try again. Ding ling ling. Once more, he dialed, and with each ring, the tension in the office escalated. until the number you have dialed is not answering. The air in the office became thick with apprehension, each heartbeat resonating like a drum, quickening with anxiety that I will call again. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and declared, if we still cannot reach them, brothers, gear up. We will head to Lizhuang community to find old Zheng. Regardless of the situation, we will not let this many of us be overpowered. A chorus of nods signified an unprecedented unity among the group. As Zhao Hong made his third attempt, the ringing echoed once more. Yet no one answered, causing the collective heart to sink further. Even Sun Fei emerged from the office, his expression grave, brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Hong's phone, just when despair began to take root. With some teammates preparing to don their gear, a panicked voice on the other end of the line broke through. They're all dead. All of them. Bodies everywhere. Someone please come quickly. The stifled sobs erupted under the weight of sheer terror. A harrowing wail that sent chills down the spine of every officer present. All dead? Are you certain? Speak, speak. Zhao Hong shouted in disbelief. The stranger, seemingly paralyzed by fear, cried out incoherently, they're all dead. Not a single one alive. A horrific shriek pierced the air, followed by the frenzied sounds of gnashing teeth. The stranger had barely time to scream for help before the line went silent, leaving only the chilling sounds of wild dogs feasting. Sun Fei's face paled, and he forcefully pushed through the crowd to seize the phone. He could not ignore the grim reality. Not only had the fourth team been annihilated, but a large-scale mutation had erupted in Lizhuang community. As a captain for a decade, Sun Fei had overseen numerous grave incidents involving the extermination team, such as the tragic demise of El Air and Li Zhou. Yet, overall, the team had progressed steadily. Their capabilities enhanced over the years, and never before had an entire team perished or stirred the city defense battalion. But on the day meant for celebrating the retirement of an old veteran, fate dealt a devastating blow, leaving Sun Fei's vision dimmed and his complexion flushed with fury. Everyone, gear up. Sun Fei nearly roared. Target. Lizhuang community. The group dispersed in an instant, silence enveloping them as they moved with military precision towards the back of the office. Donning tactical vests hanging on the wall, lacing up their combat boots, and arming themselves before gathering in the courtyard. Even Sun Dongliang, usually lackadaisical, turned serious in this moment, striving to keep pace with the others. Lei Wu moved with alacrity, quickly outfitting himself and grabbing a Gatling gun. Noticing Jiang Mingyu standing in a daze, he handed him an anti-material sniper rifle from the wall. You know how to use this, right? Jiang Mingyu snapped back to attention, responding, yes. Without further conversation, Lei Wu adjusted his gear, helping Jiang Mingyu to suit up before they both dashed towards the courtyard. The first, second, third, and fifth teams had already departed by vehicle, and Zhao Hong started the police car. Just as Lei Wu pushed Jiang Mingyu into the car, they had yet to secure their seats when he slammed the accelerator, the tires screeching against the pavement. Echoing throughout the compound, a convoy of police cars sped towards Lizhuang community, the atmosphere inside thick with tension, evoking a sense of suffocation. IT was Jiang Mingyu's first mission, and the gravity of the situation accelerated his heartbeat. His hands trembling slightly. Unlike Lei Wu and the others who fought daily against the undead, Jiang Mingyu had mostly encountered the affairs of the upper echelons of society, rarely facing genuine peril and never having endured the brutal trials of life and death. Sensing his unease, Lei Wu spoke solemnly. When we disembark, do not run off. Follow Captain Sun's orders that if he forgets you or fails to give you specific instructions, stay close to us and provide cover for Sun Dongliang and me as we advance. Understood. Jiang Mingyu nodded, diligently inspecting his anti-material sniper rifle and familiarizing himself with its operation to AT that moment. Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and began to analyze, given the firepower configuration of the fourth team. With a Barrett sniper rifle and an anti-material weapon, they should never have been wiped out by level 6 zombies. At most, a few might have sustained injuries before suffering a counterattack from heavy fire. Pausing, he scanned his teammates in the vehicle, issuing further directives. If we encounter zombies above level 6, do not hesitate. Turn and flee. I will cover your retreat. Jiang Mingyu, seek a nearby vantage point and find a way to eliminate that zombie. Xiao Wu, you are responsible for calling Sun Fei for assistance. And you, Sun Dongliang, I hope you can run swiftly and avoid being pursued by the undead. And what about me? Zhao Hong in the front turned to inquire but was met with a sharp glare from Lei Wen. Uncle Hong, you will stay in the vehicle or remain close to Sun Fei. Old Zheng is already in trouble. You are the hope of the entire village, and we cannot afford to lose you. Damn it, I haven't even retired yet. Zhao Hong shouted, frustration boiling within him, yet Lei Wen offered no reply. Neither did Sun Dongliang pay him any mind, while Jiang Mingyu focused intently on counting his ammunition. Silence enveloping the vehicle. The atmosphere inside was eerily silent, filled only with the sounds of the car rattling against the road. Zhao Hong's face flushed with anger, a tempest brewing within him. He longed to shout out, to demand respect. Who do you think you are looking down on? I've weathered countless storms over the years. When have I ever been a liability? But gradually. His emotions settled, gazing into the rearview mirror at his own aged visage. With hair now gray and face lined with wrinkles, Zhao Hong understood that he was nearing 70, far removed from the spirited youth he once was. Time waits for no one. The years had taken their toll, and despite his desire to avenge his fallen comrades, he helplessly acquiesced to the reality of age. The vehicle remained hushed, each occupant feeling the weight of Zhao Hong's unfulfilled resolve. Yet none dared to allow him to join the fray. Just then, Sun Fei's voice crackled through the earpiece. Latest intelligence. A large-scale mutation has been confirmed in Liz Huang community, with at least 300 individuals infected. The situation has spiraled out of control, and the zombies are radiating towards the community's periphery. I have requested support from the City Defense Battalion. Before the main forces arrive, we must regain control to prevent further bites. Sun Fei studied the map of Liz Huang community for a moment before continuing. There are 6 streets surrounding the community, forming a hexagonal perimeter around the residential area. Teams 1 through 6 will each secure 1 street, clearing zombies from the outside in. The street for Team 4 will be supplemented by Team 7. Teams 8 and 9 will follow me directly into the heart of Liz Huang community to ascertain the cause of this widespread mutation. Team 6 acknowledged. Originally, Zhao Hong had been the captain, but this time, Lei Wen seized command, leaving no room for Zhao Hong to respond. This left Zhao Hong's lips trembling, gripping the steering wheel tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet recognizing the necessity of prioritizing the greater good. Moments later, as Liz Huang community came into view, Sun Fei spoke again. The complete annihilation of Team 4 is likely attributable to a high-level zombie. When we arrive, each team's heavy sniper should find a vantage point to assess the terrain. This will serve to cover our teammates, and if any high-level zombies are spotted, notify me immediately and do not engage without orders. To avoid unnecessary casualties. After a brief pause, listening to the responses coming through the earpiece, Sun Fei added, if you encounter zombies of level 6 or above, everyone should turn around and flee as swiftly as possible. If escape is not an option, then actively buy time for your teammates. In the end, I hope that all of you can return safely. The earpiece fell into a profound silence, with only the occasional crackling of static indicating that everyone was still connected. A somber atmosphere enveloped the group, making the usually relaxed officers realize how perilously close death truly was. Zombies of level 6 and above were essentially monstrous entities endowed with immense strength and impervious to blades and bullets. Upon reaching level 8, they transformed into ancient beasts of terror, impervious even to anti-material sniper rifles, capable of effortlessly decimating an entire extermination team, with even Sun Fei being no match for them. The emergence of such formidable zombies would plunge everyone into despair. Sun Dongliang, having been part of the team for 2 years and having undertaken numerous missions with Lei Wu and his crew, still found himself pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Mingyu was not faring any better. His face was ashen, his legs shaking, completely unprepared for encountering a super crisis not seen in a decade on his very first mission. Only the Lei brothers maintained their composure, not only because of their exceptional skills and hidden trump cards, but also due to their familiarity with the terror of life and death, having been tempered by blood and fire, rendering them resilient. To lighten the mood and alleviate the tension, Lei Wen gestured towards Jiang Mingyu. Your nervousness is quite amusing. If you're so reluctant to partake in this mission, you can jump out of the vehicle right now. After all, you're not technically one of us in the extermination team. Alternatively, you could summon a powerful ally from home to dispatch that high-level zombie with a mere wave of your hand. I am sure everyone would be sincerely grateful. Jiang Daxiao shot Lei Wen a sideways glance, an odd excitement flashing across his face as he replied, "I'm not nervous. I'm exhilarated. Do you even know what it means to feel excitement? I rarely engage in thrilling activities because I fear death. Yet, the more perilous the situation, the more invigorated I become. The thrill of dancing with death is simply intoxicating. Would you say I'm a bit twisted?" The other three in the vehicle were visibly horrified, staring blankly at Jiang Mingyu as if they were seeing him in a new light. Jiang Daxiao's body shook more violently, his lips pale. Yet his words were unwavering, making it difficult to discern whether he was truly terrified or merely exhilarated. "This guy is a lunatic, a kindred spirit," thought Lei Wen. He stared at Jiang Mingyu for a while, his perception of him shifting dramatically, suddenly feeling a sense of camaraderie. Indeed, Jiang Daxiao was genuinely frightened of death, yet equally exhilarated. He was a walking contradiction, embodying the truth that genius and madness often lie within a single thought. Such a talent was truly daring, possessing great courage, immense sacrifice, and a hint of madness, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Wen offered a rare compliment. "You, Jiang Daxiao, are indeed a bit twisted. I hope you retain this excitement when facing high-level zombies and don't end up so terrified that you soil your pants. Rest assured, I will definitely be the last to do so." Suddenly, Jiang Mingyu ceased trembling, for the group had arrived at their destination. As the vehicle door swung open, Jiang Daxiao was the first to dash toward the distant clock tower, moving like lightning, seizing the high ground of the street within mere seconds. Bang! The dull thud of gunfire resonated through the air as a searing bullet tore through the sky, instantly obliterating a zombie's head into a pulpy mess. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, atop the clock tower, Jiang Mingyu seemed possessed by a divine spirit, his shots unwavering, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the undead. Lei Wu and his team needed not to fire their weapons. They simply advanced while the zombies that emerged were swiftly dispatched by Jiang Mingyu. Turning the mission into a personal showcase of his prowess, Sun Dongliang, initially gripped by fear, gradually loosened up, finding amusement in the zombies being instantaneously obliterated. Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, maintaining a combat stance as he remarked, "I must say, this guy's marksmanship is commendable." Lei Wu nodded in agreement, responding, "Brother, you mentioned that scions of prominent families are trained in various firearms from a young age. Each one is a sharpshooter, and Jiang Mingyu is certainly no exception." Just then, Jiang Daxiao's disgruntled voice crackled through the earpiece, "Discussing me in my presence. Beware, or I shall curse you both to have children without any assets." Bang! Another zombie burst forth from a nearby house, the bullet's tremendous force propelling it backward several meters, crashing violently against the wall, leaving a gaping hole in its chest larger than 15 centimeters, as if it had been penetrated by a cannonball. Lei Wu's eyelids twitched as he remarked, "If such power cannot fell an 8-level zombie, how dense must their flesh and blood be?" Lei Wen analyzed. A typical level 8 human's physical prowess can still be threatened by an anti-material sniper rifle. Provided the shot lands on the head, they would either die or sustain severe injuries. However, due to mutation, zombies possess innate strength, and the physical condition of a level 8 zombie rivals that of a level 9 human, with anti-material sniper rifles merely scratching the surface. The only distinction is that they lack intelligence, unaware of how to evade, charging forward recklessly. Humans must rely on their wits to eliminate them. After a moment of reflection, Lei Wu posed a mathematical question. What is the impact force of an anti-material sniper rifle? This mainly depends on the gun's caliber and the bullet's weight. Lei Wen, despite lacking formal education, exhibited the potential of a prodigy, taking Jiang Mingyu's Anxiao anti-material sniper rifle as an example. The bullets used are twice the size of those from a Barrett, typically utilized in aircraft-mounted Gatling guns. When fired, the muzzle energy reaches a staggering 65,000 joules, 4 times out of a Barrett, equating to approximately 65 tons of impact force. 65 tons. Lei Wu felt a jolt of fear, overwhelmed by the sheer terror. His current punching power is around 5 tons. Even with full force exerted through his King Kong crushing palm, he could at most double that, rendering him utterly ineffective against an 8-level zombie. Even his ultimate trump card, the flying knife, lacks the destructive capability of 65 tons, hardly comparable to the anti-material sniper rifle's might. This is dire. Lei Wu's complexion paled, his mind in turmoil, with all his trump cards rendered ineffective. The only means of survival left to him was his identity as a zombie. Yet this identity was not all-powerful. Generally speaking, zombies do not kill their own kind, as their decayed flesh fails to pique their interest. However, high-level zombies are an exception. The higher the level of a zombie, the more insatiable their hunger for fresh flesh, and their instinct for self-evolution becomes increasingly ferocious. Just as Lei Wu requires the heart of a zombie to sustain his vitality. High-level zombies will also engage in brutal combat, yearning to devour each other's hearts and brains, ingesting the zombie virus within to strengthen themselves. Lei Wu was uncertain whether high-level zombies would consume him, but he was certain they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. This allure must be mutual. Unless one party is overwhelmingly weak, akin to an ant unworthy of notice, the stronger side would be disinterested in wasting time. And presently, Lei Wu dared not gamble that a potent sense of crisis ignited every cell in his body. Regardless of whether he would encounter an 8-level zombie, he had to swiftly devise a countermeasure. Panel! Within Lei Wu's heart, a low exclamation resounded as a transparent panel materialized before his eyes. Level 3 mutated zombie. Punching power, 5,344 kg. Speed, 49 ms. Stamina, 2 years, 2 months, 7 days. Spirit, 85. Training points, 552. Increases by 1 daily. Martial arts, light kill, great perfection. Golden bell shield, great perfection. Flying leg, great perfection. Diamond shattering palm, intermediate. His gaze lingered momentarily on the first 3 martial arts, but Lei Wu placed his hopes upon the diamond shattering palm. This technique possessed a demon-slaying effect. When he was merely a level 1 zombie, with a punching power of only 1 ton, he had managed to shatter the skull of a level 6 zombie. Upon reaching great perfection, its power would undoubtedly be unfathomable. By expending 10 training points, his understanding of the diamond path deepened further. The righteous energy enveloping his palms was inherently fierce and domineering, embodying utmost purity and brightness. During this cultivation, the words diamond Zen meaning emerged in his mind. Yet due to his mediocre aptitude, he found it impossible to apply this Zen insight practically. Lei Wu felt a warmth radiating from his palms, as if a vast aura of the universe flowed within them, effortlessly dispelling demons and monsters, reminiscent of the might of a thunderous diamond. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle's handle, only to be taken aback when he noticed a handprint etched into the grip, the fingerprints distinctly visible, as if a master of extraordinary martial arts had imparted their mark upon the steel. Crush iron into mud. Lei Wen had once accompanied Lei Wu to consult many martial arts masters in Jiang City, inquiring about legendary techniques, such as striking like a painting, embrace the Dan strength. An internal force penetration, and no one had ever managed to cultivate these skills, and the idea of crushing iron into mud was nothing short of absurd. Yet now, Lei Wu had achieved it. This realization doubled his confidence, prompting him to fervently allocate his points. Why consuming 30 training points, despite his lackluster talent. Through relentless practice and immersion in Zen, he began to grasp some results over time, though that fleeting spark of brilliance remained elusive. A sense of melancholy washed over Lei Wu, prompting a glance from Lei Wen, who furrowed his brow in concern. Over the past year, he had perused all the Zen texts, seamlessly integrating the diamond Zen meaning. Employing the white bone observation method, he envisioned himself as a heavenly diamond guardian. Finally, after expending 50 training points, he experienced that fleeting moment of clarity. In an instant, Lei Wu felt righteous energy saturating every pore of his palms, so dense that it began to coalesce from gas into liquid. It was as if a torrent of golden blood surged through his hands. With a mere stir of his vitality, he sensed a divine power capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers. However, this liquefaction process was excruciatingly protracted. Lei Wu could not afford to wait. He had no desire to gamble with his life, and sought to allocate his points directly. Once more, he expended 52 training points, and the righteous energy in his palms completely transformed into a demon-slaying Zen intention. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of diamond destruction power, capable of subduing all zombies below level 9. Xiao Wu, be wary of the zombies. Do not lose focus. Noticing Lei Wu lost in thought, alternating between a serious demeanor and a playful smile, completely absorbed his own world, Lei Wen felt compelled to remind him. In recent years, Lei Wu had frequently exhibited such behavior. Initially, Lei Wen attributed it to his brother's mental lapses, which seemed normal. However, he later discerned that Lei Wu might be grappling with a mental ailment. The symptoms resembled schizophrenia, depression, or delusions, as he often laughed inexplicably, muttering allocate points as if engaged in a game within his mental realm. Strangely, during these episodes, Lei Wu's aura and heartbeat fluctuated dramatically, then surged explosively, as if breaking through a certain barrier. Lei Wen had always considered his own actions to be enigmatic enough, yet Lei Wu surpassed him in mystery. Just moments ago, he sensed another surge of energy from Lei Wu, transforming his entire presence, exuding an aura akin to a diamond bodhisattva. Especially with Lei Wu's left hand gripping the hefty Gatling gun, a massive magazine slung across his back, combined with his newfound aura. He truly resembled a Gatling Bodhisattva .6 clean and pure depleted uranium rounds, firing at 3,600 rounds per second. A humorous thought flashed through Lei Wen's mind, while Lei Wu halted momentarily, his gaze regaining clarity. I'm fine. We can continue the mission. Good to hear. Lei Wen's expression tightened as he discreetly launched a drone, surveying the ground from 100 meters in the sky, relaying real-time imagery to his gold-rimmed glasses. Lei Wu, no longer daring to be careless, recognized that they had ventured far from their original position. Jiang Mingyu's sniper rifle would be hard-pressed to cover them. Yet he couldn't resist glancing at the panel once more. Level 4 mutated zombie. Punching power, 9,566 kg. Speed, 52 ms. Stamina, 2 years, 2 months, 6 days. Spirit, 168. Training points, 410. Increases by 1 daily. Martial arts, light kill, great perfection. Golden bell shield, great perfection. Flying leg, great perfection. Diamond shattering palm, great perfection. Indeed, it was a superlative martial art. The punching power had surged over 4 tons, nearly doubling, while spirit increased by 80 points, representing an explosive data surge that propelled Lei Wu to level 4. The diamond shattering palm endowed him with unparalleled courage. Previously, he had been unclear about the power classifications above level 9. Now, he hazily surmised that the next tier was the yellow level, realizing with a slight calculation the terrifying data associated with this rank. To attain level 9, one would require a physical quality of 64 tons and a speed of 340 meters per second, equivalent to supersonic speeds. Upon entering the yellow level, this data would need to double. Such a level was akin to a mobile cannon, with a single punch capable of obliterating a mountain 100 meters high, and running faster than a supersonic fighter jet, like an ancient powerhouse capable of moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies and vanishing into the earth. The perfected diamond-shattering palm was akin to a formidable warrior on the verge of reaching the yellow level, capable of crushing zombies below its tier. With sufficient energy buildup, striking an opponent's head or chest would yield no surprises or uncertainties, simply a direct annihilation. In contrast, the equally surreal light kill technique seemed somewhat weaker. Yet, the two techniques emphasized different aspects. Light kill prioritized speed, delivering precise strikes that could swiftly eliminate entities with lower defenses, such as humans. Meanwhile, the diamond-shattering palm excelled at countering zombies against level 8 or 9 human warriors. Its power would only match theirs, with lethality primarily relying on the essence of intent to shatter souls. However, when facing powerful entities with robust spirit values, such as a level 8 warrior with a spirit of 500 points, whose mental fortitude was as unyielding as diamond, the soul-shattering intent would falter. Once I elevate the golden bell shield and flying leg to the realm of superlative martial arts, achieving great perfection, I will possess a harmonious balance of offense and defense. With speed akin to lightning, as long as I do not encounter an extraordinary figure like my brother, I should be able to traverse freely below level 9. Over the years, Lei Wu had never witnessed his brother engage in combat, whether in close quarters or striking with fists and feet. Not even once, because he had no need to. His myriad of peculiar techniques ensure that Lei Wen could effortlessly fend off adversaries without engaging physically. Among these methods, such as the black corpse water, the limits of its lethality remained unknown. No one could ascertain which level of warrior it could overcome. The various vials and containers Lei Wu had seen in the underground laboratory, along with the array of technologies, were merely what Lei Wen wished him to see. Lei Wu believed these were just the tip of the iceberg. His concealed trump cards and various hidden assets likely filled him to the brim. If he were to shed his clothing, an avalanche of equipment would undoubtedly spill forth that, if I falter, my brother will prevail. With that thought, the anxiety within Lei Wu dissipated, and he and Lei Wen simultaneously dispatched a zombie. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Something feels off. Jiang Mingyu had descended from the bell tower and found another vantage point closer to the community center, through the eightfold scope. He felt a chill run down his spine. Lei Wen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What's the situation?" After a brief silence, Jiang Mingyu eliminated 2 zombies before responding, his voice tinged with fear. "You'll know soon enough." Raven did not inquire further, but quickened his pace. Jiang Mingyu seemed to fear that the sound of gunfire would attract the lurking terror. He not only muted his device, but also refrained from firing his weapon, burying his head deeply in trepidation. Raven, Lei Wu, and son Dongliang hastily traversed the narrow alleys of the residential buildings, and before long, they found themselves in an unexpectedly open area. However, the revelation was not that they had emerged onto a broad street, but rather that they stood amidst the devastation of collapsed homes. Shattered structures and gaping chasms in the earth, in a radius of 200 meters, it appeared as though a cataclysmic event had unfolded, with 5-story buildings reduced to mere ruins, the cracked ground resembling a sprawling spider web extending for dozens of meters. This scene was not unfamiliar to Lei Wu and his companions. The East City branch had a plethora of invaluable documentation on battles involving formidable individuals, showcasing the apocalyptic power of such confrontations. Yet, those were merely recorded on video, evoking a cinematic sensation. Now, however, the surreal had collided with reality. Gazing upon the several-meter-deep craters and the debris scattered across the ground, stretching to the horizon, it felt as if they were witnessing the aftermath of a superhero's clash. The sheer visual impact sent shivers down their spines, elevating their blood pressure and causing their hearts to race. Raven inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and hoarsely uttered a single word: retreat. This spectacle was far beyond their capacity to intervene. They were not even qualified to spectate from the sidelines. The terrifying shockwaves, flying debris, and exposed steel reinforcement from collapsing buildings could easily claim their lives, regardless of whether the main actors of this fierce battle remained present. The only prudent choice was to withdraw and ensure their own safety. Raven's command echoed. The 4 of them, weapons in hand, turned and fled, disregarding the zombies within the residential buildings. They merely needed to secure the outer streets and await the arrival of the city defense battalion. Meanwhile, Sun Fei, who had ventured deep into the community's core, appeared to have encountered the horrifying scene as well. The sound of him swallowing nervously crackled through his earpiece as he trembled and announced, "Everyone retreat beyond 6 streets. Immediately. At once. Full speed." The city defense battalion arrived swiftly, deploying over 1,000 personnel in a single operation, led by Deputy Commander Liang Feng, who possessed an exceptional physical fitness level of 8. Accompanied by 3 captains with a level of 7, effectively sealing off the entire Lizhuang community. Tanks rolled into the residential area, armed helicopters patrolled the skies, and phased array radars spun atop their vehicles. Followed by 5 rocket artillery vehicles and 2 missile launchers, Lei Wu finally comprehended why traditional zombie films had never depicted regular army forces. The imposing display suggested an unequivocal end to the narrative. Even in the era of cataclysmic change, where both humans and zombies evolved, the emergence of individual powerhouses had begun to overshadow the might of conventional weaponry. Yet the spectacle remained profoundly awe-inspiring. Nevertheless, What truly captivated the onlookers was the black battle armor enveloping Liang Feng, glinting with metallic luster under the searchlights, and the enormous battle axe he bore on his back, dwarfing even him. The aura he radiated eclipsed that of Iron Man from the movies. "What is that?" Sun Dongliang asked, his face filled with envy as he turned to his comrades. Raven was poised to respond. But Jiang Mingyu preemptively showcased his knowledge. "That is a super alloy battle armor, developed by the City Defense Battalion that in terms of both defensive and offensive capabilities, it can rival an 8th level zombie. Clad in this armor, Liang Feng could engage a 9th level zombie for 300 rounds, enduring until the missile locks onto the target. Is it that formidable?" Lei Wu inquired, his brow furrowing. "Can an ordinary person don this armor and match the strength and speed of an 8th level zombie?" "Of course not," Jiang Mingyu replied, shaking his head. "This armor weighs an astounding 300 pounds. An ordinary individual would be crushed beneath its weight, unable to even stand, let alone wield that massive axe. A 3rd level physique would struggle to lift it, while 4th level physique might manage it with difficulty, and only a 5th level physique could swing it with any semblance of vigor. Thus, a minimum level of 5 is required to operate this armor." The group exchanged glances, understanding that one must be strong to wield such power. Otherwise, the armor would merely gather dust. Jiang Mingyu relished the opportunity to flaunt his knowledge, having finally found a place to apply his elite background, and continued to divulge. "In truth, Liang Feng's super alloy armor can only be classified as silver grade, slightly superior to standard bronze grade armor, barely exceeding the tin can category. Its enhancement for the wearer is not substantial. True advanced armor must reach gold grade to be comparable to the initial armor of Iron Man from the films." The group listened in stunned silence, feeling as though they had glimpsed a new world. Only Raven remained unfazed, as if nothing could disturb his composure. Jiang Mingyu cast a lingering glance at Raven before turning his gaze deeper into the Lizhuan community, expressing his concern. "A large-scale mutation, aside from deliberate poisoning, can only be attributed to an 8th level or higher zombie on the move. Only at this level can such terrifying destructive power manifest. The City Defense Battalion's deployment is fortunate. If they fail to capture it, our future missions could become perilous." The group fell into silence, sensing the weight of impending doom. Sun Fei, noticing Jiang Mingyu revealing information, approached from a distance to glean some insights. Raven adjusted his glasses and analyzed. That zombie must have fled. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Unless it possesses intelligence and understands the danger, it would inevitably emerge to feast on fresh flesh. Suddenly, Zhao Hong appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Do you all remember when, a few years ago, our mission frequency surged? The 9 teams were dispatched almost daily, as if someone were deliberately releasing the virus. The investigation team scrutinized for quite some time before confirming that an 8th level zombie had infiltrated the city. It was only after this zombie was captured by several prominent families that our missions began to decrease." "Are you suggesting," Raven's expression turned grave, "that the one responsible for releasing the virus was this captured 8th level zombie?" Zhao Hong nodded earnestly. "Aside from this one, I can't think of any other 8th level zombies." Upon finishing his statement, the group unanimously turned their gazes toward Jiang Mingyu. Jiang Mingyu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, broke into a nervous sweat and shrugged. "Why are you all looking at me?" "My family, the Jiang family, did contribute to capturing that zombie. However, it was not us who transported it away, so how it managed to escape is beyond my knowledge." Sun Fei's expression darkened as he pressed. "So you mean to say you didn't eliminate that zombie at the time?" "Certainly not." Jiang Mingyu shot Sun Fei a sidelong glance, as if questioning the intelligence of such a query. "That 8th level zombies have rarely appeared since the establishment of the Jiangxing base city, and none have ever been captured alive. Every family and consortium wishes to study such a zombie, to obtain its blood, observe its heartbeat and brain, and attempt to develop a cure for the zombie virus. Now that one has finally appeared, you expect everyone to just kill it off?" Sun Fei was momentarily rendered speechless, his face darkening as he demanded, "If you'd already captured it, then why let this zombie escape?" Jiang Mingyu retorted bluntly, "You ask me, but who should I ask?" The two glared at each other, neither willing to relent. The others hurried to separate their gazes, attempting to mediate the situation. Everyone recognized that Sun Fei's protective instinct for his team were driving him to confront Jiang Mingyu. Fearing the chaos that an escaped zombie could unleash, especially given the heavy losses the extermination team had suffered. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyu remained innocent, unable to access the core secrets of the Jiang family. Yet everyone presumed he should inherently know all family secrets as the heir of the Jiang consortium, leaving him feeling frustrated and compelled to engage in debates. Before long, Liang Feng emerged from the community, accompanied by 3 captains holding a memory card which he handed to Sun Fei, stating, "This is a memory card from a surveillance device that clearly recorded the battle in the Lizhuang community. An intelligent 8th-level zombie attacked Sun Jiangan, the director of Jiangxing Television, during an interview, injuring him before making its escape, whereabouts unknown." "What did you say?" Before Liang Feng could finish, Sun Fei's face filled with shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that the zombie's escape was aimed at assassinating a key figure from the Sun family. Even more terrifying was the implication that an 8th-level zombie possessed human-like intelligence. "That's impossible." Sun Fei's face was filled with disbelief, while Jiang Mingyu was equally shaken, struggling to accept the situation. Liang Feng, with a stoic expression, glanced at the two and unabashedly stated, "Your esteemed families and conglomerates have been conducting human experiments for years, studying various zombies, creatures, and even humans, all in an effort to modify them. This has long been an open secret." Deputy Camp Commander Liang's demeanor was stern as he regarded the towering Lei Wu, astonished yet unyielding in his words. "An 8th-grade zombie is not far from the yellow level. With some special drugs to stimulate brain development, granting it the intelligence of a child should not pose a significant challenge." The City Defense Battalion scoured the entire community, eradicating all zombies before departing under Liang Feng's command. As for the self-aware 8th-grade zombie, Deputy Camp Commander Liang could only shake his head in resignation, indicating there was nothing to be done. The speed of this level was astonishing, 300 to 400 meters per second, allowing it to cover 40 kilometers in just 2 minutes, eluding any camera surveillance. They could only wait for the detectives to gather clues through minute traces and report back to the City Defense Battalion. The bodies of Zhengguo and his companions were placed in body bags, lined up neatly, as everyone removed their helmets and bowed their heads in silent mourning. The pain of separation was truly unbearable. Old Zheng was a decent man. His brothers should lend their support during the funeral. Had they known, they would have urged Old Zheng to retire a day earlier, thus avoiding today's tragedy. In the aftermath, the officers sighed heavily, while only Jiang Mingyu, being new, felt little sentiment. Instead, he whispered to Wu Zi, "Liang Feng is quite the sly character, not putting in any effort." Lei Wu, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean? Did you see their phased array radar?" Jiang Mingyu replied, "As long as they wish to locate someone. Not even 40 kilometers, but 400 kilometers, this radar, equipped with thermal imaging and various advanced technologies, can track any trace, even if one hides deep in the mountains." Jiang Mingyu continued with a cold smile. "Especially since they are searching for a high-level zombie. Its body heat and surrounding magnetic field are as conspicuous as the Big Dipper in a starry sky. There are only about 28th-grade powerhouses in Jiang City. Unless they hide underground or in extremely secretive locations, they cannot escape this radar, that if someone exhibits suspicious behavior in an inappropriate place, it must be that 8th-grade zombie." Lei Wu stood in astonishment, feeling a profound reverence for high technology, and then voiced his confusion. It is also Liang Feng's responsibility to maintain Jiang City security. If they fail to capture the zombie this time, and it wreaks havoc again, the City Defense Battalion will have to intervene. "Why complicate matters? He has his own calculations." Jiang Mingyu retorted with a disdainful scoff. The City Defense Battalion does not belong to any family in Jiang City. It has maintained neutrality for years, solely tasked with guarding the skies and ensuring no large-scale mutations occur within the city. The emergence of this 8th-grade zombie to attack Sun Jiangan must have been orchestrated by some family. If Liang Feng were to capture this zombie, it would indirectly involve him in the conflicts among the top families. The situation this intricate. Lei Wu marveled silently, observing the merely 20-year-old Jiang Mingyu. He couldn't help but admire the acumen and insight of someone from a top-tier conglomerate. After a moment, Jiang Mingyu sighed. The city defense battalion is indifferent to this matter, allowing an 8th-grade zombie to roam freely. Countless individuals will be infected, and it will only burden the extermination team in the future. Then why not hurry and escape? Lei Wu retorted, provoking a sidelong glance from Jiang Mingyu as he stood tall and declared, "I have never been a coward, nor do I know what fear is." Lei Wu smirked. Just a moment ago in the community, you had your mic off and were too afraid to fire your weapon. That doesn't quite match your words. Jiang Mingyu's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, wishing he could slap Wu Zi into the ground. The following day, under Zhao Hong's persuasion, Lei Wen called Han Yang to inquire about the condition of the villa owner. Sun Jinggan. Han Yang revealed that Sun had been secretly taken away by his family the previous night, appearing pale and with cyanotic nails, already showing signs of mutation, likely having been administered a special drug that rendered him unconscious and prevented him from attacking. While practicing his punches, Jiang Mingyu commented on the matter. In our era, smartphones serve little purpose. The channels through which people acquire news have reverted to television and newspapers in Jiang City. We have only one television station. Jiang City Satellite TV, IT, can be said that whoever controls this media outlet wields control over public opinion. Have you seen any unfavorable news about the Sun family in recent years? Lei Wu and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Exactly. Jiang Mingyu's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he continued to analyze. Someone has their sights set on Sun Jiang'an's position, the overt methods, such as undermining his authority, covertly framing him, or coercing him through threats, have proven ineffective. Thus, they resort to the most primal method, eliminating him outright. Zhao Hong, nearing 70, was astonished, asking, is the power struggle at such high levels truly so unadorned? Jiang Mingyu gestured with his fist, asserting, we are all ordinary people. We're the intricate plots depicted in dramas. In the end, when major conglomerates clash, their accumulated grievances inevitably revert to physical means. This is the most effective and simplest way to resolve issues. He paused and added thoughtfully, look, Sun Jiang'an has been eliminated. Even if he survives, he can no longer serve as director. Next, Jiang City Satellite TV will certainly be tumultuous, as various conglomerates will join forces to replace the Sun family's director, significantly diminishing their power. Have you said enough? Sun Fei approached with a stern expression, having already witnessed the conversation from the surveillance in the office area. Jiang Mingyu rolled his eyes and resumed his training, refraining from further discussing the Sun family's misfortunes. Lei Wu and the others dispersed to avoid provoking Sun Fei's wrath. 8 days passed. The officers lived in trepidation for half a year, fearing encounters with the 8th-grade zombie. But over time, their anxiety gradually eased. One day, after much contemplation, Zhao Hong finally resolved to retire. Old Zhao, are you certain about retiring? Yes, to avoid dragging everyone down further. Zhao Hong replied with a wry smile as he handed his retirement report to Sun Fei. Ever since Zheng Gui's unfortunate incident, he had become the group's good luck charm, relegated to providing cover for his teammates without any opportunity for direct engagement. With time, the once strong-willed old Zhao could no longer endure the feeling of inadequacy. Now, when I go on missions with Lei Wu and the others, not only am I ineffective, but I also distract them from their focus that it is better for me to retire and return home. This, Sun Fei hesitated, wanting to say something to dissuade him, but upon seeing Zhao Hong's graying hair, he ultimately swallowed his words and signed a report that I will speak with the director and have him sign off on your release. Tonight, do not leave. The Bureau will hold a farewell gathering for you, and the extermination team will cover the expenses. Thank you, Captain. Zhao Hong sincerely expressed his gratitude, for the first time in his life, speaking the words thank you from the depths of his heart. Over the years, he had often clashed with Sun Fei, relying on his extensive experience and seniority to dismiss the younger generation, publicly confronting Sun Fei on numerous occasions and frequently banging the table in the office of their superior. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. He had transformed from a middle-aged man into an elder. The disputes of the past had long since been forgiven by Zhao Hong. Sun Fei, too, was somewhat sentimental, gently patting Lao Zhao on the shoulder, letting go of their former grievances. That night, as the workday came to a close, the extermination team, with the exception of the two groups on duty, made their way to the Phoenix restaurant, not only for a feast but also to host a farewell banquet for Zhao Hong. The restaurant was not far from the precinct, and Lei Wu and the others chose to walk. The streets were bustling with traffic, light and shadow intertwining, while the neon lights on the old billboards along the roadside painted the entire city in vibrant colors, narrating the grandeur and history of Jiangxing. Today, Lao Zhao was the star of the evening. No one sought to overshadow him, as he was surrounded by colleagues like a moon surrounded by stars, eliciting peals of laughter from him. His retirement was a milestone of great significance, far outweighing his continued presence in the team. At the very least, it would lower the mortality rate and soothe the hearts of his comrades. Lei Wu, not one for words, trailed behind the crowd. Jiang Mingyu, having joined recently, was still unfamiliar with everyone and lingered at the back. Observing the police officers ahead, their arms slung over each other's shoulders, bursting with laughter and joy, Jiang Mingyu couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. How wonderful it was to share daily meals and merriment, to fight side by side during missions, never lacking the companionship and sincerity of brothers. Such days were indeed enviable. In truth, he too could be part of this camaraderie. Lei Wu shot him a glance. If only he would lower his guard and abandon the airs of a wealthy heir, everyone would be more than willing to include him in their revelry. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Mingyu had managed to somewhat integrate into the small group of Team 6, but his interactions with others had not been particularly pleasant, having been raised among the elite, where a net worth of millions was merely the entry threshold. His physical prowess barely reached level 5, rendering him unworthy of even having his shoes carried. Now, finding himself among a crowd of relatively insignificant individuals, how could a man like Jiang Mingyu, accustomed to being exalted, engage in camaraderie with them? Deep down, he looked down on these seemingly mediocre folks, even dismissing Sun Fei. Some team members at 40 years of age remained at level 1, indeed less than an ordinary citizen. Yet in this environment, he wished to forge brotherly bonds with every team member, desiring their respect and affection. However, his pride would not allow him to relinquish his lofty self-image, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Lei Wu sensed Jiang Mingyu's conflict. Adhering to the principle that those who receive must also give, he had been working to persuade Jiang Mingyu over this period. You come from a noble background, a level 6 powerhouse at just 20. Few in Jiangshang can rival you. Yet, now that you are part of the extermination team, you must conform to local customs. We all share the same meals and perform the same duties, working together to maintain public safety, and no one owes you anything. If you wish to be liked, the only way is to cast aside your prejudices. Pausing, Lei Wu pointed to a member of Team 8, Ding Jianjun, who had attempted to strike up a conversation with Jiang Mingyu several times, only to be met with indifference, a mere level 1 officer. You have often ignored him, perhaps thinking he lacks ambition, is lazy, and appears scruffy, with unwashed clothes and an unshaven face, resembling a beggar. Are you repulsed by his lack of hygiene, fearing that proximity to him might soil your garments? Jiang Mingyu instinctively wanted to defend himself, but merely moved his lips in silence. Lei Wu continued, those who have not made progress by 40, aside from their own lack of effort, often bear burdens, such as a gambling father, a sick mother, or a younger brother in school. Ding Jianjun has none of these. He is single, without a wife or children, living alone. Jiang Mingyu furrowed his brow. Then why is he still at level 1? What about his salary over the years, or the bonuses for missions? You have been a police officer for 7 or 8 years. You should already be at level 4, and your brother is likely approaching level 5. Why is he stagnant? You should visit his home and see for yourself. Visit his home? Jiang Mingyu sneered, certain to be the same old story. Something about adopting orphans, supporting his sister's education while barely making ends meet. Forcing himself to do good deeds, he's indeed engaged in good deeds. Lei Wu, observing Jiang Mingyu's disdain, turned serious and said, he has taken in 3 injured comrades at home, one of whom was bitten by a zombie on the thigh and now resides in a wheelchair. Another has half his face torn away and has become a simpleton. The last one suffers from severe after effects, unable to care for himself, unable to even leave his BEDIT is Ding Jianjun's meager salary that barely sustains these comrades. You may mock him for being unkempt, for his low rank, but As a member of the extermination team, neither you nor I, nor any of us, have the right to mock him. Lei Wu clenches fists. Speaking with a hushed intensity, we live on the edge of death, where one misstep could lead to demise, and no one can guarantee their safety, and none possess the courage or loyalty of Ding Jianjun, who has cared for his comrades day in and day out for over a decade, even if he is only at level 1. Jiang Mingyu found himself speechless, profoundly shaken, looking again at Ding Jianjun's weathered figure. Though he was not tall, his shoulders were broad, and his spine stood straight like a mountain. Jiang Mingyu questioned himself. If he had come from an ordinary background, merely a common citizen without connections or support, relying solely on a monthly salary of 5,000, would he have cared for those injured comrades out of past friendships? The answer was unequivocally no. In that moment, Jiang Mingyu realized he was a proud and selfish individual. With a heart as small as dust, what right did he have to look down on someone as righteous as Ding Jianjun? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Mingyu lifted his head, his gaze resolute, and said, "Tomorrow, I wish to visit Ding Jianjun's home and meet those 3 comrades of his. Though I have never met them, I still wish to do my part." "All right, I will accompany you." Lei Wu's face lit up with a smile, suddenly finding Jiang Mingyu to be not so bad after all. Just then, Jiang Mingyu shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Don't think I'm unaware. You want me to dip into my wallet to support those 3 disabled comrades. And as for Ding Jianjun, he has approached me repeatedly, trying to strike up conversations, merely because he sees my wealth and wishes to gain something from me." I have long sensed his excessive enthusiasm. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Mingyu's eyes. "I, Jiang Xiao, did not grow up eating soft food. I have seen through such tricks long ago. It is just that he, Ding Jianjun, is quite righteous, and we are colleagues. I do not wish to hold a grudge against him. ISNT at just supporting 3 comrades. It's only about 20,000 a month. If it can buy me goodwill and affection, I'll bear the cost. Jiang Xiao's righteousness." Lei Wu gave him a thumbs up, pulling Jiang Mingyu into an embrace with enthusiasm, raising his voice high enough for everyone ahead to turn back and look. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Zi shouted, "Jiang Xiao has spoken. From now on, the 3 comrades at Ding Jianjun's home will be supported by him." The crowd was taken aback, glancing at each other in surprise. Whether sincere or feigned, they regarded Jiang Mingyu with newfound goodwill, approaching him to greet and engage in conversation. Alleviating his loneliness at the restaurant, the police officers sat in groups of 10, engaged in lively discussions. As members of Team 6, Lei Wu and his colleagues naturally shared a table with Zhao Hong, who was accompanied by Sun Fei. Lao Zhao, feeling particularly emotional today, scarcely touched his food, instead raising his glass to toast around the table. Reminiscing about the past with his comrades, mending old grievances with laughter, and sharing dreams of brotherhood in the next life. As the conversation flowed, Zhao Hong grew sentimental, his eyes misting over. Yet he continued to smile, unwilling to let the atmosphere dampen. With age comes a certain emotional instability. Lao Zhao self-deprecatingly explained as he raised his glass to Ding Jianjun, "Brother, there are not many in the extermination team whom I respect, but I admire your character and loyalty. Let's drink to that. Cheers." As Ding Jianjun finished his drink and engaged in casual conversation, Zhao Hong completed his rounds at the table and proceeded to toast the members of the adjacent 9th group. When it was El San's turn, old Zhao couldn't help but reminisce about the past events involving Li Zimu and El Air, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. As the captain of the 6th group, he had failed to mediate the conflicts among his team members and lacked the magnanimity to embrace them. In the later stages, he continually marginalized El Air, leading the isolation of both El Air and Tai Dan, which ultimately reignited the Zimu's resentment and culminated in the ensuing tragedy. Reflecting on those bygone days, Zhao Hong felt a pang of regret. Yet, what troubled him most was the lingering animosity between El San and Lei Wu. The two behaved as if they were sworn enemies, ignoring one another completely, and El San, unable to let go of his grievances, often spoke ill of Lei Wu, both openly and covertly. Old Zhao wished to resolve this conflict, to avert another tragedy and to prevent the elf family from facing extinction. But ultimately, his efforts were in vain. He was neither Sun Fei wielding power over Elsan's future, nor a formidable figure capable of crushing Elsan's life with brute strength. Forcing him to submit, in plain terms, he was merely a captain on the brink of retirement. Words of little weight should not attempt to sway others, as the one most familiar with the Lei brothers within the entire extermination team. Zhao Hong harbored deep concern for Elsan. This young man was utterly oblivious to the formidable adversaries he faced, even if he were to expend all his efforts and dedicate his life. Overtaking the Lei brothers would remain an unattainable goal in a few years, not to mention surpassing Lei Wu. Even managing to share a word with Wu Zi amidst the crowd would be a tremendous honor for Elsan. Regrettably, this young man remained blissfully unaware of his limitations. It was precisely because Elsan posed no threat and had not committed any outrageous acts that Lei Wu chose to disregard him. Otherwise, it would not require Wu Zi's intervention. Lei Wen would ensure Elsan realized he had provoked the most formidable individual in the world. Contemplating this, Zhao Hong's thoughts were tumultuous, yet he could not help but offer a word of advice. Senator, let go of the matters of our forebears. Consider them as fleeting as smoke. Time is relentless, and in the blink of an eye, we shall all grow old. Just look at my face, weathered beyond recognition, devoid of the vigor of youth. Rather than dwelling on the past, it is far better to cherish your own life. Your father would know in spirit. Elsan lifted his glass, clinking it with Zhao Hong's before downing its contents, replying, "Today is your farewell banquet, Uncle Zhao. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. We shall drink and speak of nothing but merriment." Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Elsan's outward respect was merely a fade. Lacking genuine appreciation, with a sigh, he gently patted Elsan on the shoulder, signaling him to take care, then turned to the others with a smile, saying, "I spoke out of turn. Let us drink." Drink! At that moment, the captain of the 9th group, Wang Jun, rose, his military background evident in his exuberance and straightforward demeanor, challenging Zhao Hong to a drinking contest. Meanwhile, Elsan, who had initially been in good spirits, found resentment brewing within him after Zhao Hong's reminder. Recalling his father's tragic demise and observing Lei Wu being accosted by a group of team members, displaying an air of triumph, Elsan's discontent deepened. He could not allow Lei Wu to revel in such contentment. Though he recognized his own limitations, knowing he lacked the strength to confront Lei Wu directly, he inexplicably rose, informing the others he was heading to the restroom, and vanished into the hall. Gritting his teeth, Elsan intercepted a waiter, counting out half a month's wages from his pocket and forcefully placing it in the server's hand. The waiter hesitated for a few seconds. Yet upon hearing Elsan's assurance that he bore no ill intent, merely wishing to see the tall man embarrassed in public, he ultimately nodded in agreement. As Elsan watched the waiter, now carrying a kettle of hot water to refill everyone's cups, a cold smirk crept across his face. Since joining the extermination team, he had been observing Lei Wu. Over the years, he had indeed uncovered something intriguing. Lei Wu appeared to suffer from a persecution complex, walking cautiously to avoid any physical contact with others, displaying a distinct aversion to anything sharp. Particularly upon encountering scissors, iron nails, or steel needles, he would instinctively flinch, akin to a startled bird. "Today, I shall administer a little eye-opener to you, to reveal your true nature," Elsan thought with a sly grin, washing his hands before returning to his table. Meanwhile, Lei Wu remained entirely unaware of Elsan's covert actions. Deep down, he looked down upon this individual he dared not fight, only whispered behind others' backs, lacking ambition. Little did he know, despite having embarked on thousands of missions over the years, his social circle was exceedingly narrow, primarily interacting with a rough crowd, and he remained oblivious to the adage that flies do not alight upon an egg that is clean, but rather on the foul. As the waiter filled Jiang Mingyu's cup with water, Lei Wu paid it no mind, casually remarking, "Tomorrow, when we visit Ding Jianjun's place, we cannot go empty-handed. We must purchase some supplies that so you expect me to foot the bill again?" Jiang, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, found Wu Zi overly stingy. As the waiter filled the cup, she politely thanked the server. "Sir, I have topped off your water." The female server leaned in to take Lei Wu's cup, but as she poured, Her hand trembled, and scalding hot water cascaded from the kettle, splashing onto Lei Wu's robust arm and thigh. The incident was sudden yet strangely plausible, leaving Lei Wu no time to react as the boiling water seared his skin. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lei Wu's pupils constricted sharply, and to him, the entire world slowed to a crawl. The clear stream of water cascaded downward, each droplet exuding steam, relentlessly assaulting his skin, reddening his arm and revealing the telltale signs of blistering. Out. A wave of terror surged within Lei Wu, an uncontrollable tide sweeping over him. This was old Zhao's farewell banquet, with the entire extermination team present. Should his identity as a zombie be exposed, he, Lei Wu, would undoubtedly face death. Yet, the boiling water had already scalded his skin. It was too late to turn back. Unless, Ding, you may expend all your training points. Regardless of the cost, to stubbornly cling to the Golden Bell shield. Fighting for survival with the spirit of failure means death, compelling the Golden Bell shield to evolve into an indestructible body. The scalding water struck Lei Wu's arm as if poured over cold iron, emitting only a cloud of white steam, leaving not a single hair singed. What on earth is happening? Before Lei Wu could utter a word, Jiang Mingyu erupted in anger, glaring furiously at the server. Lei Wen also immediately stood, concern etched on his face, asking, "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" "I am fine," Lei Wu replied, shaking off the water from his arm. Upon seeing that his skin bore no signs of damage, he finally relaxed. In that moment, he felt an immense relief for having prudently saved up training points, which proved invaluable at this critical juncture. Otherwise, even if his teammates refrained from attacking him out of past camaraderie, there would be no place for him in Jiang City from that day forth. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. "I am so sorry. I am so sorry," the female server stammered, frantically attempting to wipe Lei Wu's arm with a napkin, her face betraying her guilt. After all, she was no professional actress, lacking the ability to control her expressions. If she had truly burned someone, she would be liable for the medical expenses, rendering her loss greater than the cost. The server's guilty demeanor caused Lei Wen's brows to furrow. Through micro-expressions, psychological analysis, and scrutiny of the pouring motion, he could ascertain that this server had acted with intent. Yet, she merely sought to embarrass Lei Wu, lacking the courage or motive to endanger his life. Otherwise, she would have poisoned him directly, which would have been far simpler. Just moments ago, the only person who had left the dining table was the one and only El San. Coincidentally, as the server approached to refill the water, El San had just emerged from the restroom. Lei Wen's expression darkened. He hoped it was merely a misunderstanding, a careless act from the server. But the reality revealed that El San, who typically only dared to gossip about his brother, had now resorted to aggression. What began as a verbal dispute had escalated to physical harm, forging a lasting enmity. However, Lei Wen chose not to confront El San directly, wishing to avoid alarming him. Instead, he calmly addressed Lei Wu, saying, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. The server has a tough job. Let us just be more cautious next time." Indeed, Lei Wu nodded in agreement, waving the server away to attend to her duties. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Wen had discreetly flicked a small powder ball toward the server beneath the table. For the next week, this woman would endure relentless itching, regardless of which hospital she visited or how much she spent on medication. Only when he had scratched himself into a bloody mess did he relent. One must harbor no ill will, especially towards Lei Wu. If he did not resolve this grievance, Lei Wen felt he would be unworthy of the title of brother. As for El San, the night had grown late after everyone had indulged in food and drink, and many team members were inebriated, sprawled across the tables in a disheveled state. Lei Wu went to the restroom to wash his face, and Lei Wen followed suit. That waitress only dared to scald you under El San's orders. What do you intend to do about it, Xiao Wu? El San. Lei Wu was taken aback, feeling no anger within. Were it not for this fellow, he would still be uncertain when he could transcend the Golden Bell shield into a superlative martial art. This time, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise, so he chose to let it go. After pondering for a moment, Lei Wu posed a rather philosophical question. "Brother, do you wish for me to be a vengeful person or a sage of great virtue?" Akin to a holy monk, Lei Wen was momentarily surprised, adjusting his glasses before contemplating his response. A petty person fears power, but not virtue. Treating them kindly is of no avail, as they will merely take it for granted. Only through vengeful retribution will they learn to fear and respect you, thus tempering their arrogance and preventing them from troubling you again. After addressing his stance on El San, Lei Wen continued, "However, deep down, I still hope you can be a person of compassion and integrity, with a broad heart and great tolerance. The realm of saints is too distant for us, and the tale of the Buddha feeding eagles by sacrificing his flesh is ill-suited for this era. If you are willing to part with flesh, others will feast upon it until you are left with naught but your bones, and they will even use your bones to feed dogs, ultimately cursing you as a fool." Lei Wu was astonished, not expecting his brother to express such sentiments. Lei Wen continued, "One should not be excessively magnanimous, yet those with narrow minds often find it difficult to achieve great things. Like El Air, had he been a bit more generous and interacted well with Li Zimu instead of isolating him. Even if Mu Zi has a reclusive personality, over time, bonds would form, and a tragedy could have been averted." Lei Wu resonated with this deeply, summarizing, "So, brother, what you mean is that against those who are inferior, one should seek vengeance and employ thunderous measures to instill fear, while in the presence of those stronger. One should exhibit grace and magnanimity, showcasing one's admirable qualities to win them over. Xiao Wu, your understanding is flawed." Observing Sun Fei calling everyone to retreat, Lei Wen washed his face and remarked, "When your opponent possesses strength, you ought to maintain a good demeanor. When they lack power, you must seek vengeance. This is a classic case of seeing through the eyes of a dog, a typical snob. One must never conduct oneself in such a manner. You must first discern the nature of the other person and then tailor your approach accordingly. For the petty, you must deal with them ruthlessly. For those who uphold morality and righteousness, even if they are not your equals, you must display magnanimity and the qualities of a virtuous monk to win their hearts." As the two exited the restroom, Lei Wen continued his education. In the bygone era, Liu Bang, the Han Emperor, had a fellow townsman named Yong Qi, who humiliated him repeatedly in his youth and even betrayed him after the uprising. Liu Bang not only spared Yong Qi, but also granted him the title of Marquis of Shifang, allowing him to live out his days in peace. Such breadth of heart and mind ensures that his civil and military ministers would not dare to defy him. Were I Yong Qi, I would certainly align myself with Liu Bang. Lei Wu pondered this, his attitude towards El San becoming clearer. "I offered him 3 chances to demonstrate my magnanimity. If he fails to appreciate it, then he is indeed a petty person. Against petty individuals, one must repay grievances in kind." Lei Wu looked up to see El San approaching the restroom, displaying a bright smile and a friendly demeanor. This strange display sent a shiver down El San's spine, nearly causing him to lose control. Lei Wu, with his imposing physique and arms thicker than most men's legs, needed not raise a hand. Merely standing at the restroom entrance was enough to instill fear. Should a fight ensue, El San feared he would be crushed into a pulp. Thus, Lei Wu observed El San as he naturally veered away in a wide arc. 3 meters from him, waving to the other team members exiting the restroom, as if he were merely searching for someone. It wasn't until his back was fully turned to Lei Wu that El San muttered, "I am off to fetch Wang Jun," and without waiting for a response, quickened his pace until he broke into a run. The brothers were taken aback by El San's peculiar reaction, caught between disbelief and amusement. 3 seconds later, they could no longer contain themselves, their shoulders shaking in unison as they erupted into hearty laughter, reminiscent of a tractor's roar. The following day, the corpse extermination team resumed their duties as usual. Officers clustered in the office, collapsing onto their desks to sleep. In no time, a chorus of snores erupted, creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder rolling in the spring. Lei Wu, helpless, covered his ears, pretending to read while actually examining his own status panel. Level 4 mutant zombie punching power, 11.3 ton speed, 66 ms stamina, 1 year, 4 months, 2 days mentality, 187 cultivation points, 1 increase daily, martial arts, light kill, great accomplishment. Indestructible body, beginner, flying leg, great accomplishment. Indestructible corpse, crushing palm, great accomplishment. The transcendence of superlative martial arts had yielded immense rewards, with comprehensive enhancements to his stats. Notably, Lei Wu's strength was abnormally formidable. His punching power was 5 times that of an ordinary level 4 warrior, making the slaughter of level 5 adversaries feel as effortless as crushing a chick. He remained uncertain of the defensive capabilities of the indestructible body. Lei Wu was eager to test his skills, curious to ascertain the limits of his skin's defense, so that he might better understand his abilities. However, being a zombie, he was unsure if any wounds would heal. Should they fail to do so, he would be condemned to live as a pariah. Observing the single remaining cultivation point from today, Lei Wu felt a pang of regret. Elevate the golden bell shield. He had squandered over 500 cultivation points, a steep price to pay, and one that left him wondering how he had endured for over a year. The temptation to gain strength through adding points haunted him daily. It was akin to having a wealthy benefactor depositing 10,000 each day into his account, only to be unable to spend it, holding out for a larger purpose. While such determination is commendable, the frustration of being unable to spend money is truly unbearable. Therefore, he resolved to indulge today. Upon consuming a cultivation point, the initial stages of his indestructible body seemed excessively frugal, prompting the technique to mock him. "You insignificant wretch. Do not linger here. Begone." Lei Wu's forehead was lined with frustration as his face twitched involuntarily. This status panel was exceedingly cruel. After growing accustomed to fine grains, it rejected coarse fare, and even a minor contribution was met with scorn. Truly, it was unjust. Muttering grievances against the panel, Lei Wu glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already past 10 in the morning, yet the adjacent workstations remained empty. Furrowing his brow, he took out his phone and called Lei Wen directly. Ding-ling-ling rang the phone, but no one answered. Suddenly, Lei Wu recalled his brother's words from the previous night. "I may fall gravely ill again. If I cannot recover, Xiao Wu, please help me take a leave of absence." With this thought, Lei Wu's expression shifted, and he bolted towards Lei Wen's dormitory. His frantic demeanor startled Jiang Mingyu, who was practicing punches in the back office, prompting him to follow suit at that moment. Lei Wen lay in his dormitory, emitting pitiful moans, his body convulsing violently, rolling on the floor. His exposed skin, face, neck, hands, and feet seemed to be infested with countless blood serpents writhing within him, a horrifying sight. Bursting through the door, Lei Wu was struck with terror at the scene before him. "Brother!" Seeing Lei Wen's face reddening as if about to bleed and contorting in agony, Lei Wu was instantly filled with dread. "What happened to you?" "No, don't panic." Enduring tremendous pain, Lei Wen grasped Lei Wu's hand with what little strength remained, trembling as he spoke haltingly. "You mustn't make a fuss. Carry me back to the underground laboratory at home." With that, Lei Wen slipped into unconsciousness, yet the blood serpents within him grew increasingly fierce, threatening to burst forth. Lei Wu said nothing more, tearing a sheet from the bed to wrap around Lei Wen and hastening to take him home. Jiang Mingyu, standing at the dormitory entrance, was equally taken aback by the sight of Lei Wen. "What happened to your brother?" In the impression of Jiang Daxiao, Lei Wen is an exceedingly cautious individual, endowed with profound wisdom, who prefers to strategize before taking action, that he rarely engages in endeavors unless he possesses complete certainty, and he is certainly not one to fall into a state of chaos. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that Lei Wen has managed to collaborate with the Jiang Consortium, a colossal entity that governs the order of Jiang City. The fact that he has neither been devoured nor manipulated, but has instead maintained a commendable cooperative relationship, speaks volumes about the depth of his cunning and intellect. Yet now, it appears as though Lei Wen has been poisoned, completely losing his consciousness and finding himself ensnared in a life-threatening situation. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyu's pupils constrict sharply, his complexion pales, as if he has witnessed something terrifying and incomprehensible. Lei Wu yanks the bedsheet away, causing various items to tumble to the floor, among which a deep blue empty vial stands out conspicuously. A level 5 evolution liquid, valued at 120,000. However, what concerns Jiang Mingyu is not the monetary value, but rather the information he has gleaned through clandestine channels. Last year, Lei Wen had already reached level 5. This was confirmed when he visited the headquarters of the Jiang Consortium to submit his research findings, where a level 9 powerhouse personally received him. Eager to ascertain the extent of his remarkable abilities, during their face-to-face conversation, the level 9 powerhouse gauged Lei Wen's robust vitality and, equipped with advanced scanning technology, gathered comprehensive data on Lei Wen's physical condition. Concluding that he had indeed attained level 5. Moreover, the Jiang family maintains records of all transactions involving evolution liquids in Jiang City. They track who was purchased, which level of evolution liquid, and when the vials were sold. Additionally, every entrance and exit of venues under the Jiang Consortium is monitored by facial recognition cameras that analyze individuals' physical data, integrating it into a vast database that a year prior, before meeting with the level 9 powerhouse of the Jiang family, Lei Wen had already procured a vial of level 5 evolution liquid. Subsequently, after 7 days, he sold the empty vial on the black market through private channels. Although he operates with great caution, he could not escape the implications of these so-called private channels, as those involved in the black market are also connected to the Jiang family. Now, Lei Wen has somehow acquired yet another vial of level 5 evolution liquid. The vial still gleaming and showing signs of recent use. This indicates that he has consumed 2 vials of level 5 evolution liquid. A madman. Your brother is undoubtedly insane. Jiang Mingyu's expression is one of utter disbelief. Unable to fathom that such a reckless individual exists in the world. From the inception of the development of genetic evolution liquids, the limits of human tolerance were meticulously calculated. The reason for the small vial's volume, rather than a large container, is solely due to the fragility of carbon-based life form genetics. Excessive consumption of the evolution liquid can lead to catastrophic genetic rupture, resulting in either death or severe disfigurement. With no remedy and irreversible consequences, the Jiang family has conducted experiments on humans, from level 7 powerhouses to ordinary individuals, and none have escaped unscathed. Excessive consumption of evolution liquid invariably leads to genetic collapse, with exceedingly grim outcomes. Yet Lei Wu, undeterred by these considerations, hoists Lei Wen onto his back, urgency coursing through him, as he forcefully shoves past Jiang Mingyu and bolts from the dormitory. Jiang Daxiao, as if entranced, stares at the empty vial on the floor, counting on his fingers, murmuring 1, 2, 3. Moments later, his face turns ashen, as if his very soul has been siphoned away by malevolent forces. Each year, 1 vial of evolution liquid is permissible. 1 vial for level 1, 2 for level 2, 3 for level 3, 4 for level 4, and 2 for level 5. Over the years, Lei Wen has consumed a total of 12 vials of evolution liquid. Jiang Mingyu collapses on the ground, utterly incredulous that such a maniac exists in this world. Jiang Mingyu counts on his fingers, calculating that to reach level 9, Lei Wen would require 45 vials of evolution liquid, 1 per year, necessitating 45 years. The initial years may be manageable, as the lower-level evolution liquids pose less risk. But with this method, consuming 8 vials of level 8 and 9 vials of level 9 evolution liquids would surely lead to self-destruction. Does he truly believe evolution liquids are free, akin to water, merely to be ingested without consequence, with the worst being a few trips to the bathroom? Nonsense! Unless Lei Wen is a deity, even if you're the favored child of the heavens. As long as he remains a carbon-based life form, it would be impossible for him to survive such excess. Yet, what if, just perhaps, Lei Wen achieves the miraculous? How formidable would he become? Slaughtering those of equal standing would feel like a colossal beast trampling upon mere ants, while surpassing levels would become a trivial matter, rendering the term peerless an affront. Jiang Mingyu cannot even begin to conceive how terrifying Lei Wen would be at that point. He would be akin to a god among men, the king of evolution, the sovereign of destruction, deserving of reverence from all beings. Madness! How has the world descended into such chaos? First, Lei Wu shatters his self-confidence with a mere gesture, obliterating the pride he took in his own strength. Now, another figure, Lei Wen, emerges so deranged that even he, the heir to a top-tier consortium, feels a sense of trepidation. Oh heavens! Oh earth, this world is utterly insane. Ordinary individuals have no path to survival, and even I, the scion of a great family, find myself rendered insignificant. May it all come to an end. I long for oblivion. Jiang Mingyu silently laments. Ever since encountering these two brothers, the pride he had nurtured for 20 years has not only been shattered, but he has also descended into a state of self-doubt. Jiang Mingyu has always perceived himself as somewhat mad. The more dangerous the situation, the more exhilarated he feels, and the more life-threatening the circumstance, the more his adrenaline surges. Yet, even in his reckless pursuit of thrill, the thought of consuming a vial of level 6 evolution liquid daunts him. He lacks the courage to even grasp the vial. Death is not a fearsome prospect, but a simple closure of the eyes, and one is devoid of sensation. Life would simply end. What terrifies him is the prospect of genetic collapse, a body decaying into a putrid mass. Festooned with tumors, limbs grotesquely deformed, features askew, resembling a nightmare birth from a cauldron of horrors. That would be true suffering beyond death. Humanity's essence lies in the recognition of one's own humanity, encompassing height, physique, and facial features. Those who are prematurely bald suffer in silence. Those of shorter stature harbor insecurities, and those with damaged teeth feel embarrassed to speak, all feeling estranged from the normal human form. Should one truly transform into a grotesque abomination, the inner torment and anguish would surpass the agony of death itself. The final words of the extermination squad are not to care for their families or to distribute their assets, but rather a plea. Should they be bitten, they implore their comrades not to hesitate, but to end their lives swiftly before transformation. In contrast, zombies retain a semblance of humanity, but excessive consumption of evolution liquid will undoubtedly lead to monstrous mutations. Imagining Lei Wen with one leg shriveled to a skeleton, the other riddled with putrid sores, his upper body bloated like a Pikachu, one eye rotten, hair gone, and his very essence deteriorated, Jiang Mingyu shudders, suppressing the urge to mimic the horror, and leans against the wall, yearning to return home for some peace. In light of Lei Wen's madness, he finds himself more inclined to learn Lei Wu's mastery of soul-shattering. At least this lies within the realm of normality. Failure would incur no substantial harm. As a member of a prominent family, Jiang Mingyu possesses a degree of decorum, closing the dormitory door behind him to protect Lei Wen's secret. Yet, in that fleeting moment of shutting the door, his gaze inadvertently falls once more upon the vial of level 5 evolution liquid. An uncontrollable thought burgeons in his mind. I am currently at level 6, unable to consume the equivalent evolution liquid, but I may partake of the level 1 variant. With enhanced physical capabilities, I could later revert to the lower level evolution liquids. The impact on my body would be negligible, and I would find the funds to purchase the evolution liquids. The Jiang family has already conducted similar experiments. A level 1 evolution liquid costs 50,000, yet investing that sum in other potions and high-energy foods yields far greater value than consuming another level 1 evolution liquid. However, for those seeking to push the limits of human potential and transcend themselves, this path remains viable. Jiang Mingyu could experiment with level 2, level 3, or even level 4 evolution liquids, for he is not lacking in financial resources. To discover his own limits, perpetually teetering on the brink of genetic collapse, compelling himself to dance on the edge of a blade, he is certain to attain power that surpasses his peers. A spark ignites within him, dispelling the aura of despondency that had enveloped him. He closes the dormitory door, forsakes his classes, and heads straight home. From this day forth, Jiang Dashao shall embark on a path of extremity. Even if he cannot rival Lei Wen, he shall at least aspire to become the second most formidable being in the world. Once he uncovers his limits, with his power surging, he will master the art of soul-shattering. And when he encounters Lei Wen again, he shall not shy away from a confrontation. Jiang Dashao brimmed with confidence, abandoning his vehicle and racing towards Zhang's tower with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Lei Wu had already driven his brother back to Singguanmiao Alley at breakneck speed. He leaped into the adjacent courtyard, opening the square hole as before, and descended into the underground laboratory. As he surveyed the futuristic surroundings, the central control console, resembling an intelligent brain, invoked in him a surreal sense of time travel. "Please place the master on the workbench," commanded a line of text that appeared on the virtual screen as he entered. Following this, a surgical table emerged from the smooth metallic floor, surrounded by an array of high-precision surgical instruments, as if preparing for an operation on a future warrior. Lei Wu hastily placed his brother, covered in blood blisters, onto the surgical table, just as he intended to step aside and observe the advanced technology at work. The cold voice of the artificial intelligence echoed once more. I will perform genetic surgery on the master. Disturbances are inadvisable. Please vacate the laboratory. What if I refuse to leave? Lei Wu stood his ground, curious to see the AI's response. The answer was straightforward, and a colorful light curtain enveloped the surgical table, rendering Lei Wu unable to see his brother, despite their proximity. You bastard! He cursed under his breath, before reluctantly retreating. Upon returning home, he finally comprehended the source of his brother's audacious confidence in the evolution liquid, namely, Lei Wen's mastery of future technology. In the old era of Marvel, various advanced technologies flourished. Iron Man's armor had evolved to the point of featuring nanotechnology, capable of assembling an array of weapons at will. Though these marvels do not exist in reality, Lei Wu's skills, such as the diamond-shattering palm and the light-killing flying knife technique, were equally surreal. This realization sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Perhaps it was the potential of technology that was vast, or perhaps the depth of his martial arts prowess was boundless. One day, he might discern the truth that in the following days, Lei Wen remained ensconced in the laboratory. Not emerging, Lei Wu, waiting in vain, ventured back underground and discovered his brother still unconscious on the surgical table, though his vital signs were stable and the blisters on his skin had significantly receded. At that moment, Lei Wu's reverence for high technology intensified. Previously, the modern weapons of the City Defense Battalion, rockets, missiles, radars, had profoundly impacted his psyche. Now, the high-technology mastered by Lei Wen could mitigate the risks associated with genetic ruptures and stabilize the aftermath of the evolution liquid, surpassing not only contemporary technological levels, but also the pinnacle of technology from the era preceding the Great Catastrophe. My golden finger is an enhancement panel. Could it be that my brother's golden finger is extraterrestrial technology? Lei Wu speculated wildly as the cold voice of the artificial intelligence chimed in. Please evacuate the master. Lines of data code scrolled rapidly across the blue virtual screen of the central control console, seemingly analyzing Lei Wen's injuries, as well as assessing whether Lei Wu's removal of Lei Wen might cause further harm. Lei Wu said nothing, simply wrapping his brother in a sheet and turning to exit the underground. He had refrained from going to work these past few days, remaining at home out of fear that someone might come seeking information about them. If Lei Wen was neither at home nor in the hospital and had inexplicably vanished, it would inevitably raise suspicions among others. Sure enough, upon returning home and settling Lei Wen onto the bed, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed. Zhao Hong. In this world, the only person who truly cared for the two of them was the elderly Zhao. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of guilt, given that Zhao Hong's life was one exchanged for by their father's sacrifice. Or perhaps it was due to the deep bond forged over many years. Zhao Hong regarded the two brothers as his own children and often worried about their well-being. Their sudden absence from the precinct for several days had led to rampant speculation among their colleagues. And naturally, the news had reached Zhao Hong's ears. Xiao Wu, why haven't you two been at work these past few days? My brother had a bit of an incident. He developed a high fever and fell unconscious. So I'm taking care of him at home. Another high fever? Zhao Hong exclaimed, an array of thoughts flashing through his mind, sensing that Lei Wen was embroiled in something monumental. After contemplating for a while without clarity, he simply replied, I'll head over right now. You wait for me. Before long, Zhao drove to Singwamio Alley and rushed to the brothers' home. Upon seeing Lei Wen on the bed, covered in water blisters and rashes akin to smallpox, Zhao Hong furrowed his brow in concern that he could not believe that Lei Wen could contract such a disease. With a robust physique and strong immunity, Lei Wen was at least a level 4, fully capable of warding off ordinary viruses, especially one that had long been eradicated before the Great Catastrophe. Thus, the remaining possibility lingered that your brother experimenting with forbidden drugs or researching genetic agents. Lei Wu was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Hong to guess so accurately, closing in on the truth. However, given the matter's sensitivity concerning his brother's privacy and secret techniques, Lei Wu could only respond vaguely. I'm not entirely sure. It seems he ingested something he shouldn't have. Zhao Hong sighed. Your brother has always been reckless. Though he presents himself as cultured and composed, he possesses a wild streak at heart, willing to try anything, employing any means necessary. Over the years, he has nearly driven himself mad to protect you from harm, arming himself with hidden weapons and poisons, fearing even the slightest injury would befall you during missions. Now, with his reckless consumption of forbidden drugs, he is likely researching some lethal technique to suddenly enhance his powers in critical moments, providing better protection for you. Lei Wu's lips trembled as memories from their childhood flashed before his eyes. He recalled the summer when he was 10, playing with the neighborhood children. Despite his tall stature, he was soft-hearted and timid, often bullied by his peers, not to mention older delinquents. The story was all too familiar. They demanded protection money. The brothers were impoverished. Merely surviving was a struggle. Lei Wu had no money in his pockets. Yet the bullies were indifferent to his financial state, delivering several slaps that left his face emblazoned with crimson handprints. They threatened Lei Wu, declaring that if he could not produce 10 yuan in 3 days, they would break his brother Lei Wen's legs. That time, Lei Wen was painfully thin, perpetually clad in tattered clothes. With holes in his shoes, standing shorter than his peers, and wearing glasses that made him appear frail, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. Lei Wu was unafraid of physical punishment. When others bullied him, he would merely chuckle foolishly, never taking it to heart. But when his brother Lei Wen was threatened, tears sprang to his eyes, and in a fit of rage, he grappled with the assailants. Although Lei Wu had the advantage of height and build, he was still just a child and could not match the opponent's ferocity. Within a minute, he was left bloodied and bruised, his arm sliced by a fruit knife, leaving a deep gash. Pah! Trash! A thick wad of phlegm was spat onto the fallen face of Lei Wu, as a small thug kicked him with a fierce determination, followed by a barrage of threats before he finally departed. Feeling somewhat relieved, that night, Lei Wu dared not return home. Fearing his brother's wrath, he could only seek refuge in the San Guan temple at the end of the alley, nursing his wounds alone while trembling in the cold wind. In the early hours of dawn, the young and frantic voice of Lei Wen echoed through the alley, repeatedly calling out for Xiao Wu, knocking on neighbors' doors one after another to inquire about his whereabouts, and then kneeling to bow, beseeching the neighbors to assist him in the search. It was not until the latter part of the night that Lei Wen finally found Lei Wu curled up in a corner by the wall. That year, Lei Wen took a life, stabbing the other party over 20 times. That time, he was merely 10 years old. In the aftermath, the thug's parents sought revenge against the brothers. The news reached the Eastern District Police Station. And considering that their father had died in the line of duty just 2 years prior, and that they were the heirs of the corpse disposal team, the higher-ups personally intervened to suppress the matter, sparing the brothers from reprisal. From then on, the neighbors in the alley kept their distance from Lei Wen, perceiving him as a figure imbued with an ominous aura, ruthless and not quite human. Conversely, a group of beggars revered him as a hero, admiring his courage to protect his family at such a tender age, reminiscent of the 14-year-old Xiao Dun, who killed a man for insulting his teacher, thereby gaining notoriety in the village. The leader of the beggars personally approached Lei Wen, inviting him to join their ranks and imparting various streetwise experiences, treating him as a son. Thus began Lei Wen's arduous journey through the world. Despite his youth, he faced countless hardships and injustices, yet he never allowed Lei Wu to go hungry. Whenever he had spare time, he diligently read books and scavenged through trash heaps for assorted parts. Assembling various contraptions. By the time they turned 18 and joined the corpse disposal team, Lei Wen had matured to an astonishing degree over the years. Reflecting on the past, Lei Wu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Words of gratitude eluded him. He could only engrave his brother's sacrifices in his heart and strive to grow, aiming to protect his loved ones in the future. Observing Lei Wu's clenched fists and determined expression, Zhao Hong nodded slightly. He spoke these words to uplift Lei Wu, hoping he would grow stronger, thus easing Lei Wen's burdens. Otherwise, the boy was simply too weary, like a tightly wound spring, teetering on the precipice of life and death, constantly pushing himself beyond his limits. An accident was inevitable. After some contemplation, Zhao Hong said, "You two have been off work for several days, and rumors have already begun circulating in the department. Leave your brother in my care. You focus on your job, or else the others will start to grumble." With the brothers absent, only son Dong Liang and Jiang Mingyu remained in Team 6. Young Master Jiang was unmanageable, often shirking his duties, making it impossible to accomplish tasks. Consequently, their team's assignments had to be redistributed, leading to growing resentment over time. Lei Wu acknowledged this concern and glanced at his watch that I'll return to the station tomorrow. It's already late today, so there's no point in going back. Zhao Hong nodded, observing Lei Wen's woeful state, and sighed deeply. Your brother is so dedicated, merely seeking to accumulate more means to confront adversaries. I've forgotten to mention, your uncle also possesses a few tricks up his sleeve. Lei Wu was taken aback. He had expected the familiar Zhao to be someone with hidden depths. However, such methods were akin to concealing flowers beneath leaves. Only when deeply buried and kept secret could they surprise others when revealed. If Zhao Hong were to disclose them, it would be tantamount to entrusting his life to another. Should the other party harbor ill intentions, it would be all too easy for them to take his life. Immediately, Lei Wu urged, "Uncle Hong, if you have tricks, you should keep them hidden and tell no one. That way, your life is safeguarded." To my age, what more is there to conceal? Zhao Hong replied with a self-deprecating shake of his head. 70 years of life is a rarity. I've lived long enough. If I keep this up, these means of survival will accompany me to the grave. Zhao Hong pulled out 2 small booklets he had prepared beforehand and handed them to Lei Wu. Expressing a twinge of reluctance, I've been on duty over 2,000 times, traversing nearly every neighborhood in the Eastern District, encountering countless talented individuals. I've taken my fair share of treasures from their safes. And some of the trump cards have fallen into my hands that I had hoped to test them in times of danger. But alas, in these 40 years, I've yet to find the opportunity. Zhao Hong's face was marred with regret, yet he couldn't entirely hide a flicker of pride. Over the years, many officers had perished or been injured, with the odds of retiring safely being dismally low. Only he had emerged unscathed, earning him the right to feel proud. Lei Wu did not accept the booklets, but merely glanced at the titles. Point 1 was titled Soul Burning Secret Technique, while the other read Golden Needle Acupoint Stabbing. Such things still existed in the world. Lei Wu felt incredulous. The titles of these booklets hinted at martial arts. The second one seemed like a staple from a martial arts drama. Whoever couldn't perform the Golden Needle Acupoint Stabbing wasn't even worthy of being the villain. As for the first one, it carried an air of the bizarre. The secret technique for burning the soul implied the ability to ignite one's mental energy to gain immense power. Yet even a level 9 practitioner had only about 700 points of mental energy, coupled with physical strength. One could barely reach the realm of Zhang Yisui Han, executing some vague mental attacks to confuse others' minds. However, it was utterly impossible to manipulate matter with mental force, such as making objects levitate or using mental control to hurl daggers at enemies from a distance. The absurdity of having one's spirit leave the body was also out of the question. Thus, with weak mental energy and insufficient spiritual strength, how could one burn their soul? Sensing Lei Wu's bewilderment, Zhao Hong explained with a smile. Take these 2 booklets for your own study, and once you're done, show them to your brother. The more means of survival you have, the less I need to worry about you. 2. Lei Wu ceased to be polite, taking the booklets and immediately flipping open the first page of the soul-burning secret technique. To ignite the soul, one must first cultivate mental energy. Do not attempt if mental energy is below 1,000 points. Lei Wu's hand trembled as he read, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. What kind of survival technique was this? A mental energy of 1,000 points was equivalent to being at the yellow level. The 2 brothers were still a league away from that level. In a daze, the words on the booklet began to blur, and he faintly discerned. To practice this skill, one must first self-castrate. This so-called survival technique from Zhao Hong was nothing short of a mockery. It was akin to a game where one became a bomb upon collision. The game was over. It was no wonder Zhao had refrained from revealing it all these years. Had he used it earlier, he would have been finished. Uncle Hong, this secret manual. Lei Wu's face burned with embarrassment, utterly unsure whether to express gratitude or to scold Zhao Hong. Yet Zhao Hong remained oblivious to any intent of deception, simply standing tall with his hands behind his back and declaring, "You must keep these two survival techniques well hidden. When you both have children, they will undoubtedly serve as treasured heirlooms. Don't forget to tell them that this is a token from Grandpa Hong." Lei Wu felt utterly speechless, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fatigue. "Uncle Hong, perhaps you should take these two booklets back. They seem rather sinister. It's better if you keep them yourself." Once something was given away, it was hardly appropriate to ask for it back. Zhao Hong shook his head repeatedly, pressing the booklet back into Lei Wu's hands while he took a towel to wipe Lei Wen's face. Time raced by like a high-speed racing car, frantically darting through every corner of Jiangchen. If one were not vigilant, more than a year could slip away unnoticed. Lei Wen seemed to be in a desperate rush, heedless of whether his body could endure the impact of the evolution fluid. When the time came, he would recklessly court death each year. Last year, he had nearly perished in the dormitory, a memory that Lei Wu still recalled vividly. This year, he had once again consumed a bottle of fifth-level evolution fluid, still in the dormitory, hoping to rely on his own willpower to endure, striving to avoid surgery. The outcome? Once again, he found himself laid out on a gurney, sent to the laboratory by Lei Wu, watching his frail elder brother lying on the bed, smiling foolishly at him. Lei Wu felt a sense of helplessness. "Brother, your method of evolution is far too perilous. Even if you manage to withstand it now, do you not fear the aftermath?" Lei Wu's knowledge was limited, and he did not understand much about genetics. However, he had seen photographs online of patients affected by nuclear radiation. Their appearances tragically horrific. Even if they seemed fine in the moment, their blood systems, nervous systems, bone marrow, and bones would inevitably suffer immense damage, potentially leading to leukemia, cancer, and various malignant tumors. Lei Wen's reckless consumption of evolution fluid was far more ferocious than nuclear radiation. How could Lei Wu not be concerned? Yet Lei Wen merely chuckled softly, reassuring him. "It's all right, brother. I have at least a 90% confidence in this. I wouldn't recklessly court death as for the aftermath. As long as I keep growing stronger, they won't have the chance to manifest." Lei Wu could only exchange glances in silence, inwardly musing that so-called 90% confidence was akin to a lottery game, where one gazed at a 90% probability of winning top-tier equipment. Yet even if one were to invest $1 million, that equipment might remain forever unattainable, if it were not for his quick reflexes. Discovering Lei Wen's drug use early and hastily carrying him back to the lab, he would have already transformed into a monster, unrecognizable even to their own father. Suddenly, a thought struck Lei Wu. This 90% confidence must include the human factor, himself. If one were to exclude his unforeseen intervention and any potential mishaps on the way back to the lab, and if Lei Wen were to consume the evolution fluid directly on the operating table, would he not then possess a 100% certainty? This realization sent a chill down Lei Wu's spine. Just how powerful had his elder brother's future technology become? And what audacity did it take to face death with such nonchalance? As for the notion of continually growing stronger, it seemed to imply an incessant intake of evolution fluid, akin to an unyielding beast of burden. As long as I do not stop, I will never fall. Regarding the various after-effects and the consequences of halting, he had never paused to consider. So how could he know? In any case, it seemed to revolve around a singular truth. One must persist in the relentless pursuit of strength. After a moment of chaotic thoughts, Lei Wu realized he could not sway his elder brother and decided to change the subject, pulling out 2 booklets left behind by Uncle Hong. "Brother, take a look at these 2 trump cards that Uncle Hong left last year." As Lei Wen flipped through them, his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of the initial Lei Wu. Subsequently, he tossed the booklet on acupuncture with golden needles to Wu Zi, directly stating, "Burn this nonsense." The acupuncture with golden needles was nothing but a deceit. In reality, even if one stimulated all the major vital points, it merely spiked adrenaline, instilling a fearlessness in combat with no real enhancement to strength. Relying solely on the book's forbidden substances to unlock potential, I have analyzed its components. This forbidden substance is utterly worthless, long obsolete, and oh wonder it leads to death upon consumption. Pausing, Lei Wen pointed towards the neighboring yard, saying, "Go to my laboratory. In the 8th glass vial, there are a few blood red pills. Those are my latest concoction, the blood fury pill. Consuming will double your strength within 15 minutes, and it won't kill you. After a moment's hesitation, remembering Uncle Zhao's years of care, he added, take one to Uncle Hong and remind him to keep it hidden and not to consume it recklessly. After all, he is quite elderly. While we may only feel weakened for 3 years after taking the Blood Fury pill, it could very well be fatal for him. Then, adjusting his glasses, Lei Wen sent a document to Lei Wu's phone, saying, this is the formula for the Blood Fury pill. Please deliver it to Jiang Mingyu and request that he submit it to the Jiang family, urging them to gather the necessary research materials and send them over promptly. Lei Wu nodded in agreement, complying by burning the booklet. He then delivered the Blood Fury pill to Uncle Zhao, issuing a thorough warning before departing. It was not until nearly 6 o'clock at the end of the workday that Lei Wu returned to the substation and encountered Jiang Mingyu. Jiang, the young master, stared at the materials he had forwarded, eyes wide with astonishment. You want me to pass on something this significant? Lei Wu shook his head, replying, it's not from me. It's from my brother. Jiang Mingyu fell silent, his heart filled with myriad emotions. The extraordinary nature of the Blood Fury pill could not only turn the tide in critical moments, but also grant one additional life. Wreaking havoc upon the battlefield, if sold on the black market, each pill would fetch no less than 300,000, with 7th and 8th level warriors likely to scramble for it. Yet now, Lei Wen had disclosed the formula to him, effectively gifting him countless Blood Fury pills. In previous years, Lei Wen's research findings would directly be submitted to his uncle, Jiang Tianhua, the president of the Jiang family conglomerate. This year, however, he had not submitted directly nor shared with him, but instead asked Lei Wu to deliver it first, then submit it. Jiang Mingyu understood the deeper implications of this gesture. It was a way to acknowledge Lei Wu's worth. Simultaneously, it signified that after 2 years of interaction as the leader of the 6th group, Lei Wen had fully accepted him, treating him as a brother. By having him submit the materials to Jiang Tianhua, it would significantly elevate his status within the family, symbolizing that he had the formidable Lei Wen as his backing. The potential Lei, when possessed, along with the continuous stream of innovations he produced, meant that even the elusive 9th-level warriors from their family would treat him with courtesy and, in critical moments, would be compelled to protect. Lei Wen. It was akin to stock trading, where one speculated on future expectations. Lei Wen's prospects were so formidable that the benefits he would bring to the family could be likened to towering mountains or the most resplendent gems in existence. With his support, not only would the clan members regard Jiang Mingyu with newfound respect, but Jiang Tianhua would also have to reassess his attitude towards this nephew. Please convey my gratitude to your brother, Jiang Mingyu said, bowing deeply, leaving Lei Wu momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he took a step back, exclaiming, what are you doing? Why so formal all of a sudden, even bending your back? That's not like you. Wu Zi, eyes wide with suspicion, tensed his body into a defensive posture, saying, such sudden enthusiasm must surely indicate malice. Are you not plotting against me? Jiang Mingyu was bewildered, his mind filled with question marks, feeling that Lei Wu was utterly incomprehensible. Suspecting that his head was filled with mush, Lei Wu had cleverly diffused the awkwardness brought about by Jiang Mingyu's unexpected politeness. After 2 years of daily interactions, having fought side by side and shared spoils, they were not quite classmates, but had occasionally indulged in vices together. In such a close and familiar relationship, it felt akin to having one's aunt or parents suddenly bow to them. This unfamiliarity could breed awkwardness, reminiscent of encountering a stranger, completely disregarding the past camaraderie, leaving only a forced sense of gratitude. Although the materials Lei Wen provided would greatly aid Jiang Mingyu, enough to crush his pride and compel him to bow, Lei Wu did not desire such a distant relationship with his friend. Affection should reside in the heart, not be vocalized. Expressing emotions verbally or bowing in gratitude rendered the relationship overly transactional, devoid of warmth, and entirely neglected the feelings both parties had invested. Seeing Lei Wu take the matter so seriously, as if someone were genuinely plotting against him, Jiang Mingyu sighed in resignation, saying, your brother's gift is invaluable to me. I merely wish to express my gratitude. It may have come across as sudden, but you need not be so wary of me. Lei Wu circled around Jiang Mingyu, scrutinizing him for any vulnerabilities. "You truly do not mean to harm me?" "Of course not." "Then shout daddy, and I shall believe you. I'll call you grandpa." Jiang Mingyu was infuriated, his claws outstretched as he lunged at Lei Wu, seizing his right arm and attempting a shoulder throw with a sudden twist of his body. However, Lei Wu remained utterly unyielding, as steadfast as an ancient mountain, impervious to Jiang Mingyu's utmost efforts to budge him. About a minute later, Jiang Mingyu, panting and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, regarding Lei Wu as a peculiar anomaly. Over the past year, he had tested his own limits, consumed a bottle of level 4 evolution liquid, and his physical prowess had far surpassed that of an ordinary level 6 powerhouse, with his punch delivering a force of 10 tons. He could even move a truck and, under optimal conditions, wield it as a weapon. Yet despite such formidable strength, Lei Wu faced him with an unruffled demeanor. Just how extraordinary was this man as strength? Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Mingyu, and he extended a sincere invitation. "Your brother has a partnership with our Jiang Consortium. In truth, you could join us as well." "What do you mean?" Lei Wu inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Mingyu stood up, dusting off his pants as he explained, "Our Jiang family has its own private security group, consistently hiring powerful individuals at high salaries. Many earn millions annually, and with your abilities, being a senior consultant would be more than sufficient. You and T need to work regularly. Just make an appearance when necessary. Is it really that easy?" Lei Wu expressed his surprise, feeling that the money was too easily obtained. Jiang Mingyu, with an expression of entitlement, replied, "There are plenty of wealthy individuals in this world, but true powerhouses are rare. Rarity enhances value. With your formidable strength, acquiring wealth is naturally effortless." Lei Wu felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately declined, stating, "I need to consult my brother first." He was uncertain whether Lei Wen's relationship with the Jiang family was in a honeymoon phase or merely a facade of harmony, concealing an underlying hostility. If it were the latter, becoming a consultant at the Jiang Consortium would be decidedly inappropriate. Money could be earned over time, but matters concerning his brother required careful consideration. Jiang Mingyu did not press the issue, merely saying, "You can ask your brother first, but it wouldn't hinder us from visiting the Jiang Tower tonight, that I need to deliver some documents, and you can observe our family's dynamics and learn about your brother's partners." Visit the Jiang Tower? Lei Wu discreetly glanced at Jiang Mingyu. Having witnessed much high technology in recent years, he had some understanding of the consortium's methods and suspected that Jiang Mingyu's invitation to become a consultant was a ruse to lure him to the Jiang Tower. After assessing the relationship and concluding that Jiang Mingyu posed no threat to him, Lei Wu agreed, "I'll go, but let me change first." He gestured to his dirty clothes, which he hadn't changed in days. Jiang Mingyu nodded in understanding. "I'll wait in the car. Once you're ready, we'll head out." Lei Wu returned to his dormitory and rummaged through his belongings. Shortly after, while Jiang Mingyu was in the car, enjoying music and humming cheerfully, he stared in disbelief at the stranger who entered the vehicle. Had it not been for the person's height and build resembling Lei Wu's, he would not have recognized him at all. Lei Wu wore a black ski mask designed for robbers. With only his eyes and mouth visible, he donned a high-collared black coat made of special material, silver-threaded gloves, and alloy combat boots, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. "Let us go," Lei Wu said, masking his mouth and nose with a mask and putting on black swimming goggles to obscure his eyes, rendering himself completely inscrutable. Jiang Mingyu was momentarily speechless before commenting, "We were going out to conduct business, not to commit a robbery." "I'm aware," Lei Wu replied with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Mingyu. "But the place we're headed is the Jiang Tower." Jiang Mingyu retorted, "What's wrong with the Jiang Tower?" "Nothing much, except that there's an abundance of high-tech equipment, especially machines that scan bodily data. There are rumors online that anyone who enters the Jiang Tower will have their strength exposed. Under your unique instruments, all secrets of the body are laid bare." After a pause, Lei Wu reasoned, "This might be why my brother has only visited the Jiang Tower once. After all, with an invitation from a level 9 powerhouse. Even if it means exposing bodily data, he would have to go. The Jiang family must have tried various methods, ultimately resorting to enlisting a level 9 powerhouse." Jiang Mingyu's eyelids fluttered, struck by the unexpected astuteness of Lei Wu, which left him somewhat incredulous. Suppressing his astonishment, Jiang Mingyu countered, You're overthinking it. Our Jiang family is indeed researching instruments to assess strength, but the technology is not yet mature. Each activation incurs astronomical costs. Your brother is highly valued, and naturally, we wish to obtain his bodily data. When you reach a similar value, only then will the strength assessment device be activated for you. Lei Wu remained noncommittal, simply urging, let us get moving. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Throughout the journey, both men fell into silence, with Lei Wu leaning back against his seat, appearing to rest his eyes while discreetly reviewing his attributes. Level 4 mutated zombie punching power, 12. 1 ton speed, 68 ms stamina, 2 months and 11 days mental state, 199 cultivation points, 409, increasing by 1 daily. Martial arts, light kill, great accomplishment, indestructible body, beginner. Flying leg, great accomplishment, indestructible shattering palm, great accomplishment. Just 1 more point of mental energy, and my physical prowess could reach level 5. Without hesitation, Lei Wu allocated points to indestructible body, consuming 5 cultivation points. Your usual stinginess is evident, and the divine skill merely spat at you. Consuming 10 cultivation points, you were somewhat generous, and the indestructible body made slight progress, albeit not significantly. Lei Wu's lips twitched slightly upon seeing no change in mental energy. He resolutely spent another 20 points. Generous individuals attract fortune. Given your profound comprehension of the indestructible power, further cultivation of the indestructible body yields significant benefits, akin to a bodhisattva practicing martial arts. Effortlessly advancing this skill to the intermediate level, a wave of heat coursed through Lei Wu's body. He felt his muscles solidifying, as if undergoing a genetic surgery that enhanced cellular vitality, increased bone density, and invigorated his blood flow like a surging river. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Without hesitation, he spent another 30 points. While your understanding of indestructible power is profound, you remain a zombie. The internal energy struggles to navigate numerous peripheral nerves, preventing full exertion of strength. Despite years of diligent practice, you're still far from reaching a higher realm. Lei Wu felt a pang of disillusionment. The effort seemed futile. Even ordinary individuals would question the purpose of their lives. Yet he was patient and steadfast, merely enduring the passage of time. Willing to close his eyes and press on, you consumed another 40 cultivation points. And through decades of perseverance, you made considerable progress. However, the prolonged exertion of violent energy on the peripheral nerves had left his body battered, and his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. In an instant, Lei Wu felt his spirit wane, his once vibrant eyes dulled, and his spine sagged under an unbearable weight, akin to a tortoise laden with an oversized shell on the verge of collapse beneath the weight of a great mountain. This transformation was starkly evident, prompting Jiang Mingyu to cast a sidelong glance and inquire, "What's wrong with you? Having a heart attack?" "Not at all, just recalling something sorrowful." Lei Wu rubbed his temples, inhaled deeply, and suppressed the weakness coursing through him. Just then, Jiang Mingyu jested, "What sorrowful thought? Share it so I can have a good laugh. I'll laugh at your mother." Lei Wu silently cursed, choosing to ignore him, and instead focused his thoughts, investing heavily in deep blue points. Consuming 200 cultivation points, your generosity surpasses even that of the god of wealth. Even a tycoon would call you grandfather. Without further ado, the indestructible body has achieved great accomplishment. As the formidable Lei Wu erupted with an intense aura, the car windows vibrated with a resonant hum, and Zhang Dio's short crew cut seemed to be tousled by an unseen gale. His clothing rustling audibly, the edges nearly pulled taut. Phew! Jiang Mingyu was taken aback, momentarily losing his composure as he slammed the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a collision with the guardrail of the elevated roadway. In that fleeting moment, Lei Wu's physique was accentuated beneath his attire, his robust muscles appearing like layers of iron and steel, glimmering with a subtle bronze sheen. His presence exuded a fierce intensity akin to a wrathful deity. His already towering frame, now resembling an indomitable fortress, radiating an indescribable sense of power and dominance. Jiang Mingyu's expression changed dramatically. Faced with the current Lei Wu, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe, as if gazing up at a celestial guardian from the heavens, devoid of any inclination to resist. This sensation was reminiscent of the only other occasion he had felt it, when in the presence of the ninth-level powerhouse within his own family. Just standing there commanded the very essence of the universe, each gesture swallowing the landscape whole, embodying a force capable of reshaping reality itself. Fortunately, Lei Wu's moment of explosive energy was but a fleeting instance. The aura that had inflated his clothing soon deflated like a punctured ball, and the tempest within the car subsided as if nothing had transpired. "Are you not a level 4? Seeing Jiang Mingyu's astonished gaze fixed upon him, Lei Wu feigned confusion and queried, "What level 4? Jiang Deyo stammered. Lei Wu, in a daze, replied, "I just took a nap and dreamt of an ancient sage who claimed my bones were extraordinary and that I would bear the weighty responsibility of saving the world. He forcibly imparted a martial art to me, and that jolted me awake." Jiang Mingyu stared at Wu Zi, dazed. Previously, he had dismissed the notion of deities, for he had endured 3 days beneath his covers in slumber. Yet now, Lei Wu's sudden display of terrifying might compelled him to reconsider, casting doubt upon his previous skepticism. Otherwise, there was no rational explanation for Lei Wu's current state. Just moments ago, he had appeared as frail as an elderly man on the brink of death. Yet in an instant, he unleashed an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a terminally ill person suddenly revived by an elixir, restored to youth, and transformed into a formidable giant. Jiang Mingyu, filled with incredulity, inquired, "Do you truly know deities?" Lei Wu shook his head. "I do not." Jiang Mingyu pressed on. "Then why did he impart martial arts to you?" Lei Wu shrugged helplessly. He said my bones were extraordinary and that I would maintain world peace." Jiang Dio gritted his teeth. "Is it saving the world or maintaining peace? Please clarify. Aren't they essentially the same?" Lei Wu realized he had inadvertently revealed too much, yet maintained an impassive facade. The hood obscured his expression, and even his eyes, the windows to his soul, were concealed, leaving Jiang Mingyu unable to discern any flaw in his demeanor. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, as if making a resolute decision, he declared, "How about I take you as my master?" Lei Wu was bewildered, utterly failing to comprehend how Jiang Mingyu could entertain such an idea. Not receiving a response, Jiang Deyo reiterated with unwavering certainty, "I want to take you as my master. I am serious. I refuse." Lei Wu replied curtly, leaving Jiang Mingyu's face flushed with embarrassment, igniting a sense of indignation, as if he had lowered his pride to associate with Lei Wu. Only to be met with disdain. In a fit of rage, Jiang Deyo shouted, "You! Get out of my car!" The sudden and forceful brake caused both of them to lurch forward, nearly colliding with the windshield. Before Lei Wu could respond, Jiang Mingyu had already exited the vehicle, circumvented the front, and yanked him out. Lei Wu, still in a state of disbelief, only realized he had hurt Jiang Mingyu's feelings once the latter had driven away, leaving him in a whirlwind of confusion. However, he knew that even if Jiang Mingyu were to bow his head in submission and pledge to be his disciple, he truly had no means to teach the indestructible body technique. Resigned to his predicament, Lei Wu surveyed his surroundings, allowing the cars on the elevated road to pass before he ambled towards the Eastern District office. This time, the completion of his indestructible body had resulted in a monumental transformation of his physical attributes. Level 5 mutated zombie. Punching power, 18.3 tons. Speed, 81 ms. Stamina, 2 months and 11 days. Mentality, 233. Training points, 104. My current punching power has reached level 7 AS. He walked back to his dormitory. Lei Wu clenched his fists slightly, feeling the surge of strength coursing through his arms. He perceived himself as never before, remarkably powerful. What does 18 tons of punching power signify? Even without employing the indestructible corpse-crushing palm or the indestructible body technique, he could demolish a house with a single punch using sheer physical strength. While he could not match the terrifying destructive capacity of an 8th-level zombie, capable of flattening several stories and reducing the surrounding area to ruins, he nonetheless possessed a semblance of the might of a one-punch man, recalling his early days upon joining the extermination team. He had been timid as a mouse, following Lei Wen on missions. trembling and firing his weapon with closed eyes, indiscriminately pulling the trigger until the magazine was empty. At that time, he was merely at level 1, and even a level 3 Zhao Hong appeared to him as a towering figure. Yet as time flowed, 7 or 8 years passed in the blink of an eye, and he had now become a powerhouse in the eyes of the elite, a towering mountain that necessitated Jiang Mingyu's reverence. However, Lei Wu was acutely aware that his punching power had merely grazed the threshold of level 7. With much work still ahead, 30 tons of punching power constituted level 7, and 18 tons also qualified as level 7. When confronted with a genuine pinnacle level 7 elder, the wisest course of action would be to turn and flee. Even if his strength could barely hold its ground, the adversary's speed, ranging from 150 to 240 ms, would easily overwhelm him. With that thought, Lei Wu's restless heart calmed, extinguishing any notions of seeking out a level 7 powerhouse to test his strength. Speaking of level 7, the figure of Sun Jiangang suddenly surfaced in his mind. Ever since the Sun family had covertly taken him away, Director Sun had not been heard from again. Recently, under his urging, Sun Dongliang had sought out Sun Fei to inquire about his whereabouts, only to be met with a scolding that left him thoroughly humiliated. However, according to Sun Dongliang, his uncle Sun Fei surely did not know Sun Jiangang's whereabouts. Otherwise, given Sun Ke's nature, he would have boasted about it. Rather than angrily berating him, Lei Wu found this reasoning sound and ceased further inquiries. After all, Sun Fei was not a direct descendant of the Sun family, and many secrets would be beyond his grasp. Just by observing that he had remained in the position of Operations Section Chief for over a decade without advancing, it was clear that he was not held in high regard within the Sun family. Nonetheless, Lei Wu speculated that Sun Jiangang was unlikely to be dead. After his mutation into a zombie, the Sun family could very well use him for human experimentation, similar to that 8th-level zombie, which, after modification, had developed self-awareness. Under the control of certain individuals, it had transformed into a killing machine, willing to go to any lengths to fulfill its mission, exhibiting loyalty and bravery surpassing that of true death warriors. Should I also raise a zombie subordinate? Lei Wu pondered this notion for a moment before swiftly dismissing the impractical idea. Keeping low-level zombies was superfluous. They lacked intelligence and only sought to devour humans, and would be swiftly eliminated upon exposure. Moreover, encountering a high-level zombie was improbable, even if luck were to favor him. If the creature lacked consciousness, it would not heed his commands, rendering it more prudent to eliminate it and replenish his stamina. In that moment, Lei Wu suddenly grasped the significance of power. With power, he could assemble many to serve him, akin to those corporations that, through research, produced various pharmaceuticals capable of granting even zombies self-awareness. Compelling them to obey, he wondered where that 8th-level zombie might be. After injuring Sun Jiangang, the 8th-level zombie had not been seen since, following the investigative team's various pursuits. Whenever a lead emerged, it would be swiftly thwarted by some form of interference. Sun Fei was notably displeased, angrily seeking a discussion with the higher-ups. The outcome? Upon his return, he had become utterly silent, abandoning his games, merely smoking and reading, filling the office with a haze of smoke, cursing at anyone who crossed his path for an entire week. Shaking his head, Lei Wu glanced at the stamina bar on his panel, which was dwindling to a mere 2 months, and inwardly chastised himself for being overly concerned about others when he himself was on shaky ground. Before long, his sense of vigilance resurfaced, igniting a desire for punishing evil and promoting good. After years of oblivion, the existence of the Dark Robe powerhouse had largely faded from memory. Tonight, he would seize the opportunity to create a new legend and make his name resonate throughout Jiang City. Off to Qianli community he went. Lei Wu stood atop the elevated bridge, gazing down at the myriad of lights twinkling below. Resolute in his direction, he leaped into the abyss, plunging from the height of several meters. And with a mere bend of his knees, he steadied his form. Earlier this year, a grievous incident of property bullying transpired in the Qianli community, where the security team, emboldened by their formidable strength, turned the tables, arrogantly assuming the role of overlords, and escalated the property fees to astronomical sums. Any homeowner who dared to resist payment found themselves subjected to threats, water and electricity cutoffs, violent assaults, and even home invasions, rendering them utterly powerless against the relentless tyranny. Such atrocities are unimaginable in affluent communities, where influential homeowners command respect. However, in ordinary neighborhoods, the elderly, the infirm, and laborers abound, facing the security team's oppression with no recourse. Truly invoking the phrase calling out to heaven, yet receiving no answer, it was in this moment that Lei Wu resolved to become a savior, seeking to accrue some merit for himself. Perhaps when he next paid homage to the mechanical Buddha and struck the electronic wooden fish, he would be rewarded with some cultivation points, as he silently chanted the name of the Buddha. His form transformed into a shadow, swiftly infiltrating the Tianli community and stealthily approaching the villa of the security captain. Having undertaken several missions here before, he was well acquainted with the premises. The security captain had claimed dominion over the common areas, erecting a grand villa for himself, thus becoming a local tyrant. Just as Lei Wu evaded the surveillance cameras and stealthily approached the window of the villa, a faint, putrid odor assaulted his nostrils, causing his pupils to constrict and his body hair to stand on end. In that instant, his desire to replenish his strength evaporated, and he instinctively turned to flee. Zombies possess the uncanny ability to track and assess human presence through light, sound, and scent, and they are particularly sensitive to the scent of their own kind. Previously, Lei Wu's physical constitution was not robust, and his senses were merely slightly superior to those of an ordinary person. Now, having perfected his indestructible body, his physicality was comprehensively enhanced, and not only had his senses sharpened, but his perception of sounds, sights, tastes, and smells had also become acutely refined. Any disturbance within a radius of 3 meters, any unusual odor in the air, could not escape his awareness. Yet, the noxious stench he now sensed bore a potent malevolence, sending chills down his spine and compelling him to retreat out of instinct. An 8th-level zombie, even if it merely stood still, would require a special technique to be dispatched. Conventional methods would prove futile. Moreover, zombies do not linger beneath perilous walls. Engaging in combat without a 9/10 certainty of victory would be tantamount to courting death. Lei Wu always bore in mind that he must kill monsters without sustaining injury. Any hint of a wound would constitute a grave disrespect to his own life. In a secret base within Jiangqing, hollowed out from a mountainside, the various instruments and experimental pods inside exuded a distinctly futuristic aura that on the central control console's large screen, a remarkably youthful virtual figure rotated, its bodily data fluctuating incessantly, while its mental waves appeared exceedingly unstable, causing Chief Scientist Lu Jun to wear an expression of acute anxiety. The Night Emperor was slipping from our grasp. Beside him, a female assistant gazed at the screen. Her brows furrowed as she said, "If all else fails, we might as well activate the needle device and obliterate his self-awareness." Absolutely not. Lu Jun firmly rejected. After years of waiting, he had finally captured an 8th-level zombie. Ready to fully employ his lifelong expertise, to destroy it now would leave him despondent for the rest of his days. As for the needle device and the data displayed on the screen, they were the result of the subject wearing an alloyed combat suit, embedded with various sensors, along with a helmet containing specialized steel needles laced with neurotoxins, capable of annihilating him at any moment. Thus far, the Night Emperor's self-awareness was akin to that of a mere child, utterly oblivious to the numerous intricacies of the combat suit, had departed from the Tianli community. Where might he be heading? Observing the small red dot racing across the map on a large screen, moving at a speed of 300 meters per second, nearly reaching supersonic velocity, Lu Jun's anxiety intensified. He had never issued a command for the Night Emperor to attack humans, often using hypnosis and dreams to instruct him against consuming carbon-based life forms. Deeming such behavior as barbaric, he had sternly warned him not to enter human settlements to avoid triggering a catastrophic event that would incite the city defense battalion's pursuit. For years, the Night Emperor had been obedient, occasionally retreating to the deep mountains and at times returning to the base for modifications, until a few days ago, when he began to mimic human actions. Inexplicably acquiring a mobile phone and learning to browse the internet for news, Lu Jun had felt a surge of pride for his growth, akin to witnessing a child flourish. However, tonight, the Night Emperor suddenly spiraled out of control. invading the Tianli community and indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Strangely, he targeted only the members of the security team, dispatching over 20 with ruthless efficiency before departing, leaving behind nothing but remnants of the so-called local tyrant security captain. The Night Emperor had entered Black Dragon Street. A cry of alarm erupted from the research team, sending Lu Jun into a heightened state of tension. Black Dragon Street, the most notorious stronghold of criminal elements in Jiangxing, was notorious for harboring infamous felons. The black market spoken of by the populace was merely a pedestrian street within Black Dragon Street, flanked by shops deeply engaged in underground trades, including human trafficking. What did the Night Emperor intend to do? The female assistant, trembling with fear, grasped the microphone. Inhaling deeply, and with a voice as gentle as a mother's, she repeatedly called out to the Night Emperor to return home. Alas, at that moment, the Night Emperor appeared to have lost all semblance of rationality, his eyes blood-red, consumed solely by the desire to kill. This could very well lead to a calamity. Lu Jun contemplated the red button on the control panel, hesitating on whether to press it to obliterate the Night Emperor's consciousness and plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet such an action would render years of his hard work futile. Black Dragon Street had endured for so long as Jiangxing's foremost malignancy, not eradicated by the combined efforts of major financial conglomerates. Due to the presence of formidable figures, a legendary entity rumored to have reached level 9, Liang Heilong. This individual was not a native of Jiangxing, but had traversed the vast seas of relentless zombies from other base cities. Arriving in Jiangxing with a cache of vital supplies, it was said that Liang Heilong was once the king of assassins and mercenaries, adept at completing tasks deemed impossible by others with the greatest of ease. Such a powerful presence commanded respect from all major corporations in Jiangxing. The personnel from the 4 major divisions would not dare to enter Black Dragon Street lightly, lest they provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. The Night Emperor had commenced his bloody rampage. On the large screen, his vitality surged dramatically. In mere moments, his vitality score soared over a dozen times, indicating he had claimed the lives of numerous individuals. The personnel in the base felt a chill run down their spines, as if their heads had been placed in the crosshairs of a lethal weapon, awaiting the command to turn and fall. The Night Emperor's murderous spree was not merely a display of violence. The onlookers recognized it as an act of righteous vengeance, akin to a hero rising against evil. What humanity could not achieve, a zombie was accomplishing, and a mere child at that. Yet, the concern remained. His brutal slaughter of the denizens of Black Dragon Street could easily attract Liang Heilong's attention. If he were to investigate the origins of the Night Emperor, discovering who had transformed him and incited him to run amok, given the capabilities of a level 9 being, unearthing the puppet master behind it all would pose little challenge to that point. Those involved in his transformation would find it nearly impossible to escape with their lives. Furthermore, the rogue zombie virus left in the Night Emperor's wake could lead to unforeseen mutations among many. And by dawn, both the Tianli community and Black Dragon Street would be overrun with hordes of zombies, causing untold suffering for countless innocent lives. Lu Jun's trembling right hand slowly hovered over the red button, battling with his reluctance to see his masterpiece destroyed. Yet, when weighing the value of a single zombie against his own life, it was clear which held greater importance. Doctor, if you hesitate any longer, we will all perish. The female assistant's face had turned pale, her body shaking uncontrollably. The Night Emperor had already reached the heart of Black Dragon Street on the map, and though they were not present at the scene, they could easily imagine the brutality of the slaughter unfolding. The surge in vitality was merely a reflection of the Night Emperor feasting upon the blood and flesh of his victims, while those who were indiscriminately killed, crushed, and obliterated remained unknown in number. But a machine of death was no trivial matter. Once unleashed, its fury surpassed even that of a missile, capable of annihilating an entire town's populace with ease. Doctor, as the female assistant witnessed Lu Jun's lack of action, she lunged forward frantically, striking the red button with fervor. In a moment of dire urgency, Dr. L shielded the button with his own body, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen. Look, the Night Emperor, having satiated his thirst for blood, finally began to move swiftly. Within mere seconds, he dashed out of Black Dragon Street, paused briefly as if discerning his direction, and ultimately charged straight towards the cave base. The female assistant, undeterred, screamed hysterically, "He will lead us to our doom." Jun, incensed, shoved the female assistant aside and vehemently threatened, "If you fear for your life, you are free to leave. I possess the highest authority here, and it is not for you to dictate my actions." Angered and humiliated, the female assistant rose defiantly, seeking to report him to their benefactor. Upon the Night Emperor's return, Jun reprimanded him with a frosty demeanor, leaving the once hopeful Night Emperor feeling deeply wronged and engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that I am in the wrong? That night, back in his dormitory, Lei Wu remained sleepless that he obsessively trimmed his nails, ground his teeth, bathed, sprayed perfume, and doused himself again with fragrance. He could detect the putrid stench of the level 8 zombie. It was reasonable to assume the creature could pick up on his scent as well. The senses of the strong are exceedingly acute, their nose is keener than a dog's. Should he encounter an 8th or 9th level powerhouse? Lei Wu harbored genuine concerns that he might be exposed. Thankfully, he had not accompanied Jiang Mingyu to submit the data. Jiang Xiao, Jiang Tianhua, must surely be an 8th level powerhouse. Feeling relieved, Lei Wu gazed at the empty bottle of precious perfume in his hand. Yet unease lingered in his heart. It was said that ancient monks could emit a pleasant fragrance after years of fasting. Perhaps he ought to eat less, particularly avoiding meat, for excessive consumption of such foods breeds bacteria within the organs, leading to foul breath. What more for a zombie like himself? Pondering this, Lei Wu began searching online for various remedies, deciding to incorporate more traditional Chinese medicine into his diet from the following day. This approach would not only fend off bacterial invasion, but, over time, the accumulation of herbal substances within his body would form a protective waxy layer, allowing him to exude a delightful aroma. This thought invigorated him momentarily, yet he understood deeply that such methods were ultimately futile. A zombie is a zombie. Apart from the heart and brain, infected by the virus, the rest of his organs would inevitably decay. Even if he mastered martial arts and achieved an indestructible body, it would merely halt his physical deterioration. He could never truly resurrect as a human. In this realization, Lei Wu found himself enveloped by a profound sense of solitude. Gazing upon the world, he felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, desperately navigating through the mortal realm, utterly alone without a kindred soul in sight. The life of a zombie is as desolate as snow. Where am I kind? For 3 long hours, Lei Wu remained submerged in his vinegar bath, gradually emerging from his melancholic reverie. Though the existence of a zombie may be solitary, he resolved to press onward in the name of survival. Suddenly, the blaring alarm echoed through the corridor. All officers were jolted awake, hastily donning their attire to assemble. The last time the dormitory alarm rang, it had been when 9 teams were dispatched to the Lizhuang community. Sun Fei, despite the distance from his home to the precinct, arrived within 5 minutes, his shirt buttons still undone, his face bearing the marks of sleep. That a large-scale mutation had erupted in the Tianli community. A bulletproof zombie had slaughtered over 20 security personnel on night duty before vanishing without a trace. Director Sun surveyed the assembled team members, fastening his buttons as he briefed them on the situation. After this zombie's departure, several residents inexplicably mutated, as if the air itself harbored the virus, suggesting the emergence of another advanced zombie. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement shattered the night as a yellow sports car stormed into the courtyard. Jiang Mingyu arrived fashionably late. Just as he opened the car door, upon hearing Sun Fei's words, he contemplated retreating back inside, only to find himself the focus of the collective gaze. What are you all staring at? Before he could settle into his seat, he sensed the scrutiny of his peers, causing him to stiffen and hurriedly dash off to don his gear. The previous encounter with a level 8 zombie had nearly terrified him into submission. Now another had emerged. Surely, Jiang City could not sustain so many advanced zombies. Most likely, it was that infamous Night Emperor. This individual had recently garnered considerable notoriety. Rather than being eliminated, he had been handed over to Dr. L. Although the Kong family spearheaded the effort, other families were complicit, for the Kong family had declared that any research findings would be shared among them. The scientists of the cave base were also talents dispatched for various families. Mingling and surveilling Dr. L, while simultaneously extracting data on the Night Emperor. A zombie, not yet at the yellow level, possessed self-awareness, exhibiting human-like morals, nurturing a fondness for animals akin to that of a child, and even engaging in reading, writing, and using smartphones. How could this not draw attention? If the Night Emperor were to undergo successful transformation, it would herald an unprecedented revolution in human history. Those above level 8 would be granted the opportunity for eternal life. When their lifespans waned, they could inject the virus, mutate into zombies, and then awaken their self-awareness, thus achieving immortality as long as they remained uninjured. Recently, Jun had submitted the Night Emperor's data to various families, inciting a wave of excitement. The magnates were all aflame with anticipation, as if the prospect of eternal life was within reach, closely monitoring the Night Emperor. They even issued orders that no one was to harm this zombie. If his intellect could fully develop, allowing him to grow as healthily as a normal human, then perhaps the same could be true for them in the future. The current Night Emperor embodied the hopes of these powerful figures. In contrast, the loss of a few commoners was a trivial price to pay. Armed with this insider knowledge, Jiang Mingyu was naturally reluctant to partake in this mission. He was acutely aware that anyone encountering the Night Emperor, regardless of their stature, was likely to meet their demise. Yet, the emergence of advanced zombies might be attributed to others as well. For instance, the level 7 Sun Jiangan, the Night Emperor's success, had ignited hope within the Sun family, who were now attempting to transform Director Sun, seeking to imbue him with self-awareness. Should this endeavor bear fruit, the next targets for transformation would be the level 6 zombies, followed by levels 5, 4, and 3, until eventually everyone possessed the chance for immortality. In the bygone era, Buddhism sought to elevate humanity through universal salvation, enabling individuals to ascend to a higher realm free from illness and the burden of mortality. Now, the scientists of Jiang City were preparing to orchestrate a collective mutation and ascension. Not only were the magnates exhilarated, but Jiang Mingyu himself was also captivated by the prospect of that day's arrival. At the very least, he hoped for Sun Jiangan's success. For the previous night, he had delivered data for Lei Wen, and, unexpectedly, his usually aloof uncle, Jiang Tianhua, had taken a vial of level 7 evolution fluid from a safe and personally handed it to him. Lei Wen is a difficult individual to engage with, overly guarded that we've long sought to place someone close to him to glean his secrets, but to no avail. You must cultivate a good relationship with him and strive to earn his trust. At this moment, Jiang Mingyu gazed at the level 7 evolution liquid in his hand, his heart weighed down like a mountain. Over the past 2 years, he had enjoyed a pleasant camaraderie with the Lei Wen brothers, evolving from initial hostility to genuine friendship. Apart from his desire to learn the soul-shattering palm from Lei Wu, their relationship was devoid of ulterior motives. Yet now, having accepted the evolution liquid and promised Jiang Tianhua, he knew that his bond with Lei Wen would inevitably sour. This realization filled Jiang Mingyu with discomfort. However, he was acutely aware of the cost of rejecting this vial of evolution liquid. Level 7 evolution liquid could no longer be purchased with mere currency. It was entirely monopolized by several major conglomerates, and without aligning with them, he would remain stagnated at level 6 for life. Just look at Sun Fei, who, despite being a level 6 when he first became a section chief, had remained at that level for over a decade, making no progress whatsoever. Faced with the choice between friendship and his future, Jiang Mingyu, after a brief hesitation, tightened his grip on the evolution liquid. Tianli community was enveloped in a blinding radiance. The surroundings illuminated as brightly as day. Low-level zombies instinctively feared light, with immunity only kicking in after reaching at least level 3 under Sun Fei's command. The extermination team did not charge forward but instead secured the various exits of the community, managing the situation while awaiting the arrival of the city defense battalion, with a large-scale mutation occurring and the suspicion of a level 8 zombie. It met the criteria for reporting. Group 6 was tasked with patrolling outside the eastern wall of the community, and with Lei Wen absent, Lei Wu took command, followed closely by Jiang Mingyu. Sun Dongliang trailed behind Sun Fei, absorbing the experience of overseeing the entire operation. After all, they were uncle and nephew. No matter how much Sun Dongliang indulged in gambling or sold his wife, that blood bond remained unbroken. and Sun Fei naturally hoped his nephew would take over his position as the operations chief. Favoring family, engaging in nepotism, and complacently consuming resources had been Sun Fei's modus operandi for many years. The team members had long since transitioned from their initial disdain to a state of indifference, allowing things to unfold as they may. Last night, Jiang Mingyu had quarreled with Lei Wu and was humiliated in his quest for mentorship. He initially wished to ignore him, but after suppressing his pride for too long, he could no longer resist the urge to boast, "I am about to reach level 7. Oh," leading the line, responded without much enthusiasm, as if he had heard something utterly mundane and unworthy of attention. A vein throbbed on Jiang Mingyu's forehead as he gritted his teeth and reiterated, "I mean me. Soon to be level 7. Understood," Lei Wu replied flatly, burdened by his own thoughts, showing little interest in this fellow. He was uncertain whether the level 8 zombie had left, focusing instead on absorbing the sense around him, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. I end this life and death scenario. Jiang Mingyu's trivial chatter failed to pique his interest. Jiang Mingyu, feeling his temper flare, was tempted to slap the back of Lei Wu's head and scold, "Would it kill you to praise me once?" Yet such impulses remained mere thoughts. After witnessing Lei Wu's explosive display of authority in the vehicle last night, Jiang Mingyu knew he was no match for him. His insistence on mentioning level 7 was a desperate attempt to reclaim his dignity and convey to Lei Wu that he was unafraid. However, Lei Wu's indifferent demeanor made Jiang Mingyu feel as if he were striking a pillow, inciting frustration to the point of bloodlust. In an effort to regain Lei Wu's attention, Jiang Mingyu began to incessantly divulge information. That level 8 zombie is named Night Emperor. It was only 21 years old at the time of its mutation. Such a young level 8 could only originate from one of the top super base cities. Otherwise, with the resources available in our Jiang city, it would be impossible to cultivate such an extraordinary being. As expected, Lei Wu's interest was piqued, his ears perked up. Sensing his success, Jiang Mingyu continued. Recently, there's been unrest outside the base city, with hordes of zombies gathering, along with swarms of animals and birds converging, seemingly preparing for an assault on the city. However, the higher-ups have kept this information under wraps to avoid causing panic among the populace. Our major conglomerates have already dispatched powerful individuals to assist the city defense battalion. After a decade of tranquility, war is inevitable. Pausing for effect, Jiang Mingyu's expression hardened as he declared, "When the time comes, I will lend my strength on the city walls, not for others, nor for the people, but solely for myself. After all, when the nest is overturned, there will be no unscathed eggs. If the city falls, we all perish." Finally moved, Lei Wu turned his face back to remind him, "When you get to the city, remember to protect yourself." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Mingyu's eyes as he thought, "Oh, you think I can't handle you?" Feeling triumphant, he continued to divulge. Sun Jian has just lost his position as section chief, leaving the Sun family in a difficult situation with their ruling status at risk. They are currently preparing to elevate another significant figure. An internal selection is underway. Sun Fei has cultivated deep roots in the Eastern District for over a decade and commands the extermination team, making his relationships within the Bureau quite solid. He is on the short list. With this revelation, Lei Wu finally understood why Sun Fei had been so intent on teaching his nephew. However, Jiang Mingyu added, the Sun family boasts numerous outstanding talents, with even more who have been toiling in the grassroots without recognition. Compared to other science, Sun Fei's chances of being selected are slim, unless he can achieve remarkable feats that capture the higher-ups' attention. Reflecting on this, Jiang Mingyu, who had just acquired the level 7 evolution liquid, felt a wave of emotion. Had it not been for Lei Wen, he might have remained at level 6 for life, though only one level apart. It represented a chasm in status between the heirs of conglomerates and ordinary citizens. If Sun Fei were chosen, he too would receive the level 7 evolution liquid, paving the way for a promising future and securing a position in the upper echelons of the Sun family. Yet, that hurdle was formidable. Ordinary citizens faced insurmountable barriers to advancement. No matter how hard they worked, they could only secure their basic needs. Zhao Hong, after decades in the extermination team, had fought valiantly against countless zombies, only to retire as a mere squad leader. Were they not the same as those from prominent families? Jiang Mingyu sighed as he glanced at Lei Wu, who walked ahead like a towering iron tower. Suddenly struck by a thought, perhaps it was not so difficult after all. All he needed to do was introduce Lei Wu to the Sun family's upper echelons, allowing them to recognize his potential as a future level 9 powerhouse, which would undoubtedly ensure Sun Fei's prominence. Furthermore, he could also inform them that Sun Fei had an extraordinary individual like Lei Wen under his command. Even he was part of the extermination team, effectively a subordinate of Sun Fei. For Sun Fei to cross this threshold seemed hardly challenging. Should he alert Sun Fei? Jiang Mingyu pondered, stroking his chin, but ultimately decided to bury the thought. The Lei brothers belonged to him. Jiang Mingyu, how could he allow them to be tied to Sun Fei? If Sun Fei were to ally with the Sun family, Jiang Mingyu would be left in the dust. Just then, the sound of Sun Fei's voice crackled through the earpiece. There's a situation on Highlang Street. A zombie has killed over 50 people, including a level 6 individual. Someone has reported it, requesting our assistance in cleanup. Groups 1 to 6 will remain here to await support from the City Defense Battalion, while Groups 7, 8, and 9 will accompany me to Highlang Street. Were the people of Highlang Street truly calling for help? The officers were bewildered, and Lei Wu felt the same in all his years in the extermination team. He had never been dispatched to Highlang Street. Due to his sensitive identity, Sun Fei had even prohibited them from venturing into the infamous Highlang Street. Jiang Mingyu smirked with schadenfreude. It must be Night Emperor at work. This fellow is quite fascinating, even mimicking the actions of a hero that I must admit, I have a bit of admiration for him. A single zombie outshining humans. Lei Wu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Mingyu, retorting, not only outshining humans, but outshining you as well. Indeed, my brother, you're always right. Jiang Mingyu shot back sarcastically, yet you aren't much stronger than I am. The Black-Robe powerhouse knows how to eradicate evil and uphold justice, while we, the police, seem like two reckless youths, merely envying others and engaging in idle chatter. If you have the courage, join me tonight for a showdown. Let us also engage in some crime fighting. Bring it on. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Whoever backs down is the grandson. Not long after Sun Fei departed, the City Defense Battalion arrived. Armed helicopters filled the sky, while heavily armored transport vehicles, rocket artillery, and missile trucks rolled in on the ground. Each time, Lei Wu felt as if he were witnessing a grand military parade. Leading this contingent was Deputy Battalion Commander Liang Feng, clad in super-alloy battle armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Standing proudly at the helicopter's door, as they approached the community, he leapt from the high altitude, resembling a steel warrior plummeting to the ground, creating a massive impact crater. Once he regained his footing, he straightened his imposing form, wielding the intricately designed battle axe, and cast a cold gaze over Lei Wu and the others. Where is that level 8 zombie? Even clay figurines possess a modicum of temper. He had previously let the Night Emperor slip by, and the city defense camp was not merely the lapdog of a few conglomerates. After repeated provocations, Liang Feng was no longer willing to endure. With the impending assault of the zombie horde, all unsettling elements within the city must be eradicated, particularly high-ranking zombies like the Night Emperor, who dare to create chaos and must be eliminated without mercy. The captain of Team 1, Zhou Kaishan, also hailed from the city defense camp. With Sun Fei absent, he stepped forward to report. That zombie has already departed. It appears to be heading towards Black Dragon Street. Director Sun has already gone there. Black Dragon Street. A flicker of disdain crossed Liang Feng's eyes, while his brow furrowed outwardly. Inwardly, he felt a surge of satisfaction. In all of Jiang City, the Night Emperor was forbidden to roam anywhere but Black Dragon Street. He wholeheartedly approved. Shall we also venture to Black Dragon Street? Liang Feng cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate, his expression impassive as he stated, Our city defense camp is not subject to the command of just anyone. The extermination team has not reported any battle conditions. Thus, this matter does not concern us. Clear the zombies from Tianli community, and the team shall return to the camp immediately. Understood. The level 7 captain saluted and hurried off to relay the orders. Liang Feng, having slung his battle axe across his back, suddenly focused his gaze on Lei Wu, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. This lad seemed to have grown considerably stronger. Oddly enough, the last time they had met. Lei Wu had exuded an air of calm confidence. Now, he appeared visibly tense, as though desperately attempting to suppress his emotions, yet failing miserably in his performance. What could be the matter with this fellow? A moment's contemplation brought clarity to Liang Feng's thoughts. He had no prior interactions with Lei Wu, and his previous lack of fear could only indicate that the lad had been blissfully ignorant. Now, with newfound power, he had the qualification to look up at the towering dragon and appreciate the formidable presence of Captain Liang before him. This lad now viewed him as something akin to a deity. With this realization, Liang Feng felt a surge of vanity welling up within him, finding Lei Wu's demeanor rather charming. "What is your name, and would you care to join my city defense camp?" Liang Feng, straightforward and direct, caught Jiang Mingyu and the others off guard. "Doubt me?" Wu Zi was taken aback, anxiety gnawing at him. Fearing his scent might be detected, "I am Lei Wu. I have been with the extermination team for nearly a decade and have no other aspirations at the moment." Liang Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting the lad to be so principled and reluctant to switch allegiances. While silently approving of this, the vice captain promised, "If you find it unbearable to remain in the extermination team, you may always come to seek me at the city defense camp." "Thank you." Lei Wu felt some of his unease dissipate, grateful for the benefits reaped from a night spent steeped in vinegar. Liang Feng said no more, turning to face the gates of Qianli community, his back to the others, resembling a guardian deity standing watch over the land, quietly awaiting the return to camp. After a brief discussion, Lei Wu and his fellow team leaders decided that remaining idle served no purpose, so they opted to head to Black Dragon Street to support Sun Fei. Upon their arrival, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. The esteemed director of the extermination team, a prominent figure in the Eastern Division, was leading his team in cleaning up the streets. Some were washing away the bloodstains with hoses, others were collecting the bodies of the deceased, while yet more team members were dragging headless zombies into the street in a line for identification and documentation, preparing to dispose of them. "Damn it, has Liang Heilung truly reduced our extermination team to mere laborers?" Jiang Mingyu muttered under his breath, casting furtive glances to ensure only Lei Wu overheard before he could breathe easy. Zhou Kaishan echoed the sentiment. "What on earth did Black Dragon Street offer to warrant us doing such menial work?" "Not much, merely 1,000,000. The primary concern is the presence of zombie viruses in the air, which frightens others away. We have combat helmets to protect against the toxic gas, so it poses little risk." Sun Dongliang approached from the distance, looking fragile, his combat helmet askew, as if he had just emerged from the restroom, disheveled like a bandit. Moreover, since they had eliminated all the zombies, there was no need for them to risk their lives. Cleaning the streets was hardly unreasonable. Pausing, Xiao Sun surveyed the crowd, grinning. "Tonight, we shall split the earnings." The others fell silent, eagerly joining the cleanup effort, while only Jiang Mingyu remained motionless. After hesitating briefly, unwilling to bend for such a meager sum, he ultimately joined the ranks, recognizing that to avoid ostracism in the future, he had no choice but to participate. As the evening deepened, the team diligently cleaned Black Dragon Street, and only then did Sun Fei regard the multitude of zombie bodies strewn about. Frowning as he ordered, "Load these corpses onto the truck, find a nearby boiler room, and incinerate them all." Lei Wu had eagerly awaited this command and promptly spoke up, "I know of a boiler room nearby." Sun Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Typically, Wu Zi was sparing with his words and seldom meddled in affairs. Today, however, he seemed unusually eager, yet having someone chime in was always welcome, so he took the opportunity to delegate. "Then you shall handle this matter. Burn the bodies tonight and return home afterward. Tomorrow, you'll have a day off." "Very well." Lei Wu nodded, readily agreeing. Jiang Mingyu furrowed his brow, observing as the others piled into vehicles. And with no one paying him heed, he finally asked in a low voice, "Aren't you supposed to accompany me to sweep the streets tonight? You can come with me to burn the corpses. Once we finish, we can go about our heroic deeds that go on ahead by yourself." Jiang Mingyu turned on his heel and walked away, pausing after a few steps to say, "You might as well consider me your grandson." Lei Wu had initially planned for them to burn the corpses together, allowing Jiang Mingyu to serve as a witness, thereby alleviating any suspicion that might arise from him acting alone. He had intended to render Jiang unconscious and enjoy a peaceful slumber until dawn. facilitating his own indulgence. However, Jiang Mingyu had directly branded himself as the grandson instead. That night marked Lei Wu's most satisfying feast since his transformation into a zombie. Effortlessly accumulating numerous zombie hearts had instantly bolstered his stamina for 2 years. Moreover, he could obliterate evidence without leaving a trace. In that moment, he felt a powerful urge to resign. Perhaps I should open a crematorium? The 1 million Jiang Mingyu had provided as a mentorship fee remained untouched. Financial concerns were not an issue, but as he was required to work, finding someone to oversee the establishment posed a significant dilemma. Furthermore, the sudden idea of running a crematorium seemed rather dubious. He would need a plausible explanation if his brother inquired about it. He could hardly claim it was a mere whim to start a crematorium for profit. Given Lei Wen's shrewdness, any hint of suspicion would surely lead to the exposure of his secret consumption of zombie hearts. With such heavy concerns weighing on him, Lei Wu could only sigh inwardly and shelve the idea of opening a crematorium for another day. Gradually, night gave way to dawn. The blood-red full moon hung high above the city, surrounded by scintillating waves of ethereal light, casting a crimson glow across every street, ushering in the warmth of the sun and embracing the endless earth. Exiting the boiler room, Lei Wu glanced around, momentarily feeling lost. Throughout his years in the extermination team, he had been diligent and conscientious, never taking a leave of absence except for his brother's incident. Suddenly granted a day off by Sun Fei, he found himself at a loss for where to go or what to do. It seemed as though his entire life revolved around the extermination team. He was inherently suited for this line of work. Beyond that, whether entering society or pursuing any other profession, he would be utterly inept. With a sigh, he gazed towards Black Dragon Street, contemplating a visit to the black market to seek out weapons and items suitable for himself. However, as a zombie, he knew that Black Dragon Street was rife with formidable individuals, many of whom owned large hunting dogs with keen noses, making it likely they would detect his scent. Was there any means to permanently resolve my olfactory issue? Presently, aside from his pale skin, he bore no visible differences from a human. As long as he sustained no injuries, the only thing that could betray him was his scent. Moreover, as his level increased and his physical prowess strengthened, he risked becoming a source of the zombie virus himself, potentially evolving into a second-night emperor. Wherever one treads, the lingering scent that permeates the air can lead the innocent to a grotesque transformation. The sole remedy lies in the complete isolation from the atmosphere. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lei Wu, and he eagerly seized his phone to make a call. "Grandfather, what do you command?" came the teasing voice of Jiang Mingyu through the receiver, playfully acknowledging his defeat in a wager. This audacious grandson dared to call him grandfather. Even with the patriarch of the Jiang family still alive, such words would undoubtedly earn him a severe reprimand. With candor, Lei Wu stated, "Could you assist me in procuring a set of alloy battle armor? Quality is of little importance, but must be completely sealed, impervious to toxic gases." "What do you need alloy battle armor for?" Jiang Mingyu straightened in his chair, casting a wary glance around, subtly pressing the receiver with his left hand as he lowered his voice. "Please tell me you didn't engage in corpse burning last night, but rather ventured into righteous endeavors and offended someone powerful." "Your imagination knows no bounds," Lei Wu replied with resignation. "I simply wish to ensure some protection while on duty, preventing the misfortune of encountering an advanced zombie and becoming infected by the virus." Jiang Mingyu, puzzled, inquired, "Our combat helmets are equipped with gas masks, effectively isolating against toxins." "Isn't this redundant?" "I'll ask you this," Lei Wu retorted sharply, "when a zombie horde assaults the city and you go to reinforce the walls, will you wear battle armor?" "Of course, I would." Instinctively responding, Jiang Mingyu grasped Lei Wu's intentions that if conditions allowed and resources were available, who wouldn't want to don superior gear? Jiang Mingyu himself yearned for a platinum-grade suit of armor, to transform into an ultimate Iron Man, capable of vanquishing all in his path, declaring his invincibility to the world. After a brief moment of daydreaming, Jiang Mingyu remarked, "We are currently in a state of war mobilization, and resources are scarce, particularly high-grade equipment. Although our Jiang family manufactures alloy battle armor, each set is custom-ordered, with a production period of 3 years. You certainly want to receive it before the zombie siege. 3 years, Lei Wufu pondered before resolutely stating, 3 years it shall be. Please arrange for a set, but I have no desire for you to tamper with the armor. Once it arrives, I will have my brother inspect it again. I trust that with his prowess, your advanced techniques will be of no consequence. Jiang Mingyu set aside his monetary concerns and proposed, Where are you now? I'll send a senior engineer to take your measurements and discuss any specific requirements you may have. All right, Lei Wufu nodded in agreement and, after providing his address, inquired, How much will this armor cost? I'll arrange for payment. With a slight smile, Jiang Mingyu replied, Good brother, let us speak of fate, not finances, to favor from a perspective level. 9 powerhouses worth far more than mere numbers in a bank account. Understanding the underlying sentiment, Lei Wufu promptly transferred 1 million along with his salary for the past 2 years, leaving no coins behind. Firmly, he declared, This is my entire fortune, regardless of how much your armor costs. This is all I possess. You may proceed as you see fit. After hanging up, a long-held anxiety finally dissipated. Once the armor was in hand, he could stage a performance of feigned injury, claiming to suffer from delusions of persecution. This would provide a pretext for wearing the armor incessantly without raising suspicion among his teammates. Thus, in anticipation, the moon rose and set, and time swiftly passed. 2.5 years went by. The physical strength Lei Wufu had gained from cremating corpses was waning, yet the horde of zombies had yet to commence their siege. An unprecedented tension permeated the air, the scent of impending warfare engulfing the entirety of Jiang City, as preparations were fervently underway from top to bottom. Major conglomerates were distributing firearms to the populace at no cost. The news brought back by Sun Dongliang left the police officers breathless, acutely aware of the escalating situation. Previously, only a handful of individuals in Jiang City possessed firearms, for the conglomerates had deliberately inflated weapon prices to control the distribution of arms and prevent societal chaos. However, now, they could no longer afford to consider the common folk, hastily arming them and leaving them to fend for themselves. The impending assault by the zombies would not only involve the undead and animals. The most terrifying threat lay in the avian creatures. They would swarm the skies, impervious to gunfire, swooping into the city to attack indiscriminately, with no telling how many zombies they would create. Receiving a phone call. Jiang Mingyu's expression darkened as he divulged critical information. The city defense battalion's phased array radar detected a level 9 zombie over 300 kilometers away, slowly advancing toward Jiang City. Above level 9, the crowd gasped, barely believing their ears. Lei Wufu inhaled sharply, while Lei Wen trembled, acutely sensing an overwhelming pressure. What are the City Defense Battalion's hypersonic missiles? Can they eliminate it? Uncertain, Jiang Mingyu replied, shaking his head. This is our final trump card. The weapons only hold deterrent value when stationed on the missile carriers. Should they be launched, it would be preferable to destroy the target. However, if we fail, the consequences would be dire. Level 9 zombies possess human-like intelligence. The higher-ups will likely attempt negotiations first, gradually revealing their hand, only resorting to conflict if discussions fail. War is a terrifying prospect, and the days leading up to it are the most oppressive and agonizing. In the face of this impending city-wide annihilation, with the storm brewing, all Lei Wufu could do was continuously enhance his skills, hoping to elevate the flying leg technique into a form of surreal martial arts, thereby acquiring more means of survival. Hiding in a restroom, Lei Wufu began to allocate his training points on the panel that you've finally begun to focus on the long-ignored flying leg technique. Martial arts demand progress. Stagnation leads to regression. Although I've added 50 training points, it merely fills the cup to the brim, with only a slight new insight, insufficient to break through to a higher realm. The panel's response was anticipated, as their interactions increased. Lei Wufu had discerned the panel's temperament. IT would berate him for insufficient point allocation and chastise him for excessive wastefulness, as he was not one to be generous. Adding a few points would serve to gauge the panel's attitude without incurring significant loss. However, the issue lay in the fact that advancing surreal martial arts could not be achieved through gradual point allocation. Having grasped the panel's personality, it was equally aware of his frugality, understanding that he was not a generous individual. Stingy or not, I refuse to believe I cannot break through by incrementally adding points. With resolve, Lei Wu began to allocate points fervently. Consuming one training point, you are more miserly than a beggar who has scrimped for a decade, unwilling to part with even the dirt beneath your toenails. Hoarding it to calm the dogs. Consuming one training point, the flying leg urges you to leave, for you are unworthy of its greatness. Your child has perished from hunger. He does not deserve your sustenance. With merely this one training point, don't expect to see progress in this lifetime. Point 1 point. Another point. Lei Wu painstakingly added points, disregarding the barrage of insults. Moreover, he hastened his pace, dismissing the notifications before they could fully appear. Eventually, as the remaining points dwindled rapidly, he lost track of how many times he had added points until, consuming 250 training points, you reap what you sow, and the universe rewards diligence. The panel momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback by Lei Wu's sudden extravagance, instinctively seeking a justification for upgrading the flying leg while avoiding appearing overly mercenary. You already possess 3 surreal martial arts. The panel's reaction was swift, quickly formulating a rationale. You have mastered the advancement of lower-level martial arts. Upgrading the flying leg poses no challenge for you. Congratulations. The flying leg has achieved its utmost enhancement, transforming into the wind god leg. In that instant, Lei Wu felt an exhilarating warmth coursing through his legs at a torrent of heat, akin to molten lava, surged through his veins, continuously transforming the acupoints in his legs and expanding their meridians. Ultimately, this warmth converged to the Yongquan acupoint, accumulating and solidifying, as quantitative change birthed a qualitative transformation that culminated in a structure reminiscent of Iron Man's chest reactor, endowing Lei Wu with an unparalleled sense of power. At that moment, his legs felt as though they could rend the heavens and split the earth. Illusion. He thought that, I am not that formidable. Soon, Lei Wu awakened from his moment of empowerment, unhesitant in allocating more training points. Determined to escalate his prowess further. Your novice wind god leg is sufficient to crush a level 7 powerhouse, yet you remain utterly indifferent to this level. Only a swifter pace and greater leg strength than level 8 can pique your interest. Having mastered the 4th tier of surreal martial arts, years of relentless honing have rendered you fearless in the face of waning vitality, bodily decay, and life's disappointments. The trials of basic skills can no longer test you. Merely adding points could transform your very essence. The text on the panel materializes, causing Lei Wu to momentarily pause, a surge of joy rising within him, and his mind brimming with myriad thoughts. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye, transforming the landscape. Zimu has departed, Uncle Hong has aged, and I have finally emerged from the shadows. Lei Wu reflects with a sense of nostalgia. Henceforth, surreal martial arts lie at his fingertips, as long as he accumulates sufficient cultivation points. No challenge remains daunting. After using toilet paper to cleanse himself, he prepares to return to the office, yet the point accumulation continues unabated. Consuming 50 cultivation points, you break through the boundary, elevating wind god legs to an intermediate level. Another 50 points spent shatters your shackles, advancing wind god legs to a senior tier. This year, your comprehension of wind god legs reaches its zenith. Your legs tendons akin to dragons, resembling the claws of a qilin. Upon adding these 50 cultivation points, your legs seem to possess the strength of an ancient giant elephant, rendering further advancement in leg techniques futile. Wind god legs, mastery. Everything unfolds as expected, without any unforeseen occurrences. Securing his belt, Lei Wu gazes at the bright light bulb just within reach above him, feeling the weight of the impending city-destroying battle lessen significantly. If he cannot win, he can still flee. Wind god legs instill in him considerable courage. If all else fails, he could blend into the horde of zombies, leave this place, and relocate to another base city for a fresh start. He wonders what realm lies above the surreal. What might be the nature of martial arts that surpass it? Xiao Wu, who are you playing games with? Outside the cubicle, Lei Wen gently knocks on the door, causing Lei Wu to shudder involuntarily, nearly soiling himself. Brother, I'm fine. Wu Zi hastily opens the door, adjusting his pants as he nervously inquires, Brother, why do you walk so quietly? I didn't even hear you enter the restroom. I was making noise. You simply weren't paying attention, Lei Wen replies, taking a couple of steps in place, the sound of his shoes scraping against the tiled floor quite evident. He glances at his watch and remarks, "You've been in there for nearly 2 hours. Lunchtime is almost over. I thought you had fallen into the latrine." "Brother, how long have you been in the restroom?" Lei Wu nervously asks. "Just a few minutes," Lei Wen replies calmly. "I heard you incessantly mumbling about beginner, advanced, and mastery. I thought you were engrossed in a mobile game and would soon emerge, but after waiting for ages with no sign of you, I decided to knock." Lei Wu feels increasingly guilty, secretly resolving to tape his mouth shut during future point accumulations to avoid becoming lost in the panel and uttering nonsensical phrases for others to overhear. "Let us go eat," Wu Zi urges, hastening his steps and patting his stomach, as if ravenous. Lei Wen nods in agreement, trailing behind, his brow gradually furrowing as he observes his brother's retreating figure. This marks yet another occasion where he has caught his brother talking to himself, each time echoing similar sentiments, resembling a madman lost in a virtual world. Strangely, Lei Wu's body temperature fluctuates erratically, his breath both weak and strong, reminiscent of a virus invading, his vital signs unstable, yet more akin to a martial artist succumbing to obsession. Just moments ago, he had lowered his head and glimpsed a peculiar phenomenon through the gap beneath the door. Lei Wu's legs, while squatting, suddenly radiated heat, visibly thickening, only to return to normal after a few seconds as the warmth dissipated. Lei Wen adjusted his glasses, employing artificial intelligence to analyze this anomaly. Swiftly arriving at a conclusion. "Master, your brother's iron sand palm possesses extraordinary power," indicating that he harbors an unimaginable talent for martial arts. It appeared he had just transcended a certain realm, resulting in astonishing changes to his legs. Upon reviewing the artificial intelligence's explanation, Lei Wen's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "I hope this upcoming battle allows us all to emerge unscathed, as the imminent conflict looms." The heavy atmosphere renders the cafeteria unusually silent. The once vibrant laughter and playful banter have vanished entirely. Even the liveliest among them, Sun Dongliang, has adopted a solemn demeanor, silently consuming his meal. Over the past 2.5 years, Sun Fei has made no remarkable contributions, thus has not risen in rank. Conversely, his cousin Sun Tung, a decade younger, has already ascended to level 7, attaining the position of deputy chief in the Southern City branch. Overseeing the extermination team, riot squad, and investigation department, wielding substantial power as a local lord. Many believe Sun Fei would feel disheartened, convinced that he could never achieve success again, akin to sand on a beach, buried beneath the waves. Yet, just yesterday, Jiang Mingyu clandestinely mentioned that Chief Sun possesses substantial funds and seeks to purchase a bottle of level 7 evolution liquid, even willing to negotiate a condition. When opportunities within one's own circle prove fruitless, one must seek alternatives elsewhere. In this world, flowers abound. People adapt and thrive, while trees perish. A robust individual should not remain hanging from a single branch. This matter is beyond Jiang Mingyu's authority and has been reported to Jiang Tianhua. The outcome remains uncertain as the higher-ups conduct their inquiries, with Sun Fei and Jiang Mingyu awaiting news. This situation must prioritize the Jiang family's reputation, assess Sun Fei's potential, and evaluate his character. As an unworthy servant is undesirable. As for Lei Wu, he holds little interest in this matter, as it does not significantly affect him. Whether Sun Fei rises or not bears no impact on his path. Even if someone else assumes the role of chief, he will still be a member of Team 6. Even if Sun Fei were to draw upon his creative thinking, as he had promised when obtaining the corpse transformation liquid, to promote him sincerely, Lei Wu would not abandon Team 6, nor would he take on the role of chief. His aspiration is to endure in the extermination team, growing safely and joyfully while accumulating points that he seeks first-hand intelligence on zombies, remains close to his brother, and cultivates friendships with individuals like Jiang Mingyu. Such a life is indeed pleasant. Symbolically taking a few bites of his meal, feigning a lack of appetite like others, Lei Wu disposes of his food and heads straight back to his office, while others rest their heads on their desks. He buries his face between his arms, yet his eyes remain fixed on the panel. Level Level 5 Mutant Zombie Punching Power. 19.6 T Speed. 230 millisecond stamina. 11 days, 16 hours mentality. 263 cultivation points. 499 martial arts. Light Kill. Mastery. Indestructible Body. Mastery. Wind God Legs. Mastery. Indestructible Corpse Crushing Palm. Mastery. Fortunately, the remaining cultivation points are sufficient for emergencies. When pushing for Wind God Legs, Lei Wu appears wild on the surface, recklessly accumulating points. Yet, internally, he is fully aware, merely putting on a facade to intimidate the panel. Warfare thrives on deception. When confronting a panel that hurls insults, one must play unpredictably. Previously, he had over 100 remaining cultivation points, and after 2.5 years of accumulation, he had gathered nearly 900 points, totaling just over 1,000 at this time. Having spent over 500 points, managing to retain 499 reflects his utmost restraint. Given my current punching power and speed, coupled with surreal martial arts, a single strike or kick should suffice to eliminate a level 7 opponent without issue. Lei Wu quietly calculates his combat prowess, lamenting the absence of his alloy battle armor. If only it were ready, his combat capabilities would be even greater, alleviating concerns about injury being witnessed by others. Suddenly, Lei Wu senses a potent aura approaching. Pretending to be oblivious, he only looks up when Jiang Mingyu pats his shoulder, casting a puzzled glance in return. Come here for a moment. The young master Jiang gestures, indicating they should speak privately to avoid disturbing others. Lei Wu rises, and the two make their way to the spacious area behind the office designated for changing equipment, where Jiang Mingyu adopts a serious expression and states, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" "Good news." Lei Wu stares blankly, inquiring, "Has my battle armor been completed?" "Not yet." Jiang Mingyu shakes his head, clarifying, "The good news is that many wealthy individuals are preparing to flee. Zombies are attacking from the eastern side of Jiang City, where steep cliffs and mountains make passage difficult. The affluent plan to scale the walls from the west, rallying their collective strength to forge a route to the neighboring base city. If you wish to leave, I can arrange it for you. Is the situation that dire?" Lei Wu took a deep breath, the weight of his emotions intensifying. These affluent individuals had risen to prominence in Jiangqing. Their enterprises and families firmly rooted here. Should they depart, aside from their formidable abilities and the cash in their bank accounts, even if they managed to survive in other base cities, they would have to start afresh. Unless absolutely necessary, how could these wealth-obsessed magnates be willing to leave? Wuzi, allow me to share a secret with you. 2 years ago, our negotiations with that yellow-grade zombie fell apart. However, neither party dared to make any rash moves. That zombie would not gamble on the might of our hypersonic missiles. While we pretended to continue discussions, both sides were secretly amassing strength. Jiang Mingyu sighed, his expression darkening. Recently, 2 level 9 zombies, accompanied by an endless tide of the undead, are heading towards Jiangcheng. It was precisely because our major consortiums sensed the impending danger that we decided to withdraw some of our kin, while leaving behind a spark. Thus, news leaked out, prompting other wealthy individuals to begin their exodus. Furrowing his brow, Lei Wu inquired, "What is the bad news you mentioned?" "I've already said all I need to," Jiang Mingyu replied, spreading his hands, infuriating Wuzi further. The young master Jiang, feeling helpless, stated, "This is simply the situation. Various consortiums have conducted extensive data analysis, and the probability of the city falling is 50-50. Even if we manage to hold our ground, the population will still be reduced by 1/3. Among the deceased, who can say whether it will be you or I? Only heaven knows." Troubled, Lei Wu asked, "So, will you still go to the city wall to assist in the battle?" "Of course. Why would I not go?" Jiang Mingyu answered without hesitation. "The more people we have, the greater our strength. Although I'm not a sage, I will never be a coward, as long as there are still people on the city wall. Even if I am the last one standing, Jiangcheng will never fall." "What is this expression?" Lei Wu regarded Jiang Mingyu with a complex look. After spending years together, he had never realized that his companion possessed such a sense of responsibility. "What kind of expression is that?" Jiang Mingyu asked, noticing Wuzi's demeanor. Suddenly, he chuckled. "Could it be that my words have moved you? I'll beat you to a pulp," Lei Wu retorted impatiently, snorting coldly that if you're not retreating, then I certainly won T. After all, we are both public servants, police officers at that. If you, Jiang Mingyu, dare to ascend the city wall, how could I possibly fall short? Come now. Do you think everyone could just climb the city wall? Jiang Mingyu detected Lei Wu's desire to join him in defending the city and outright rejected the notion. The city defense battalion operates through systematic combat. They have honed their skills through countless drills to achieve seamless coordination. If you go up on the wall, you would only create chaos, and I would merely serve as a heavy artillery sniper. If we encounter zombies impervious to anti-material sniper rifles, do you think we could kill them with just our fists and blades? Lei Wu pondered for a moment before honestly admitting, that's true. Level 8 zombies are immune to the bullets from anti-material sniper rifles. Even with armor-piercing rounds, it is difficult to kill them with a single shot. If they truly charge the city wall at speeds of 240 to 330 meters per second, Jiang Mingyu would be unable to stop them, and even chasing them with rocket artillery would be challenging. Jiang Mingyu, feeling a surge of emotion, remarked, actually, your brother has accomplished a great feat this time. Lei Wu, puzzled, asked, what does this have to do with him? Jiang Mingyu glanced at Lei Wen, who was sleeping soundly, and said with some admiration, your brother's early research on the black corpse liquid has recently undergone upgrades, and its lethality is terrifying that we provided some to that yellow-grade zombie, which helped to subdue it. Otherwise, Jiangcheng would have already fallen. Last month, we made the formula public, and all major consortiums are now rushing to produce it, integrating the liquid into bullet tips, as long as they hit the enemy. Even level 9 zombies can be killed with a single shot. Impressive! Lei Wu exclaimed sincerely. He too had received the corpse liquid, with Lei Wen having given him the latest version last year. Only recently informing the Jiang family that my brother only revealed it because he sensed the situation was spiraling out of control. Truly, he is a miser. Sun Fei is about to be promoted. 3 days later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingyu spoke to Lei Wu with a tinge of discomfort. My uncle has agreed to recruit him and will have him collect the level 7 evolution liquid tonight. If we can survive this city destruction battle, he will push for him to attain the position of deputy director. Upon hearing this, Wuzi sighed. It seems that Section Chief Sun has finally made a breakthrough. Over the years in the extermination team, Jiang Mingyu had not enjoyed a harmonious relationship with Sun Fei. They frequently bickered and often argued publicly. Now, Section Chief Sun was aligning with the Jiang family and was on the verge of becoming a level 7 powerhouse, standing on equal footing with Jiang Mingyu in terms of strength. However, in terms of power and status, Jiang Mingyu could only look up to him. Jiang Mingyu had always been reluctant to be inferior to others. Sun Fei was nearly 20 years his senior, and he had regarded him as a peer, never showing him respect. Now, being overshadowed by Section Chief Sun and facing the prospect of him becoming his superior, all of which was due to Jiang Mingyu's own actions, how could he not feel a mix of emotions? Everything is for the family. Jiang Mingyu could only console himself in this manner. As one of the direct heirs, he must possess the requisite vision and ambition, placing familial matters above personal grievances. Sun Fei was indeed a talented individual, adept in governance and politics, performing reasonably well both above and below. Introducing him to the family would bolster the Jiang family's authority, which was both Jiang Mingyu's responsibility and a means of indirectly safeguarding his own wealth and interests. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder such matters. The latest intelligence indicated that the zombies outside were becoming restless, and it appeared that an assault on the city would occur within a day or two. Team leader Wang Jun of the Night Squad, a veteran of the city defense battalion, naturally maintained connections with his comrades and could obtain first-hand information. As soon as he spoke, the office was enveloped in a profound silence, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon everyone, rendering the officers breathless. Life and death hinged on the next day or two. Sun Fei emerged from the section chief's office, his expression grave as he surveyed the crowd, with the city defense battalion present. We have little to contribute to the defense of the city. The number of us on the walls is insufficient to make a difference. We can only focus on our respective duties. Once the battle begins, aim to kill as many zombies as possible and ensure the safety of the citizens. That I will now outline the deployment, Sun Fei stated, affixing a map of Jiangcheng to the wall. He pointed to the area managed by the Eastern District Bureau, saying, "In our Eastern District, we have 209 communities, of which 26 are high-end communities, each boasting robust security teams and firepower. For now, we need not concern ourselves with them. There are 64 mid-level communities, also equipped with security teams, and given that everyone now possesses firearms, we need not worry excessively." Sun Fei gestured towards the extensive slum areas. Expressing concern, the remaining are ordinary communities, where the residents have little to no experience with firearms. Even if we distribute weapons to them, each person would only receive 10 rounds, hardly enough time to practice their shooting skills, resulting in very limited combat effectiveness. The crowd fell silent. Major consortiums have been distributing firearms for over 2 years. Logically, everyone should be equipped to defend themselves against zombies. Yet in reality, the frequency of extermination team missions had not diminished. Zombies exhibited a reckless disregard for death. Aside from headshots, hitting other areas was futile. The public's reckless gunfire often led to dire consequences. Sun Fei spoke solemnly. "This time, our primary focus is to protect ordinary citizens, particularly in the communities with the highest population density and the lowest overall combat capability, in order to prevent large-scale mutations that could unleash an unstoppable tide of the undead on other regions. An increase in the number of ants can indeed kill an elephant. Swarming hordes of zombies would devour every living thing in Jiangcheng. In contrast, those mutated powerhouses, despite their formidable lethality, would have to hunt down individuals one by one. Even if there were 1,000 pigs in a pen, it would take considerable effort for them to bite each one down. Moreover, humans tend to scatter and hide, necessitating the expenditure of time to search for them. To create a large-scale mutation would be an arduous task. Most importantly, given the officer's capabilities, it would be challenging to manage these mutated powerhouses. Encounters would be perilous, and we could only do what was within our means with the living forces we have. Sun Fei pointed at the map and stated, "Among all the communities in the Eastern District, Lijuang community has the highest population density and predominantly consists of elderly residents and left-behind children, who possess the weakest combat abilities. Your 6th squad will be responsible for defending this area. Is there any objection?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lei Wen and Jiang Mingyu. Each person's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Some wore looks of sympathy, others sighed in despair, while a few appeared to harbor secret relief. Sun Fei's analysis was astute, yet the reality remained that in densely populated areas, the emergence of a zombie tide was nearly inevitable. The Lijuang community was vast, housing at least tens of thousands of residents. Relying solely on a mere 6-member team, with only 3 or 4 individuals, could at most secure a single street. What of the rest? The masses would inevitably mutate, converging together, and would ultimately surge towards Lei Wu and his companions. T.O. described the survival probability of the 6-member team as a mere brush with death would be a gross understatement. Inflated by 1,000-fold, venturing forth would surely spell doom. Even more terrifying was the fact that an 8th-level zombie had previously roamed that area. Noticing Jiang Mingyu's gaze upon him, Sun Fei tactfully remarked, "By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, Jiang Mingyu has already given me a heads up. Once the battle commences, he will assist in defending the city walls. That is our first line of defense in Jiangcheng." Bolstered by several 7th-level powerhouses, which ought to provide us with a modicum of assurance, the officers exchanged glances, and a few couldn't conceal their disdain. Jiang Mingyu, known for his haughty demeanor, dismissed even Sun Fei, let alone the other team members, regarding them as inconsequential. Despite having spent several years together, the group remained largely unfamiliar with Jiang Mingyu, perceiving him merely as a rich heir seeking life experiences. At this crucial juncture, his sudden intention to guard the city seemed an obvious excuse for self-preservation. After today, who could ascertain whether he would truly defend the city? He would undoubtedly find a way to conceal himself or retreat to another base city, only to re-emerge once the conflict had subsided. Jiang Mingyu was acutely aware of their suspicions and, with arms crossed defiantly across his chest, coldly declared, "I will guard the Lijuang community alongside the 6-member team. Unless I fall in battle, Lijuang shall never fall." Now that's gutsy. Wang Jun, with his forthright nature, was the first to give a thumbs up. This single act significantly altered the group's perception of Jiang Mingyu, though the few who remained disdainful persisted in their belief that he would not follow through once the fighting began. Subsequently, Sun Fei pointed to the map, delineating defensive zones for the other teams. Although everyone understood that the meager number of personnel in the zombie extermination team was scarcely sufficient, mere shadows in the various communities, they would struggle to impede the zombie tide. Yet in that moment, regardless of past grievances or biases, none of the 9 teams in the extermination squad faltered. Uncle, am I also to join the 6-member team in defending the Li Zhuang community? Until Sun Fei completed the task assignments and returned to his office. Sun Dongliang, who had been hiding in the restroom, cautiously peeked in. Gazing at this unworthy nephew, Chief Sun, who was smoking, felt an overwhelming urge to berate this foolish boy, a compulsive gambler. He had sold his wife and insulted his father, rendering him utterly unworthy of consideration. 2 months prior, his gambling addiction had flared, leading him to lose heavily at the casino and accrue a debt of 100,000 in high-interest loans. He dared not confess this to his family, or even to himself, that it wasn't he, until the lenders approached him at the precinct, specifically demanding to see Operations Chief Sun Fei, that he realized Sun Dongliang had once again found himself in trouble. Though resentment brewed within, he recalled the boy's father, who had passed away young, holding Sun Fei's hand and imploring him to care for his child, to find him a wife and secure a future. Thus, despite his anger, Sun Fei swallowed his indignation. After a round of coercion and persuasion, he managed to negotiate with the casino to waive the interest, ultimately paying off Sun Dongliang's debt. The matter had settled. But the disgrace had reached the precinct, and even the chief was aware, summoning him for a stern reprimand. You dare recruit such trash as your nephew as an officer? Sun Fei felt his face burn with humiliation, grappling with profound feelings of injustice. Now, with war imminent and everyone prepared to face death with resolve, Sun Dongliang had the audacity to hide in the restroom, nearly provoking Sun Fei into a cardiac episode. Clenching his cigarette, Chief Sun angrily spat. Are you not one of the 6-member team? Lei Wu and the others are going. What gives you the right to abstain? I should go too, Sun Dongliang replied. His face contorted with difficulty as he shrank back, attempting to argue. Everyone knows this venture will lead to certain death. I am the sole heir of our family. If I perish, the Sun lineage will end. Sun Fei met his gaze with icy indifference, extinguishing his cigarette with force in the ashtray. Even the esteemed Jiang family heir is going. His status far surpasses yours if you dare shirk your duty. I will break your legs, Sun Dongliang scoffed, dismissing the threat. His 7th-level strength does not guarantee his demise. He could stand still and let the zombies bite him, and they'd probably break their teeth. You little, Sun Fei erupted, seizing the ashtray to hurl it at Sun Dongliang. However, the latter, anticipating such an outburst, instinctively bent his knees to the left, narrowly dodging the flying ashtray, which shattered against the wall in a cacophony of fragments. Chief Sun bellowed, if you refuse to go this time, I will sever our uncle-nephew relationship. You will no longer be an officer. Do as you please, should you meet your end at the hands of zombies. I will not lift a finger to recover your remains, and you shall carry my surname no more. You already do carry my surname, Sun Dongliang muttered under his breath, impervious to the threat. Leaving Sun Fei momentarily speechless, staring wide-eyed, he felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, causing his heart to ache painfully, forcing him to breathe heavily in an attempt to alleviate the torment. A strong physique does not equate to invulnerability. Psychological issues can afflict even the strongest, leading to dire consequences. You. Sun Fei clutched his chest and collapsed into a chair, his complexion ashen and breathing labored. Observing the alarming situation, Sun Dongliang dared not retort further. As he attempted to approach Sun Fei, object from the desk flew towards him, prompting him to duck and flee, exclaiming, Uncle, please don't be angry. He quickly shut the door behind him in a hasty escape. After a considerable time, Sun Fei finally regained his composure. Despite his profound disappointment in Sun Dongliang, he recalled his elder brother's dying wishes. Reluctantly, he picked up the phone, leveraging his connections to arrange for Sun Dongliang to escape over the Western Wall alongside those affluent individuals. After 20 years at the Eastern City Precinct, nearly 15 of which he served as chief, wielding significant power and having cultivated relationships with numerous influential figures, He found himself compelled to utilize all his resources to ensure Sun Dongliang's departure, preserving a flicker of hope for the Sun family. Most would struggle to grasp the depths of his anguish. Yet if Lei Wen were to perish, leaving behind a child for Lei Wu to care for, he would undoubtedly fulfill his brother's last wishes, regardless of the child's faults. "Brother, this is all I can do." Sun Fei sighed heavily, lifting the anti-material sniper rifle propped in the corner. The barrel exceeded 2.5 meters, capable of firing 30mm shells from naval closed defense systems. With the projectile infused with corpse-dissolving fluid, a single shot could reduce a 9th-level zombie to mere pulp. However, the challenge lay in the fact that 9th-level zombies moved at supersonic speeds, making it nearly impossible to aim at them while stationary. Sun Fei meticulously wiped the barrel, reacquainting himself with its feel. This weapon represented the culmination of all his wealth and savings, the only remnant of the ill-gotten gains amassed through years of corruption. It was only after he had set aside his pride and sought favor with Liang Heilong during a cleanup operation on Heilong Street that he managed to procure it. Yet, in the corner, he possessed but 10 shells, and among them, only one was laced with the corpse-dissolving fluid. This would be Sun Fei's sole means of survival. As the ancients proclaimed, in chaotic times, gold prevails. In prosperous times, antiques reign. In truth, in genuine chaos, only heavy-caliber weapons and ample ammunition held the key to survival. Meanwhile, after sending Sun Dongliang away, Lei Wen was also arranging for his brother. Once the battle begins, Xiao Wu, retreat to the underground laboratory at home. I have stocked it with ample supplies, ensuring you need not worry about food and drink for a year. Lei Wen spoke thoughtfully. By then, the entire Jiangsheng will have transformed into a zombie domain. Devoid of life, these zombies, lacking fresh flesh and blood to sustain them, will gradually decay if they are of lower levels, while the more powerful ones will venture elsewhere to hunt a year from now. Artificial intelligence will prompt you to leave. With your capabilities, you should be able to carve a path to other base cities. But brother, what about you? Lei Wu, visibly anxious, could hardly contain his distress under the immense pressure. Lei Wen replied calmly, "We both grew up in Jiangsheng. This city has nurtured us. Someone must defend the Li Zhuang community, so we can act with a clear conscience." After a brief pause, Levin smiled and comforted. "Moreover, Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang will accompany me. There is nothing to fear." Lei Wu's expression tightened as he bluntly pointed out, "Jiang Mingyu claims he will defend the city and head to Li Zhuang community. However, I witnessed at a crucial moment that the Jiang family would send him away as a decoy, and the same goes for Sun Dongliang, who will likely be dispatched by Sun Fei as well." In that case, Lei Wu's eyes reddened as he gazed at Levin's emaciated form, his lips quivering as he said, "You will be the only one guarding Li Zhuang community, even if I stand alone. The horde of corpses shall not easily overcome me," Levin replied, his voice gentle yet imbued with an indescribable confidence and authority. It was as if, in this vast world, no challenge could ever bring him down. Suddenly, the piercing sound of the air raid siren echoed throughout Jiangsheng, striking the ears of the officers like countless needles, inducing a sense of dread as if the apocalypse was imminent. "All teams, take your positions," with Sun Fei's commanding shout. All members snapped to attention. The officers quickly donned their gear and rushed out of the police station, sirens wailing as they sped toward their designated posts. Jiang Mingyu was nowhere to be found, and Sun Dongliang had slipped away quietly. Only the two brothers remained from the 6th team. Levin, driving, wore a stern expression and shouted angrily, "Xiao Wu, you must return home." Lei Wu remained unmoved, sitting silently in the passenger seat. After several futile shouts, Levin's anger gradually morphed into helplessness, akin to a duck whose fire had been extinguished, feeling utterly powerless in his frustration. He could neither bear to strike, nor could he drive Xiao Wu away. The latter's refusal to understand his concerns left him at loss. Yet, he truly had a plan. Levin reached behind his waist, and the toxic wind ball suddenly emitted a waft of smoke. Almost simultaneously, Wuzi's voice caused Levin's expression to stiffen. "Brother, there's no need to exert yourself. Why recent mastery of martial arts has rendered me immune to common poisons and toxic mists." After attaining the indestructible body, Lei Wu yearned to test his own resilience with a few self-inflicted wounds, but fearing injury, he resorted to more delicate methods of experimentation. Levin had provided him with various toxins, including those he purchased from the pharmacy, such as knockout drops and arsenic, all tested in doses ranging from small to large, unless he consumed an exceedingly large quantity that could threaten his hardened brain. He felt nothing at all. Levin placed his hand back on the steering wheel, abandoning the notion of forcibly returning Lei Wu home, and reassured himself. There are 3 types of air raid alarms. This is merely a preliminary warning. The battle has not yet commenced. Perhaps, at the moment the air raid siren sounds, that yellow-level zombie will have already been obliterated by a hypersonic missile, and this conflict will conclude. One can only hope. Although Lei Wu echoed this sentiment, he held little actual hope. The speed of hypersonic missiles was 5 times the speed of sound. However, he estimated that the yellow-level beings could reach a velocity of 2 Mach in an instant. While the missile appeared to exceed the zombie's speed by more than double, one must not forget that trees are lifeless, whereas humans are not. They can move. Missiles trace a trajectory in the sky, and even upon entering the atmosphere, they must traverse the air before striking the ground. As long as a yellow-level zombie spots them, it could swiftly evade several hundred meters, making it difficult to eliminate them solely with the shockwave of the explosion. Lei Wu believed that his brother, Levin, had also calculated the situation using artificial intelligence, and it was precisely because Levin understood the dire circumstances that he was so anxious. However, a true man, born of heaven and earth, could not abandon his own brother for the sake of self-preservation. Lei Wu could never commit such an act. Conscience is a valuable thing. As long as his heart had not decayed, he would always be by Levin's side in times of great peril. Before long, the two arrived at Lizhuang community. The ominous clouds of war loomed over the land, and the streets were deserted, save for the long, oppressive wail of the air raid siren that filled the air with a sense of dread, rendering the surroundings eerily silent, akin to a ghost town. All the residents had retreated into their homes, drawing the curtains and barricading their windows with sofas and cabinets for added protection. Some had even preemptively sealed their doors and windows with concrete, transforming the entire building into a colossal fortress with only a few small, ventilated openings through which one could extend a firearm to fend off zombies. The brothers drove a circuit around the main thoroughfare of the community. Years had passed, yet the destruction wrought by the Night Emperor remained unrepaired, with the ground marred by ravines and debris scattered about, reminiscent of the remnants of an ancient Titan's battle. "Brother, shall we defend ourselves here?" Lei Wu suggested, surveying the surroundings from an elevated slope where visibility was ample. Even if zombies charged at them, they would be able to detect them at the first moment. Levin adjusted his glasses and shook his head. While an open area is advantageous and minimizes the risk of ambush from zombies, the surrounding terrain is completely flat, devoid of any obstructions that if a horde were to truly erupt, we would be besieged from all directions. Rendered mere targets. After contemplating, Lei Wu nodded in agreement. "Then let us find a higher vantage point. I noticed that the bell tower Jiangming you visited is quite impressive, standing 10 stories tall with no staircases around it. With my Gatling gun, unless the horde exceeds 10,000, they certainly won't reach the top. Your idea is commendable, but you seem to have overlooked one detail," Levin remarked. "What is it?" Lei Wu asked. "The sky." Levin pointed at the densely clouded heavens, and Lei Wu fell silent. The threat of zombies attacking the city was not particularly fearsome. With sufficient ammunition and firepower, anything below level 7 could easily become fodder. What was truly terrifying were those zombie birds, blotting out the sun as they descended like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. "Based on my assessment," Levin said, his gaze deepening, "we should withdraw." Lei Wu replied, "Brother, when you arrived, you were so adamant that as long as you were here, Lizhuang community would never fall. And now, before the battle has even begun, you are already echoing Sun Dongliang's cowardice. This is rather unbecoming, isn't it?" Levin's apparent fear of death, espousing one thing while acting contrary, completely shattered Lei Wu's understanding of him. Sensing his brother's misunderstanding, Levin quickly clarified, "When I say withdraw, I do not mean to abandon Lizhuang community and flee like a coward. Rather, we should first conceal ourselves, conserve our strength and ammunition, and wait for the zombie bird frenzy to pass before we emerge to deal with the zombies on the ground." "That sounds like a good plan." Lei Wu sighed in relief, and the brothers decided to ascend the bell tower. However, instead of heading to the top and becoming targets, They climbed the internal staircase of the tower, taking refuge on the 5th level. Thus, time passed minute by minute. As night gave way to dawn, the air raid siren had yet to sound. Levin took a brief nap to regain his strength until hunger awoke him. He found Lei Wu polishing the Gatling gun to a gleaming sheen and sighed. Asking Xiao Wu, "Are you hungry?" "I am not," Lei Wu replied, shaking his head. Martial arts practitioners can refine their fat and store nutrients within their bodily membranes, much like the monks of old who appeared emaciated but were remarkably resilient. Able to endure many days without food or drink, that I believe I have reached that level. Martial arts truly is a wondrous thing. That Levin's golden-rimmed glasses glinted with insight as he realized that Lei Wu's physical prowess had at least reached level 5. Yet the question persisted. He was certain, unequivocally certain, that Lei Wu had not consumed any level 5 evolution liquid. How then had his physical capabilities become so formidable? Levin's eyes narrowed as he began to inscribe words upon the golden-rimmed lenses. Is there anyone who can reach level 5 in physical fitness solely through training without consuming evolution liquid? Please hold on. This question seemed rather complex, and the artificial intelligence mulled it over for quite some time before slowly replying with a line of small text. The human biological structure is exceedingly fragile, regardless of the method employed, be it exercise, training, fitness, or martial arts. It is impossible to surpass the limits of humanity if one does not consume evolution liquid or undergo genetic surgery. Even if one trains themselves to exhaustion, their physical capabilities can at most reach level 2. Then how did my brother achieve this? The artificial intelligence took a full 3 minutes to respond, typing and deleting several times before finally settling on 5 ambiguous words, suspected not to be human. Are you implying that my brother is not human? Levin found this notion amusingly absurd. Feeling it was quite laughable, Lei Wu was right beside him, a living, breathing person, full of life and laughter, albeit with an odd scent and many peculiar behaviors. Yet he is flesh and blood. Could he possibly be transformed by Ultraman Zero? Or perhaps a manifestation of Sun Wukong springing forth from a stone? Or even Neza conjured by the magic orb? The artificial intelligence offered no response and lacked the habit of sparring with Raven, merely erasing the 5 words flashing on the lens that suggested he was possibly not human. The implication was unmistakable. You may as well pretend I never spoke. Raven chose not to inquire further and dismissed the matter from his mind. He simply retrieved a blood-red elixir from his pouch and introduced it to Lei Wu. This is the latest formulation of the Shaladin I developed this year, infused with various precious herbs. Its nutritional value akin to the ancient golden elixirs. Consuming one will sustain you for several days without food, and it greatly benefits the body, promoting tranquility and detoxification. Give it a try, Xiao Wu. Shaladin? Lei Wu weighed the elixir in his hand. It felt heavy and dense, resembling a small sphere of blood-hued metal, exuding a fragrant aroma. Had he not been informed in advance that it was a medicinal pill, he might have mistaken it for a lead pellet laced with rat poison. Without hesitation, Lei Wu swallowed the Shaladin whole, immediately feeling a heavy sensation in his stomach, as if he had ingested a block of iron. Crunch, crunched, as Lei Wu activated his indestructible physique, sounds of steel grinding emerged from his abdomen, the reverberations echoing through his organs, as if his body were a hydraulic press, rapidly refining the Shaladin. Zombies crave fresh blood and flesh. Yet over the past few years, Lei Wu had forced himself to consume various herbs, significantly reducing the peculiar odor emanating from him. This Shaladin proved far more effective than the herbs he had ingested over the years, instantly rendering his mouth fragrant with a subtle aroma. Remarkable medicine. Lei Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unreservedly extended his hand, saying, "Brother, give me a few more." Raven promptly removed his pouch, consumed 1 Shaladin himself, and handed the rest to his brother. There should be over a dozen left. Enough for you to last a while, if we manage to return alive this time. Xiao Wu, I will take care of all your Shaladin needs from now on. Lei Wu did not express thanks. That felt too formal. Instead, for the first time since becoming a zombie, he sat closely beside Raven, draping an arm over his brother's shoulder. Previously, he had deliberately maintained distance from everyone, especially from Raven, fearing his brother would uncover his secret. Now, He finally had the courage to connect with the most important person in his life. Raven felt a surge of warmth in his heart and reciprocated by wrapping an arm around Lei Wu's shoulder. Sighing, war is not to be feared. The real torment lies in the wait before it begins. Lei Wu sighed in agreement. It's uncertain whether Jiang Mingyu has managed to escape over the wall to T-25. A level 7 powerhouse, wherever he goes, he stands out as exceptional. He still pales in comparison to the true geniuses. Raven shook his head. He held Jiang Mingyu's level 7 prowess in little regard. Thus, the two brothers leaned against each other, reminiscing about their childhood, resting when tired, and when words ran dry, they activated their earpieces to converse with other team members. What's the situation with you in Team 9? We've taken control of Central Avenue in Yijing. Why hasn't the fighting started? We're both on the brink of starvation. Our team is calculated as well. No one brought food, and all the shops are closed, leaving us with money but nowhere to buy a meal. Surely, we brothers aren't destined to perish as famished souls. Are we? Some brother, have pity on me and send some food. I have an elderly mother and orphans to care for. We'll send you a hammer. The team members exchanged playful banter, laughing and teasing one another, letting bygones be bygones until someone brought up, Raven, when you and your brother set out, I noticed there were only the two of you. Where are Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang? Is it even necessary to ask? Those two cowards surely fled. I knew it. Jiang Mingyu talked a good game, but when it comes down to it, he betrays his brothers. The two brothers fell silent, and as the chatter in their earpieces began to fade, Raven sighed. Everyone has their own ambitions. We cannot force them. Let them be. In the western part of Jiang City. The city walls were sparsely populated, with only a few soldiers patrolling. 99% of the city defense battalion had been dispatched to the east, leaving the few soldiers bewildered as a throng of wealthy individuals surged onto the walls. Jiang Mingyu mingled among the crowd, feeling a twinge of shame, donning a mask and a cap to obscure his face, lest he be recognized that, in truth, he had no desire to flee, but his father's pleas were insurmountable. Jiang Tianhua had also informed him that he was the most distinguished member of the younger generation of the Jiang family, bearing the family's mission, even if he did not consider himself. He must contemplate the future of the Jiang clan. These various pressures led Jiang Mingyu to commit acts of betrayal. After all, those who remained were destined to perish. Once the extermination squad was wiped out, no one would know of his grandiose claims. Jiang Mingyu consoled himself thusly when suddenly the wealthy individuals on the wall began to jostle, as the first wealthy man leaped outside the city. Others scrambled to climb the ropes to escape. Jiang Mingyu felt a shove from behind and turned to find a rude individual pushing against him. His expression darkened as he turned to see the source of the rudeness, and he was taken aback. Jiang Mingyu enunciated the other person's name with deliberate clarity, filled with ire, utterly astonished that this individual had also joined the exodus. You are, little son looked up, his face contorting in disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be guarding Liz Huang community? What do you mean you are? Jiang Mingyu raised his hand and struck Sun Dongliang on the back of the head, scolding, Why aren't you in Team 6? What are you doing here? And what are you doing here? Little Sun retorted, infuriating Jiang Mingyu, whose forehead throbbed with rage. He glanced around, contemplating eliminating Sun Dongliang right there to ensure no one would recognize him. Little Sun instinctively stepped back, his face brimming with caution that I am a scoundrel, and everyone knows it. It's only natural for me to flee in the face of danger. But you, Jiang Mingyu, appearing here. Silenced, Jiang Mingyu, consumed by rage and humiliation, found himself pushed toward the edge of the city wall, the rope ladder just beneath his feet, surrounded by wealthy individuals urging him onward. He could only glare fiercely at Sun Dongliang before climbing down the ladder. Why don't you just stay up there? Little Sun scoffed, his expression laden with derision. In the next moment, Jiang Mingyu's head reemerged over the city wall. Above the city wall, while the wealthy individuals scrambled to escape Jiang City, two figures stood apart from the crowd. Sun Dongliang cowered, clutching his head as Jiang Mingyu relentlessly pursued him, delivering powerful kicks. Ouch! Why don't you just stop kicking me? I won't kick you. I'll just slap you to death. Jiang Mingyu, exasperated, all the wealthy individuals turned pale, and many, disregarding the towering walls that stood 100 meters high, leapt down in a desperate bid, fearing that any delay would render them prey to the zombies. Within the confines of the clock tower, Raven and Lei Wu tightly gripped their firearms, bracing themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. Every muscle in their bodies taut with tension. In the sky, 3 hypersonic missiles were launched simultaneously, their brilliant blue trails illuminating the inky darkness, etching transparent marks across the heavens, rendering the blood-red moon a mere shadow of its former self. The fate of tens of millions in Jiangxing hinged upon these 3 missiles. Destroying the yellow-level zombies and 2 level 9 ones would suffice, but without command, the zombie horde would quickly descend into chaos, becoming easy targets. Should the missiles fail to eliminate them, the city would be left with no survivors. The outcome remained uncertain, shrouded in mystery. All that could be seen was the ominous black clouds rolling in from the horizon, advancing upon Jiangxing with a speed visible to the naked eye. Resembling a dark shroud poised to snuff out the last remnants of light in the world. Until the black clouds descended, massive waves of darkness plummeted from above, revealing to the onlookers that they were swarms of bats and various carrion birds. The Guangming community, being closest to the east, was the first to receive the horrified cries of the second team, mingled with the relentless gunfire. Merely 10 seconds had passed, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. The only sounds left on the earpiece were the gnawing of rats on bones and the fluttering of birds overhead, chilling Lei Wu and his comrades to the bone, their hairs standing on end. The 6 members of the second team were entirely wiped out. "Quick, take cover inside the buildings and wait for the bird swarm to pass," Raven shouted, but the speed of the avian horde was alarmingly swift. Reaching the community where the third team was stationed in mere seconds, another round of agonized screams erupted, and aside from the gnawing sounds, silence reclaimed the earpiece once more, thanks to Raven's timely warning. The remaining team members swiftly took refuge in nearby homes or within the underground manholes, barely daring to breathe. Although they had stuffed the ventilators with clothing, they could still sense countless phantoms swooping overhead, paralyzing the team with terror. Each member of the extermination team was seasoned in battle, possessing exceptional psychological fortitude. Yet, confronted with such a frenzied onslaught of carrion birds, even the unflappable Raven found himself trembling within the tower. The clock tower soared high, a solitary sentinel in the Lizhuang community. As the swarm of birds passed overhead, the brothers distinctly felt the tower sway, the thudding impacts echoing like firecrackers, a testament to the birds colliding with the structure in their frantic flight. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps a minute had elapsed, or it could have been an entire day. The cacophony of collisions gradually diminished, and the world returned to a haunting stillness. Amidst this, the avian army managed to breach the main entrance on the first floor, and a few sparrows flitted through the winding staircase, ascending to the 5th level. Fortunately, Lei Wu, quick on the uptake, caught a whiff of the putrid odor in advance, and with a series of shots from his Desert Eagle, he dispatched the mutated sparrows before they could wreak havoc. Despite their small size, these creatures were incredibly swift, and within the confines of the building, they posed a far greater threat than dozens of zombies. Lei Wu glanced at his watch and waited for 2 more hours, removing the steel plate blocking the small window, peering through the gap to see numerous zombies meandering on the streets below. During wartime, resources were scarce, and steel and concrete had become hard currency, beyond the reach of most civilians. The flimsy glass and wooden barriers would easily succumb to the onslaught of the avian horde. If even one managed to infiltrate the home, it would spell doom for the entire family. That it should be about over. The bird swarm has passed. In that moment, Lei Wu exhibited a calmness that surpassed his brothers. Not from bravado, but from a sense of security, knowing that these carrion birds would not attack him. Let us wait a bit longer. There may still be more birds circling above, that we mustn't let our guard down. Raven stated with composure, adjusting his glasses as he activated a palm-sized drone, which began to circle the tower's perimeter. Just as Lei Wu was about to voice a thought, urgent and panicked cries for help suddenly erupted in their earpieces. "Is anyone nearby? Team 8 needs assistance." The thunderous sound of gunfire accompanied by screams, along with the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground, sent the team's hearts racing. In the next moment, the distress call shifted to another voice. "We have a level 6 or higher zombie here. Bullets are ineffective. We need support. In the Dongzhuang community, we've already lost 2 men. We need help. We can't hold out much longer. The earpiece was filled with the desperate shouts of Team 8. The cacophony of gunfire and the rampant destruction as zombies tore through the buildings, leaving an eerie silence in the clock tower. Despite the proximity of the Dongzhuang community to Liz Huang and the sorrow of fallen comrades, no one was forthcoming to provide aid in this battle. The extermination team fought not for themselves, nor did they seek accolades that in fact, none of the populace knew their names. Yet, clad in their uniforms, even if blood stained the earth and they were left in pieces, they bore no regrets. Each individual had their own territory to defend. Preventing a zombie tide was far more critical than saving a single team. Brother, we must go assist. Lei Wu's eyes were red with emotion, while Raven remained unervingly composed. It's futile. Although Dongzhuang was nearby, the distance between the two communities was at least 5 kilometers. By the time they arrived, Team 8 would have already perished. Moreover, the rumbling sounds emanating from the earpiece indicated that the zombie they faced was certainly not just a level 6. Team 8 was still engaged in combat. Suddenly, after a long silence, the weakened voice of Team 8's leader crackled through the earpiece. That moment, every officer felt their eyes welling with tears. Some shouted with despair, "Old Tang, hold on. We're almost there." Without uttering another word, Lei Wu charged down the stairs, his Gatling gun at the ready. Raven sighed, knowing he had no choice but to follow. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures, armed with submachine guns seemingly procured from who knows where, were advancing towards the battlefield of Team 8. One taking hits while the other retaliated fiercely, clearing the zombies lining the streets as they went. The ground was littered with blood and the bodies of the fallen. As they approached, the earth trembled beneath them, buildings collapsing in a cacophony of destruction, and instinctively, they turned to flee. However, upon witnessing their comrades being slaughtered, 20-year-old Zhou Jiangtao detonating explosives while embracing a zombie in a bid for mutual destruction. And the soon-to-retire Wu Taisheng, bitten on the neck, still desperately firing his weapon. They could not turn away. Even the last survivor, with his left arm severed and his body marred by horrific claw marks, struggled to rise, declaring into the earpiece, Team 8 is still fighting. In an instant, both men's eyes blazed with fury, and they shouted, "Team 6, Jiang Mingyu, Sun Dongliang, come to assist." The gunfire erupted without hesitation. Bullets striking the zombies with a deafening clang, echoing like the tolling of a great bell, the projectiles flattening and splintering as they collided. Damn it! Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang cursed simultaneously, seeing the zombies turn their attention towards them. Their milky white eyes devoid of pupils yet glinting with malice. They shouted in unison, "Run!" In a swift motion, Jiang Mingyu kicked Sun Dongliang several meters away, sending him crashing into the dark alley like a projectile, smashing against the wall before sliding down moments later. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, the impact having been softened by Jiang Mingyu's calculated force. Having trained alongside Lei Wu for several years, he had mastered the subtleties of martial arts, enabling him to deliver blows with precision. By the time Sun Dongliang crawled out of the alley, the zombies had already pursued Jiang Mingyu. The two moved like lightning through the city, darting through streets and alleys. Leaping across rooftops, Jiang Mingyu could only focus on buying time. Sun Dongliang reached the leader of Team 8, and without pausing to offer comfort, he immediately seized the earpiece and shouted, "Jiang Mingyu has drawn the zombies away." It seems they headed towards the Liz Wang community. Raven, Lei Wu, prepared to assist, whether it was Sun Dongliang or Jiang Mingyu. Their first instinct when facing a high-level zombie was to seek out the brothers for resolution. This was not only a testament to their strength, but also a reflection of their trust in the brothers, believing they would not abandon them in their hour of need. As the brothers descended from the clock tower, Sun Dongliang's voice caused their expressions to shift. The zombies are heading this way. Raven adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and in an instant, the artificial intelligence provided the optimal combat strategy. The toxic gas balls and various poisons proved utterly ineffective against the zombies. Their bodies, decayed and controlled by their hearts and brains, were completely unperturbed by toxins. The only means to inflict damage upon them were large-caliber weapons and sufficiently sharp blades. Raven possessed some corpse-disintegrating fluid, but it was contained in a small vial. To utilize it, he would need to engage in close combat. All teams, return to your respective communities immediately. This zombie will be dealt with by me and Lei Wu. Raven shouted into his earpiece, then turned to Lei Wu and instructed, put down the Gatling gun. Firearms are useless. When Jiang Mingyu arrives, I will hold the zombie off while you go with him to retrieve the firearms. He must have a large-caliber sniper rifle and corpse-disintegrating bullets. Once you obtain them, return promptly to support me. As he spoke, Raven approached a nearby police car. The windows had been shattered by a flock of zombie birds, and the vehicle was smeared with the foul stench of blood and feathers. He opened the trunk and retrieved a black long knife from the compartment where the spare tire was stored. This was the very black knife he had stolen from Hanyang years ago. Captain Han of the security team had always believed this knife to be worth a hefty sum, potentially over $1 million. In reality, its value was worth 10 times that. The knife was made of exceptionally rare materials, 10 times more durable than superalloys. The golden runes etched along the blade were not merely decorative. They enhanced the blade's sharpness, allowing it to slice through metal and bone with ease. Raven poured a vial of corpse-disintegrating fluid along the blade, as if performing some arcane enchantment. The already jet-black blade became even darker, exuding an aura of terror, resembling an endless abyss capable of consuming all light, instilling fear in those who beheld it. A fine blade, Raven exclaimed, tossing a pair of luminescent gauntlets to Lei Wu. Weapons he had prepared for his brother. Xiao Wu, you excel in hand-to-hand combat. These gauntlets are crafted from diamond. I have spun the diamond into threads and woven them into these gloves. If you find yourself in a desperate situation, remember to wear them during close-quarters combat. Lei Wu, feeling the soft fabric, donned the gauntlets and instinctively flexed his fingers to test their strength. The diamond threads proved astonishingly resilient, the gauntlets showing no signs of deformation, significantly boosting Lei Wu's confidence. With these gauntlets, he would no longer fear injury when executing his diamond-shattering palm, avoiding the risk of exposing his identity through visible wounds. Brother, let me stay and fight the zombie with you. I can handle this alone. Your presence would only be a hindrance, Raven replied, gripping the knife with both hands, positioning it before him in a manner that conveyed his unwavering resolve. For the past 2 decades, whenever danger arose, he had never allowed his brother to bear the brunt of the risk as long as he was present. Rumble, the distant sound of explosions drew nearer, the result of Jiang Mingyu and the zombie's high-speed movement. Raven turned his expressionless face and said, Xiao Wu, move back and hide. Lei Wu lowered his head, pausing for 2 seconds in silence before stepping away. Once his brother made a decision, no one could sway it. Moreover, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, Raven had rarely erred in his judgments over the years. Even if he stayed, there was a high likelihood that he would be exposed at the first sight of a zombie. If that zombie merely gazed at him, standing still with a puzzled expression, Raven's keen intellect and the AI in his glasses would surely deduce his true identity as a zombie. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to conceal himself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and obliterate the zombie before it could recognize him. Lei Wu retreated into a dark alley 100 meters away. While Raven refrained from acting recklessly, he leaped into the air, akin to a soaring eagle, and landed on the 3rd floor of a nearby tower. Holding his breath, he bellowed into the distance, Jiang Mingyu. Head to the base of the tower. The sound of explosions intensified, rolling across the ground like thunder, seemingly responding to Raven's call. The blade sang as Raven held it aloft, his resolute face glistening coldly under the moonlight. Prepare. Jiang Mingyu's booming voice echoed back. 2 figures appeared in the blink of an eye. Raven anticipated the trajectory, leaping down from the 3rd floor with unparalleled swiftness. A razor-sharp arc of light sliced through the night sky, accompanied by the knife's resonant hum as he struck fiercely at the approaching zombie. In that moment, Lei Wu, watching from a distance, felt his heart race to the brink of stopping. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed a scene he had not seen in years. Just as the blade approached the zombie's neck, the creature instinctively tilted its head, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. This unexpected maneuver caught not only Lei Wu off guard, but likely even Raven's artificial intelligence as well. The last time a zombie had exhibited such evasive capability was years ago, when Sun Jian's daughter had bitten 3 individuals to death in Villa Number 7, trained from a young age, she had retained muscle memory. Even as a zombie, preserving her former habits. Now, another such zombie had emerged. This one bore injuries on its feet, 3 toes blown off. Jiang Mingyu had managed to escape its pursuit only because it was severely wounded, clearly having been struck by a missile. Its right side was a gruesome mess of flesh, and its right leg was nearly vaporized. Yet despite this, the zombie remained undaunted, exhibiting a ferocity reminiscent of ancient beasts. Fortunately, Raven's reflexes were extraordinarily sharp, as if he had experienced countless high-stakes battles in a dream. With a swift slash, he turned his back to the zombie, showing no signs of hesitation or shock. As his feet touched the ground, he leaped once more, forcibly spinning in mid-air, landing 20 meters away, facing both the zombie and Jiang Mingyu. Damn it, this won't do. In the face of life-threatening peril, Jiang Mingyu could no longer maintain his composure. Letting out a string of curses, Raven's eye twitched, his frustration boiling over. He felt an urge to strangle his companion. In such dire circumstances, how could he still mock a teammate? That previous strike should have been directed at the zombie. But instead, he should have incapacitated Jiang Mingyu first, turning him into a living target for the zombie while he dealt with it from behind. Suppressing his annoyance, Raven barked, "Hurry and get the large-caliber sniper rifle." "What about your brother, Lei Wu?" Jiang Mingyu inquired, glancing around. "Can you handle this alone?" Raven's face darkened, his thoughts filled with expletives directed at Jiang Mingyu. "If you don't move now, I'll let this zombie bite you to death. And then I'll return to collect your remains." With a thunderous roar, Jiang Mingyu vanished with remarkable decisiveness, moving faster than the zombie had in pursuit, if not for the swirling dust trailing behind him. Stretching to the horizon, one might have thought he had never been there at all. Raven, Lei Wu, the shameful conduct of their teammate left them feeling utterly mortified. The zombie, drawn by the sound of the explosions, glanced at Jiang Mingyu before turning its gaze back to Raven, burying its bloodied maw in a silent yet terrifying roar. Roar! Dust and debris were kicked up as the zombie emanated an aura of ferocity akin to a tiger descending from a mountain. Bloodlust filled its eyes as it instinctively refrained from pursuing Jiang Mingyu. Unwilling to expose its back to Raven, Akati clearly sensed that this slender, bespectacled man posed a greater threat than the departing brute. "Come at me," Raven declared, his gaze piercing, as he executed a flourish with his long knife, scattering the dust. The resonant sound of the blade accompanied his powerful voice, echoing into the distance. "All efforts are not for the sake of prominence, but to encounter worthy opponents. On that day, I shall be invincible." With a clang, Raven swung the knife downward, the black blade clashing violently with the zombie's grasping hands, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the ground, creating a spiderweb of fissures that exploded outward. In the next moment, Raven's pupils constricted sharply as he was hurled back by an overwhelming counterforce, his face betraying a flicker of astonishment. That strike not only failed to sever the zombie's hand, but inflicted only a superficial wound, barely breaking the skin. Yet, what astonished him most was how the corpse's disintegrating fluid reacted upon contact with the zombie's skin. Not only did he remain unscathed, but the corrosion occurred at an excruciatingly slow pace, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The strength of his physical constitution was more perverse than his combat instincts. At the very moment he struck down the zombie, the artificial intelligence promptly delivered its assessment, projecting 4 ominous characters within the gold-rimmed glasses. Level 9 zombie. Only a zombie with a physical constitution reaching level 9 could potentially evade and withstand the bombardment of a missile, endure such a razor-sharp black blade, and survive the enhanced corpse-dissolving fluid. It is worth noting that Raven had traversed the path of ultimate martial prowess. By now, he had consumed 2 bottles of level 6 evolution fluid, 5 bottles of level 5, and 4 bottles of level 4, totaling 17 bottles of evolution fluid. His punching power had reached over 20 tons, completely overwhelming the capabilities of a level 7 powerhouse. In their confrontation, the zombie remained immobile, yet it was capable of sending him flying several meters away, nearly tearing his hands apart, leaving him trembling and unable to grip his blade. Such power was unattainable for a level 8 zombie. Beep, beep, beep. The gold-rimmed glasses began to flash a crimson light, the artificial intelligence continuously generating urgent red warnings. There was no chance of victory in this battle. Master, please consume the Blood Fury pill immediately to enhance your strength and speed. And throw a smoke grenade to mask your scent, allowing you to escape the battlefield at full speed under the cover of smoke. Warning! Warning! Raven, adhering to the advice, bit down on the Blood Fury pill that had long been concealed in his jaw. Gazing at the ferocious and howling zombie charging at him, he disregarded the warnings and swung the pitch-black long knife fiercely towards its head. I must leave, but what about Lei Wu? What will become of the people of Jiangxing? A level 9 zombie, if left unchecked, given enough time, could annihilate the entire population of Jiangxing, transforming this land into a kingdom of the undead. Now, with the level 9 zombie breaching the sky and no top-tier powers from the major corporations in pursuit, it was evident that the city walls had been breached. The 3 hypersonic missiles had failed to secure victory, and numerous advanced zombies had surged into Jiangxing. The powerful members of several prominent families could only desperately fight to hold back the yellow-level zombie, preventing the virus from spreading in the air and causing further catastrophe. Raven was not averse to retreating, and one understood the importance of survival better than he. Yet, standing behind him was his brother, and the entirety of Jiangxing. One step back would result in countless corpses and utter devastation. Kill! The ground beneath Raven's feet shattered as he struck with his long knife, clashing against the zombie's outstretched hand. Producing a thunderous explosion of dense airwaves, the ground caved in, fissures radiating outward in all directions. The bell tower crumbled with a resounding crash, an ancient edifice that had stood firm since before the cataclysm, now rendered incredibly fragile in this moment, as clouds of dust surged into the sky, enveloping both Raven and the zombie. Brother! With wide, tiger-like eyes, Lei Wu sprang to his feet, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it would leap from his chest, compelling him to rush towards the battlefield with reddened eyes. Were it not for the intense sounds of clashing blades and the chaos of combat still echoing through the dust, and the escalating ferocity emanating from Raven indicating that the Blood Fury pill was awakening his latent power, Lei Wu might have feared that his brother had met with misfortune. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sounds of conflict reverberated through the night sky, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if it were made of fragile tofu. Vast stretches of earth began to crack, deep fissures consuming the surrounding buildings, houses collapsing in succession, exposing the steel reinforcement within the concrete. A 300-meter radius was shrouded in dust, obscuring the sun and moon above. Suddenly, after a flurry of rapid strikes, Raven unleashed a thunderous roar. The Blood Fury pill had pushed his potential to the extreme, and the razor-sharp light of his blade, infused with an overwhelming force exceeding 50 tons, descended like a black demonic sword cleaving the heavens. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, akin to a missile striking a massive mountain. The zombie's left arm snapped with a crack, its pale bone protruding through skin and sinew, rendered incapable of lifting itself. Raven's arms, too, emitted a sound of unbearable strain, muscles tearing through skin, revealing the bones beneath. The black blade was flung away, and Raven was struck by a fierce shockwave, blood gushing as he was sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. Brother! Lei Wu, charging into the swirling dust, witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes. In an instant, his eyes bulged with blood, a wave of destructive bloodlust surging within him, threatening to burst forth and pierce the heavens. Lei Wu's heart-wrenching roar soared into the sky, resembling a colossal dragon unleashing its fury upon the world. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of thunder rolled through the sky, resonating 10 kilometers away, transforming the heavens and stirring the earth into a tempest of swirling winds and flying debris. In a fit of rage, Lei Wu's entire body crackled with a terrifying resonance, muscles swelling and pulsating as his form expanded by over 2 feet in an instant, resembling a titan descended upon the earth. A cataclysmic force erupted from him, causing cracks to spread across the ground in all directions, billowing clouds of dust and dislodging debris from the earth, as if the very fabric of reality was trembling. This was the first time since achieving the invulnerable body that Lei Wu had unleashed his full power. His garments billowed like sails, his internal fury merging with a terrifying bloodlust, propelling him forward with reckless abandon. Seeking vengeance for his brother, Diamond Shatter, Lei Wu roared in fury, his robust right arm bursting through his sleeve, his fist propelled like a missile, carrying with it a destructive force. Boom! The level 9 zombie's left arm exploded. Flesh and bone splattering. Its body, harder than diamond, was sent reeling over 100 meters away. Yet, its gaze remained vacant, its expression one of confusion. The blood-soaked whites of its eyes stared blankly at Lei Wu, seemingly unable to comprehend why this fellow creature had suddenly grown so immense and dared to confront it. Advanced zombies possess an innate suppressive effect over lower-level zombies. Below level 7, this effect is not pronounced. But above level 7, their terrifying scent can spread viruses through the air, causing lower-level zombies to react like timid rabbits, sensing the presence of a forest king, instinctively filled with dread. Lei Wu's zombie scent was not potent. Having consumed traditional medicine for years and taken spirit elixirs to suppress his own zombie aura, he appeared to the level 9 zombie as a mere level 1 ant, daring to challenge an apex being. Even when Lei Wu's punch came hurtling towards it, the level 9 zombie did not evade. While the ant's punch was fierce, the level 9 zombie lacked intelligence and could not discern the punch's potency. Merely perceiving the small ant as a nuisance and instinctively waving its useless left arm away, maintaining its left-handed habit from life, attempting to swat the ant aside, that IT was only after being smashed into a building, creating a massive dent in the reinforced concrete wall, that the level 9 zombie realized it had been affronted, letting out a silent growl, intent on exterminating the ant and preserving its status. Boom! The sound of an explosive shockwave suddenly erupted, a figure moving faster than the eye could perceive, resembling a human cannonball, hurtling towards Lei Wu. Fast, fast, fast. This projectile moved swifter than lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Before the sound even reached him, the level 9 zombie had already ferociously collided with Lei Wu, as if a demon from hell had abruptly emerged before him without warning. And just as he unleashed a cataclysmic punch, only halfway through its trajectory, he was struck by an unimaginable force, sending him flying and tearing open his chest. Yet, Lei Wu felt no pain. This was the first true injury he had sustained since becoming a zombie. He was being propelled backward, watching the zombie's head collide with his chest, listening to the sound of his bones straining under the pressure, observing the destruction of his battle vest, his chest muscles bursting forth, blood mist spraying into the air, and flesh splattering in all directions. But he felt nothing at all. That it was as if he were witnessing another's body being struck by a projectile, recorded in slow motion by a high-speed camera. A marvelously novel experience, yet limited to mere novelty. After all, it was not his own pain. He could not care less. Is this what it feels like to be injured? Countless thoughts flashed through Lei Wu's mind in that fleeting moment, ultimately converging into one realization. It wasn't so terrifying after all. All this time, he had adhered to the principle of engaging foes without sustaining injuries, proceeding with utmost caution, fearing that any wounds might expose his identity. Now that the injury had manifested, without pain or itch, what was there to fear? However, reason told Lei Wu that without the flesh and blood protecting his heart, exposing his most vital organ, he could very well die. Between life and death lies a profound terror, an unprecedented sense of fear surging through Lei Wu's heart. As he was propelled through 4 or 5 residential buildings by the relentless assault of the zombies. He erupted in fury. Ugh! Lei Wu's colossal hand, as large as a wash basin, gripped the neck of the level 9 zombie with unyielding force. His roar resonated like that of a celestial guardian deity, admonishing malevolent spirits, imbued with a suffocating power that sent the level 9 zombie into a daze, stars dancing before its eyes, its brain matter churning, momentarily lost in confusion. The earth trembled violently, akin to a massive pile driver striking the ground. Amidst the ruins of collapsed walls, the level 9 zombie, held aloft by Lei Wu by its head, became a grotesque human whip, mercilessly smashed into the ground, left and right again and again, its brain matter threatening to be pulverized. Before Lei Wu's towering and domineering physique, the level 9 zombie seemed but a mere child, standing at a height of only 1 meter 70. The two appeared as a hulking giant confronting a mere toddler. Should Lei Wu abandon his restraint of harm-free monster slaying and unleash his ferocity in close combat, the level 9 zombie might indeed stand a chance. Upon transformation, his strength had doubled, reaching over 40 tons. In this moment, he did not hesitate to crush the blood fury pill hidden beneath his jaw, his punch power soaring to an astounding 80 tons. This force surpassed the standard 64 tons of a level 9 entity, rendering him akin to a colossal bulldozer, capable of flattening a small mountain. With a furious bellow, Lei Wu unleashed the might of the diamond, his fingers, thick as the claws of a beast, suddenly exerting tremendous force upon the zombie's head. Crack! The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, yet it merely splintered, not shattering. Lei Wu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. With his current strength, combined with the power to shatter, how could he possibly fail to obliterate this zombie without extensive buildup? Its bone density was comparable to superalloys, 10 times harder than steel. This level 9 zombie must have been a level 9 even in life, and after mutation, it had not regressed to the yellow grade. Its physical constitution had been augmented to an incomprehensible degree. Otherwise, how could it have survived a supersonic missile? Yet Lei Wu's explosive display of power instilled a sense of immense threat within the level 9 zombie. Igniting its ferocity, with a violent surge, its darkened claws dug into Lei Wu's arm, and in a sudden burst, it hurled him away as if he were a mere ragdoll. Damn it, with eyes aflame. Lei Wu charged back, the two figures colliding in a furious struggle. Billowing clouds of dust rose ominously, accompanied by the deafening sounds of impact, explosive blasts, and collapsing structures, a cacophony that threatened to raze the entire Lizhuang community. Nearby, beside the crumbling bell tower, an elderly figure, white-haired and frail, risked death from the chaotic aftermath of the battle, panting heavily as he dragged the unconscious Lei Wen from the debris. Damn it, I'm getting old. My brother is useless, and now I, Zhao, am also failing. Ding, sitting on the curb. Zhao Hong flicked open his windproof lighter, stretched out his right leg, and retrieved the only cigarette from his pocket, trembling as he placed it between his lips. After lighting it, he inhaled deeply, a look of sheer enjoyment crossing his face. This cigarette was a comfort. Regaining his breath, Zhao Hong turned to glance at Lei Wen. Though he lay unconscious, bloodied, his arms bearing the marks of muscle strain, he showed no signs of claw or bite wounds, and the gas mask of his helmet remained securely in place, ensuring he had not been infected by the virus. You truly are fortunate, possessing a resilience that grants me a sense of safety in retirement. Zhao Hong had come simply because, in his idle days at home, he found amusement in secretly tuning into the internal channels of the extermination team. Listening to the boasts of the team members, enjoying the elegant strains of opera while reclining in a rocking chair beneath simulated sunlight, reminiscing over the past years. This was his greatest pleasure. With the zombie siege unfolding, he had kept his communicator on, vigilantly monitoring the team's movements. Upon hearing Sun Fei assign tasks, with each group guarding a community, yet without recalling retired members, Zhao Hong felt both dejected and irked. I may be old, but I am not incapable of firing a weapon. How could such an important scene unfold without me? Old Zhao. As the swarm of zombie birds swept past, he hastened toward the Lizhuang community. It was both a professional impulse to contribute in this great battle for the extermination team and an unwillingness to abandon his brothers, wishing to protect them to the end. Thus, a man in his 70s, with several teeth missing and gasping for breath after every few steps, risked his life to rescue Lei Wen. Logically, Zhao Hong was also a level 4 powerhouse, with over 2 tons of punch power. A small superhuman in his own right, and shouldn't have aged so rapidly. Yet in truth, while others gained strength through gene evolution fluid, they rarely considered the side effects that if one continued to consume the evolution fluid, all would be well. However, without continued supply, the previously overdrawn potential in cells would accelerate aging, significantly reducing lifespan. After consuming a bottle of level 4 evolution fluid, Zhao Hong had not taken any G medication in a decade, leading to a gradual decline in his physical condition, aging faster than ordinary people. His once lustrous hair had thinned significantly, his weathered face was etched with wrinkles, his eyes dimmed, his back hunched, presenting the image of a frail old man nearing the end of life. Let us get to work. With a cigarette clutched between his lips, old Zhao, hearing the thunderous roars from afar, exerted himself to hoist Lei Wen into the vehicle, flooring the accelerator to escape the scene. He knew Lei Wu was engaged in battle with the zombies, but the clouds of dust obscured everything, rendering the situation unclear. His priority was to ensure Lei Wen's safety in just 2 minutes. Zhao Hong returned, gazing upon the battlefield, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. Listening to Lei Wu's gradually weakening roars, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, eyeing the black blade left behind by Lei Wen on the ground. This blade he recognized well. He had believed it to be in Han Yang's possession, only to discover that Lei Wen had skillfully reclaimed it through a cunning maneuver. You two are indeed more formidable than I. However, as Zhao Hong picked up the obsidian blade, examining the golden runes etched upon its surface and the patterns carved by the corpse-corroding liquid, he spoke with a touch of pride. This blade has ultimately returned to my grasp. Performing a flourish with the sword, acclimating to its weight, he squinted as he finished the last drag of his cigarette, extinguishing the ember on the ground and carefully stowing it away in his pocket. In truth, he had quit smoking for 20 years. Ever since the brother's father had saved him, an inexplicable conviction had taken root. Perhaps that mission had made smoking a hindrance, and he had not touched another cigarette since. This crumpled cigarette was one that their father had handed to him just before his last mission. Over the years, Zhao Hong had kept it in a box, cherishing it without daring to smoke it, occasionally taking it out for nostalgia. Today, carrying it with him, he had no intention of returning it. Just like Lei Wen and Lei Wu, fully aware that they were no match for this zombie. They still bravely took on responsibilities that were not theirs, wielding their minuscule strength against an insurmountable foe. This land must have guardians. Zhao Hong's gaze gradually solidified, his hands slowly tightening around the hilt of the blade. Lei Wu had once stated that the blood fury pill could theoretically last for 15 minutes, doubling one's power. Yet when faced with opponents far more powerful, the drug's efficacy diminished significantly during the exertion of strength. It had barely been 3 minutes. Yet Lei Wu's roars had already lost their ferocity, his form appearing utterly drained. As if all energy had been expended, it was not that he lacked capability. Rather, the opponent was simply too formidable. So formidable that it instilled despair. Even with his right leg blown apart and his left arm shattered, as long as this level 9 zombie remained standing. Its bone density and flesh strength were not comparable to that of a mere drug user. Lei Wu could at best be termed a true man for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, this level 9 zombie stood resolute, like a steel titan, forever unyielding. Understanding the futility of his efforts, Zhao Hong knew that if he were to engage, he might inflict a trivial wound if fortune favored him. Conversely, should luck be unkind, he might be obliterated into a cloud of blood, leaving no body to recover. Yet, Zhao Hong was acutely aware that by drawing the zombie's attention, he might create an opportunity for Lei Wu to escape. Even if Wuzi had likely sustained severe injuries and been infected by the virus, old Zhao could not concern himself with such thoughts. This strike, he had to deliver. It was both a matter of determination to protect his homeland and a means to repay a debt, ensuring that he could die with his eyes closed. This life of mine was saved by your father. At such a moment, I must do something. Zhao Hong, gripping a dark blade, stepped cautiously into the haze. Guided by the sounds of battle, he crushed a blood fury pill between his teeth and retrieved a set of silver needles, each one precisely piercing his acupoints. Soon, his aged visage flushed crimson. His once bent spine gradually straightened, and the murkiness of his eyes transformed into a glimmering brilliance. His breathing intensified in the distance. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh grew increasingly distinct as he navigated through a desolate expanse of ruins. Zhao Hong beheld 2 superhuman figures in that instant. His pupils constricted violently, shock rendering him nearly incapable of comprehending the scene before him. Lei Wu's body lay battered, marked by claw and bite, flesh mangled. With a gaping wound in his chest, ribs shattered, and his heart nearly exposed, that a normal person, inflicted with such grievous injuries, would have long since perished. Yet Lei Wu, though weakened, bore a fierce glare, still engaged in a brutal struggle with his opponent. The skin around his wounds and other bruised areas appeared fissured, resembling a spider's web, spreading ominously. Was Wu Zi a zombie? In that moment, Zhao Hong's thoughts spiraled into chaos, utterly unable to accept such a notion. Yet, what other explanation could there be for the scene before him? Zhao Hong murmured, perhaps Wu Zi has mutated, his primal instincts compelling him to fight, for Lei Wen and for countless compatriots in this world. His resolve solidified. Zhao Hong raised the black blade high, propelling himself forward with increasing speed, until he expended every ounce of his strength to unleash the final strike of his life. The battle was arduous for Lei Wu. Lacking advantages in both speed and strength, he relied on the power of the diamond shatter. It was said that no one beneath the yellow rank could rival him. Yet after recent trials, he found that his fingers, when unleashed, could not crush his opponent's skull. Only through prolonged accumulation of energy could the full might of diamond shatter be realized. However, the skill's wind-up time was excessively lengthy, and the level 9 zombie, in its frenzy, sought to rend him apart, forcing Lei Wu into a defensive struggle, unable to create distance to gather strength. As the effects of the blood fury pill began to wane. After prolonged confrontation, he found himself drained, the internal energy of his indestructible body gradually depleting, returning his form to its normal size. With diminished strength, he was immediately overpowered by the level 9 zombie, which savagely clawed and bit at his face, nearly tearing him asunder. The situation grew dire. In that moment, Lei Wu sorrowfully realized he had one foot firmly planted in the realm of the dead. This was the closest he had ever been to death since his transformation into a zombie, a despairing sense of helplessness enveloping him. The disparity in power was insurmountable. The gulf between them was far too vast. Facing the immense strength of 20 tons against that of 80 or 90, it was akin to a towering brute confronting a lean practitioner of internal martial arts. Outwardly imposing, yet ultimately destined for suffering. Desperately, Lei Wu clung to the zombie's sole right hand, striving to push its head away, preventing it from sinking its teeth into his neck and severing his head. In the midst of the fierce struggle, he fixed his gaze upon the level 9 zombie, his focus unwavering, too absorbed to remember the 500 cultivation points he possessed. Then, a figure emerged from a mist. That aged face, that familiar aura, made Lei Wu's eyes widen in disbelief as he wished to cry out for the other to flee. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, the level 9 zombie seized him by the throat. Those bloodied, corpse-like hands were harder than Mount 5 fingers, their darkened nails digging deep into his flesh, threatening to snap his neck. The sound of his neck straining under the pressure echoed, and the words lodged in his throat remained unspoken. In a state of desperate urgency, he signaled with his eyes to Zhao Hong, urging him to flee, but old Zhao remained resolute, blade raised, charging forward, leaping to strike down. Don't. The pitch-black blade transformed into an abyss darker than the endless night sky, cleaving through the dust, slicing the air, and landing with force upon the zombie's head. Clang! The black blade flew from his grasp, propelled away, yet the level 9 zombie stood unyielding, even with a fissure appearing in its skull. It remained impervious to the might of a mere ant. Zhao Hong, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome, displayed no shock upon his wrinkled face. After the strike, he turned to flee. This was the fastest he had run in over 70 years. His arms swung with vigor, legs leaving behind traces like wheels, his feet barely touching the ground, as he soared like a swallow, his entire being seemingly lifting off the earth. Then, Zhao Hong truly took flight. His feet left the ground, his back struck as if hit by a cannon, his body uncontrollably hurled into the air, accompanied by the sound of his spine fracturing, landing dozens of meters away. The level 9 zombie had acted with lightning speed, propelling him away with tenfold force. Uncle Hong! A cry of despair echoed through the heavens, Lei Wu's bloodshot eyes bulging as if ready to burst. Zhao Hong had come forth to meet his demise. He was acutely aware that old Zhao aimed to divert the zombie, granting him a fleeting chance to breathe. The zombie had indeed been drawn away. and he managed to sit up, but the cost was Zhao Hong's life. He could have lived peacefully until his natural end. He could have remained safely at home, avoiding peril. Yet now, Zhao Hong had sacrificed his life in the most harrowing manner, merely to afford Lei Wu a sliver of hope. Ugh. Tears of blood streamed from Lei Wu's eyes, his anguished roar reverberating through the Li Zhuang community, shaking the very earth, causing all to tremble amidst the autumn winds. At that moment, he finally recalled the existence of his panel and cultivation points. But there was no need for him to allocate points. The panel's enhancement had already initiated. Ding! The host's fury, sorrow, and despair, deeply etched into the panel, resonated. To place the host in such dire straits was my inadequacy. Consuming 500 cultivation points, light kill, transcending into the slashing corpse, flying blade. Host, grant me the power to slay. As the air shimmered with rippling waves reminiscent of water, it was the trace left by the starfall flying blade. Under the intense friction with the air, the water-like ripples erupted into fiery brilliance. A blazing trajectory, red and bright as flames, pierced through the void, striking the level 9 zombie's rear skull, creating a gaping blood hole the size of a basin. The flames erupted. In an instant, a vibrant flame lotus blossomed within the gaping wound, scattering sparks as the zombie collapsed to the ground. Boom! The zombie fell silent before the sound of its demise echoed, the sound of cracking bones reverberating from afar. Delayed by a beat, with bloodshot eyes, Lei Wu rushed toward Zhao Hong, who lay heavily upon the ground. Lifting him at once, he beheld the blood seeping from old Zhao's lips, laced with fragments of his internal organs, plunging him into profound sorrow. "Uncle Hong, stop your sobbing." Zhao Hong's tongue was twisted, his spine broken, his hand drooping, his voice faint as a whisper, yet he still strained to remain steadfast, unwilling to show weakness. "Uncle, I must ask you one thing. Was that strike I delivered fierce?" With tears of blood in his eyes, Lei Wu's lips trembled as he replied, "Fierce, more ferocious than the level 9 zombie that attacked me." 99 levels. Zhao Hong was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. I actually struck a level 9 powerhouse." Then, a hint of regret crept into his voice as he murmured, "Had I known earlier, I would have stayed back, preserving this life to help you two brothers retrieve the bodies." Lei Wu, Zhao Hong. "Actually, this moment is just right. Just right, you are on the brink of death." With anguished tears streaming down his face, Lei Wu cursed vehemently, realizing the absurdity of it all. Zombies could also weep. Zhao Hong's pupils gradually dulled, his ability to speak fading, only his lips moving die. Even in death, he would stand tall, like a hero. With tears flowing, Lei Wu embraced him tightly, nodding vigorously. "Uncle Hong, you are a hero." A faint smile curved Zhao Hong's lips, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to return to the year he first joined the extermination team. Under the leadership of his captain, he had sworn an oath over the map of Jiang City, vowing to protect his homeland and safeguard this land. The high-collared police uniform accentuated his gallant demeanor. The badge upon his chest, symbolizing unparalleled glory. He could almost envision his former comrades, applauding him with warm smiles, welcoming him back to the fold. Report to the captain. Officer Zhao Hong of Team 6 requests to rejoin. Zhao Hong gradually closed his eyes, falling silent. In his final moments, he seemed to reminisce about beautiful memories, a trace of satisfaction gracing his face as he departed this world. He bore no shame towards his two brothers, nor toward his identity as a police officer. Lao Zhao fulfilled all his missions with a resolute life. Boom! The heavily clouded night sky finally unleashed a torrential downpour, following a clap of thunder. Lei Wu's heart was filled with boundless sorrow, yet reason urged him that he had crucial tasks yet to accomplish. Moreover, time was of the essence. Any delay was unacceptable. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, Lei Wu gently laid Zhao Hong on the ground and approached the nearby level 9 zombie, summoning all his strength to activate the power of the diamond-shattering strike. In an instant, his right hand swelled with blood, fingers expanding like eagle talons, the skin of his palm glimmering faintly with a layer of golden bronze, seemingly as indestructible as forged steel. Thud! Lei Wu's claw pierced through the chest of the level 9 zombie. Extracting a pulsating zombie heart, he then retrieved the second Starfall flying knife gifted by Li Zimu, gripping the hilt tightly and giving it a forceful flick in the air, causing the knife to explode in a fiery blaze. Glowing red from the intense heat, Lei Wu plunged the flying knife into the heart, and in an instant, the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, which soon transformed into an aroma reminiscent of barbecue. The entire heart cooked to perfection. His remaining strength was but a day or two, and he had long planned to indulge in this fierce battle. Little did he expect to feast upon the heart of a level 9 zombie. After devouring the heart, Lei Wu surveyed his surroundings, following the direction from which Zhao Hong had arrived to search for Lei Wen. From a distance, Lei Wu dared not approach, instead hiding on a rooftop 100 meters away. Gazing longingly at his brother, this moment, he was gravely injured, flesh exposed to the air. Although the stench of decay was mild, whether the zombie virus had spread was known only to the heavens. The two brothers had already become different species. Previously, when Lei Wu was uninjured, he could still masquerade as a police officer, spending each day alongside Lei Wen. Now, however, his body was marred with necrotic patches, his injuries so severe that he had not yet succumbed. Should he be exposed, everyone would understand that he had mutated into a zombie. If his wounds could not be healed, even if both he and Lei Wen remained in this world, they would be eternally separated. Tears fell uncontrollably. Listening to the rapid approach of explosive sounds from the horizon, it must be Jiang Mingyu coming to provide support. Lei Wu cast one last lingering glance at his brother. Turning away, he wiped the tears from his eyes and, bearing his battered body, solitary and desolate, merged into the endless curtain of rain. This departure marked a separation of life and death, a day that would be difficult to reunite. Jiang Mingyu returned swiftly, clad in alloy battle armor, resembling Iron Man reborn, wielding a heavy sniper rifle with a barrel exceeding 2 meters, loaded with corpse water bullets, surging into the battlefield with fierce intent. The downpour rendered visibility perilously low, making distant targets impossible to aim at, so he prepared for a direct confrontation with the level 9 zombie. However, as he surveyed the flattened buildings surrounding him, reduced to ruins for miles, Jiang Mingyu, struck by shock, began to search through the rain. Finally, beneath the collapsed clock tower, he beheld Zhao Hong's lifeless body, alongside the decapitated level 9 zombie, the scene horrifyingly tragic. Had the battle ended? Jiang Mingyu found it hard to believe, filled with lingering resentment and regret. Such a significant battle, with brothers present, yet had dashed off to fetch his weapon, unable to partake. This glorious life now bore one less chapter. Where were Lei Wen and Lei Wu? Cautiously scanning the area, and to enhance his own sense of involvement, Jiang Mingyu stepped out 100 meters, firing a shot at the level 9 zombie, causing its body to explode apart, limbs scattering, deceased beyond revival. Spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground, Jiang Mingyu commenced searching the vicinity. Eventually, following the path Zhao Hong's car had taken, he discovered Lei Wen collapsed amidst the rain, rushing forward to cradle his head. "Wenge, wake up!" A violent shaking ensued, and after a moment, Lei Wen's feeble limbs began to regain strength, gradually regaining consciousness. Gazing at the familiar face so near, Lei Wen's heart finally settled. Is it over? It is over. Jiang Mingyu nodded repeatedly. That level 9 zombie is dead. I fired another shot. Not even the Buddha himself could revive it. That's good, Lei Wen weakly replied, raising his gaze to the surroundings, with a heavy rain enveloped the earth. Yet, the figure that should have emerged from the rain was nowhere to be found. Lei Wen's heart tightened instantaneously. Trembling as he asked, "Where's Xiao Wu?" Jiang Mingyu quickly explained, "I'm also searching for him. The rain is too heavy that I found you first. Let us look for him together." Lei Wen ceased speaking, coughing as he struggled to rise, his anxiety propelling him into the downpour. "Wengu, I've already searched over there. Let us go this way." Seeing Lei Wen panic-stricken and desperate, Jiang Mingyu hurriedly called out a reminder, though a foreboding feeling began to settle in his heart. Lei Wen's injuries were not too severe. He should have succumbed to unconsciousness shortly after Jiang Mingyu had left. Following this, Lei Wu faced the level 9 zombie alone, the level 5 confronting a level 9. Especially one that was a mutated variant. Even if Lei Wu were extraordinary, it was improbable he could decapitate a level 9 zombie, unless he possessed extraordinary means and was willing to risk everything. There lay a slim chance of achieving such an incredible feat. The rain fell harder, the sky crackling with thunder, as if the heavens were in wrath. The two searched through ruin after ruin. Yet Lei Wu's figure remained elusive, their spirits growing heavier with each passing moment. The downpour turned the ground to mud, the signs of battle silently washed away by the rain, until, within a dilapidated house, they discovered a pool of blood mingled with rainwater. The AI in Jiang Mingyu's glasses quickly analyzed. The scene is severely damaged, making it difficult to reconstruct the actual battle. However, based on the current rainfall, the amount of blood indicates that the injured individual has lost over 2,000 milligrams of blood. Combined with your brother's weight and height, his blood loss exceeds 20%. That a loss of 20% of blood volume can lead to shock, and a loss of 30% endangers life. Xiao Wu, Lei Wen trembled all over, frantically searching the vicinity. Soon he found a second pool of blood, then a third, nearly washed away. The total blood loss had far surpassed 30% of Lei Wu's blood volume. Jiang Mingyu grew anxious, repeatedly shouting Lei Wu's name in hopes of locating him. Yet the two scoured the area for miles, searching every collapsed ruin, but Lei Wu remained absent. Xiao Wu, where are you? Lei Wen was utterly distraught, his eyes reddening, his voice tinged with desperation, searching like a madman. There was none to be found in the ruins. Perhaps Lei Wu had been rescued. He knocked on the door of a nearby house, disregarding whether the occupants were armed, pleading. Have you seen my brother? He is tall and strong, about 2 meters. The homeowner responded coldly, observing the battle scars on Lei Wen and his ruined arms. Deeply suspecting that he had already been infected with the virus, and without hesitation, aimed their weapon. Jiang Mingyu, brandishing his sniper rifle at the homeowner, exuded a formidable presence in his alloy battle armor, swiftly pulling Lei Wen away. Wengu, don't panic. We'll keep searching. We will surely find him. Lei Wen, lost in despair, could not absorb the reassurance, rushing to the next house, knocking on the door, kneeling in supplication. Have you seen my brother? His name is Lei Wu. No, we don't know who you're talking about. Please leave. Lei Wen was cast out, only to approach another house, kneeling and earnestly bowing. Please, help me find my brother. His name is Lei Wu. He is very tall and strong. Wengu has gone mad. Amidst the curtain of rain, Jiang Mingyu followed with reddened eyes, listening to the warning gunshots from the homeowners. A pit was carved into the tiled ground before Raven's feet, compelling him to dash forward and incapacitate Raven with a swift strike, whisking him away in times of war. Such reckless behavior could only lead to death by bullets. Moreover, he had just advised that failing to locate Lei Wu might indeed be a blessing, indicating that Wu Gu was still alive and capable of movement, whether he had left on his own accord or been rescued by others. It was not entirely a misfortune. However, the panicked Raven was unable to absorb this perspective. All he knew was that if he could not find his brother, he would lose the only family he had left in this world. Was it not merely a matter of searching for someone? With Raven on his back, Jiang Mingyu hastily sprinted towards the Jiang Corporation building that if he did not receive treatment soon, Raven's arms would likely require amputation. The Jiang family's network extended across the globe. Every establishment under their purview was equipped with surveillance cameras that could automatically recognize faces and body types, as long as Wu Gu was alive. Needing to eat and buy essentials, Jiang Mingyu was confident they would find him. Thus, with a promise from Jiang Mingyu, time flew by, seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years passed. At the East City Division's Corpse Extermination Team, the office buzzed with energy as everyone reminisced about that monumental battle. You remember the zombie that attacked Director Sun at Liz Huang Community back in the day? Are you referring to the Night Emperor? How do you know his name? Sun Dongliang was quite taken aback. He had only learned of the Night Emperor's existence from Jiang Mingyu, yet these new recruits seemed to be in the know about such a clandestine topic. Captain Sun, the Night Emperor is well known in the city defense camp. Why is that? Sun Dongliang, now the captain of Team 5, had become a formidable figure. The extermination team had suffered severe losses that battle. With only 10 survivors, each now leading their own group, a soldier from the city defense camp remarked. During that battle, hypersonic missiles failed to kill the yellow-grade zombie, instead igniting its ferocity, leading it to collapse a section of the city wall. As a result, 2 level 9 zombies, along with numerous advanced zombies, surged into the city, threatening to breach Jiang City at that critical moment. The Night Emperor made his appearance. Teammates from various groups gathered around, their curiosity piqued, eager to uncover the intricacies of that battle 2 years prior. Can you imagine? A zombie actually helped us humans defend the city. The officers exchanged glances, bewildered, unable to fathom such a preposterous scenario. In the instant when hordes of zombies flooded into the city, the Night Emperor descended from the heavens clad in alloy armor, single-handedly sealing the breach, facing the overwhelming tide of zombies outside the city walls. He unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The hierarchy of zombies was clear. With a thunderous bellow, the Night Emperor forced those within a 10-mile radius to retreat, daring not to advance another step. And when the advanced zombies saw him, aside from the 2 level 9 zombies, the rest quaked in fear. Even several other level 8 zombies refrained from crossing him to charge into the city. Why was this so? Sun Dongliang was puzzled, as were the others. Left to speculate, perhaps the Night Emperor possessed self-awareness, his eyes lively, his presence vibrant, and his roar resonant. Traits characteristic of yellow-grade zombies, intimidating other zombies that relied on scent and sound to gauge levels. It is highly plausible. Many nodded in agreement, finding this explanation credible. The city walls are defended by the city defense camp, yet the breach was guarded by the Night Emperor. Where were the powerful figures from the prominent families during this turmoil? A silence enveloped the room as everyone shook their heads. Even the soldiers from the city defense camp were unaware of the finer details. All they knew was that a multitude of affluent individuals had rushed to the western city walls, attempting to flee this land. Days later, upon learning that Jiang City had not fallen, they shamelessly appeared at the city walls demanding the soldiers lower the ropes for their entry. The higher-ups were incensed, with Vice Commander Liang Feng slamming the table in fury, resolutely refusing to allow these ingrates to enter the city. Yet considering the bigger picture, these individuals were the elite of Jiang City, the backbone of various sectors. And under the pressure from major financial groups, they reluctantly lowered the ropes. At this moment, Jiang Mingyu, standing behind the crowd, interjected. The city walls were defended by the city defense camp, but the strong from our prominent families also contributed significantly. Had it not been for the efforts of the level 9 strongmen from our families, that yellow-grade zombie would have already breached the city, and you would not have the opportunity to sit here and converse. Are you suggesting that the level 9 strongmen from the prominent families held off that yellow-grade zombie? They could not stop it. The disparity in levels was too great. Any confrontation would only lead to annihilation. Yet they did manage to hold off. Jiang Mingyu replied calmly. Battles among top-tier strongmen are never initiated without provocation. They involve weighing pros and cons, engaging in intricate games of strategy. The parties often do not even engage in combat, merely standing face-to-face, revealing their strengths. Our prominent families expended an immense cost to invite Liang Heilung to negotiate with that yellow-grade zombie, promising various benefits. Jiang Mingyu's voice suddenly grew somber, his emotions fluctuating as he prepared to reveal something significant. During the negotiation, a level 9 zombie surged into the city. One of them I killed, the other, as everyone knew, was entangled by the 2 vice commanders from the city defense camp clad in super alloy armor, ultimately being shot in the head by former combat section Chief Sun Fei, whose powerful sniper rifle obliterated its head into a gory mess. In the aftermath of the battle, Sun Fei emerged as a hero throughout Jiang City, the media lauding him as a savior. He was swiftly promoted to the deputy director of the East City Division, overseeing the corpse extermination team, riot control team, and investigation section, wielding significant power. Before the war, the Sun family had disregarded him, pushing him to ally with the Jiang family in hopes of obtaining level 7 evolution liquid. Yet, Sun Fei did not seize it, for the situation was urgent, and the air raid alarm had sounded. Leaving no time. After this battle, he proved his worth, and the prominent families vied to court him, each wishing to offer him level 7 evolution liquid AS for whom he accepted from. Even Jiang Mingyu was unaware. The level 9 zombie that Sun Fei shot in the head had numerous strongmen present, yet everyone feigned ignorance, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle while the Night Emperor extracted its heart right before their eyes. With 2 level 9 zombies slain, and with several level 9 strongmen from Jiang City not intervening, the feat was accomplished in merely 2 hours, instilling fear into the yellow-grade zombie. The unknown breeds fear. If they could kill level 9 zombies, they could surely eliminate him as well. Ultimately, the yellow-grade zombie retreated quietly after receiving benefits that in this great battle. The 2 who benefited the most were Sun Fei and Jiang Mingyu. He was now the combat section chief, succeeding Sun Fei, seated in his independent office. Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, a despondent and emaciated Raven entered, head bowed. He was once again searching for his brother. Yet, as a police officer, he had not requested leave and had missed an entire morning of work, which was utterly disrespectful. Jiang Mingyu, maintaining a stern demeanor, called out, "Raven, come to my office." Raven followed Jiang Mingyu, entering the office one after the other. The moment the door closed, the previously serious Jiang Mingyu instantly transformed into a subservient figure, eagerly inviting, "Brother one, please take a seat." Raven shook his head, choosing to sit on the stool opposite the desk, his spirits low as he inquired, "Is there still no news about Lei Wu?" This Jiang Mingyu hesitated for a moment, guilt evident in his tone as he replied, "Not yet. In the first month after the war ended, he still held immense hope, personally seeking out Uncle Jiang Tianhua to record Lei Wu's height and appearance, issuing a public letter within the consortium urging all employees to join the search. Later, he sought assistance from other consortiums, nearly covering every shop and industry in Jiang City. If Lei Wu showed even a hint of presence, he would undoubtedly be caught in their extensive surveillance net. Yet, as more than 2 years passed, Lei Wu seemed to have vanished without a trace. Gradually, Jiang Mingyu began to lose hope. There was a truth he dared not share with Raven. It was highly likely that during the final moments of that battle at Lizuan Community, as Lei Wu hurled his flying knives, he was obliterated by a level 9 zombie. The force of an 80-ton punch equated to the destructive power of a 30mm armor-piercing shell, capable of penetrating 7 centimeters of steel and delivering devastating blows to tank armor. Lei Wu, being merely flesh and blood, with a physical constitution at only level 5, how could he withstand such a formidable force? The Barrett sniper rifle, when it strikes a human body, creates a gaping wound from which flesh and blood vanish without a trace. How much more catastrophic would be the impact of an armor-piercing projectile? A single blow could obliterate a person into a mist of blood. Following such devastation, a torrential downpour could wash away all evidence, leaving no trace of Lei Wu. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken by Jiang Mingyu, who could only offer words of solace. "Wengu, do not lose hope that Wu Ge is surely still alive, perhaps merely absent from the city. With Jiangxing being so vast, flanked by mountains, and with its walls built upon their slopes, there are countless deep, ancient forests nearby that it is entirely possible that Wu Ge is hiding in the mountains, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Let us remain patient. It has already been over 2 years." Lei Wen, with his head bowed, replied, "I have thoroughly searched the nearby Longshan, Taishan, and Juoe Mountain. If I search any further, I will have to venture into the urban area and the primordial forest beyond." Jiang Mingyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to voice the grim reality of Lei Wu's demise, and continued to encourage him. "I recall Zhao Hong mentioning that Wu Ge had experienced mental issues in the past. It is possible that the recent battle triggered a relapse, causing him to lose his memory. With every resident now armed, he must be terrified, retreating into the mountains to hide. As long as we do not give up, we will undoubtedly find him. I share your sentiment," Lei Wen replied, hope igniting in his eyes. He retrieved a healing pill from his pouch, swallowed it to restore his stamina, and prepared to leave in search of others. Artificial intelligence had informed him that the likelihood of Lei Wu suffering from amnesia was as high as 80%. As for the probability of being obliterated by a level 9 zombie. Jiang Mingyu was unaware of Wu Ji's hidden abilities, yet Lei Wen was acutely aware that his brother possessed extraordinary martial arts skills, suspected to be the reincarnation of a martial arts sage. his prowess not far inferior to that of a madman fueled by the frenzied evolution liquid. How could he possibly be obliterated, capable of hurling starfall knives that could explode a level 9 zombie? Wu Ji's bone density and physical strength must surely be at least level 8. It was inconceivable that he could be reduced to mere blood mist. Wengu, please do not leave just yet. I have a favor to ask of you. Noticing Lei Wen's determination to depart, Jiang Mingyu quickly grasped his arm. The urgency to find Wu Ge was not pressing. Time had already elapsed, and if calamity were to strike, it would have done so by now. You must also take care of your health, lest you fall ill before Wu Ge returns. During this period, Lei Wen appeared utterly drained, emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton. His eye sockets sunken deep, like a withered husk. A good brother. Jiang Mingyu felt genuine concern, yet he too bore immense pressure. Wengu, you have not produced any research results for a year and a half. My uncle has relied on your findings for years, and the Jiang family's influence and